Kunlun Mountain stands tall and majestic, its peaks rising endlessly, steep and formidable. On this day, the sky is overcast, dark clouds swirling ominously, casting an eerie visage upon the mountain that resembles a colossal demon. Yet, along a perilous mountain path, a solitary figure cloaked in black makes his way. The mountain winds howl as his long hair billows, his eyes gleaming like lightning, though a hint of desolation lingers in his gaze. Where am I bound? What direction lies ahead? He gazes skyward, his eyes filled with confusion. He is a young man devoid of memories. With no knowledge of his origins even, he is unaware of the truth. The only certainty he possesses is his name, Su Chen, and the formidable martial prowess that accompanies him. Once a university student in the modern world, he grew up as an orphan, enduring a childhood marked by neglect. Unwittingly, he has drifted to the fabled divine mountains of antiquity, the desolate Kunlun Range. Snow descends from the heavens, striking his resolute face with a chilling touch. He feels utterly out of place in this realm, enveloped in profound solitude. The biting winds whip through the mountains, and the snow intensifies, leaving Su Chen shivering in the cold. This peak lies deep within the Kunlun Mountain range, where dense forests and jagged rocks create an aura of profound mystery. Su Chen traversed a dense grove, and before he realized it, he found himself at the edge of a precipice. His expression shifted abruptly as he beheld a dark, foreboding cave nestled within the neighboring cliffs, from which billowed wisps of purple mist, reminiscent of an ancient, mythical beast gazing out with a singular violet eye. Intrigued, Su Chen noted that the snowfall had intensified. Without hesitation, he summoned his unparalleled agility, and in a fleeting shadow, he vanished into the cave. As the purple mist enveloped him, the deeper he ventured, the more pronounced the violet glow became. After walking for 3 to 4 minutes, Su Chen halted, a look of astonishment etched upon his face. At the cave's terminus lay an expansive stone hall, at the center of which rested a mysterious ancient formation, adorned with an array of peculiar symbols and arcane incantations. In the heart of the formation stood a stone pedestal, emanating the resplendent purple light. Having been well acquainted with the vast knowledge imparted by Dugu Qiubai, Su Chen, possessing 3 remnants of his soul, had similarly acquired profound insights. He had never encountered such an extraordinary spectacle before and exclaimed, "The Kunlun Mountains have long been steeped in legends of immortals. Could this be a cave of the celestial? Was it truly a celestial cave?" Su Chen felt no trepidation. Despite the bizarre nature of the scene, his curiosity propelled him forward. Upon closer inspection, he gasped softly. An ancient sword was thrust into the stone pedestal. In his previous life, he was known as the Sword Demon, possessing an acute sensitivity to swords. He sensed an overwhelming pressure emanating from the ancient blade, and his mind jolted, conjuring the 2 characters Xianshen. Xianshen, what a spiritual sword! It possesses the ability to convey information through sword intent. Su Chen was filled with astonishment and delight, smiling as he realized he had inherited the prowess of Dugu Qiubai, grasping the supreme essence of swordsmanship. At that moment, he could not help but feel a profound respect and affection for the sentient sword. The intent of the ancient sword gradually dissipated, seemingly harboring no animosity towards him. Dugu Qiubai took a few steps forward and noticed a line of elegant characters intricately carved upon the stone platform. "Under the heavens, all beings are but ants." He murmured these words, contemplatively reflecting, and remarked, "Indeed, in the face of the cosmos, humanity appears so insignificant and trivial." A resonant dragon's roar echoed, as if the ancient sword understood his sentiments, emitting a melodious cry. Su Chen's mind was suddenly flooded with the phrase, "A fated one opens the stone box." Was it a call from the distant past? That voice. After a moment of contemplation, Su Chen extended his hand to open the stone box. A blinding, resplendent violet light surged forth, and Dugu Qiubai caught a whiff of an inexplicable fragrance, causing his spirit to tremble. Inside the box lay a purple elixir, no larger than a fingertip, accompanied by an ancient tome beneath it. A voice began to resonate within Su Chen's mind. "What is the Dao?" Su Chen, astonished yet composed, thought to himself that no event could be stranger than his own origins. He replied calmly, One is born empty and returns to emptiness, dust returns to dust. The Dao is a return to simplicity, a cyclical process of transformation. This encapsulated his understanding of life and swordsmanship. The voice pondered for a moment before responding with a laugh. Well said. Who are you, senior? After a brief pause, the voice answered, I have long forgotten. Are you an immortal being? The voice resounded with a sudden burst of laughter, proclaiming, all things arise from interconnected causes and conditions. Your arrival here is by no means a mere coincidence, but rather a predestined encounter with celestial affinity. The extraordinary essence of your soul marks you as a rare and exceptional prodigy for cultivation. Perhaps this is a glimmer of hope orchestrated by the heavens for me. A tremor of emotion coursed through Su Chen's heart as he inquired, what hope do you speak of? The voice responded, the hope of liberating me from this confinement. Su Chen was taken aback, a surge of exhilaration welling up within him. Perhaps it was the residual will of the undefeated Dugu Qiubai that impelled him as he nodded in agreement. The voice, imbued with a blend of elation and vicissitude, declared, during the cataclysmic upheaval of the primordial era, I was unable to emerge unscathed, for my mastery of the celestial codex was incomplete. Now that this very art has found a successor, perhaps, upon its full comprehension, you shall have the opportunity to glimpse the truth behind that calamitous event. Su Chen was overwhelmed with a myriad of emotions, pondering what could have caused the fall of even legendary deities. He refrained from questioning, already aware that the voice's proprietor was equally incapable of discerning the truth. Ingest the violet spirit pill, and you shall gain the ability to comprehend the art inscribed within the celestial tome. To cleave through the fabric of space, you need only draw forth the ancient sword of Xianshen. Celestial Dao. Celestial Dao, could it be that all of this is also an arrangement of the celestial Dao? After an extended interval, with no discernible change, Su Chen was filled with curiosity. Thus, he proceeded to open the ancient tome, whereupon he sensed a continuous stream of sacred energy flowing into his being, instantly enveloping him in a golden aura. This book is entitled Celestial Codex, and it is divided into 3 volumes: Heaven, Earth, and Humanity. This particular volume pertains to humanity upon fully cultivating the 3 ancient volumes. One shall slay deities upon encountering them, and obliterate Buddhas upon confrontation. The profound laws and characters within the celestial tome transformed into divine seals, indelibly imprinted in the mind of the solitary dragon. Once the golden light dissipated, the celestial tome in his grasp vanished without a trace. The techniques contained within the scroll were remarkably wondrous, showcasing various divine powers that Su Chen could only witness in dreams, however. They were nearly impossible to cultivate in this realm due to the scarcity of spiritual energy. Suddenly, Su Chen erupted into hearty laughter, exclaiming, I truly do not know what I am doing here. I might as well venture into that world and explore. Having already experienced a prior translocation, he was no stranger to the bizarre. Yet, at this moment, his heart raced with exhilaration, his right hand trembling slightly as he firmly grasped the ancient sword of exterminating immortals. A surge of violet radiance emanated from his palm, coursing into the sword's blade. With a resonant hum, the sword sang, illuminating the entire cavern with resplendent hues as the ancient sword, scabbard and all, was drawn from the stone pedestal. The ground beneath him began to tremble, and the intricate patterns inscribed on the peculiar formation radiated a kaleidoscope of colors, each one more vivid than the last. Among the symbols Su Chen recognized were several legendary mythical beasts, as well as a few renowned immortals. Among the unfamiliar figures was a peculiar dragon with wings, a human possessing multiple pairs of wings, and towering giants resembling small mountains. The brilliance intensified, overwhelming his senses until he could no longer keep his eyes open. Su Chen felt as though the entirety of existence had been stripped of its color. It is uncertain how much time has passed, but suddenly, clarity dawns upon Su Chen as he finds himself atop a picturesque peak. A flock of colossal birds, with wingspans reaching 5 meters, soars through the azure sky, their forms quickly transforming into mere silhouettes before vanishing at the horizon. The terrifying roars of beasts reverberate incessantly from afar. Su Chen, momentarily taken aback, muses, These birds are several times larger than the divine eagle. This must indeed be the world spoken of by that predecessor. Even with his inherently calm disposition, he is overwhelmed with excitement at this moment, as the ancient sword of slaying immortals in his grasp seems to resonate with his emotions, gently swaying a few times. Su Chen gazes into the distance, where a city stands majestically against the far-off sky. A gentle breeze rustles the foliage, as if welcoming his arrival. Will this new life truly be a better one? In the second chapter, Su Chen sought several tree vines, twisting them into a rope to secure the ancient sword, the Sword of Annihilation, to his back. He could sense the extraordinary nature of this sword. Even with all his might, he was unable to draw it from its sheath. The ancient wood stood tall and dense, each tree thick enough to require several individuals to encircle. Despite the blazing sun overhead, its rays struggled to penetrate the verdant canopy, casting the forest in a shroud of coolness. The air was saturated with the pungent scent of decaying wood. Having traversed numerous renowned mountains and sacred sites, Su Chen was no stranger to survival in the wilderness. After wandering for a little over half an hour, he arrived at the foot of the mountain, where a lake, as resplendent as jade, lay nestled in the valley. A magnificent waterfall cascaded down from the summit, creating a breathtaking spectacle. The waters plummeted 3,000 feet, resembling the Milky Way descending from the heavens. Su Chen could not help but marvel at the sight. He drank deeply from the lake, savoring its sweetness. Suddenly, a piercing scream echoed from the nearby thicket, reminiscent of a wild boar in distress. Intrigued, Su Chen summoned his extraordinary agility, akin to a soaring bird, and dashed towards the source of the commotion. Was that truly a pig? How could it be so corpulent? To his astonishment, two colossal beasts were engaged in a fierce battle within the woods. One, covered in scales and resembling a pig, stood nearly 2 meters tall, its body drenched in blood. The other was a vibrant green earth dragon, towering at a height of 1 meter, with teeth as sharp as blades, viciously tearing into its opponent. The scaled beast stood no chance. Moments later, it let out a final cry and collapsed into a pool of blood. The green dragon let out a resounding roar before ravenously devouring its fallen foe. Su Chen stood transfixed, realizing that none of the formidable creatures he had encountered in the past could compare to the sheer ferocity and stature of these beasts, far surpassing even the most ferocious tiger. The earth dragon, though the weakest among its kind, is nonetheless classified as a first-tier magical beast. Within the dragon lineage, there exist several ranks, ascending from the lesser dragons to the flying dragons, the giant dragons, and the holy dragons. Due to the unparalleled strength of the dragon race, many beast knights throughout the continent prefer to choose dragons as their mounts. Su Chen, unaware of this hierarchy, felt an uncontrollable surge of energy within his veins. The words of that elder rang true. This world is indeed extraordinary. If I cannot even contend with this fierce beast, how can I hope to establish myself here? Every blade of grass, every tree, and all elements of nature can serve as weapons. This wisdom was imparted to Su Chen by the remnants of 3 souls. With a swift motion, Su Chen found himself before the earth dragon, which was feasting with relish. Upon noticing his presence, it let out a furious roar, its 3-meter frame crashing down like a small mountain. Su Chen was taken aback by the dragon's unexpected speed. He quickly dodged to the left, instinctively grabbing a handful of wild grass from the ground and casting it forth. To his astonishment, the grass transformed into a formidable weapon, buzzing as it struck the earth dragon, though its scales were as hard as iron. Dozens of strands of grass penetrated its body as if they were swords cutting through soft flesh, piercing through and embedding themselves into a distant ancient tree. With a thunderous roar, the earth dragon emitted a pained cry before collapsing to the ground, motionless and bleeding profusely. Su Chen exclaimed in disbelief, "How is this possible? No matter how strong my inner strength, I could never exert such force. To slay a dragon with mere grass, what extraordinary power this is." He realized that the potency he felt within him was not merely inner strength, but a far more formidable force. Su Chen plucked a blade of grass from the ancient tree, its emerald hue stained with dragon's blood, the deep crimson interwoven with a hint of violet. That signified true energy. With his enhanced strength, Su Chen felt an unparalleled confidence, believing himself to be invincible amidst the vastness of the heavens and earth. Hunger gnawed at his belly, prompting him to slice a substantial piece of dragon meat. Suddenly, he discovered a green gem, shimmering brilliantly, lying beside the dragon's carcass. A recollection of the beast orbs mentioned in the celestial tome flooded his mind, and recognizing its extraordinary nature, he collected it. He ignited a campfire amidst the woods, slowly roasting the dragon meat until it was golden and glistening, filling the air with an enticing aroma. Though he had never encountered an earth dragon, Su Chen's audacious spirit made him unafraid to indulge. The dragon meat was exquisite, and he quickly satiated his hunger. He subsequently carved off several dozen pounds of meat, hoisting it in his hands as he strode forth. After traversing 2 mountain peaks, dusk began to envelop the landscape. A 3-meter-tall beast dashed past, and Su Chen leaped into the ancient tree, evading the creature. His avoidance stemmed not from fear, but from experience. He had already slain 5 or 6 diverse beasts between those 2 mountains. After feasting on roasted dragon meat, he ascended to the treetop, gazing up at the moon. Feeling as though he were the sole inhabitant of this vast realm, his being merging with the ethereal glow of the moonlight. To his astonishment, he realized that some beasts could breathe fire. Sitting atop the tree, he touched the singed hem of his garment, recalling his recent encounter with a fiery red demon wolf, which had nearly dealt him a significant blow due to its unexpected flames. This place was rife with wonder, and he resolved not to underestimate any adversary. A sense of caution began to envelop his thoughts, for he was no longer in the familiar lands of the Central Plains. Suddenly, he remembered that tome, the record of heavenly principles. The Book of Heavenly Path is evidently not a mundane technique. The skills within can only be performed by legendary celestial beings, such as levitation and the creation of external avatars. Su Chen, a prodigy born once in a millennium, possesses an extraordinary talent for cultivation. At this moment, he recalls the techniques recorded in the Book of Heavenly Path and begins his practice. It must be said that the methods within this tome are profound and vast, categorized into various cultivation styles based on physical constitution. Among these styles are warriors, cultivators, and beast tamers, each with its unique approach. Those who harness true energy are classified as warriors, while those who wield the powers of heaven and earth, along with magical artifacts, are known as cultivators. Those who are accompanied by spiritual beasts are referred to as beast tamers. Su Chen perceives the violet energy coursing through him, which corresponds to the true energy mentioned in the Book of Heavenly Path, indicating that he is indeed a warrior. Thus, he commences his training according to the warrior's method. The first step involves absorbing the spiritual energy of the heavens and earth to enhance his true energy, akin to the way martial artists cultivate their inner strength. The solitary dragon closes his eyes in contemplation, immersing his mind within. Absorbing the spiritual energy of the universe entails establishing a connection between his body and all things, drawing upon the strength of the cosmos for his own use. As the crescent moon begins to tilt westward, Su Chen, endowed with remarkable talent, discovers the essence of this practice after 2 hours. He finds himself illuminated by the gentle moonlight, a delicate violet glow enveloping him as the spiritual energy flows in from all directions, ultimately converging in his dantian. Suddenly, Su Chen's spirit jolts. He can distinctly sense the violet spirit pill residing in his dantian. With the influx of spiritual energy, the spirit pill radiates violet light, manifesting wisps of energy currents. Like a warm spring flowing continuously within his internal organs, the meridians gradually transformed, occasionally accompanied by the sound of bone shifting. Understanding the path of cultivation and realizing one's martial spirit is essential. The martial path is distinct from that of beasts. Only by comprehending the mark of the Dao can one manifest a martial spirit, which resembles the primordial infant. As long as the martial spirit endures, the cultivator shall not perish. The union of body and the great Dao, martial spirit, emerges, where the Dao becomes the self and the self embodies the Dao. The precious body can be continually reshaped, and the power of martial arts becomes overwhelmingly formidable. Progressing further leads to the tribulation of transcendence. A single night of cultivation yields immense benefits, yet the Xiling pill merely appears slightly diminished. It is difficult to fathom how Su Chen will transform once this spiritual herb is entirely absorbed. In the following days, Su Chen devoted himself to his training, foraging for wild fruits when hungry and hunting fierce beasts for sustenance. Exhausted, he would rest atop trees. During this time, aside from cultivating true energy, his entire focus was captivated by a technique within the heavenly Dao record, known as object manipulation. Su Chen could wield grass and wood as weapons, achieving a mastery that surpassed that of a blade. However, he had yet to attain the realm of object manipulation, a legendary skill in the Central Plains, where sword immortals could command their swords to battle foes from 1,000 miles away, an endeavor seemingly beyond human capability. After several days of diligent practice, Su Chen's progress in true energy surged, coupled with his extraordinary talent. The essence of object manipulation was firmly etched in his memory. He broke off a branch over a meter long, formed a sword gesture with his hands, and united his mind with the object. As his true energy circulated, the branch astonishingly levitated, dancing in the air at his command before suddenly hurtling toward an ancient tree, large enough for several people to embrace. With a resounding crash, the ancient tree was severed in half, crashing to the ground. Su Chen's face lit up with joy as he marveled. Indeed, such methods exist in this world. It is truly astonishing. His hands clenched tightly, trembling slightly with excitement. Chapter 3. The Female Elementalist Beneath the Azure Sky. A dark figure glided effortlessly over the treetops like a swift swallow, advancing with remarkable speed. This figure, clad in black and bearing a sword over a meter in length upon their back, was none other than Su Chen. After several days of diligent practice, supplemented by the mystical purple spirit pill, Su Chen had made extraordinary progress, unknowingly advancing from the intermediate stage, chi manipulation, to the advanced stage, light manifestation. He could now see clearly at night and hear sounds from miles away. Furthermore, his physique seemed to have undergone a transformation. His muscles had grown more robust. His speed had increased by 50%, and his vital energy had become far more substantial. This marked a significant distinction between the light manifestation and chi manipulation stages. His rapid cultivation speed was unparalleled. Even among the rare geniuses of the continent, none could rival his astonishing progress. It must be acknowledged that Su Chen possessed an exceptional talent for cultivation and an extraordinary capacity for comprehension. However, the crux of his remarkable advancement lay in the purple spirit pill within him, a rare elixir that would make even deities envious. There were many such examples among cultivators who, after consuming miraculous pills, experienced swift improvements in a short time. Yet, none could match Su Chen's astonishing pace. His spiritual awareness had intensified, allowing him to sense danger within dozens of meters, rendering him increasingly akin to the legendary immortals of lore. Suddenly, Su Chen halted, his expression grave as he sensed an imminent threat. Above him, a flying dragon, measuring 2 zhang in length, swooped down towards him. Su Chen was taken aback, silently marveling at the formidable dragon before him. A fierce gust of wind rushed towards him as the dragon charged with great intensity. Unable to confront it head-on, he leapt agilely towards the shelter of a tree. The dragon, missing its target, struck the tree with its razor-sharp claws, reducing the trunk to mere dust. Having failed in its pursuit, the dragon soared away into the distance, brushing off the wood shavings from his attire. Su Chen remarked to himself that danger lurked everywhere in this place, and it would be wise to remain vigilant. No sooner had he taken a few steps than a commotion erupted in the underbrush, and a 2-meter-tall ice tiger sprang forth. Its fangs, each half a meter long, glinted menacingly like polished blades. With a gaping maw, the ice tiger lunged at Su Chen. Even before the beast reached him, a chilling aura enveloped the air. Realizing the tiger possessed magical abilities, Su Chen did not dare to underestimate it. He quickly retreated, grasping a handful of leaves. A resplendent purple energy surged from his palm into the leaves, which he then cast toward the ice tiger. The leaves transformed into exceptionally sharp blades, hurtling through the air. Sensing imminent danger, the ice tiger's dark stripes emitted a faint white light, coiling around its body, as it unleashed a frigid breath to counter the incoming leaves. With a series of sharp cracks, the leaves were encased in ice, falling to the ground as frozen shards. The ice tiger let out a triumphant roar before exhaling another wave of icy breath. Su Chen, secretly admiring the creature's prowess, swiftly retreated behind an ancient tree. To his astonishment, the massive tree, which could only be embraced by 3 individuals, was struck by the icy blast, its trunk encased in glistening ice. Surveying his surroundings, Su Chen's gaze fell upon a piece of deadwood on the ground. He thought to himself, now was the perfect opportunity to test his sword control against an enemy. He smiled faintly, channeling his vital energy, causing the withered tree beneath him to seemingly come to life, levitating in the air, moving in accordance with his thoughts. The ice tiger roared repeatedly, weaving past the ancient tree, unleashing a blast of icy breath directed at Su Chen. The sound of the air splitting was crisp and melodious, as the withered wood shot forth like a sharp sword, piercing through the icy breath and driving directly into the ice tiger's forehead. The creature let out a pitiful cry, collapsing to the ground, its eyes filled with terror. This was a second-tier magical beast, the ice tiger, and it had been slain in such a manner. Suddenly, a voice of astonishment rang out from the forest. Hearing the human voice, Su Chen felt a surge of joy and turned to look. Emerging from the thicket were 3 young individuals, 2 males and 1 female. Both males were donned in the attire of swordsmen, with swords sheathed at their waists, while the female was unmistakably an elemental mage, clad in a fiery red robe. The trio regarded Su Chen with expressions of wonder. Approaching him, one of the swordsmen in white spoke, "This elder brother possesses remarkable skill. His cultivation must be of a high tier." After speaking, he and the other 2 bowed respectfully. In this world, respect is accorded to the strong, and wherever one may find strength, reverence follows. Su Chen's gaze was more peculiar than theirs. As he mused to himself about their odd clothing, he clasped his fists and replied, "You flatter me." Despite the differences in their worlds, the remnants of memories within the formation had forcibly adapted Su Chen's linguistic habits to this realm, allowing him to understand their words and converse in the language of this world. The woman among the 3 cast a glance at the 2 men, pondering for a moment before softly saying, "Esteemed brother, the 3 of us have been pursuing this ice tiger for 3 days now, and we urgently require the ice pearls within its body." Su Chen replied with a faint smile, "What does it matter? This creature holds no value for me. I shall gladly offer it to you." The woman's face brimmed with gratitude as she exclaimed, "You are truly kind, esteemed brother." Su Chen, perplexed, responded, "Am I not too young to be addressed as such?" The woman in red furrowed her brow slightly, finding him peculiar, despite appearing similar in age. His words struck her as oddly mature. The 2 warriors were equally bemused, and one of them, clad in blue, chuckled, "Brother, you jest. You can hardly be beyond 25. Yet your prowess is remarkably formidable, earning my utmost respect." Su Chen noticed the sincerity in his expression and recalled an ancient tree that had recently frozen into a crystalline block. Approaching it, he examined his reflection in the ice, only to be taken aback. His skin was flawless and fair, exuding vitality, his beard inexplicably vanished, and his features, sharp brows and striking eyes, along with his long, cascading black hair, made him appear extraordinarily youthful. It was hard to believe he was even 25. One could easily claim he was merely 20. This revelation stemmed from the effects of the elixir he had consumed. After a moment of astonishment, he regained his composure and addressed the 3. "May I inquire your names?" The swordsman in white replied, "I am Zhui Yi, a mid-tier swordsman." The swordsman in blue spoke, "My name is Li Feng, and I am also an intermediate swordsman." The woman in red smiled gently and replied, "I am Yu Yu, an intermediate elemental master. We 3 are all from the Xindu Academy." Su Chen listened in confusion, for the Tian Daolu did not record any swordsmen or elemental masters. He offered a faint smile and said, "I am Su Chen, hailing from the distant Kunlun Mountains." The trio paused, clearly unfamiliar with Kunlun Mountain. Zhui remarked with a grin, "Thank you, Brother Su. We shall take the beast pearl from this ice tiger." Su Chen nodded slightly as the 2 swordsmen drew their swords, channeling a surge of fighting spirit into them. The sword light was extraordinarily sharp, effortlessly slicing through the ice tiger's flesh, revealing a glistening white pearl. Such a keen sword energy. Su Chen could not help but exclaim. Although he was unfamiliar with fighting spirit, he recognized that its infusion into the sword bore a striking resemblance to the sword energy he wielded in his martial arts. This was fighting spirit. An intermediate swordsman in the chi manipulation stage could harness the fighting spirit within, akin to martial artists, who employed true chi instead. In the 4th chapter, concerning the levels of practitioners, Li Feng carefully extracted the pearl and entrusted it to Yu Yu for safekeeping. He turned to Su Chen and said, "Brother Su, you flatter me. If it were still alive, shielded by its icy aura, my fighting spirit would not have been able to so easily sever its flesh. You dispatched it with but a twig. Your strength is truly admirable. Indeed, Brother Dugu's prowess is such that not only in our Xindu Academy, but throughout the younger generation in Xindu City, he would have few rivals." The faces of the 3 bore an expression of disbelief. How could this be possible? Yu Yue pondered silently. No wonder this elder brother is so affable. If other young individuals possessed such outstanding abilities, they would have long since become arrogant and self-satisfied. Su Chen, youthful and handsome, possessed formidable strength, yet most importantly, he was amiable. Yu Yue held him in high regard and gently remarked, "It doesn't matter if you're unaware. I can gradually share it with you." Su Chen felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude, a long-forgotten emotion surging within him as he replied, "Thank you. Miss you." Yu Yue smiled radiantly and said, "You have assisted us in slaying the ice wolf and gifted us the ice pearl. We are grateful to you, and it is only fitting that we return the favor." Shui Yi and Li Feng nodded in agreement. In the realm of the immortal gods, there exists a diverse array of practitioners, primarily comprising those who inherit traditions from the East, cultivators, martial artists, and beast tamers, alongside those from the West, including elemental mages, swordsmen, and beast knights. Once one steps into the initial realm of practitioners, they can be regarded as extraordinary masters of the mortal world. It is thus revealed that while there are mentions of cultivators, martial artists, and beast tamers in the record of heavenly Dao, there is no record of elemental mages, swordsmen, and beast knights. Could it be due to their Western origins? Su Chen mused, remaining silent as he continued to listen attentively. He found the discourse intriguing. Yet he was only partially familiar with many of the terms and thus inquired, "Could you elaborate further? What exactly are elemental mages and beast knights?" Yue, with a smile as bright as a flower, explained, "Elemental mages are practitioners who cultivate the elements of heaven and earth. They can manipulate the major elements in nature for purposes of attack, defense, healing, and flight. The elements include wind, fire, water, earth, thunder, light, and darkness, among others. The beast orbs of the warcraft, along with the crystalline stones of the heavens and earth, significantly aid the cultivation of elemental practitioners. Cultivators are divided into 3 schools: demonic, Taoist, and Buddhist. Each school possesses its unique methods of cultivation, enabling the manifestation of various spells. Cultivators often refine elixirs and craft artifacts to enhance their prowess, and the highly potent celestial stones are essential to their training. Jade slips serve as containers for recording their techniques, including methods of spellcasting and artifact forging. Cultivators correspond to the elemental practitioners of the West, while Eastern beast tamers align with Western beast riders. Both can subdue and command the creatures of the world. The higher one's cultivation, the more formidable beasts they can tame, turning them into mounts for combat. Similarly, Eastern warriors and swordsmen correspond to one another. Warriors cultivate true energy, while swordsmen wield fighting spirit, resulting in numerous distinctions in their techniques. Su Chen remarked with a smile, "I have heard a bit about it." Rainue suddenly felt a twinge of embarrassment, her face flushing as she said, "The classification of cultivators I mentioned earlier pertains to those across the continent. As for the various cultivation systems, they each have their own classification methods. The levels of cultivation for cultivators are as follows. First, cleansing the marrow, initial stage, which involves purging impurities from the body and altering one's constitution. Second, object manipulation, intermediate stage, which utilizes the energies of heaven and earth to command magical artifacts. Third, enlightenment, advanced stage, which condenses one's consciousness, allowing for a clear perception of all movements within a certain distance. Fourth, valley opening, yellow stage, which enables the absorption of spiritual energy from the world for personal use, gathering it within the Dantian without the need for food, instead subsisting on wind and dew. Fifth, primordial Dan, mystical stage, which entails cultivating a primordial Dan within the Dantian. Sixth, the nascent soul, earth stage, emerges as the essence transforms into the nascent soul, residing within the Dantian, capable of absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, thus honing the consciousness. Seventh, the out-of-body experience, heaven stage, marks the initial phase where the nascent soul can detach from the physical form, allowing the spirit to exit the body. In the mid-stage of cultivation, one can split the consciousness, enabling the practitioner to manage multiple tasks simultaneously and exert influence over different locations concurrently. In the later stage, a union occurs where the external spirit and the nascent soul amalgamate, approaching a corporeal form, akin to recreating a being of flesh and blood. The realm of elemental masters aligns closely with that of cultivators, categorized as follows. First, the divine body, initial stage, representing the elemental form, which is essential for accumulating magical power and becoming an elemental master. Second, the harmonization of elements, intermediate, which facilitates communication with the elemental forces of nature, enabling meditation and the capacity to wield elemental spells. Sixth, the celestial infant, corresponding to the nascent soul. Seventh, the ascension, corresponding to the out-of-body phase. Although the cultivation methods of cultivators and elemental masters diverge, both emphasize the importance of nurturing the heart and mind. Yue expounded her knowledge in one breath, her complexion deepening in hue. And what of the warriors and swordsmen? Su Chen inquired with great enthusiasm, unaware that the Dao of Heaven record already contained accounts of warrior ranks. Yue replied, Unlike the emphasis on heart cultivation seen in cultivators and elemental masters, warriors, swordsmen, beast tamers, and beast knights primarily focus on physical cultivation. Their classifications are generally similar, with beast tamers and beast knights attuning to the essence of beasts, while warriors and swordsmen resonate with martial paths. Their levels of cultivation are as follows. First, the martial body, initial, capable of merging true energy or fighting spirit within the physique. Second, the mastery of qi, intermediate, allowing for the free manipulation of true energy or fighting spirit within the body. 3. Enlightenment, high, akin to the divine awareness bestowed upon those who have attained enlightenment. Sharpens one's senses to a degree far surpassing that of ordinary mortals. 4. Divine body, yellow, augments the power, speed, and defensive capabilities of one's vital energy to an extraordinary level, rendering the entire physique akin to a precious treasure. 5. Will mysterious, enables the generation of an intangible intent, which, though formless, possesses formidable influence. Regardless of the type of cultivator, one must inevitably undergo a tribulation before ascending to divinity. Those capable of triggering such a calamity are regarded as quasi-immortals, a state known as the tribulation phase. Their prowess is unfathomable, transcending the capabilities of ordinary humanity. The tribulation itself is fraught with peril. A single misstep could lead to annihilation, rendering it a nightmare for quasi-immortals. However, should one endure the tribulation, a cultivator may ascend to the rank of golden immortal, an elemental master may become a divine mage, a martial artist may attain the title of martial deity, a swordsman may rise as the sword deity, and beast tamers alongside beast riders may evolve into beast deities. The more Su Chen listened, the more he found it fascinating, realizing that this world was far more vibrant and diverse than the Central Plains. Perhaps one day he too could achieve immortality, and the blood within him surged with fervor. The legendary sword demon, Dugu Qiubai, sought nothing more than a life filled with worthy adversaries. Born for battle, he embraced death without regret. Now, Su Chen found himself profoundly influenced by the remnants of that spirit. He resolved that one day he would ascend to become a martial deity. Chapter 5. The Divine Immortal Continent. After listening to Yu, Su Chen finally comprehended that the continent he inhabited was known as the Divine Immortal Continent. It is said that in ancient times, this land was home to numerous gods and immortals, but after enduring a great calamity, they vanished without a trace, never to be seen again. The Divine Realm is divided into two vast landmasses. The Eastern Territory is predominantly inhabited by cultivators, warriors, and beast tamers, comprising 4 major nations alongside numerous smaller ones, stretching infinitely, with the boundless sea to the far east. In contrast, the Western land is home to elemental masters, swordsmen, and beast knights, consisting of dozens of great nations, yet the true political power is wielded by the Western Church. The people of the West believe that the Church serves as a conduit between the divine and the mortal realm, with the Pope possessing the sacred inheritance and unparalleled magical prowess, earning the veneration of the masses. Initially, the two lands were embroiled in continuous warfare due to differing ethnic beliefs. However, a significant event transpired thousands of years ago. It is said that deities, celestial beings, angels, and Buddhas descended from the heavens to quell the hostilities, leading to an exchange of cultures between East and West. It became commonplace for Easterners to learn to harness elemental forces, while Westerners embraced martial practices. Given the constraints of time, Su Chen could not fathom the entirety of the Divine Realm's intricacies. He understood that he would gradually learn and familiarize himself in due course. With a gentle smile towards Yu, he pointed to the ice tiger on the ground and inquired, "What manner of fierce beast is this, capable of wielding magic?" Yu, displaying remarkable patience, expressed no frustration at Su Chen's ignorance. Instead, she seemed to derive joy from explaining these wonders, softly responding, "This is an ice wolf, a rare beast of the Divine Realm. Beasts are categorized into magical beasts, spiritual beasts, and divine beasts, with spiritual and divine beasts being exceedingly rare on the continent. Magical beasts are further divided into 5 tiers, each more formidable than the last. This ice tiger is a second-tier magical beast." Su Chen let out a sound of realization, stating, "In recent days, I have encountered numerous magical beasts in the forest, and today's encounter is indeed formidable. If what you say is true, then 3rd-tier and 4th-tier magical beasts would be even more challenging to contend with. As for the spiritual beasts and divine beasts beyond them, they are simply beyond human capability to confront." Yu responded, The levels of magical beasts correspond to those of humans. We three are all of intermediate rank. And facing this ice tiger is no trivial matter. At that moment, Su Chen understood that his strength was seemingly not very formidable in the realm of the immortal gods. Yet this revelation ignited a greater excitement within him. He pursued the notion that this is precisely what life is about, having rivals and never fearing solitude. With an abundance of magical beasts and lurking dangers, he questioned, "What brings you here?" Su Chen observed that although the three possessed considerable strength, they would likely struggle against third-tier magical beasts. Their willingness to risk their lives suggested that they had pressing matters to attend to. The trio exchanged glances of helplessness. And Zhuo Yi spoke up, "We merely seek to gain recognition at the Xiandu Academy." Li Feng added, "Every 3 years, our Xiandu Academy hosts a nomination competition, which serves as a trial for the students. The Academy assigns students into groups of 3 to venture into the beast forest outside Xiandu City to collect beast pearls. The more varied and higher the level of beast pearls collected by a group, the greater their renown, leading to increased respect within the Academy. Most importantly, those who excel are granted the opportunity to learn the Academy's treasured martial arts techniques, a rare chance for students like us who lack connections." Yu sighed softly, her expression one of poignant vulnerability. "Our group lacks strength. We have been traversing the beastly forest for nearly a month, and with this ice orb, we have managed to gather only 7 beast orbs, each of which is of at least second tier. It is not only a challenge to achieve outstanding results, but even to pass seems questionable." Suddenly enlightened, Su Chen remarked, "It is no wonder you place such importance on these beast orbs. By the way, in the past few days, I have slain several magical beasts and collected a few orbs. If you are in need, I would be glad to offer them to you." With that, he retrieved a handful of beast orbs from his belt. They shimmered in shades of red, blue, green, and black, totaling 6. He extended them towards Yu. Instantly, the eyes of the 3 gleamed with excitement, for among the 6 orbs, there was one of third tier. Yu grasped Su Chen's hand with fervor, repeatedly expressing her gratitude. Su Chen was momentarily taken aback by the softness and warmth of her delicate hand. How incredibly warm and open-hearted the people of this world are. Yu held his hand for over half a minute before finally releasing it. "Brother Dugong," she began, her voice tinged with hope, "I wish to request something of you. I know it may be a difficult favor." Though Su Chen initially wished to hasten his journey to the distant city to broaden his horizons, he could not dismiss the warmth exhibited by these 3 strangers. Possessing a chivalrous heart, he smiled gently and replied, "Please, do not hesitate to speak. If I, Su Chen, can assist in any way, I shall do my utmost." Joy illuminated Yu's face, her eyes brimming with gratitude as she continued, "I would like to ask Brother Dugong to join our group and help us procure more beast orbs." She paused for a moment, then added, "To study the treasured tomes of the Academy is our utmost dream." Su Chen gazed at her with eyes filled with hope and longing. The beauty of capability is indeed a commendable quality, and assisting them would pose no inconvenience. He chuckled softly and said, "What difficulty is there? Accompanying you allows me to learn more about the continent." The 3 of them were immensely grateful, exchanging glances that conveyed their belief that Su Chen was a divine entity sent to aid them. As the 4 of them ventured forth, Su Chen found himself less familiar with the forest than Yu and the others, and his understanding of the exotic beasts paled in comparison. After traversing for half an hour, they finally encountered a peculiar creature, a savage wolf adorned with a pair of azure wings, its forehead bearing a singular vertical eye. Standing 2 meters tall, the 4 of them concealed themselves behind a large tree, and Zhuo Yi whispered to Su Chen, "That is a third-tier magical beast. The 3-eyed winged wolf, ferocious and valiant, capable of wielding water elements. We typically avoid it from a distance." Su Chen replied nonchalantly, "Allow me to confront it." The others did not deter him. Yu gently cautioned, "Brother Dugu, please be careful." Su Chen offered a slight smile, nodding in acknowledgement. He snapped off a branch from the tree and leaped towards the savage wolf. The forest, aptly named the Beastly Forest, earned its reputation from the bloodthirsty nature of its magical beasts. Upon sensing an intruder, the savage wolf let out a fearsome howl and lunged at Su Chen. With wings unfurled, it soared through the air with lightning speed, its sharp claws poised to strike. Yet, Su Chen remained unperturbed. He crouched low, evading the fierce assault. With a flick of his wrist, he sent the branch into the air, causing leaves to detach and shoot towards the wolf like arrows. Startled, the wolf erupted in a brilliant blue glow, flapping its wings to create a curtain of water that cascaded down, shielding its body. The sound of a soft thud echoed, reminiscent of stones plummeting into a tranquil body of water. The leaves, submerged half a foot beneath the surface, remained utterly still. Nevertheless, the three individuals hiding nearby were utterly astonished. The seemingly inconspicuous leaves wielded such formidable power in Su Chen's hands. If a sword of iron had been employed, the destructive potential would have been unimaginable. After missing his strike, Su Chen retreated to a safe distance. The fierce wolf, now aware of the threat, refrained from charging recklessly. Unfurling its wings and soaring to a height of 10 meters, blue light flickered as countless droplets cascaded from the sky. The beast beginning to harness the elemental power of water. These droplets were no ordinary raindrops. Those that struck nearby tree trunks left behind deep, narrow holes. Their might comparable to that of arrows. Within a radius of 5 zhang, a deluge of droplets enveloped the area, creating a torrential downpour. Even the swiftest of movements would struggle to evade such concentrated assault. Concern for Su Chen began to gnaw at the hearts of the three onlookers. Breaking arrow technique. Su Chen smiled serenely, his senses acutely attuned in his advanced state of enlightenment. He swiftly discerned a method to counteract the deluge. This technique, one of the strokes from the legendary Dugu 9 swords, was designed to shatter all weapons. The rain arrows were no exception, with a series of swift, slicing sounds. The branch in Su Chen's grasp transformed into an indomitable sword, dancing gracefully in the air, creating a protective barrier around him, rendering the rain droplets incapable of inflicting any harm. A flaw. Su Chen's vision sharpened significantly. Amidst the chaos, he noticed the wolf's abdomen was exposed, presenting an ideal opportunity for attack. Infusing the branch with purple spiritual energy, he unleashed a piercing howl as the branch hurtled towards the wolf's vulnerable midsection. The third-tier beast. The barbaric wolf indeed possesses extraordinary capabilities. It sensed an immense danger, and the eye on its forehead suddenly moved, emitting a dazzling blue light that shot forth with astounding speed, arriving before the branch despite being a later arrival. With a thunderous crash, the blue light collided with the branch, resulting in a spectacular display of brilliance as the branch shattered and the blue light vanished. Su Chen could not help but inwardly marvel at the extraordinary nature of this barbaric wolf, no longer underestimating it and regarding it as a formidable opponent. He summoned his lightness skill, leaping up the trunk of a towering tree with remarkable agility, resembling a specter gliding through the air. In an instant, he ascended 10 meters, positioning himself mere several zhang away from the barbaric wolf, leaving the three spectators in a state of astonishment. The barbaric wolf activated its eye, seemingly expending tremendous energy. Upon seeing Su Chen draw closer, it was unable to unleash its water element attack. Su Chen casually plucked a handful of leaves, infused them with true energy, and scattered them towards the beast, which deftly spread its wings to evade. With a swift leap, Su Chen executed his lightness skill and landed atop the barbaric wolf. With a surge of strength, he severed the creature's head from its body, causing blood to rain down from the sky. The three onlookers beheld with awe as he effortlessly dispatched a third-tier beast using only the surrounding flora, his prowess unfathomable and immensely admirable. After retrieving and securing the beast's orb, Ruyu noticed Su Chen was drenched in sweat. She took a red handkerchief from her waist and offered it to him, saying, "Brother Dugu, please use this to wipe your sweat." Su Chen smiled gently as he accepted the handkerchief, an alluring fragrance wafting towards him, refreshing and invigorating, prompting him to glance at Ruyu with renewed interest. She possessed skin as fair as snow, hair like flowing clouds, and her eyes radiated warmth and care as she looked at him with a gentle smile. A flicker of warmth surged within Su Chen's heart. He wiped the sweat from his brow and returned the handkerchief to Yu, who gently declined, saying, "This shall be a gift for Brother Dugu. Your tireless assistance to us is truly beyond words." Su Chen replied, "It is but a trifling effort. There is no need for you to dwell upon it, miss you." Yu smiled softly, her eyes shimmering with hope as she continued, "If we can gather a few more beast orbs of the second tier or above, we shall likely achieve an excellent rank." At that moment, her voice trailed off, and a glimmer of aspiration danced in her eyes, as if she envisioned the moment her dreams would come to fruition. Observing her expression, Su Chen couldn't help but ponder. Had there ever been a time when his own gaze reflected such youthful yearning for a bright future? How splendid it was. Chapter 6. Ascendance of the Precious Body. 4 days later, the quartet finally ventured deep into the beastly forest, arriving at its central realm. Here, the peaks were fewer than before, replaced by an abundance of dense woodlands. Towering trees reached for the heavens, each capable of being encircled by 5 or 6 individuals. Some so grand that they required a dozen to embrace their trunks, having lived for over a millennium. Countless exotic flowers and herbs adorned the landscape, daisies the size of platters, vibrant blossoms with 5 petals, each petal a different hue, a sight most peculiar. There were also fragrant yet mind-bending poisonous blooms. These plants posed little threat to the group. However, the real danger lay in the multitude of savage birds inhabiting the central zone. They were of considerable size, adept at flight, with sharp beaks and talons, and possessed the ability to wield elemental powers. Though primarily second-tier magical beasts, they proved to be quite troublesome to contend with. With a resounding crash, a massive purple hand, measuring a full yard, swept towards a fierce bird in the sky. The creature expelled a torrent of flames from its beak, only to be extinguished by the hand's forceful sweep. A mournful cry echoed as the fiery bird was struck directly, plummeting to the ground like a meteor, raising a colossal cloud of dust upon impact. Rainey and her companions were left utterly astonished. They had never witnessed such a display of power from Su Chen. He clapped his hands with a smile, remarking, "This Buddhist palm technique possesses considerable might. I wonder if, perfected, it could truly extinguish even the Buddha." Although Su Chen had yet to grasp the entirety of the technique, it was more than sufficient to deal with the fierce bird. Initially, the trio had assumed Su Chen, with his ancient sword and ability to manipulate objects, was merely a celestial swordsman. Now, witnessing his inexplicable mastery of a breathtaking palm technique, they could not help but feel that his cultivation was unfathomably deep. Over the past few days, Su Chen had observed his companions troubled by the ferocious beasts. While practicing late at night, he discovered a technique in the Taoist record and dedicated himself to arduous training. After 3 days of diligent practice, he had already achieved significant results. Furthermore, the purple spirit elixir within him had transformed, rapidly increasing his vital energy and enhancing his strength at an astonishing pace. In just 2 days, he advanced from the early stage of illumination to the late stage, his senses sharpening to an animalistic acuity, allowing him to perceive everything within a 50-meter radius with clarity through his ears, eyes, and nose. The abilities of distant sight, keen hearing, and heightened olfactory senses were no longer mere dreams. After another 2 days, Su Chen broke through the bottleneck of the illumination stage, entering the early phase of the treasure body, commonly referred to as the yellow rank. His body underwent a profound transformation. That night, he radiated with a violet glow, his body continuously emitting crackling sounds. An abundance of bones and flesh was expelled from his form, only to be replaced by the emergence of new flesh and bones. It was an excruciating ordeal. Su Chen yearned to scream in agony, yet he had to retreat far enough to avoid detection by Yu and the others. His new body was remarkably resilient, with skin as smooth as jade and flesh as tough as iron. His speed, strength, vital energy, and defensive capabilities had all vastly improved. Perhaps the indestructible golden body of a celestial being is gradually transformed in such a manner. His progress was entirely attributable to the wondrous effects of the purple spirit pill, which was truly miraculous and powerful. If he continued to cultivate in this manner, Su Chen would inevitably ascend to divinity. The 4 of them ventured into a dense forest, where Yu closely followed Su Chen. Her curiosity piqued. She inquired, "Brother Dugu, what kind of divine skill are you practicing? Its power is extraordinary." Su Chen mused that perhaps there was only one copy of the Taoist record in the world, and now it resided entirely within his mind. Sharing this knowledge with her would not be detrimental, so he smiled gently and replied, "This divine skill is derived from the Taoist record. Have you heard of it?" The 3 shook their heads in unison. The Taoist record was an ancient and extraordinary art, long lost to the world. Even the most well-traveled individuals on the continent might not be familiar with it. Su Chen smiled lightly and remarked, "There must be many formidable divine skills on the celestial god continent. My technique is rather modest by comparison. The techniques you 3 employ are quite powerful. It's merely that your cultivation is still in its infancy. If you were to refine your skills to the utmost and wield them with ease, you would not fall short against other divine arts." Once, the legendary Dugu Qiubai, in the mortal realm, had comprehended the principle that formlessness surpasses form, and that the absence of technique can triumph over technique itself. Upon arriving at the celestial realm, his previous internal energy proved utterly ineffectual. He recalled the words of the nameless celestial being, who had stated that his cultivation was only unrivaled in the mortal realm and held little significance in this world. Recently, He commenced the practice of true energy, which possessed a potency many times greater than that of internal energy. Thus, he found himself compelled to concede the truth in the nameless celestial's words, naturally adhering to his instructions by studying the techniques outlined in the Taoist record. Some individuals are inherently endowed with remarkable talent, and Su Chen was undoubtedly one of those rare souls. His innate abilities allowed him to master even the most challenging techniques within the Taoist record with remarkable speed. He firmly believed that one day, he would transcend the teachings of the Taoist record, achieving a level of mastery where the absence of technique would surpass that of technique itself. Zhui shook his head, remarking, "While that may be true, the reality is that among practitioners of the same realm, those who cultivate superior techniques will invariably secure an invincible position. They may even challenge those who are a tier above them." His conclusion resonated widely among the cultivators of the celestial realm. Su Chen remained silent, acknowledging his limited understanding of the celestial realm, rendering him unable to counter the argument. Suddenly, a terrifying roar reverberated, deafening and seemingly causing the very earth to tremble. A fierce wind swept through, rustling the leaves of ancient trees, as a colossal shadow descended, breaking branches with its weight, revealing itself before the onlookers. "What manner of beast is this? It is immense," Su Chen exclaimed in astonishment. The creature stood at a height of 3 meters and stretched approximately 10 meters in length, its dark form resembling a small mountain. It bore the appearance of a rhinoceros, adorned with scales of vibrant green that shimmered like gemstones embedded within its skin. Upon its head, 5 colossal green horns protruded, glistening ominously, while its eyes, the size of lanterns, emitted a ghastly emerald glow, creating a truly fearsome visage. This was the 5-horned giant rhinoceros, a formidable creature of the 4th tier. Rainway and her companions gasped in terror. For a fully grown 5-horned giant rhinoceros was no less than a 4th-tier beast, and the one before them had long since reached maturity. Standing in the presence of the colossal beast, the 4 appeared as insignificant as mere ants. Chapter 7. The 5-horned giant rhinoceros. Su Chen's expression turned grave. He had never encountered such a massive creature in his life, and a sense of panic welled within him. However, possessing a high level of composure, he quickly regained his tranquility and declared, "I shall face it. You all, stand back." No sooner had he spoken than the giant rhinoceros, resembling a mountain in stature, charged toward him, enveloping him in a shadow as if night had fallen. Purple energy surged from his palm, casting a radiant glow akin to that of a purple diamond. Su Chen dared not hold back his strength. With a resounding shout, he unleashed a full-powered strike, the Buddha palm. A violet hand burst forth from his palm, rapidly expanding several-fold until it transformed into a massive palm over 2 yards wide, colliding with the enormous body of the rhinoceros. The shadow quivered, and he executed his refined lightness skill, gracefully landing on the ground. Rainyue and the others had already retreated to a safe distance. Witnessing Su Chen repel the giant rhinoceros with a single palm strike, they were filled with astonishment and joy. Zhui shouted, "Now is our chance, attack." With that, he leaped into the air, unleashing a faint green aura as he charged toward the rhinoceros. Li Feng, equally invigorated, enveloped his sword with energy, forming a sword of wind over 10 feet long, aimed to cleave at the beast. The colossal rhinoceros, struck with full force by Su Chen, found itself wounded despite its status as a 4th-tier magical beast, momentarily collapsing to the ground, unable to rise. Zhui Yi's sword cleaved through the sky, piercing the creature's eye, resulting in a gory spray of blood. His movements were astoundingly swift. In a flash, he claimed the other eye of the giant beast. Enraged, the rhinoceros let out a furious roar, its massive head swinging as 5 enormous horns charged toward Zhui Yi. He deftly retreated, evading the assault. At this moment, Li Feng's chi sword also struck, slicing into the rhinoceros's chest. Blood erupted forth as a gaping wound was carved into its robust torso. However, due to its thick hide, this injury was insufficient to claim its life. Struggling to rise from the ground, the giant beast lunged forward, its 5 horns wildly aimed at the 2. "You must leave. Allow me to take over," Yu urged, casting a concerned glance at Su Chen as she began to chant, "Element of fire, quell all fury with your might." Wailing of the fire god. A colossal figure of the fire god materialized in the air, eyes brimming with rage, as if intent on incinerating everything in its path. It charged toward the rhinoceros. Flames, imbued with sorrow and fury, ignited upon the creature's head. Under normal circumstances, such fire would pose no threat to the rhinoceros. However, having already endured Su Chen's powerful strike, sustaining severe injuries, and suffering the loss of both eyes as well as a significant wound to its chest, the flames now targeted its most vulnerable spot. The beast howled in agony, thrashing about wildly, until ultimately, its entire head was reduced to ashes, collapsing lifeless to the ground. Yu's strength has also been enhanced. In recent days, Su Chen has provided her with numerous fire-type beast orbs, allowing her cultivation to ascend from the mid-stage of Tong Yuan to the late stage. If she continues to exert herself, it is conceivable that she may soon enter a higher realm, that of an elementalist in the eye-opening stage, where her spiritual awareness will be sharpened several-fold. We have triumphed over a fourth-tier magical beast. Its beast orb, he exclaimed, rendered speechless by the excitement. The very notion of slaying a fourth-tier magical beast was beyond their wildest dreams. Although there are numerous adept students within the Dugu Academy, they are still youthful, and few possess the capability to vanquish such formidable foes. Now that they have successfully slain a fourth-tier beast and obtained its orb, a sensation of commotion is certain to ensue, and their names will undoubtedly resonate throughout the academy. It is only natural to feel exhilarated. This brings them one step closer to their aspirations. Yu's exquisite visage flushed a deep crimson from elation, rendering her remarkably enchanting. She could not restrain herself and dashed towards Su Chen, embracing him tightly, exclaiming, "We have slain the giant rhinoceros. This cannot be a dream, right, Brother Dugu? I truly do not know how to express my gratitude." As Su Chen caught a whiff of a delightful fragrance emanating from Yu and heard her voice filled with gentleness and excitement, his heart involuntarily trembled. What an extraordinary sensation it was, so tender, so wondrous. It felt incredibly comforting and warm. Yu seemed to sense her own uncharacteristic behavior and released her embrace, offering Su Chen a soft smile as she said, "Brother Dugu, please do not take offense. I am simply overwhelmed with joy." Su Chen finally regained his composure and replied, "No worries. There is no need for gratitude. I merely lent a small hand. It was the combined effort of the three of you that brought down the giant rhinoceros." Yu was already aware of Su Chen's calm disposition and refrained from further debate. Zhuo Yi and Li Feng had successfully extracted the beast orb using their swords. It was a green orb, roughly the size of a fist, shimmering with a radiant light akin to that of exquisite jade. "At last, we can hold our heads high," Zhuo Yi remarked with a smile. "Indeed, with such a beast orb, who would dare to underestimate us?" Li Feng chimed in. Yu took the beast orb, examining it for a moment before carefully securing it, saying, "If we could acquire 10 more third-tier magical beast orbs, we would achieve completeness." The trio, exhilarated, rested for an hour before resuming their journey with Su Chen. It must be noted that the central region was rife with magical beasts. After traversing a forest, they encountered a third-tier magical beast, a two-headed bull. One head was red, while the other was white, a formidable creature capable of wielding both ice and fire elements. In their excitement, Zhuo Yi and Li Feng momentarily forgot their mid-tier status, believing they could contend with the third-tier beast. Their formidable fighting spirit surged as they unleashed their energies towards the bull's vital points. However, the beast's speed was astonishing. Each of its heads released a pillar of ice and a fiery blaze, effectively countering their attacks, and leaving Zhuo Yi and Li Feng in a state of disarray. The blue fabric of Zhuo Yi's garment was singed at the edges, narrowly escaping the flames, while a portion of Li Feng's white attire was encased in ice, shattering upon impact. Had he not fled swiftly, he too would have been trapped. Su Chen sighed, reflecting that although the duo's fighting abilities were impressive, they lacked finesse in their swordplay. Should they be hindered by external forces, defeat was inevitable. He swiftly approached Zhuo Yi and said, "May I borrow your sword for a moment? You should closely observe my technique." Zhuo Yi felt a surge of joy, believing that Su Chen was about to impart some formidable martial arts skills. He handed over the sword and retreated with Li Feng to closely watch. Su Chen's figure flickered, resembling the approach of an ice-fire demon bull. Having entered the early stage of the treasure body, his speed had more than doubled compared to just a few days prior. The demon bull glared at Su Chen, its left head glowing a fiery red while the right head shone with a crystalline white. Both mouths opened simultaneously, unleashing a torrent of flames and ice shards at an astonishing velocity. Su Chen activated his spiritual awareness and discerned the demon bull's flaw. Although its elemental power was formidable, it required a brief moment of pause when launching its attacks, a critical vulnerability. Instead of retreating, he advanced, raising the sword forward, enveloped in a purple aura. With a mere flick, he cleaved through the flames and ice, appearing right before the demon bull in an instant. As the bull prepared to unleash another barrage of ice shards and flames, it was too late. Both heads were struck by the sword, blood gushing from the wounds. Rendering it motionless, Su Chen sheathed the sword and turned to walk back towards the two. Halfway there, a thud echoed as the demon bull collapsed lifelessly to the ground. Zhe Yi and Li Feng were taken aback. To them, Su Chen's technique appeared utterly seamless, slaying the demon bull with an ease akin to mowing grass. They had focused solely on enhancing their own combat energy, oblivious to the possibility of such clever tactics, leaving them momentarily stunned. A sword is not merely an inanimate object. It should be envisioned as an extension of oneself. Even the most formidable techniques can harbor vulnerabilities, should one discern these flaws and anticipate the adversary's moves. There would be no need for concealment. At the tender age of 20, Su Chen had already grasped this profound truth, which lies at the very core of the Dugu Nine Swords. Although Zhe Yi and Li Feng struggled to fully comprehend, they gleaned some insight. Holding Su Chen in the highest regard, Yu Yue approached the trio, exclaiming joyfully, "These two attributes of beast pearls are indeed rare. We have made a significant gain." Zhe Yi remarked, "Indeed, the ice-fire demon ox possesses both ice and fire elemental powers, and this beast pearl embodies the dual efficacy. We have acquired a premium beast pearl." Chapter 8. A Grim Transformation. Zhe Yi continued, "Yes. We owe much to Brother Su's assistance these past few days. Without him, the three of us would not have been able to contend with even a third-tier magical beast. Over the last several days, they had vanquished numerous magical beasts, including a third-tier flying dragon, which Su Chen had felled with his sweeping Buddhist palm from above, though regrettably, the dragon bore no beast pearl within." Li Feng interjected, "Third-tier extraordinary beasts are hardly a concern. Last time, we encountered a fifth-tier purple fire demon wolf. Had it not been for Brother Su's astounding sword strike, we might not have survived." Su Chen sighed. What astounding sword strike? Had the purple fire demon wolf not retreated unexpectedly, I doubt I could have triumphed. It appears my cultivation is woefully insufficient. I cannot even contend with a fifth-tier magical beast. Despite being Su Chen, he could not suppress his competitive spirit. It is curious how a person of such tranquil disposition cannot escape the tenacity towards certain matters. 2 days prior, he had suffered greatly at the hands of a purple fire demon wolf. Had it not been for the knowledge gained from the heavenly Dao record, specifically the technique of the God-slaying finger, coupled with the aid of the purple spirit pill, his cultivation would not have swiftly ascended to the mid-stage of the yellow rank. It is likely that he would have found it exceedingly difficult to drive away the purple fire demon wolf that day. Yu Yue gently remarked, "Brother Dugu, with your cultivation, you are undoubtedly among the elite of the younger generation. Do you know that on the continent, individuals of exceptional talent at your age can only contend with monsters of the 4th rank at most? The purple fire demon wolf is a 5th rank beast. Even a master of the profound rank might not stand a chance against it. It is merely a matter of time, and I believe that one day, Brother Dugu, you will undoubtedly be the most formidable." Filled with gratitude, Su Chen recognized the wisdom in her words. His temperament had always been tranquil, and he quickly regained his composure. Zhe Yi and Li Feng also showered him with compliments. Over the past few days, they had come to revere Su Chen's prowess, not out of jealousy, but rather from a deep admiration that bordered on worship. On the continent, Su Chen's cultivation had already positioned him among the ranks of experts. His strength was around the mid-stage of the yellow rank. Although he had merely reached the body refinement stage, his mental state had already attained the level of intent, aligning him with the profound rank. However, when faced with a 5th rank monster, his chances of victory remained slim. It was only due to his unique techniques and emphasis on skill that he could engage in a contest with a beast as formidable as the purple fire demon wolf. After walking for a while, Yu Yue's expression suddenly grew solemn as she remarked, "Unbeknownst to us, we have ventured deep into the central area, not far from the heart of the beastly forest. In the past few days, we have not encountered a single student from the academy. This place must instill fear in them." No sooner had she spoken than a disturbance rustled through the woods, accompanied by a gust of warm air that paradoxically brought an unsettling chill. Suddenly, a fiery red figure darted out from the thicket, seemingly startled by the presence of the group, before swiftly retreating into another part of the forest. The four observed closely and realized that the figure belonged to a rabbit, entirely enveloped in vibrant red fur, utterly adorable. "Isn't that the fire cloud divine rabbit, Yu Yue's favorite magical beast?" Li Feng exclaimed. Yu Yue responded with a joyful laugh, "Indeed. It is the Fire Cloud Divine Rabbit. I never expected to see it in this place. The Fire Cloud Divine Rabbit is a fire attribute magical creature of indeterminate rank, rumored to possess the ability to transform into a spiritual beast, renowned for its remarkable speed. As a fire elementalist, Yue held a special affection for the Fire Cloud Divine Rabbit. Though she had never had the chance to see it before, she had always regarded it as her beloved. Li Feng chuckled. Since it is your favorite, I shall do my utmost to capture it for you. He had long harbored feelings for Yue. However, Yue's brow furrowed slightly as she cautioned, but the Fire Cloud Divine Rabbit is exceedingly swift and shy of strangers. It will not be easily caught. Perhaps we should continue on our way. Yet at that moment, Li Feng forgot his trepidation and declared, it won't hurt to try. With that, he plunged into the woods. Concerned for Li Feng's safety, Su Chen immediately followed suit, while Yue sighed, and, along with Shui Yi, chased after them. The forest was a realm of towering ancient trees, where sunlight struggled to penetrate, shrouding the surroundings in profound darkness. Only the crowd could perceive a flame moving through the woods, resembling a cloud. Upon closer inspection, it was not merely a flame but the Fire Cloud Divine Rabbit. Li Feng, agile in his movements, pursued the Divine Rabbit. Suddenly, Su Chen exclaimed in alarm, swiftly unleashing a protective Buddhist palm. In the darkness, a shadow darted towards Li Feng with lightning speed. Su Chen, sensing the urgency, hastily invoked a rescue. The colossal purple divine palm positioned itself before Li Feng. With a resounding thud, blood splattered, and Li Feng was propelled several dozen meters, crashing into a great tree, embedding himself within it. Had he not hastily summoned his protective fighting spirit, he would have been reduced to mere pulp. Even so, it remained uncertain whether he would survive. Su Chen was profoundly shaken. The power of the Buddhist palm at the treasure body stage was immense, yet he had not anticipated its inability to fend off the shadow, leaving Li Feng vulnerable. Unbeknownst to Su Chen, without his divine palm, 10 Li Fengs would have already succumbed to destruction. The creature was a terrifying beast never before seen. With haunting blue eyes, sharp fangs, and a form reminiscent of a leopard, adorned with blue spots. Though it stood only about a meter tall, its strength was formidable beyond measure. Su Chen dared not be careless. He activated the divine extermination sword. A brilliant purple light surged forth, shooting towards the monstrous beast like a swift arrow. Meanwhile, Yu was in a state of turmoil, rushing towards Li Feng. Upon seeing him drenched in blood, incessantly coughing up more, and on the brink of death, she could not help but weep softly. She gently supported him and asked, Li Feng, will you be all right? Li Feng gradually opened his eyes, a faint smile gracing his lips as he murmured, You, sister Yu, I hold deep affection for you. Yet I have always lacked the courage to confess. Yu spoke softly, I am aware, I know everything. Do not speak, for I possess a miraculous elixir that can surely save you. With a bitter smile, Li Feng replied, I understand that my time has come. To perish in your embrace is the greatest joy I could hope for. Sister Yu, I am so sorry, for I could not protect the one I cherish most. You have endured the humiliation inflicted by those beasts. Can you ever forgive me? Upon uttering these words, he took his last breath, his body going limp as he departed from this world. Tears brimmed in Yu's eyes, her heart heavy with regret and sorrow as she clutched Li Feng's lifeless form, rendered motionless in her grief. Is it true that tears are eternally bittersweet? Life, why must you be so fragile, bringing forth such anguish? Su Chen's sword was incredibly sharp, capable of piercing stones several meters away, yet the beast's speed was astonishing. It left behind a mere afterimage, evading the strike. Su Chen unleashed 2 more thrusts, forcing the beast to retreat, and retrieved the sword that Li Feng had dropped when he was struck. Channeling his swordsmanship, the blade soared into the air, cleaving toward the beast. The creature leapt gracefully, a flash of blue light illuminating the scene as it swiped at the sword with its deadly claws. Sparks erupted as the sword was sent flying. Su Chen inhaled sharply. He had effortlessly slain earth dragons and other beasts with mere twigs, yet now, armed with a sharp sword, he was met with such overwhelming force. How terrifying was this power? How could one possibly resist such strength? A flicker of azure light flashed in the eyes of the beast, leaving behind a fleeting shadow as it charged towards Su Chen with the swiftness of a tempest, reaching him in the blink of an eye. Its claws, sharp as exquisite blades, slashed towards him. Realizing he had encountered the second greatest adversary of his life, Su Chen sensed that this beast was likely far more formidable than the purple fire demon wolf. A chill ran down his spine, and he instinctively evaded the attack, leaping onto the ancient tree. His evasion was purely instinctual, leaving little time for contemplation. When he finally grasped the situation, he was struck with horror. Zhuo Yi was still below. However, it was too late for him to act. The terrifying beast, seemingly intent on annihilating all living beings, opened its maw and unleashed a beam of blue light towards Zhuo Yi. Zhuo Yi's pupils constricted in alarm, and before he could even raise his sword in defense, he was struck by the azure beam. The sound of bones shattering echoed ominously, and in an instant, Zhuo Yi was reduced to a pool of blood. His sword splintered into dozens of fragments. This was dire. Su Chen's heart was heavy with an overwhelming sense of helplessness against such a powerful foe. Rainy Yu was just beneath the ancient tree, and Li Feng was likely dead. If he did not rescue her, she too would meet a tragic end. He had come to regard these individuals as friends, and witnessing the slaughter of friends was unbearable. Indeed, how can one articulate the anguish of losing a companion? In this vast world, every blade of grass and every tree could serve as a weapon. A violet light blazed in Su Chen's gaze as a chilling wind swept through, causing leaves to flutter down. In an instant, they transformed into deadly projectiles, hurtling towards the monstrous beast. Each fallen leaf became a divine weapon, enveloping the creature in a storm of countless blades. With his enhanced strength at the body refinement stage, Su Chen unleashed this technique with unparalleled might. As the leaf blade was poised to strike the fearsome beast, it suddenly let out a deafening roar, expelling a deep blue gas from its maw. This gas appeared to be invincible, turning the leaves into nothingness wherever it touched. Su Chen understood that this maneuver would be futile against the creature. He merely sought to buy time to rescue Yu. Summoning his utmost agility, he darted forward, swiftly covering the distance to within 5 zhang of Yu. Unexpectedly, a blue shadow rushed past him, and the monstrous beast reached Yu before he could, its speed so astonishing that it took Su Chen's breath away. Despite having honed his spiritual awareness for many days after achieving enlightenment, he could not discern the beast's form, as if it had been merely toying with him moments ago. This was its true prowess. Yu, clutching the lifeless body of Li Feng, remained oblivious to the impending danger until Su Chen's urgent warning pierced through her reverie. When she finally turned her gaze downward, she was met with a furry arm, covered in coarse hair and adorned with blue spots. The beast could indeed assume human form. The word monster surfaced in Su Chen's mind as Yu let out a startled gasp, only to find herself ensnared by the beast's right arm, which clutched her tightly at the waist. A roar erupted, seemingly mocking, as a glint of cold light flashed in the beast's eyes. With a swift motion of its left arm, dozens of blue blades of light hurtled towards Su Chen. However, with a resounding hum, an ancient sword materialized before him, enveloped in purple mist, effectively blocking the onslaught of light blades. Chapter 9. In death, Su Chen remained unaware that the humanoid beast was known as the Blue Shadow Leopard, an evolved creature that had transcended the realm of mere beasts and entered the domain of spiritual beasts, having cultivated his true energy for merely a few dozen days. With the aid of the purple spirit pill, he had rapidly advanced 2 levels to reach the mid-stage of the yellow rank. A remarkable feat for a martial artist in the body refinement stage. This was indeed an extraordinary accomplishment, compounded by his already impressive martial arts prowess, rendering him a formidable opponent even among those of the yellow rank. However, regardless of his remarkable abilities, the prospect of defeating a spiritual beast in such a short span of time was utterly unrealistic. After all, spiritual beasts were formidable entities, and only those of the Xian rank and above on the continent stood a chance against them. Despite the vast population of nearly 10 billion on the immortal God continent, the number of individuals embarking on the path of cultivation was exceedingly rare, primarily comprising those with exceptional talent. Any beginner cultivator would be regarded as a top-tier expert in the eyes of ordinary mortals. The higher one ascended in cultivation, the more challenging the breakthroughs became. In the current era, experts of the Xian rank and above were exceedingly scarce, often considered prodigies among thousands. As for those of the Earth rank and Sky rank, they were deemed extraordinary masters, regarded as quasi-immortals. These individuals garnered reverence and admiration from the populace, becoming coveted figures sought after by various nations, even earning the respect of emperors. Their numbers were astonishingly low, and even the most gifted geniuses required decades, if not centuries, to possibly attain such heights. Su Chen could not defeat the spirit beasts. It was merely a matter of training time. Therefore, he remained undaunted, even invigorated. Yet, upon witnessing the tragic demise of his 2 friends, A sense of sorrow and fury welled within him. He utilized his lightness skill to its utmost, darting through the forest like a gust of wind. Although the blue shadow leopard was remarkably swift, he never lost its trail. Along the way, Su Chen occasionally encountered several ferocious magical beasts. With the enhancement of his cultivation, his spiritual perception now allowed him to sense objects from dozens of meters away, enabling him to evade them one by one. After 2 days of relentless pursuit, the blue shadow leopard showed no signs of resting. Su Chen, with his exceptional cultivation, found it of little consequence to forego rest for 2 days. He had long since lost count of the forests he traversed and the peaks he scaled. But he was aware that he had chased for at least 500 miles, likely having entered the depths of the ferocious beast forest. Amidst the jungle, he stumbled upon a colossal beast skeleton, measuring 20 meters in length and resembling a dragon, lying silently among the foliage. Its 2 hollow eye sockets were dark and deep. As if gazing into the void, Su Chen felt a jolt of fear. This region grew increasingly eerie, not only filled with numerous beast skeletons, but also featuring several dilapidated architectural remnants. Yet, his concern for Ruyu overshadowed any desire to investigate further. As he ventured into another forest, he sensed an ominous chill, with darkness illuminated by flickering green lights, akin to ghostly fires. Suddenly, he heard the ominous cracking of bones, causing him to draw in a sharp breath. Beneath an ancient tree, there lay a patch emanating a ghastly green glow, where bones appeared to stir with an eerie vitality. 3 human skeletons, seemingly long deceased, were animated by an ethereal green light, revealing their nature as undead creatures. Su Chen, already acquainted with tales of the undead, hastened to distance himself from that ominous vicinity. The blue shadow leopard was ferocious beyond measure, dispatching 1 or 2 individuals with the ease of crushing ants, yet curiously refrained from harming Yu, treating her with an unexpected courtesy. Su Chen felt a sense of relief. Though he had nearly caught up to the blue shadow leopard on several occasions, he was thwarted each time, forced to maintain his distance. After a night of pursuit, the blue shadow leopard finally slowed its pace. Su Chen surveyed his surroundings and realized he found himself in a secluded valley, where, despite the midday sun, a palpable aura of dread enveloped the area, rendering it as foreboding as the depths of hell. A growing sense of trepidation gripped him. The number of magical beasts here was staggering, all of them at least 4th tier in strength. Had it not been for the expansive forest and dense foliage that provided cover, he would have undoubtedly been discovered by now. The chilling roars of beasts echoed ominously as the blue shadow leopard, with Yu in tow, ventured into the heart of the valley. There, a multitude of magical beasts congregated, numbering in the hundreds, causing Su Chen to break into a cold sweat. To rescue Yu from such a throng of beasts seemed a task more daunting than ascending to the heavens. Yet, remaining composed, he concealed himself within the branches of an ancient tree, observing intently. Scattered across the valley floor were heaps of bleached bones, some human, some from dragons, others from unknown magical beasts, all contributing to the pervasive atmosphere of death that enshrouded the valley. Flickering flames illuminated the surroundings, casting a dim light upon the grim scene. Su Chen was taken aback as he beheld, illuminated by the flames, a ghastly white-boned demon palace standing at the precipice of the valley. The ominous entrance of the cavern resembled the gaping maw of hell, menacing and fearsome, instilling a chilling dread. Towering at a height of 5 zhang, the structure bore a striking resemblance to a colossal beast's head. Su Chen was reminded of the dragons from mythology, though its shape mirrored that of a dragon. It exuded no divine aura, but rather an unsettling malevolence. The dragon's mouth served as the entrance, while the skull formed the body of the palace. With a greenish mist swirling ominously at the threshold, this was undoubtedly a sight of great peril. A piercing scream echoed, only to be instantly drowned out by the roar of the beast. Su Chen noticed that Yu had regained consciousness, her face a mask of terror. Surrounding her were 4 humanoid demon beasts, 3 of which he had never encountered before, apart from the blue shadow leopard. Not far from them stood an altar, drenched in fresh blood, positioned directly in front of the dragon-bone demon palace. Thanks to the torches embedded in the altar, Su Chen could discern 3 female corpses. Slender and youthful, yet horrifyingly headless. The sight was truly terrifying and sinister. A sudden chill coursed down his spine as he spotted 3 beautiful severed heads resting upon a stone platform at the altar, their expressions frozen in terror. Blood trickling from the necks and flowing down the stone, ultimately forming a bizarre pattern on the ground of the altar. This was dire indeed. They intended to use her as a sacrifice. Su Chen could no longer afford to linger. In a flash, he darted towards the altar. If he were even a moment too late, Yu's head would meet the same grim fate. With a whoosh, Su Chen appeared, his feet gliding over the heads of the demon beasts, executing his lightness skill to perfection, transforming into a shadow as he surged towards the 4 humanoid demon beasts. Entering the midst of a 4th-tier magical beast horde alone is an act of unparalleled courage and profound skill. As violet light flickered, a formidable palm strike descended, landing squarely upon the blue shadow leopard. With a subtle movement of his fingers, he unleashed the divine annihilation sword gesture, sending forth 3 violet energy swords that swiftly targeted the other 3 humanoid magical beasts. The moment Su Chen made his move, he employed his ultimate technique, exerting the full extent of his power. The 4 humanoid beasts, taken by surprise at his sudden appearance, had no time to evade. The blue shadow leopard was sent flying several dozen meters away, while the other 3 humanoid beasts were forced back a good distance before regaining their balance. With his ambush successful, Su Chen immediately leaped in front of Yu. Noticing her pale visage and feeble form, he spoke no words but embraced her tightly, swiftly employing his lightness skill in an attempt to escape the perilous situation. He understood that his previous strikes were insufficient to vanquish the humanoid beasts. He was no match for even a single one, let alone 3. In this moment, retreat was his only option. Upon recognizing Su Chen, Yu's face illuminated with a blend of surprise and joy, her eyes sparkling with tenderness as tears flowed freely. She leaned silently against his chest. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye, and as Su Chen rescued Yu, hundreds of magical beasts began to react, unleashing furious roars as they charged toward him. With beasts blocking his flanks and rear, there was no escape route. Gritting his teeth, Su Chen held Yu close and dashed toward the looming, cold demon palace. Suddenly, a rush of wind whispered past his ear, and a blue shadow darted by his peripheral vision. Su Chen halted, his expression grave. The blue shadow leopard had indeed caught up, now positioned directly in front of him. With flashes of red, black, and gray light, the other 3 humanoid beasts also closed in, standing before Su Chen and regarding him with cold, unyielding gazes. The crimson creature is a 2-headed blood lion, its fierce and terrifying heads adorned with a coat of blood-red fur. The black entity is a 4-winged demon serpent, its serpentine body featuring 2 pairs of black bat wings, with eyes brimming with lethal intent. The gray beast resembles a peculiar amalgamation of a rat and a wolf, emanating a faint gray luminescence that is indeed bizarre. Behind them, hundreds of ferocious beasts converged, encircling Su Chen and his companion. "Brother Dugu, are we destined to perish here?" Ryu suddenly spoke softly. Having endured countless trials, Su Chen had once infiltrated a band of over 100 thieves, claiming the life of their leader without sustaining a scratch. Now, amidst the throng of beasts, he felt not fear but an overwhelming surge of valor. He smiled at Ryu and remarked, "It is surely rare for someone like us to be besieged by hundreds of beasts and meet our end in such a manner." Seeing his fearless demeanor in the face of death inspired Ryu. She thought that perhaps dying alongside him would not be so bad after all. A gentle smile graced her lips as her gaze lingered on him, filled with warmth. What was it that stirred her heart? A tender seed had inadvertently drifted into her heart and was gently sown. Chapter 10. The ancient sword unsheathed among the humanoid beasts. The 2-headed blood lion struck first, letting out a deafening roar. From the left head, a blood-red light burst forth, enveloping Su Chen. With a flicker of purple light in his hand, Su Chen unleashed the Buddha palm. The clash resounded with a thunderous boom as the blood-red light and the divine palm collided, dissipating into nothingness. However, Su Chen was forced to retreat 10 meters, revealing that this beast was indeed formidable. As he moved to the side, another beast lunged at him from behind. He was suddenly struck by a flash of inspiration, a mischievous smile gracing his lips as he unleashed the Buddha palm once more, exclaiming, "What formidable power would a beast serve as a weapon possess?" The Buddha palm struck the beast, causing a dazzling purple light to flicker. Suddenly, a chilling sword intent emanated from the beast, as if it had transformed into an unparalleled sword. Su Chen could wield all things as weapons, and with the sword intent imbuing the beast, it became his instrument of destruction. With a resounding clang, the beast truly resembled a razor-sharp blade, its massive form sweeping across the battlefield, sending dozens of oncoming beasts flying, some sustaining grievous wounds. A satisfied smile spread across Su Chen's face. He had employed his sword intent without a sword, perceiving the beast as his weapon. By merging this with his mastery of object manipulation, its power was exponentially amplified. Suddenly, a chill crept down his spine, alerting him to danger as the beast turned weapon swept through the air. The blue shadow leopard unleashed a torrent of eerie blue mist from its mouth, colliding with the beast weapon. The sound of cracking bones was deafening, as the weaponized beast could not withstand the corrosive mist, disintegrating into a pool of blood. Unsteady on his feet, the ground beneath Su Chen began to tremble. From the earth, four earthen walls erupted, each rising 3 meters high, encircling him tightly. Moreover, the walls vibrated violently, and dozens of earthen spikes shot forth. Su Chen darted to evade, but suddenly felt a sharp pain in his right leg as a spike tore through, blood gushing forth. Had he not entered the precious body stage, significantly enhancing his physical defenses, he might have lost his entire leg in that moment. At last, the earth demon has made its move, skillfully wielding the power of the earth element. Fortunately, the treasure body has significantly enhanced his speed, otherwise, he would have long been reduced to mere flesh. Yu observed how Su Chen struggled to evade danger yet consistently shielded her from harm, filling her heart with deep gratitude. Throughout her life, who had ever risked their life for her? Had she known earlier, she would have learned a few more techniques. Su Chen couldn't help but smile bitterly. Within the Heavenly Dao record, there were several escape techniques, but his overconfidence had prevented him from considering the possibility of needing to flee. Now, reflecting on it, he felt a tinge of regret. He had no intention of escaping for himself, yet the urge to save others was an entirely different matter. With his hand firmly gripping the hilt, the Xianshen sword emitted a dull thud, enveloped in a purple glow along with its sheath. One man and one sword stood protectively over the fair maiden, facing an onslaught of hundreds of magical beasts. Su Chen, possessing extraordinary resilience, felt his wounds gradually heal and the blood ceased to flow. However, his vital energy had been severely depleted, leaving him with little remaining. Could it be that Su Chen would meet his end here today? He harbored no fear of death. Yet within his heart lingered a sense of unwillingness. If he were to perish in a one-on-one battle with a magical beast, he could accept that, after all. It would be a fair fight. Yet now, besieged by a horde of beasts while protecting a delicate woman, this was no true duel. Brother Dugu, do not concern yourself with me. You still have a chance to escape alone. As long as one can survive, that is what matters, Yu softly spoke, her voice gentle. In this life, one often feels a profound solitude. If even friends who accompany one abandon them, what joy remains in living? Su Chen smiled, his handsome visage etched with determination. You can regard me as a friend, and that alone brings me immense joy. Escape is the only path for you to avenge me in the future. Yu Yue was momentarily taken aback, her heart swelling with delight. Reluctant to see such peril befall Su Chen on her account, thus, she urged him to reconsider. Without further ado, Su Chen embraced Yu Yue tightly. And with the Su Xian sword, he cleaved through the air, dispatching an approaching beast with lethal precision. The more he fought, the more he felt his strength waning. A monstrous claw aimed at Yu Yue, and Su Chen lunged forward, shielding her from the blow, resulting in a deep gash across his arm. Tears welled in Yu Yue's eyes, a mixture of gratitude, sorrow, and joy flooding her heart. She summoned her elemental magic with fervor, unleashing a massive fireball that repelled the beast. Su Chen offered her a faint smile and inquired, "Do you regret coming here? I am utterly incapable of protecting you." Yu Yue replied, "I do not regret meeting you. Brother Dugu, not in the slightest." Su Chen felt a jolt within. Blood trickled onto the Su Xian sword, seeping slowly through the narrow crevice of its sheath. It was as if it had slumbered for eons, awakening to a familiar call, causing the ancient sword to tremble violently. A kaleidoscope of colors erupted into the sky, radiating from the scabbard, accompanied by a dragon's roar that resonated through the heavens. The Su Xian sword had been unsheathed. A myriad of vibrant rays pierced the mist of the valley, illuminating the ominous green light of the distant demon palace. As if it were resisting the breathtaking brilliance emitted by the sword, the ancient blade emitted a crisp sound, enveloped in a cascade of colors, its form obscured. Even half of it remained within the sheath. Su Chen suddenly sensed the sword's intent, as if it recognized something familiar within the demon palace. With the legendary sword Xian in hand, Su Chen resembled a deity descended from the heavens, instilling profound terror in the nearby magical beasts. Even the 4 humanoid monsters retreated, unwilling to meet the gaze of the ancient sword. Both Su Chen and Yu were taken aback. Su Chen recognized this sword as a divine weapon, extraordinary in nature. Upon witnessing its formidable presence for the first time, he felt a mix of astonishment and elation, exclaiming to Yu, "We are saved." Yu smiled in agreement, her eyes reflecting the sword's iridescent glow, appearing utterly beautiful and sacred. Guided by the sword's intent, Su Chen gradually advanced towards the depths of the valley, where a colossal demonic palace loomed. Suddenly, a shadow flashed overhead, and a torrent of ominous black mist surged forth, coalescing into a massive serpent's head, poised to strike at Xianshen and Su Chen. Yet, as the black mist approached within 3 meters of the ancient sword, it could advance no further, instead being continuously purified and dissipating. A beam of azure light shot into the sky from the sword, and a wretched scream echoed from within the black mist. A serpent-headed creature with 2 pairs of wings materialized, its chest marred by a gaping wound from which blue light incessantly poured. This creature was none other than the 4-winged demonic serpent, which writhed in agony within the dark mist before gradually fading away into nothingness. The blue shadow leopard emitted a mournful cry. Having guarded this demonic palace for countless years, it revered an entity within as a deity, fiercely opposing any intruders. However, in the face of Su Chen's might, not a single beast dared to impede their progress. Yu and Su Chen exchanged knowing smiles, stepping forward towards the demonic palace. Chapter 11. The Hall of Deification. Upon arriving before the palace, Su Chen finally beheld its true grandeur. Indeed, it is a skull of a dragon, radiating a ghastly green glow, adorned with patches of congealed blood, some of which is still fresh, indicating a recent demise. This dark temple is steeped in malevolence, saturated with the blood of countless souls. The immense dragon's maw has transformed into an entrance, flanked by rows of dragon teeth resembling towering pillars. The Hall of Deification. Su Chen exclaimed, as he noticed the 3 ominous characters inscribed in blood beneath the dragon's nostrils, sending chills down his spine. The entrance was shrouded in mist, tinged green by the intense luminescence emanating from within. The ancient sword of extermination radiated brilliance, carving out a space amidst the green haze, providing steadfast protection for the 2. Yue, trembling with fear, remarked, "Legends say that within the forbidden beast forest dwell terrifying demons. Could this hall of deification be their lair?" Su Chen nodded slightly, responding, "It is certainly no sanctuary. However, something within seems to be drawing the sword towards it. We must venture inside to uncover the truth. Fear not, for this sword shall shield us." Yue's cheeks flushed as she nodded, asserting, "With Brother Dugu here, I am unafraid." A smile flickered across Su Chen's face, though his expression soon turned grave as he tightened his grip on the extermination sword and cautiously advanced into the cavern. The interior was eerily spacious, with fierce gales howling, as if specters lamented in the shadows. The radiance of the extermination sword warded off much of the chilling wind, yet an unsettling cold still crept into their hearts. Suddenly, Yue gasped in horror. The ground of the demonic temple was paved with blue stones, littered with heaps of skeletal remains, many dismembered, consisting of both beasts and humans alike. Within the bones, there lay scattered glimmering orbs, varying in color and size, the largest akin to the diameter of a bowl, resplendent in hues. Yu, both astonished and elated, exclaimed, "These are beast orbs." Su Chen picked up a fiery red beast orb, comparable in size to a bowl, from the pile of bones and handed it to Yu, remarking that this orb could significantly aid her cultivation. Yu, brimming with excitement, responded, "Indeed. Such a large fire-type beast orb must originate from at least a 5th-tier magical beast. If I were to acquire a few more of these orbs, I might swiftly ascend to a higher realm, at which point I could unlock my eyes." However, after her moment of exhilaration, a trace of sorrow flickered in her eyes as she lamented, "Alas, if only Li Feng and the others were alive. They would have been overjoyed to see so many beast orbs." Su Chen offered consolation, saying, "Life and death are predestined. Do not grieve too deeply." The 2, undistracted by the beast orbs on the ground, continued their journey. At the center of the demon palace stood a towering altar, supported by 5 blood-red pillars. Su Chen ascended the steps to the pinnacle of the altar. At that moment, the ancient sword of extermination emitted a resonant hum, extricating itself from its sheath, radiating a spectrum of colors as it soared towards the center of the altar. With a sharp clash, the ancient sword seemed to strike against some formidable weapon, producing a crisp sound of collision. It was only then that Su Chen realized and gazed ahead. What lay before him? In the center of the altar stood a colossal stone tablet, emanating a faint green glow, inscribed with numerous ancient and mysterious characters, none of which he could comprehend. To his astonishment, at the foot of the stone tablet, a breathtaking maiden was firmly bound by a verdant chain. Her attire, once white, had succumbed to the ravages of time, now tattered and worn, revealing her snow-white skin in a tantalizing manner. The emerald chain that ensnared her was of an indeterminate material, resembling neither copper nor gold, yet evoking the essence of jade. The ancient sword, the Xianshen, had just struck the chain, leaving only a faint mark. Within a 4-meter radius beneath the stone tablet lay an ancient formation, adorned with engravings of archaic patterns, reminiscent of primordial deities from a bygone era. Xianshen's sword, the maiden exclaimed in astonishment, her voice frail, yet imbued with delight. Both Su Chen and Yu were profoundly astonished. Could this exquisite maiden be the master of the function hall? Her hair cascaded like clouds, yet was disheveled, her eyes shadowed with melancholy, and her lips pale as parchment. Clad in her tattered white garments, she presented a heart-wrenching sight that evoked feelings of compassion and tenderness. Yu, filled with curiosity and sympathy, inquired, "Why are you bound here, dear sister?" Upon seeing the Xianshen sword, a flicker of joy illuminated the maiden's weary visage. However, upon noticing the presence of 2 humans, she was taken aback and exclaimed, "How is this possible? How did you enter this function hall?" Observing her sorrowful beauty and the absence of any hostility in her demeanor, Su Chen removed his black cloak and approached the maiden gently, asking, "It was the Xianshen sword that brought us here. Who could be so cruel as to bind you in this manner?" Suddenly, a brilliant white light emanated from the girl's eyes, and Su Chen found himself recalling vivid scenes from the cave in Kunlun Mountain. As the light faded, the girl furrowed her brow and sighed. "He has escaped the calamity, yet he has forsaken me." A chill gripped Su Chen's heart. He felt as though his memories were being intercepted by her, realizing the formidable nature of this girl, of whom he knew nothing, leaving him with no secrets to hide. After a moment of silence, the girl regained her composure, as if nothing could disturb her heart, and addressed Su Chen. "I have been sealed here for an unfathomable number of years. This divine binding lock possesses immense power, and coupled with my grave injuries, it has confined me. That malevolent being has also employed an ancient blood array to siphon my magical essence. Countless years have passed. My power has dwindled to a mere remnant. Though I strive to endure, soon my spirit and form shall be extinguished." Su Chen sighed and remarked, "This chain is indeed formidable. Even the legendary Xianshen sword cannot sever it. I wish to rescue you, but alas, I lack the ability." The girl replied, "Who says you cannot aid me? The purple spirit pill within you could lend me a helping hand. However, its utility is immense. Would you be willing to share it with me?" After a moment of contemplation, Su Chen thought that if the Xianshen sword sought to save this girl, she must be of good character. He smiled gently and said, "If it is within my means, then it is yours. The purple spirit pill is of little consequence." A flicker of gratitude sparkled in the girl's eyes, though she remained composed as she continued, "You are quite weak, having just attained the precious body. If you were selfish like other humans, even bound as I am, I could extinguish you with a single strike. You have cultivated the volume of humanity from the Dao of Heaven, while I possess the first half of the volume of earth within my mind. If you would simply share the purple spirit pill with me, that first half will also belong to you." Su Chen expressed his gratitude, inquiring, "How shall I proceed?" "My lady," the young woman replied, "you need only grasp my left hand with your right." He complied, gently taking her left hand, feeling her skin was exquisitely delicate, as if it could be pierced by a gentle breeze, a wave of tenderness enveloping him. He sensed the purple spirit pill within his dantian rapidly dissolving, drawn by a force from his right hand into the palm of the young woman. After half an hour, only a morsel the size of a pinky finger remained of the purple spirit pill, ceasing its dissolution. His mind was illuminated with intricate lines of text and patterns, revealing the contents of the first half of the volume of earth. Rainway washed from the side, concern etched upon her face. Upon seeing Su Chen awaken, her expression brightened with joy as she asked, "Brother Dugu, are you all right?" Su Chen smiled gently, replying, "I am unscathed." He then turned his gaze to the young woman. Noting her complexion had regained its rosy hue, her previously pale lips now vibrant as cherries, and her eyes sparkled with renewed vigor as if reborn, Su Chen asked, "My lady, have you recovered?" She responded coolly, "The purple spirit pill is forged from the most ethereal herbs in the world, sufficient to restore half of my magical power. Yet it cannot break the God-binding lock. Now, I have no choice but to gamble everything. You must leave this place swiftly." Understanding her intent to exert her strength to shatter the chains, Su Chen dared not linger, seizing Reinyu's hand as they rushed towards the exit. The ancient sword of Xianshen seemed to possess a spirit of its own, standing before the young maiden for a brief moment as if whispering secrets, before soaring alongside Su Chen out of the demonic palace. Chapter 12. the snow fox as Su Chen and Yu exited the hall of deification. They could not help but draw in a sharp breath, for they beheld the blue shadow leopard, transformed into its feline form, encircled by hundreds of demonic beasts, tightly surrounding the entrance. With a resonant clang, the ancient sword of Xianshen burst forth from the palace, hovering protectively before the two, enveloping them in a radiant spectrum of colors. The horde of demonic beasts had already witnessed the sword's formidable power and dared not approach. Suddenly, a warm breeze wafted from the cave, and a pure white light streamed forth, illuminating the surrounding area for miles. The hundreds of demonic beasts roared to the heavens, then knelt in reverence, akin to devout worshippers paying homage to a deity. Even the three spirit beasts followed suit. Su Chen was momentarily taken aback, pondering whether the maiden was revered as a goddess by this assembly of beasts. And indeed, the truth was as such. The ancestors of these demonic beasts had resided here since time immemorial. They had discovered the palace and the maiden within it. Initially, they regarded her as prey. However, they soon realized the formidable powers of the goddess, who, despite being shackled, could effortlessly slay the leaders of the beasts. In the face of such terrifying might, any beast that had ventured into the palace now feared the goddess, venerating her as a divine being. The sentient spirit beasts even constructed altars, employing their own blood and sacrificial rites to honor her. The hall of deification burst forth in a kaleidoscope of colors, resembling a rare bloom, radiating hues of white, green, blue, purple, black, gold, red, yellow, and gray, 9 distinct shades soaring into the heavens, painting the entire sky in a vibrant tapestry. In a faint glimmer, Su Chen caught sight of an immensely magnificent divine fox, gently swaying its 9 tails, each adorned with a different hue. This extraordinary vision persisted for over half a minute before vanishing into thin air. The ground shimmered with a verdant light, remnants of the fragments of a divine binding lock. Chains that even the ancient sword of extermination could not sever had been shattered, a testament to an unfathomable power. At the foot of the stone tablet, Su Chen noticed a bundle of black fabric. It was indeed his own black robe, and he involuntarily exclaimed. Within the robe, something stirred, as if a heartbeat resonated. Su Chen, astonished, approached and gently unveiled the robe. A gasp escaped his lips as incredulity washed over his face, mirroring the reaction of Yu beside him. Before them, a fox, no larger than a kitten, stared up with bright, sparkling eyes fixed upon Su Chen. With a melodious chirp, it seemed to beckon him. With a light-hearted chuckle, he remarked, "It seems you cannot speak after all. Will you remain here, or accompany us?" Yu smiled and said, "This fox is simply too adorable. We must take it with us. If we were to leave it behind, it would surely be tormented by those vile beasts." Su Chen nodded in agreement, gazing at the fox, seeking its consent. The fox let out 2 melodic cries and, in a graceful leap, alighted upon Su Chen's shoulder like a delicate cloud. Su Chen smiled again, having a fondness for animals with spiritual affinities, and inquired, "You must not have a name. What shall we call you?" The fox shook its head, its soft fur brushing against Su Chen's face, a sensation both delightful and comforting. Su Chen chuckled, "Your fur is so soft and white. How about I call you Raoshu?" Yu nodded and replied, "That's a lovely name." The fox neither shook its head nor nodded, merely blinking its eyes as if indifferent to the conversation. Su Chen grinned, and seeing the fox's cuteness, Yu reached out to stroke its snowy fur. The fox let out a sharp cry, its face revealing a hint of anger, as it leaped onto Su Chen's other shoulder, casting a cold glance at Yu. Yu was momentarily taken aback and said, "Is it too much to ask for Raoshu to let me pet her?" Surprisingly, Raoshu nodded, turning her head away with disdain. The more Su Chen observed this fox, the more he felt it possessed an extraordinary spirit, likely the very essence of the maiden from earlier, which made him regard her with respect rather than as a mere spirit beast. Yu huffed and said to Su Chen, "Brother Dugu, this place is quite chilling. We ought to leave soon." Su Chen also sensed the eerie atmosphere of the place and realized that the chilling aura seemed to emanate from the green shards of the indomitable god-binding lock scattered on the ground. Even the ancient sword of extermination could not damage this lock, and its fragments might hold significant value. Su Chen bent down to pick up a small shard, feeling its bone-chilling coldness. Raoshu emitted a clear, melodic cry, pointing at the shards on the ground and gesturing repeatedly. "Do you want me to collect them?" Su Chen inquired. Raoshu nodded, her dark, sparkling eyes exuding an irresistible charm. Following her instructions, Su Chen gathered the shards one by one, eventually forming a small pile that surprisingly contained hundreds of pieces, varying in size. The soft, snow-white tail of Ru Qiubai swayed gracefully in the air. Suddenly, with a gentle flick of her paw, a beam of snowy light shot forth, striking the fragments of the chain. The shattered remnants of the divine binding glimmered with an emerald glow, accompanied by the persistent clashing of metal as they began to reassemble piece by piece. After a brief interval, the broken divine chain was restored into a flawless necklace, albeit of modest size. Su Chen gazed in astonishment as he picked up the necklace. Its entire body of vibrant green, reminiscent of exquisite jade, emanating a subtle chill. Aware of the significance of the beast, orb to Yu. He scoured the ground for several dozen orbs, selecting the largest and most extraordinary ones, which he wrapped in his black robe and secured at his waist. Simultaneously, the two discovered an array of human weapons within the magic hall. Some were so ancient that they lay in ruins, yet two weapons withstood the ravages of time, appearing as pristine as if newly forged. Among them was a massive black sword, its hilt adorned with a dragon's head, with a robust blade that felt inexplicably familiar in Su Chen's grasp, reminiscent of the mysterious heavy sword. The other weapon was a sharp short dagger, its blade a striking crimson, akin to a ruby, with a phoenix subtly etched upon its surface, exuding an air of extraordinary distinction. Upon their emergence, the group of magical beasts let out a series of roars, brimming with hostility. Yet, midway through their cacophony, their voices gradually diminished, revealing expressions of terror as their gazes fixated upon Su Chen. Ru Qiubai, with her deep, dark eyes, curiously observed the pack of magical beasts, her expression one of bewilderment. It let out a series of cries, gesturing with its front paw towards the beast horde, its eyes fixed on Su Chen as if inquiring of him. The entire mass of magical beasts, upon receiving her signal, prostrated themselves on the ground, their eyes brimming with a mixture of reverence and fear. Su Chen felt utterly speechless. This petite fox possessed such formidable authority. Chapter 13. Ro Shui Brother Dugu. What has happened to them? Yu asked incredulously. Su Chen glanced at Ro Shui and replied, "They are afraid of Ro Shui. This is fortuitous. We can depart from here with ease." The trio, a human and a fox, strolled slowly, as hundreds of magical beasts voluntarily cleared a path, kneeling on either side as if devoted followers awaiting the arrival of a deity. Halfway through their passage, three enigmatic beast leaders transformed into human forms, respectfully trailing behind the pair. When Ro Shui turned her head, the three humanoid beasts immediately bowed, their eyes filled with piety. Su Chen became increasingly convinced that these magical creatures regarded Ro Shui as the divine deity of their kind. Ro Shui flicked her snow-white tail and gestured with her jade-like claws towards the three humanoid beasts, signaling for them to refrain from following. The trio appeared alarmed, hesitant to advance another step. Suddenly, tears welled in Yu's eyes, sparkling and crystalline, and with a sorrowful tone. She addressed Su Chen. "These beasts nearly brought about our demise, and they have indiscriminately slaughtered humans. I long to avenge Li Feng and Zhuodi." Upon uttering these words, she pointed at the blue shadow leopard. The blue shadow leopard, witnessing the proximity of the two to the deity it revered, felt a surge of respect. At this moment, upon seeing Yu's face brimming with murderous intent aimed at it, an expression of panic crossed the leopard's visage. After a moment of contemplation, Su Chen could not help but loathe the beast that had wreaked havoc upon his two friends. Now, ensnared within the lair of danger, he realized that recklessly seeking vengeance might provoke the wrath of the beasts, a confrontation he would surely not survive. Just as he found himself trapped in indecision, the delicate figure of Ro Shui stirred on his shoulder. Like the purest of clouds gracing the heavens, she gracefully leaped onto the shoulder of the blue shadow leopard. In an instant, a radiant beam of white light surged forth, causing the blue shadow leopard to stagger and retreat several paces. A pungent, acrid scent permeated the air as flames inexplicably ignited upon the creature, ultimately reducing it to ashes. Meanwhile, the two-headed bloodlion and the demon earth beast stood motionless, seemingly entranced. Ro Shui cast a fleeting glance at Su Chen and Yu, softly calling out twice, as if to inquire if they were satisfied with the outcome. Su Chen understood that this fox had avenged them, and his heart brimmed with gratitude. He turned to Yu and remarked, "The true instigator behind the deaths of brothers Li and Zhu has been vanquished. It would be unwise for us to linger in this place any longer, surrounded by so many beasts. Even if they stood idle for our assault, we would be unable to defeat them all." Yu's anger lessened somewhat. Yet the memory of Li Feng weighed heavily on her heart. She wiped away the tears at the corners of her eyes and lamented. This is also a result of our own inadequacy. As mid-tier practitioners, we overestimated our capabilities. If we perish, we have no one to blame but ourselves. Youth was on her side. After all, the young often possess a fearless spirit. Su Chen found himself at a loss for words to console her. Some experiences can only be truly understood through personal trials. Without such encounters, no amount of explanation from others would suffice to instill belief. With the presence of Ruo Shui, the ferocious beasts dared not approach. The two, feeling a sense of tranquility as the beasts did not follow, decided to leave the eerie valley shrouded in dark mist as swiftly as possible. Upon reaching a mountain peak, Su Chen gazed up at the boundless blue sky, where a few white clouds drifted lazily by, evoking a myriad of thoughts within him. The treacherous nature of the martial world was something Su Chen had already encountered in the Central Plains, witnessing countless human conflicts and grievances. Yet, in this vast realm, humanity was not the sole dominator. Many diverse races existed, and even the beasts could hold grudges against humans. It struck him that this world was exceedingly vast. While humanity appeared so insignificant, he recalled the saying from the Kunlun stone platform, "Beneath the heavens, all beings are but ants." Having experienced a harrowing struggle for survival, Yu now thrived under the sun, a considerable fortune amid misfortune. Though she had lost 2 companions, meeting Su Chen brought her comfort. Especially remembering his fearless protection of her, a warmth blossomed in her heart, alleviating some of her pain. "Brother Dugu, what are your plans for the future?" Yu softly inquired, leaning against Su Chen. Su Chen replied, "First, I shall escort you out of this perilous forest, and then I will seek out my adversary." Curious about Su Chen's background, Yu asked, "Why do you wish to find an adversary?" Su Chen responded, "Miss you, without seeking an adversary, I would be at a loss as to my purpose. Moreover, as a martial artist, having opponents will enhance my strength." Yu had detected the hint of regret and sorrow in his voice and thought to herself that he must be living alone in a distant place, feeling lonely and desolate every day, with nothing to occupy his time besides cultivation. A surge of sympathy welled up within her. Blushing slightly, she said, "If Brother Dugong does not mind my company, I shall be your friend from now on. I can accompany you on adventures. There are so many delightful things to explore in Xiandu City." Su Chen, sensing her eagerness while feeling helpless, bore the weight of the ancient sword Zhuxian on his back, a large pouch of beast orbs at his waist, a massive black sword in his hand, and the gentle fox, Roshue, perched on his shoulder. For an ordinary person, even walking would have been a challenge. They journeyed for 2 days, carefully avoiding the ferocious 5th-tier magical beasts, stealthily maneuvering their way through the wilderness, and managed to cover only 50 miles. That night, as the darkness deepened and the winds howled, Su Chen settled Yu into a spacious hollow at the center of an ancient tree, while he perched himself at the treetop. Beginning to cultivate the Tian Daolu divine technique, he immersed his mind in the practice, the contents of the Tian Daolu continuously surfacing in his thoughts. The profound and esoteric techniques unfurled in his mind, revealing bizarre patterns. The Chengfu palm could extinguish celestial beings with a single strike, while the Maizhen sword could slay gods with a mere flick of the finger. As he perused the intricate techniques, he felt overwhelmed by their sheer number and complexity. His thoughts drifted to the Earth Scroll technique imparted to him by the celestial maiden a few days prior, which had inscribed itself as a mark upon his mind. Piquing his curiosity further, his mind sank deeply, and images from the first half of the Earth volume began to flood his thoughts. Although he did not comprehend the origins of the Tian Daolu, his exceptional intelligence allowed him to discern that the Earth volume was indeed a continuation of the human volume. This Tian Daolu was undeniably divided into 3 sections: heaven, earth, and humanity. All beings originate from me. I am the master of all beings. The myriad things of heaven and earth, I govern their rise and fall. Su Chen was astonished to discover that while the techniques in the human volume and the earth volume were numerous, they differed significantly. The one constant, however, was the heart method. The more he contemplated it, the more he felt that this heart method was the primary technique of the Tian Daolu. Thus, he began to cultivate according to its teachings. Vivid illusions continuously flashed in his mind, and as Su Chen operated the divine skill in accordance with the method, he beheld strange images. Yet, these images seemed shrouded in a veil of mist. He could see them, yet their precise forms eluded description. After 2 hours of cultivation, Su Chen had not made any significant discoveries. He merely sensed that the true qi within him was circulating according to a certain pattern. and felt an indescribable comfort in his meridians and dantian, with a seemingly inexhaustible source of power flowing within him. Suddenly, he spotted a technique in the human volume, a method of sword control that allowed one to ride the skies. His heart stirred at the thought. Mastering this technique would enable him to soar through the azure skies, traveling thousands of miles in a single day. After reading the details of the technique, Su Chen exclaimed with joy, "If I can fly on a sword, my speed on the journey will increase dramatically, allowing me to arrive at the Immortal Academy on time with Miss Yu." However, upon examining the method of cultivation, his heart sank with disappointment. This particular spell could only be mastered by practitioners of Taoist cultivation. The techniques within the Heavenly Tao record were intricate, categorized into 3 paths, that of the cultivator, the warrior, and the beast tamer. Su Chen pondered the fact that he was merely a warrior. The differences in cultivation methods rendered the mastery of these techniques exceedingly difficult for him. Reluctantly, he set aside that path and searched within the tome for a powerful technique to learn. He was acutely aware that his strength was insignificant within the continent, and only by acquiring a plethora of techniques could he hope to achieve unexpected victories. The already diminutive purple spirit pill had shrunk even further overnight, and Su Chen felt that his physique had become even more robust, with his true energy significantly amplified. The following day, they arrived at a mountain peak adorned with ancient trees. As they ascended to the halfway point, Rue Yu suddenly let out a startled cry, her voice a blend of excitement and fear. Before them stood a colossal structure, rising majestically amidst the dense forest. The edifice, constructed from stone, appeared dilapidated. Massive stone pillars lay scattered, many ensnared by thick roots. The stone walls of the structure were adorned with carvings of various mythical beasts. Yet the ravages of time had taken their toll. It was uncertain how many years this structure had endured. The stone surfaces had weathered significantly, and the beastly depictions were largely eroded and incomplete, rendering their original forms nearly unrecognizable. A gentle stream flowed from one corner of the building, and Su Chen's heart chilled at the sight of the water, which was a nauseating shade of green, reminiscent of putrid corpse water. Eerie green glimmers flickered within the structure, akin to ghostly will-o'-the-wisps. The ancient forest exuded a sense of foreboding, with sunlight scarcely penetrating the thick canopy above. The ancient structures lay shrouded in shadows, appearing all the more menacing and grotesque. Su Chen discerned a sinister mist seeping from within one of the buildings. This was undoubtedly a malevolent place, possibly harboring malevolent spirits. It would be prudent for us to circumvent it. During his pursuit of the blue shadow leopard, Su Chen had encountered 2 such edifices, but lacked the time to investigate further. At this moment, a chilling sensation washed over him as he recalled the eerie, animated skeletons he had glimpsed in the woods, leading him to suspect that this might indeed be a haunted abode. Yu nodded in affirmation, remarking that legends spoke of the undying clan dwelling within the beastly forest, known for their insatiable bloodlust and unparalleled terror. Furthermore, there were said to be undying lords, fearsome as the king of the undying, whose prowess could rival that of celestial deities. Should we cross paths with them, escape would be a futile endeavor. A shiver coursed through Su Chen, deepening his apprehension towards these structures, which he dared not inspect for long, hastily guiding Yu away from the ominous vicinity. Although he was the foremost master of the Central Plains, invincible among men, he knew that against the supernatural entities of the netherworld, he would be utterly helpless. Once I acquire more techniques to subdue evil, I shall return to uncover the truth here, Su Chen mused as he distanced himself from that ominous territory. After 3 more days of travel, Su Chen stumbled upon yet another dreadful locale within a forest, replete with crumbling graves. These tombs bore no inscriptions, their surfaces stained a ghastly crimson, encircled by a murky green mist. He beheld dozens of colossal skeletons burst forth from the earth, emerging from their graves. These skeletal figures bore no resemblance to humans, towering several meters in height, with sharp teeth and elongated, ebony fingers, reminiscent of malevolent spirits. They inhaled sharply, fear gripped them, and they hastily fled from the ominous terrain. "Brother Dugu, when shall we escape this place? It is truly terrifying," Rainwell lamented. She had not only encountered 2 areas of peril, but also frequently witnessed ferocious beasts engaged in brutal combat. Each seemed drenched in blood. Prior to her arrival here, she had been merely an ordinary elemental master, and such sights inevitably filled her with revulsion and dread. Su Chen understood her sentiments. Even he felt a chill at the bizarre spectacles they had witnessed, let alone Rainwell. Yet, there was little he could do. After a week, They had traversed only 300 to 400 miles, still meandering within the heart of the beast forest. This forest was vast and enigmatic, despite their cautious detours. They could not evade the treacherous zones. Had they delved deeper, they might have encountered even more terrifying creatures. Suddenly, Rousno emitted a gentle call, leaping gracefully like a white cloud onto an ancient tree, then bounding from branch to branch, transforming into a streak of white light, vanishing into the dense foliage in an instant. Su Chen sought to halt her, but found her figure already lost to sight. What has happened to Rousno? Rainier exclaimed, astonished. In recent days, Rousno had seldom strayed far from them. Even when she did, it was only a short distance away, never behaving so erratically as she did today. Su Chen furrowed his brow and remarked, perhaps it has discovered something. Stay close behind me, let us seek it out. Yue followed closely, venturing deeper into the thicket. There, the ground was adorned with lush, vibrant grasses, and an array of exquisite, peculiar flowers vied for attention, their fragrance saturating the air and uplifting the spirit. This forest was a stark contrast to the previously menacing grounds. However, as they ventured several hundred meters further, the scene transformed drastically. The once verdant forest floor was now stained crimson with blood, and the air was thick with the acrid scent of gore. Dismembered remains of magical beasts lay strewn about, grotesquely vivid, clearly left not long ago. It was evident that a fierce battle among extraordinary creatures had recently transpired. Su Chen observed the scattered remnants on the ground, some covered in scales, others shimmering with elemental radiance, and some adorned with sharp spines, indicating they belonged to various beasts rather than a single entity. Suddenly, a chilling, mournful cry of a magical beast echoed from a distance, sending shivers down his spine. Concerned for Rushue, Su Chen instinctively drew Yue close, enveloping her in his embrace, and harnessed his agility to sprint towards the source of the sound. Startled by being held, Yue felt the warmth and breadth of Su Chen's chest, and she instinctively leaned into him, her face alight with joy. Oblivious to her demeanor, Su Chen's thoughts were consumed with worry for the snow fox. He could not abandon Yue, and his urgency compelled him to act thus. He leaped from one tree to another, swiftly covering several miles. Ahead lay a vast expanse of grassland, overgrown with wild vegetation, where glowing night insects danced amidst the underbrush, their luminescence casting an eerie yet enchanting glow upon the blades of grass. Su Chen, however, found no pleasure in admiring the scenery, for sprawled across the grass were numerous colossal beasts, some adorned with scales, others possessing wings, and some covered in sharp spikes, all bearing numerous wounds. Many were eviscerated, blood flowing like rivers, a truly gruesome sight. Amidst the grass, a solitary white cloud stood out, revealing itself to be Ruashue. Beside her lay an enormous divine wolf with azure wings. Though its breaths were labored, a massive wound ravaged its chest, leaving it on the brink of death. In the beastly forest, the fierce battles among magical creatures were commonplace. Some fought for territory, others sought to seize celestial treasures, while many aimed to prove their prowess. This divine wolf was evidently a mutated beast, emanating a faint blue glow, a testament to its formidable strength, having survived the chaos. Curiosity piqued, Su Chen approached Ruashue with Yu by his side. Ruashue chirped twice and leaped onto Su Chen's shoulder, her delicate claws pointing towards the wolf's gaping maw. Within, the divine wolf clutched a violet bone, radiating a divine light. Though merely an arm bone, its composition was peculiar, resembling crystal, translucent and resplendent. Su Chen mused. Did they engage in battle over this bone? Ruashue nodded slightly, indicating the bone once more, seemingly urging Su Chen to retrieve it. Observing the divine wolf, barely clinging to life, yet glaring at him with hostility, its teeth clenched tighter, producing a crackling sound. He contemplated silently. This divine wolf, on the verge of death, still values this bone so highly. Its origins must be extraordinary. It possessed a pair of wings and a large stature. If it could carry us even for a short distance, we would swiftly escape this treacherous beast-infested forest. It would be a true tragedy to perish here. He recalled the divine eagle and noted that the divine wolf also bore wings, its eyes as haughty as those of the eagle, stirring a sense of hope within him. From his waist, he retrieved a brilliant red spiritual herb, and with a gentle motion, Su Chen crushed it into fragments, applying it to the wounds of the divine wolf. Yu exclaimed in astonishment, that herb is a rare life-saving elixir. Why would Brother Dugu wish to save it? This fire spiritual herb had been fortuitously discovered in a secluded valley. It possessed the remarkable ability to heal myriad injuries and was exceedingly rare and precious. Such herbs were seldom found in the world. They thrived only in places rich in spiritual energy, serving as vital alchemical ingredients for cultivators. Chapter 15. The purple bone. As the fire's spiritual herb lay upon the divine wolf's wounds, it emanated a radiant crimson glow. The divine wounds crackled and hissed, and astonishingly, the gaping injuries began to heal at an extraordinary pace. In less than half a moment, the vast wound had completely mended, leaving no trace of a scar. Should any cultivator have been present, they would have been driven to madness at the thought of such a fine alchemical material being squandered, unable to even harness a fraction of its true potential. The divine wolf's eyes began to regain their luster, shimmering with a blue light. It slowly rose from the ground, stretching its limbs with a series of audible cracks. Although its wounds had healed, its bones had sustained damage as well. Su Chen offered the remaining herb to the divine wolf. The creature glanced at Su Chen, a flicker of gratitude glimmering in its eyes, and gently placed the purple bone it had held in its mouth onto the ground. The divine being extended its long tongue, curled around the fire's spiritual herb, and swallowed it whole. The crimson and azure radiance enveloped the divine spirit, accompanied by the sound of bones cracking, a symphony of the celestial wolf's skeletal structure reassembling within. After a brief interlude, the cacophony subsided, and the light flickered away, revealing the divine wolf, resurrected in its true form, its eyes gleaming with an intense brilliance and an air of majesty. At that moment, the gentle snow creature chirped anew, as if the divine wolf comprehended the essence of its sound, nodding in acknowledgement. It seized the purple hand bone from the ground and presented it before Su Chen. Curiosity piqued, Su Chen accepted the bone, feeling its icy chill, through which a peculiar energy subtly emanated. Abruptly, a wave of warmth surged through his dantian, causing the purple spirit elixir within him to whirl vigorously, gradually merging into his meridians and flowing toward the purple hand bone he held. The purple light radiated with dazzling brilliance, and Su Chen felt a scorching heat in his palm as the bone voraciously absorbed the essence of the elixir. He suddenly gasped in astonishment as the purple hand bone began to meld into his arm. Yu stood frozen, at a loss as to how to respond. Meanwhile, the gentle snow creature perched on her shoulder appeared as an innocent child, its eyes wide with naivety, observing in silence. As the purple light gradually faded, beads of sweat trickled down Su Chen's forehead. The purple hand bone had indeed vanished, fully integrated into his arm. Despite Su Chen's accustomed encounters with the extraordinary, the sensation of a bone merging into his body instilled a sense of panic within him, leaving him bewildered. After a moment of hesitation, Yu approached him, gently shaking his shoulder, her voice laced with concern. "Brother Dugu, are you all right?" Su Chen felt a sudden warmth radiating from his right arm, accompanied by an indescribable sensation. Shaking his head, he remarked, "I am fine, but that bone has fused with my arm." Curiosity stirred within him, yet he refrained from acting recklessly. Who could tell what monstrous entities might be lurking inside, having merged with his very being without causing him any harm? Thus, he chose to temporarily disregard it. After a moment of contemplation, he addressed the divine wolf, saying, "Brother wolf, would you be so kind as to carry us out of this treacherous beast forest?" The divine wolf seemed to comprehend Su Chen's words, nodding in agreement and crouching down. A surge of joy filled Su Chen's heart as he turned to Yu with a smile, saying, "With Brother Wolf to bear us, you need not fear missing the time for arrival at the Xiandu Academy." Realizing Su Chen's thoughtful intentions, primarily aimed at ensuring her own safety, Yu felt a mix of happiness and gratitude, smiling brightly and nodding in acquiescence. Rushua perched upon Su Chen's shoulder, gazing around. The divine wolf stood around 3 meters tall, a colossal figure capable of comfortably accommodating 2 passengers. Although its body had not fully recovered, it had regained much of its vitality. With a gentle flap of its azure wings, it soared skyward, ascending to a height of over 100 meters in mere moments. The sound of rushing wind filled Su Chen's ears as he looked down upon the ancient treetops and gazed into the distance, where endless forests and mountains stretched before him, seemingly infinite. Never before had he encountered such an experience, and an exhilarating thrill surged within him as he recited, "In lofty heights, the chill is unbearable. Dancing with the clear shadows, how does it compare to life among mortals?" The divine wolf flew with remarkable speed, traversing hundreds of miles in just half an hour, drawing ever closer to the heart of the beast forest. However, it was not adept at flying. Its usual forte lay in running, and after half an hour of flight, it had reached its limit. Just then, A colossal creature soared through the sky ahead, a dragon's head, a lizard's body, and enormous bat-like wings. A true fourth-tier winged dragon among the magical beasts. Su Chen, wishing to avoid trouble, directed the divine wolf to land in a nearby forest to rest for a moment. The night was ill-suited for travel, and the divine wolf was weary from running. Thus, the group decided to rest for the night before setting out. They found themselves in a valley surrounded by dense foliage, where distant peaks cascaded with waterfalls, the sound of crashing water faintly echoing in the air. Seated atop an ancient tree, Su Chen began to cultivate his spiritual practice, immersing himself in meditation. Earlier in the day, when his hand bone had fused with his body, he sensed the purple spirit pill in his dantian merging rapidly. At this moment, he focused his mind to investigate. He observed that the purple spirit pill, once the size of a finger, had now shrunk to half its size, reduced to that of a pinky. After examining his body, he found no significant changes. His vital energy continued to circulate according to a certain rhythm, neither increasing nor diminishing. Could it be that the efficacy of the purple spirit pill had been entirely absorbed by the hand bone? Su Chen pondered, perplexed by the mysterious origins of the hand bone, which seemed capable of absorbing the essence of divine pills. Unable to comprehend it, he chose not to dwell on the matter further. He began to draw in the surrounding spiritual energy of heaven and earth. A resplendent purple light enveloped him. As the spiritual energy continuously flowed into his body, nourishing his internal organs and meridians, the heavenly Dao record of all beings commenced its operation, revealing a series of swirling patterns shrouded in a thin mist, obscured and elusive, their true forms indistinguishable. This technique spans the realms of the earth and humanity, and it may even connect with the heavenly realm. Su Chen considers it to be one of the primary arcane arts within the Taoist record, devoting time each day to its cultivation. After several days, he observed little significant change. He even sensed that there were no usable techniques within this arcane art. However, the operation of this art caused a remarkable acceleration in the circulation of his internal true energy, enhancing the speed at which he absorbed the spiritual essence of the heavens and the earth by several folds, greatly benefiting his true energy's elevation, prompting him to persist in his practice without pause. The 9 steps of beastly movement, agile as a beast, unpredictable in its flow. Su Chen envisioned silhouettes of beasts in his mind, their forms exquisitely graceful. This was a technique from the human realm, a remarkably intricate footwork that he found to be highly advantageous in combat, thus he began to cultivate it as well. A slender, crimson figure perched atop an ancient tree, silently observing Su Chen, her eyes filled with tenderness, before she let out a soft sigh. Chapter 16. The Divine Wolf's Feather. The wind howled as the Divine Wolf moved with astonishing speed, traversing through dense forests and soaring over mountain peaks. In half a day, it covered a distance of 200 to 300 miles. Along the way, it encountered numerous magical beasts, yet they seemed to cower in fear of the Divine Wolf, retreating at its mere presence. The formidable strength of this Divine Wolf, residing within the heart of the beastly forest, was beyond imagination. Naturally, the magical beasts of the central area dared not confront it, opting instead to withdraw. Upon landing in a forest, Su Chen's hearing sharpened tremendously, catching the sound of human voices from a distance, which piqued his curiosity. "There are people ahead," he remarked. Yu responded, "At last, we've encountered others. Let us go investigate. They may also be students from our Xiandu Academy." Su Chen nodded slightly as the Divine Wolf leaped forward, moving towards the source of the sound. Beneath an ancient tree in the woods stood 3 individuals, all in their 20s, exuding youthful vigor. Among them was a fierce magical beast, standing 3 meters tall, resembling a dragon, its body cloaked in crimson scales. A sturdy saddle was firmly secured upon its back. This formidable creature was a 3rd-tier magic dragon, and its master was a striking young man with golden hair that danced in the wind. The purple-robed warrior spoke, "Carly, do not underestimate them. They are not to be trifled with." The beast rider, known as Carly, furrowed his brow and replied, "Du Fei, you overrate them. We possess a 4th-tier beast orb, a prize acquired from a mature 4th-tier magical beast, which cost us considerable effort and nearly our lives. Do those youths from the Kunlun family possess such capability?" The dark-haired beauty, Yin Baihe, smiled gracefully and said, "Carly, Dugu is correct. We must not underestimate our opponents. They are all 3rd-tier experts, warriors in the enlightenment phase. They are renowned figures within our immortal academy, or else they would not dare to wager with us." Suddenly, the magical beast beside Carly sensed something amiss, emitting a wary howl. its expression grave, tinged with a hint of fear. Carly shouted, "Who goes there?" A blue shadow leapt from the thicket, revealing the divine wolf and Su Chen. Su Chen offered a slight smile and said, "We are merely passing through. Please forgive us for any disruption we may have caused." Carrie truly felt a surge of anxiety as the figure beside him began to tremble slightly, their eyes unable to meet those of the divine wolf. The aura of terror emanating from the creature was palpable. Carrie paused momentarily, casting a cautious glance at Du Fei and Yin Baihe. Both were equally astonished, immediately discerning the extraordinary nature of the divine wolf, which was at least a fifth-tier magical beast. The one capable of sitting atop such a formidable creature surely possessed an extraordinary background. Their gaze shifted to Su Chen, who appeared to be merely in his 20s, dressed as a martial artist, which only deepened their astonishment. It was rare to encounter a martial artist capable of commanding magical beasts on the continent. The distinction between martial artists and beast tamers lay in their respective perceptions. Martial artists attuned to the way of combat, while beast tamers connected with the essence of beasts. Only those capable of sensing this essence and communicating with the beasts could hope to control them. Carrie's tone softened considerably as he spoke. "No worries. May I inquire how to address you, esteemed sir?" In the realm of the immortal gods, strength commanded respect. Thus, despite Su Chen's youthful appearance, his prowess would earn him the reverence of others. "I am Su Chen. May I have the honor of knowing your names?" he replied. The three were momentarily taken aback by his unusual surname, one they had not encountered before. They introduced themselves in turn, when suddenly, Yu Yue, who was positioned behind Su Chen, exclaimed softly. Upon noticing the beautiful woman behind Su Chen, the trio could not help but scrutinize her, only to be struck with recognition. "It's you," they murmured. Yu Yue's complexion darkened as she turned to Su Chen, urging, "Brother Dugu, should we leave this place swiftly?" Su Chen discerned that they appeared to be acquainted. However, Yu Yu, for reasons unknown, seemed reluctant to meet them. Thus, she clasped her hands and said to the trio, "We have matters to attend to. Take care." The three individuals wore expressions of astonishment and curiosity, eager to voice their thoughts. Yet the divine wolf, with remarkable swiftness, vanished into the depths of the forest in mere moments. As they watched the figure of the divine wolf disappear, Carrie let out a cold snort and remarked, "How could that woman be with him?" A flicker of disdain crossed Yin Baihe's eyes as she replied, "It's evident. No need for further contemplation. Li Feng and Zhua Yi are likely no longer by his side, perhaps even deceased." Du Fei chuckled, saying, "Those few inept fools overestimate themselves, daring to venture here. It would be strange if they survived." Carrie glanced at the trembling figure beside him and, intrigued, remarked that man's origins are not simple. His strength is unfathomable, and one wonders whence he came. Du Fei furrowed his brow and noted, "He seems to have reached the yellow stage, a warrior of the treasure body realm. Alas, the younger generation is indeed brimming with talent." As a fellow warrior, his own prowess was at the peak of the illumination stage, which could be deemed exceptional. Yet at that moment, he couldn't help but feel a pang of jealousy towards Su Chen. Every individual yearns to be the strongest. To be free of jealousy would require an exceptionally elevated state of mind. Yin Baihe remained silent, her expression grave, lost in her own thoughts. Once Su Chen and Yu Yu had distanced themselves, he expressed his concern, asking, "Miss Yu, are you all right?" Yu Yu, her demeanor flustered, responded, "I am fine. I simply do not wish to encounter those individuals." Su Chen inquired, "Do you know them?" Yu Yu's face displayed a look of grievance, her eyes glistening with tears, exuding an air of pitiful delicacy. She lamented, "They are students from the Immortal Academy, all high-ranking cultivators who are usually arrogant and disdainful of us weaker ones." Su Chen furrowed his brow, taken aback by their audacity, and comforted her, "Do not worry. With Brother Dugong by your side, they shall not dare to bully you." Yu Yu's tears transformed into a smile as she replied, "Brother Dugong, your kindness overwhelms me. I truly do not know how to repay you." Su Chen chuckled softly, saying, "When a friend is in need, how could I refrain from offering assistance? Strive diligently in your cultivation, and soon, no one shall underestimate you." He had also come to understand the immutable law of this world. Strength commands respect. Yu Yu nodded in agreement, gazing deeply at Su Chen. Yet a wave of inexplicable melancholy surged within her. She pondered, if Brother Dugong were to learn of that matter, would he too look down upon her and cease to regard her? As days passed, Su Chen developed a modicum of camaraderie with the divine wolf, finding it reminiscent of a legendary eagle. The divine wolf howled mournfully at the heavens, its voice echoing with sorrow. Its massive tongue gently licked Su Chen's hand, and with a slight tremor of its wings, a shimmering feather of azure light descended, landing delicately in Su Chen's palm. He recognized that this feather was extraordinary. After expressing his gratitude to the divine wolf, he carefully stored it away. After a brief respite, Yue rushed forward, grasping the immense black sword that Su Chen had laid on the ground. With a determined effort, she managed to lift it slightly above a meter. A moment of surprise crossed her face as she remarked, "Brother Dugong, this sword is so heavy. With it and all your other belongings, you must be quite fatigued." Su Chen smiled gently and replied, "This is but a trifle." Reinue spoke softly, "I cannot do anything, but I must assist you with these things." Su Chen untied the wooden ropes binding him, removed the ancient sword of Xianshen from his back, and handed it to Reinue, saying, "I entrust this ancient sword to you." A mix of gratitude and joy surged within her. This sword was extraordinarily powerful, capable of vanquishing even humanoid beasts with a single strike. And yet he so readily entrusted it to her. With a charming smile, she declared, "Even if I were to perish, I would never allow this sword to be lost." With deft movements, she secured the ancient sword to her delicate back. Her graceful figure and exquisite beauty transformed her into an image of a legendary heroine. Su Chen mused silently. Her poise and beauty are unmatched by most women. Chapter 17. Unworthy to intervene, Reinue pressed her lips together, stifling her tears. Her brow now etched with a newfound resolve. "They died for me. I will surely carry on their dreams." Su Chen nodded, moved by her poignant expression. He instinctively embraced her, reassuringly stating, "In the future, if anything arises, you have Brother Dugu by your side. No one will dare to bully you." He pondered for a moment before adding, "All right, when the time comes, tell me who those tormentors are, and I shall challenge them on your behalf." Before his words could fully settle, 3 figures emerged from the thicket. Upon spotting Su Chen and Reinue, they paused momentarily, caught off guard. One tall swordsman leaned towards a nearby sorcerer clad in purple, whispering a few words. The sorcerer's gaze was cunning, appearing to be in his 20s, while another swordsman, dressed in white robes, bore a sinister glint in his eyes. Upon seeing the group, Su Chen immediately discerned their nefarious intentions. Accompanied by Yu, he turned to leave. Suddenly, a towering swordsman bellowed, "You think you can depart so easily? First, relinquish the beast orb." Yu, taken aback, whispered to Su Chen, "I believe they intend to seize the beast orb." Some students, unable to gather enough orbs, often resort to preying upon those they perceive as weaker. A flicker of anger ignited within Su Chen, who resolutely refused to tolerate such injustice. His voice, imbued with a chilling edge, declared, "Why should we yield?" Yu noted the stark contrast in his demeanor compared to when he spoke to her, and her admiration for him deepened, recognizing his robust masculinity. Su Chen was unyielding against the strong yet offered no mercy to the wicked. He would risk his life for friends but showed no hesitation against foes. The towering swordsman scrutinized Su Chen, initially believing that with only 2 of them, one being a seemingly frail woman, they would pose no threat. Yet, witnessing Su Chen's composed yet formidable presence, a sliver of fear crept into his heart. The purple-clad elemental mage grinned sinisterly, stating, "Let us see how formidable you truly are." He then recited an incantation, and with a thunderous crack, a bolt of violet lightning descended from the heavens, aimed directly at Su Chen. "My prowess is rather modest." Merely at the beast body stage, Su Chen replied nonchalantly. Unperturbed, he grasped Yu's hand, and with a graceful leap, evaded the strike, causing the lightning to miss its target and carve a massive black hole into the ground, smoke billowing forth. The trio gasped in astonishment, not anticipating Su Chen's extraordinary speed as he effortlessly dodged the attack and perched upon a nearby tree. Su Chen coldly remarked, "How about it? It is best not to recklessly engage with those who are not my equals, for you may come to regret it." The 3 adversaries were certainly not to be underestimated. Having previously collected a meager number of beast orbs and having already seized several sets from weaker students, although they felt a twinge of fear, they were not easily deterred. The purple-clad elemental master, in particular, doubted his prowess as a yellow-tier expert and shouted, "Let us 3 attack together and see how he evades." Die. The towering swordsman suddenly appeared beside Su Chen, wielding a massive sword aimed to cleave him in 2. With a resounding clang, the swordsman emitted a cry of agony as a black blade pierced his chest, blood gushing forth. His enormous sword was impaled in the middle by the dark blade. With a swift sweep of his right leg, Su Chen sent the swordsman flying into a nearby tree, where he collapsed to the ground, never to rise again. The thunder beast roared, The purple-clad elemental master, astonished that his companion had been dispatched so swiftly, unleashed an elemental spell, summoning a colossal thunder tiger. Towering at 2 meters high, crackling with violet lightning as it lunged towards Su Chen. Rainway gasped in surprise. But Su Chen merely smiled as he pulled her into his embrace. The black giant sword thrust forward, and with a resonant hum, a violet giant sword shot forth from the black blade, striking the thunder tiger, which instantaneously dissipated into nothingness. How is this possible? This is a third-tier elemental spell. The purple-clad elemental master uttered in disbelief. Could he truly be? The swordsman in white, having witnessed Su Chen's formidable prowess, retreated to a considerable distance. In that moment, he hastily grasped the hand of the violet-clad elemental mage and turned to flee into the depths of the forest. Su Chen made no attempt to pursue them. Letting out a sigh, he remarked, "It is hardly worth my effort." Yue, brimming with delight, exclaimed, "Indeed. Big Brother Dugu is simply extraordinary. Those few can be considered moderate experts within our school, yet you dispatched them with just a few moves." Suddenly, Su Chen recalled something. His expression ignited with excitement as he asked, "Miss Yu, are you aware of the most formidable expert at your school?" A look of concern crossed Yue's face as she replied earnestly, "Yes, the most powerful individuals at our school are undoubtedly the principal and several elders. Their strength can only be described as terrifying. Among the young experts, I dare say none can rival them." Su Chen responded, "Very well. I shall accompany you to Xindu Academy. Please lead me to them. I wish to make their acquaintance." Yue, already aware of Su Chen's intent to seek worthy opponents at Xindu Academy, did not dissuade him and nodded in agreement. A white cloud materialized above Su Chen's head, its soft tendrils brushing against his face, inducing a ticklish sensation. Ruan Shui, with wide eyes, leaped onto Su Chen's head to gaze into the distance, seemingly expressing her discontent. Su Chen chuckled softly, "If you stay with me, you shall find it exceedingly dull." Suddenly, Ruan Shui propelled herself forcefully, landing on a branch. Her eyes fixed on Su Chen as she emitted a series of chirps, as if voicing her protest. Yue laughed, "In the future, when Big Brother Dugu is too busy to entertain you, you may come to me. I shall treat you well." Ruan Shui turned her head away, completely ignoring her. Su Chen said, "All right, regardless of what happens, I will never abandon you. Please come down. We must continue our journey." However, Ro Shui remained fixated on another point. Utterly motionless, as if she had not heard his words, or perhaps simply chose to ignore him. Her expression shifted to one of excitement as she swiftly consumed the ginseng, leaving no trace behind, before settling down obediently on Su Chen's shoulder. After 2 more days of travel, they encountered second-tier magical beasts, which posed no challenge to Su Chen. Any that dared to attack were swiftly vanquished by him. As they drew nearer to the immortal capital, they caught a distant glimpse of the city standing majestically at the edge of the mountains. "Miss Yu, where is your hometown?" Over the past few days, Dugu Qiubai had learned much about the affairs of the immortal and divine continent from Yu. He discovered that the immortal capital was the largest city in the northern region of the Lingfeng Kingdom, one of the 4 great nations of the East, bordering the beastly forest. It was a melting pot of talent from across the continent, with numerous prominent families established within. The Immortal Academy, the largest institution in the immortal capital, was renowned throughout the continent. Only those with exceptional cultivation talent could gain admission. Yu replied, "My hometown lies in the southern part of the Lingfeng Kingdom, in a remote little town. My sister and I are orphans. From a young age, I possessed the gift of controlling fire elements. The town mayor and the locals treated us kindly, sending me to a school for elemental masters. However, after he came into possession of Dugu Qiubai's 3 remnants of spirit, he transformed into a different person, and those memories have faded, perhaps out of unwillingness to recall them. Who among us wishes to dwell on a sorrowful past?" He felt a sense of shared sorrow for Yu, which instilled within him a protective instinct towards her. "Brother Dugu, with your exceptional skills, you would be highly regarded in the Xindu Academy or any nation. Acquiring wealth and fame would come easily to you. Would you not desire such recognition?" Yu suddenly inquired. Su Chen replied, "Fame and fortune are merely fleeting illusions to me. What I truly seek remains a mystery, even to myself." Observing a flicker of melancholy and confusion in Su Chen's eyes, Yu couldn't help but furrow her brow. Was she feeling pity for him? Su Chen gazed at the sky, lost in contemplation. Do I truly not understand? Did I not come to this world in pursuit of joy and freedom? Perhaps I should simply embrace the flow of life. Chapter 18. The Fierce Battle. The black giant sword in his hand was extraordinarily heavy, weighing at least 100 pounds. Su Chen named it Mo Long. The previous owner of this sword must have practiced an exceptionally rigorous martial art, reminiscent of the Xian heavy sword wielded by Dugu Qiubai in his lifetime. Su Chen's true energy was escalating rapidly. A single strike from Mo Long could unleash a force of several thousand pounds, making it exceedingly difficult for ordinary magical beasts to withstand. Their pace was not swift, covering only 100 miles a day. Yet the magical beasts along their path posed no threat, as dispatching them took little time. At this rate, they would reach Xiandu City in 3 days, with 6 or 7 days remaining before their reporting time at the Xiandu Academy. The peaks stand tall, and the trees are adorned with emerald hues. Su Chen could not help but acknowledge that the scenery of the Divine Spirit continent is far more exquisite than that of the central plains of the 9 provinces. Here, vibrant and rare flowers flourish, crystal-clear lakes shimmer like jade, and magnificent waterfalls cascade down as if the Milky Way itself has descended from the heavens. Various exotic birds and beasts, whose names remain unknown, abound. A chorus of birdsong filled the air as a colossal redbird, measuring 3 meters in length, soared overhead, carrying a young cultivator upon its back. The giant bird descended into a valley, and from afar, the sounds of a fierce battle erupted. Judging by the appearance of that cultivator, they are likely a beast tamer from the Immortal Academy, said Yu. Should we take a detour? Su Chen nodded in agreement, replying, let us follow our own path. We need not fear others. It would be intriguing to observe. The soft snow on his shoulder flicked its fluffy tail, chirping twice, as if eager to join the fray. As they traversed an ancient forest, the sounds of combat grew increasingly distinct. From a distance, flashes of red, blue, and green lights shot skyward. Upon closer inspection, thick smoke billowed, and a fierce fire blazed within the valley, engulfing vast swathes of ancient trees, the flames continuing to spread. With a thunderous roar, dozens of green lightning bolts descended from the sky, their power unparalleled, leaving behind a massive crater in the valley, shrouded in dust and debris. Su Chen, taken aback, cautiously approached, seeking refuge behind a secure stone formation while peering out. Within the valley, dozens of cultivators were engaged in a fierce battle. Elements such as flames, lightning, and ice howled fiercely, emanating from the hands of the elemental masters. The air was thick with the pressure of sword energy as 5 or 6 warriors, swift as lightning, engaged in a duel within the valley, leaving ancient trees toppled in their wake. A few cultivators rode on ferocious beasts, wielding their weapons amidst the intense battle, while a firebird hovered overhead, shooting forth torrents of scorching flames. This was the colossal bird that Su Chen and his companions had observed moments prior. The conflict had persisted for half an hour, leaving the valley utterly transformed and devoid of any trace of the once fleeing birds and beasts. Su Chen, slightly astonished, turned to Yu and remarked, are they perhaps students from the Xiandu Academy? Their prowess is formidable. Yu's complexion turned pale as a sheet, her gaze fixed ahead in a daze. Noticing her unusual demeanor, Su Chen inquired, are you all right, Miss Yu? She snapped out of her reverie and replied, I'm fine. Those individuals are likely from our academy. I recognize 3 of them. As she spoke, a flicker of anger illuminated her eyes. Suddenly, the battle ceased. Among the 12 combatants, 4 lay slain, 3 gravely wounded, while the remaining 5, endowed with considerable strength, appeared largely unscathed. A tall, handsome youth sneered, what I desire, few dare to deny me, truly. They are foolish and courting their own demise, his tone dripping with disdain and mockery. Even Su Chen, who was stealthily observing from the sidelines, found himself irked by the boy's arrogance. This fellow is insufferably arrogant, he thought. Yu, seething with indignation, exclaimed, that person is Feng Linwei, a notorious scoundrel. He is wicked to the core. If only I possessed greater strength, I would revel in slaying him. Su Chen was momentarily taken aback, pondering the depth of her animosity towards Feng Linwei. Whether it stemmed from a personal vendetta or simply his unremarkable character, it was evident that he was no ordinary adversary. He silently resolved to seek guidance from this individual at the first opportunity. Among the 8 living, 3 were beast tamers, 2 were elementalists, 1 was a martial artist, and the identities of the remaining 2 were inscrutable. Feng Linwei was one of these enigmatic figures, accompanied by 2 companions, aside from 1 martial artist. The other appeared almost ethereal, seemingly not of this world, and was indeed a cultivator. The beast tamer mounted on the firebird, and the 2 elementalists formed another group, with 1 severely injured. Nevertheless, in comparison to the other two groups, their strength was commendable, for they had survived the chaos of combat. The other two beast tamers were the formidable leaders of their respective groups, yet both were grievously wounded, their magical beasts likewise bearing the marks of battle. Young Master Kunlun, why do you exert such pressure upon us? You must have already gathered sufficient beast orbs. Why continue to seize them? A fiery-haired youth on the firebird retorted indignantly. Taking your beast orbs requires no justification. If you were stronger than I would not protest should you claim my orbs, Kunlun replied with a cold smirk. The cultivator beside him remained inscrutable, exuding an aura of latent power, watching silently. Meanwhile, another martial artist stood by, wearing a cruel smile, and astonishingly, all three appeared utterly unscathed. The two wounded beast tamers, having lost their comrades, were left with no choice but to relinquish their beast orbs and depart, their injured forms dragging along. Kunlun extended his hands, and two packages of beast orbs on the ground were drawn into his grasp by an unseen force. With a gentle squeeze of the bundles, he smiled and remarked, "It seems they are wise enough. I shall accept these beast orbs." His gaze turned frigid as he addressed the youth atop the flaming bird, declaring, "You are not our match. I suggest you leave with the beast orbs." Anger flared upon the faces of the three, each silently lamenting their misfortune on this day. Had they arrived at the academy a day earlier, they would have avoided this encounter. Their strength was considered average within the academy, and they had amassed a fair number of beast orbs, sufficient for studying the academy's treasured secret techniques. However, if they surrendered the orbs today, all their prior efforts would be in vain. Yet, refusing to comply would only lead to their own demise, as they were no match for their opponents. A man may be slain, but he shall not be humiliated. Though we may not triumph over you, we cannot submit so easily," proclaimed the red-haired youth with a loud voice. Su Chen listened intently, secretly admiring the red-haired youth as the ink dragon sword in his hand quivered slightly. As the red-haired youth finished speaking, the flaming bird let out a mournful cry, soaring into the sky with outstretched wings. It unleashed a massive column of fire directed toward Kunlun and his companions. Meanwhile, another uninjured ally conjured an elemental spell, summoning a green bolt of lightning the size of a bowl, which descended from above and struck toward the trio. Kunlun responded with a cold smile, his hands weaving an intricate series of gestures. A dark mist surged from his body, coalescing above his head into a swirling vortex. The column of fire collided with the vortex, only to be continuously consumed within it. The sky-sucking technique, the red-haired youth gasped in astonishment. The peculiar green divine lightning crackled ominously, its power formidable. However, the white-clad cultivator remained as calm as an ancient well. He retrieved a silver token from his waist and recited an incantation, causing the token to levitate in the air, its silvery light intensifying to a blinding brilliance that rendered the sun above dim in comparison. A green lightning bolt struck the silver barrier, yet it remained immovable, gradually dissipating into nothingness. Suddenly, the silver token shook violently and shot towards the elemental master. Simultaneously, a black vortex transformed into a whirlwind, spiraling towards the fiery avian creature in the sky. The two engaged in retaliation. With a sharp clang, an object struck the surface of the silver token. In a resounding clap, a colossal purple hand surged skyward, colliding with the black whirlwind. A towering figure emerged within the valley, its gaze electrifying and imposing. Chapter 19. Outraged, the red-haired youth in the sky was both astonished and elated, having just traversed the brink of death. A startled exclamation escaped his lips, clearly incongruous with his usual proud demeanor. Such a sound indicated not only surprise, but also a sense of admiration, prompting him to glance at Su Chen. Su Chen's gaze fixated on the three adversaries as he remarked, "You have overstepped your bounds." One person stood against the formidable attacks of two others. What kind of prowess was this? Everyone present was both astonished and curious about this sudden master, their eyes drawn to him. The flaming bird descended to the ground, and a red-haired youth leaped down, expressing his gratitude to Su Chen, saying, "Thank you, esteemed one, for your rescue." Su Chen smiled faintly and replied, "There is no need for thanks. I merely disapprove of their actions." Kunlun Hui's face displayed a flicker of anger as he inquired, "Your strength is formidable. May I ask your name?" Su Chen replied, "There are certain individuals whose names I find unworthy of sharing." The red-haired youth could not help but chuckle and asked, "Pray tell, what is your esteemed name?" Su Chen responded, "I am known as Su Chen." Kunlun, gritting his teeth in frustration, felt a twinge of apprehension towards Su Chen's prowess, prompting his inquiry. However, he was taken aback by Su Chen's arrogance. With a cold smirk, he declared, "I shall put your strength to the test." With that, he chanted incantations, and dark energy surged forth, coalescing into a towering black beast resembling a bull, adorned with two formidable horns. A sinister grin spread across his face as the beast's eyes suddenly glowed red, charging towards Su Chen and his companions. Feng Linwei, a late-stage martial artist, possessed the audacity to be arrogant. Yet, his opponent was Su Chen. In a soft voice, Su Chen uttered a single word, and his treasure body shimmered, leaving behind numerous fleeting shadows, all resembling monkeys. The beastly steps technique unfurled for the first time, rendering Su Chen's form nearly imperceptible, as he moved with astonishing swiftness. In the blink of an eye, he materialized before the black bull. The wind howled fiercely as the long sword lunged forward, piercing into the beast's very essence. The black bull, formed from dark energy, did not dissipate under the strike. It continued its relentless charge towards Su Chen. With a sharp exclamation, he commanded, and the longsword seemed to come alive, swirling in his grasp. The black bull let out a mournful cry as the dark energy was swiftly obliterated, vanishing without a trace. How could this be? Feng Linwei was utterly astonished. His dark energy possessed an unparalleled, capable of absorbing the genuine energy and fighting spirit emitted by others. Yet, he felt not a trace of the true energy from Su Chen's sword. Remarkably, Su Chen did not utilize even the slightest bit of true energy, relying solely on his sword techniques to render the black bull insubstantial. "Brother Dugu, splendid performance." A sweet voice chimed in, brimming with joy and pride. Yu emerged slowly, approaching Su Chen, her face adorned with a radiant smile. "It's you." Feng Linwei gasped in shock. Roshue hopped excitedly on Yu's shoulder, her dark eyes swirling with curiosity as she surveyed the scene. "Feng Lin, what a coincidence. I never expected to encounter you here," Yu said, a flicker of anger flashing in her eyes, though she managed to suppress it, feigning nonchalance. Feng Linwei suddenly sneered. "You didn't perish in this accursed beast forest. You must have a remarkable fate. Where are those two worthlessly Feng? Surely, they haven't met their demise?" Yu, filled with sorrow and fury, leaned against Su Chen, tears welling in her eyes as she whispered her grievances, appearing quite pitiable. Anger instantly darkened Su Chen's expression. He gently caressed Yu's hair, gripping the long sword, which he thrust forward, pointing it directly at Feng Linwei. In a cold voice, he warned, "Do not force me to kill you." His words were delivered with a chilling detachment, his eyes radiating a fierce, killing intent, while the long sword emitted a low hum, as if poised to strike at the adversary before him. A chill ran through Feng Linwei. He realized that with Su Chen present, he would gain no advantage. Though he was immensely proud, he was not reckless, and for the moment, he dared not speak, yet the frustration within him was difficult to swallow. Yu, filled with a sense of triumph, gradually ceased her weeping and gazed affectionately at Su Chen, saying, "Brother Dugong, these individuals are utterly unworthy of your interventions. We need not concern ourselves with them." Her words not only infuriated Feng Linwei, but also provoked the cultivators and warriors of his group, who glared at Yu with disdain. Fear gripped Yu's heart as she added, "Brother Dugong, look how fierce they are. Without you here, I might not survive." The red-haired youth and his companions echoed their discontent, asserting, "This young lady speaks the truth. They bully the weak and act with utmost arrogance. I lament my own lack of strength, alas." Su Chen replied, "Lack of strength is inconsequential. What matters most is possessing a righteous heart. If one's intentions are corrupt, even 100-fold stronger than I, they are not deserving of respect." The three red-haired youths were stirred by his words, proclaiming, "Brother Su is absolutely correct. Though these three may wield great power, they command no respect from us. Even if it leads to our demise today, we shall not yield to them." Suddenly, the cultivator erupted in laughter, declaring, "In this world, countless beings exist. The strong are revered while the weak are destined for elimination. Such is the natural order." At that moment, Su Chen's Malong sword emitted a resonant hum and unexpectedly flew from his grasp, aiming directly at the cultivator. Mastering the art of sword control. The cultivator was taken aback as a silver medallion in his hand glimmered with a radiant light, inscribed with incantations that flickered in and out of visibility, enveloping it to block the Malong sword. This was his treasured artifact, and as the cultivator, who had reached the late stage of enlightenment, sensed the hidden peril posed by the Malong sword, he hastily summoned his magical abilities. The sword's oppressive force was unparalleled, causing the cultivator to stagger slightly and retreat a few steps as the silver light flickered precariously. With a flicker of thought, Su Chen adjusted the angle of the MO longsword, bringing it crashing down from the heavens. With a resounding clang, a dazzling silver light surged and swayed violently, causing the cultivator to instinctively retreat a few steps, his complexion slightly pallid. Your strength is not insignificant, yet ultimately, you shall struggle to achieve greatness, Su Chen remarked as he sheathed the MO longsword. The cultivator stood frozen, a flicker of surprise washing over him, his brow furrowed in contemplation. Though he was a practitioner of the Dao, he found himself entrenched in the mundane world, striving for recognition as a student of the Xiandu Academy. The allure of fame and fortune ever elusive. Feng Linhui recognized that the cultivator's prowess matched his own, yet he could do nothing against Su Chen, leaving him increasingly perplexed by this enigmatic figure, whose mysterious nature only intensified his irritation at the fact that such a person was in the company of Yu Yu. The trio of red-haired youths was aflame with excitement. Despite their earlier alliance with two other groups, they struggled against the three individuals. Now, with Su Chen's intervention, two of their adversaries were rendered speechless, a gratifying turn of events. Yu Yu's face brightened with joy, her heart swelling with boundless gratitude towards Su Chen. With a radiant smile, she declared, "They are simply no match for us. Only the four foremost experts of the Xiandu Academy could possibly contend with Brother Dugu." Having spoken, she turned her gaze to Feng Linhui, a teasing smile gracing her lips, and said, "Feng Lin, dear sir, is it true that with your prowess you still cannot amass enough beast orbs? Would you like me to lend you a hand?" Her tone dripped with mockery as she turned to Su Chen, retrieving from the large sack at his waist a fire beast orb, the size of a bowl, and offered. "This is a beast orb from a 5th-tier magical beast. Would you care for a gift?" Feng Linhui, taken aback and infuriated, found himself momentarily at a loss for words. The 5th-tier beast orb, even the strongest combination in the academy, might struggle to obtain it. To his surprise, the woman he had always looked down upon was now flaunting it before him. Su Chen was aware of Yu Yu's disdain for them. She was deliberately trying to provoke him. However, her usual gentleness was overshadowed by a playful demeanor at this moment, leaving him in a state of bemusement. Although Feng Linhui was infuriated, the sight of the 5th-tier beast orb led him to suspect that Su Chen was concealing remarkable strength, possibly capable of slaughtering 5th-tier magical beasts, which made him hesitant to provoke him further. He could only glare at Yu Yu with a grim expression. Yu Yu then retrieved dozens of beast orbs of various sizes from her bag, their vibrant colors shimmering. Among them were 5 or 6 4th-tier beast orbs. She smugly remarked, "You can only resort to thievery to collect such a number of beast orbs, whereas my brother Dugu easily acquires these from magical beasts." Haha. Finally unable to contain his disdain, Feng Linhui scoffed, "Shut your mouth, you wretch." Yu Yu, feeling melancholic, turned to Su Chen and asked, "Brother Dugu, do you think I am very wicked?" Su Chen's gaze was sharp as he fixed his eyes on Feng Linhui, saying, "Of course, you are not wicked. It is people like him who have harmed countless lives, and your anger is justifiable." After speaking, the MO long sword whistled through the air once more, aimed directly at Feng Linhui's chest. Chapter 20. The Beast's 9 Steps. The MO long sword soared forth, targeting Feng Linhui's heart. Taken by surprise, Feng Linhui, who had long since opened his spiritual senses and was nearing the state of a precious body, possessed extraordinary sensitivity. He swiftly recoiled, simultaneously forming hand seals, conjuring a massive black shield composed entirely of dark energy that materialized before his chest. Yet, Su Chen's spiritual perception surpassed his own. The ink dragon sword suddenly altered its trajectory, cleaving towards his waist. Though startled, he remained composed, and the black shield promptly descended. With a resounding thud, the ink dragon's sword struck the shield, instantly enveloping the entire blade in a shroud of black mist. Su Chen felt an overwhelming force emanating from the mist, rendering him unable to withdraw the sword momentarily. His expression remained as tranquil as a still pond, as he gently flicked his left fingers twice, unleashing 2 violet energy blades aimed directly at Feng Linhui's head. The god-slaying sword fingers possessed immeasurable power. Perfected, they could annihilate deities. Although Feng Linhui had never encountered this technique before, he sensed its formidable might and swiftly maneuvered the black mist of his shield to protect his head. With 2 sharp sounds, the energy blades were deflected, but Feng Linhui suddenly felt a chill at his waist. The ink dragon's sword had actually sliced through the shield of black mist. severing his iron belt and causing the two beast orbs attached to it to fall to the ground. Among the three, two were filled with indignation, while one was lost in thought, absent-mindedly trailing behind. Before long, they disappeared into the depths of the forest. Su Chen reclaimed the ink dragon sword, adjusted his internal true energy, and remarked with a smile, "This time, we have certainly forged a grudge with them." Yi responded, "Brother Dugu, I apologize for dragging you into this, but I simply could not swallow my pride. That Feng Lin Hui is no human." Her eyes were filled with resentment and sorrow, as if she was determined to settle the score with Feng Lin Hui. The trio of red-haired youths approached Su Chen, expressing their gratitude profusely, before each introduced themselves. The red-haired youth was named Fire Eagle, a high-level beast tamer. His two companions were both elemental masters. The one wielding green lightning was named Green Sky, a practitioner of advanced rank, while the other, a water elemental master named Blue Wind, was in the late stages of intermediate rank and currently injured. Among the youth, the three of them were considered quite formidable. However, their opponents, although also of advanced rank, had entered the mid-stages, and despite the mere difference of one rank, the discrepancy in their capabilities was profound. In the realm of human cultivators, the 7 ranks are further divided into early, mid, and late stages. A difference of a single stage results in a significant disparity in strength. A practitioner of a higher rank could even contend against 10 of the next lower rank. For instance, an adept at the nascent soul stage, earth rank, could rival 10 masters at the core formation stage, mysterious rank. Once one attains the nascent soul, their ability to wield magical artifacts becomes unparalleled. The flickering flames cast shadows upon the faces of the two, while a mournful sound echoed through the darkness, as if someone were weeping in secret. Yu Yu's expression bore a hint of concern as she addressed Su Chen, elder brother Dugu. That Feng Lin Hui is the third son of the prominent Feng Lin family in Xiandu City. He possesses a narrow-minded temperament and will surely harbor resentment against you. Although your strength is formidable, their family wields considerable influence. You must exercise caution in Xiandu City. She had been venting her anger earlier, but now felt a twinge of regret, worrying for Su Chen's safety. Su Chen replied with a smile, "I am well aware of that. Bullying the weak is a common occurrence, and I did not anticipate that the Divine Spirit continent would be any different. Do not fret, I will be cautious." Despite his words, his mind was occupied with thoughts of confronting those who abuse their power, regardless of their family's might. The chivalrous spirit possessed by Dugu Qiubai is vividly manifested in Su Chen. As a martial artist, if one cannot act in the name of justice, it would be better not to cultivate it all. Roshue lay upon Su Chen's shoulder, her eyes gently closed, seemingly asleep. Yet, Su Chen could discern a faint white mist emanating from her being, absorbing the surrounding spiritual energy of heaven and earth, continuously integrating it within her. Remarkably, Roshue was also in the midst of cultivation. Standing atop the treetops, Su Chen gazed up at the bright night sky, seemingly on the verge of a sigh, yet refraining from expressing it. Suddenly, he unfurled his form, trailing several afterimages behind him, distinctly resembling the shapes of birds. With wings spread wide, Su Chen appeared to tread upon the void, traversing several dozen steps in the air before alighting on another tree. To his astonishment, he realized he had unknowingly journeyed miles away, now perched atop an ancient tree. He laughed heartily, marveling at the profound intricacies of the Dao of Heaven technique. The beast's steps were exponentially more sophisticated and powerful than any renowned lightness skill in the world. He could not help but exclaim in wonder, as walking upon the void was an ability reserved for celestial beings in the central planes. Within him, the purple true energy circulated incessantly, coursing through his extraordinary meridians and vital organs. He noted that his true energy grew stronger with each passing day, his muscles and bones transforming, becoming ever more resilient, akin to divine iron. The purple spirit pill in his dantian had also expanded from the size of a fingertip to that of half a fingertip, on the verge of complete absorption. Had he not encountered that divine maiden and the peculiar hand bone, he wondered when he might have fully absorbed this purple spirit pill. He merely contemplated this without concern for gain or loss, unaware that the Xiling pill had entirely transformed him, rendering him no longer human. Yet, this very transformation would inevitably confine his cultivation. No matter how potent the elixir, it proves exceedingly beneficial for cultivators. However, for warriors, it becomes a shackle, one that becomes increasingly difficult to break once a certain level of mastery is attained. As the night deepened and tranquility enveloped the surroundings, Su Chen activated the All Beings technique, feeling the qi within him circulate with extraordinary swiftness. He immersed himself in his practice, faintly perceiving figures within the mist, which began to take on clarity. A shadow emerged, its form fluctuating, reminiscent of a ferocious beast, complete with fangs and claws, yet its true visage remained elusive. The all-being's technique was profoundly enigmatic. What entity lurked within that hazy realm? Was it because he had only cultivated the first halves of the human and earth volumes that he could not discern them clearly? Su Chen had always believed this to be the principal technique of the Dao of Heaven, yet despite his current cultivation, he still found himself at a loss. Nevertheless, he did not underestimate this technique, dedicating the majority of his time daily to its practice. Little did he know, in the shadows, a pair of gentle eyes gazed upon him quietly, filled with boundless tenderness, flowing like a stream, unceasing and intertwined, akin to a blazing flame, burning with fervor every night. Without fail. Chapter 21. The City of Immortals. Perhaps due to the extensive consumption of the Xiling pill, Su Chen's progress in cultivation began to slow considerably. However, this slowness is relative. Compared to his previous pace of advancement, it is considerably sluggish, yet when juxtaposed with many practitioners on the mainland, it is astonishingly rapid. One must understand that even the most exceptional geniuses typically require 7 to 8 years to transition from the intermediate realm to the yellow tier, while Su Chen accomplished this feat in less than a month. Last night, Su Chen experienced yet another breakthrough, advancing from the early stage of the yellow tier physique to the mid-stage. Upon entering the mid-stage, Su Chen's physique stabilized. Ordinary blades and weapons could hardly inflict any harm upon him. His entire body resembled a treasure, with robust and powerful muscles that rendered his speed remarkably swift. The vigorous true energy coursed through his meridians, nourishing his internal organs and continuously replenishing his energy. Now, Su Chen could easily endure a month without food or water without any issues. This distinction marks the greatest divergence between warriors and elementalists in the realm of cultivation. Even the indestructible golden body of a great Luo golden immortal pales in comparison to the physique of a martial god. Initially astonished by the changes in his body, Su Chen eventually grew indifferent. The path of cultivation stretches far ahead. Following the smooth mountain path, Su Chen and Yu Yu exited the final valley of the beast forest. Ahead of them lay a broad road extending into the distance, flanked by blooming flowers and lush trees. At the road's end stood a towering ancient city, resembling a giant standing between heaven and earth. This was Xiandu City, the foremost city in the northern region of Lingfeng Nation. To the east of the Divine Spirit continent, 5 great nations and hundreds of smaller ones exist. The 5 great nations occupy over 80% of the territory, characterized by vast lands and robust national strength. To the east lies the Kingdom of, to the west the Kingdom of Shiluo, to the south the Kingdom of Nanqing, and to the north the Kingdom of Beihe, with the Kingdom of Lingfeng situated at the center. Between these 5 nations, countless smaller states serve as buffer zones, with limited points of contact. Over the course of millennia, the 5 nations have engaged in only a few hundred minor skirmishes, with major conflicts being exceedingly rare. This is largely due to the formidable sects from the immortal and divine continent that support each nation. Should turmoil arise, the cultivators from these esteemed sects would invariably intervene. Their powers are not to be underestimated, and in the event of war, not only would countless lives be lost, but the very landscape might undergo transformation. Furthermore, the immortal and divine continent is not solely inhabited by humans. Should other races seize the opportunity to strike amidst the chaos, the threat would be immense. Among the 5 nations, there exist regions shrouded in mystery and scarcely traversed by human feet. These areas are fraught with peril and are home to various ancient races, fallen deities, and enchanting relics of antiquity. Many of these locations are so treacherous that even the most adept at the celestial stage dare not approach them lightly. Such regions encompass a vast expanse, accounting for nearly 1/5 of the total land, designated as forbidden zones by humanity. The forest of malevolent beasts is but a small fraction of these restricted areas. The Kingdom of Lingfeng is endowed with exceptional talents and is a confluence of cultivators from across the continent, particularly within its bustling metropolises, where a multitude of skilled practitioners resides. Their motivations are varied. Some seek knowledge, while others pursue fame and fortune. Among them, there are even a few at the celestial stage who, indifferent to glory or wealth, choose to remain in the great cities for reasons known only to themselves, their true motives shrouded in mystery. Xiandu City is one of the most prosperous cities in the Kingdom of Lingfeng. Although it may not rival the capital, Its size and population are unparalleled within the kingdom, boasting a population of 5 to 6 million, comparable to that of any small nation. The roads are spacious, and upon traversing a path, one encounters an intersection. To the east lies Longhu City, to the west, Beishan City, and to the north, Xiandu City itself. Here, the streets are alive with a ceaseless flow of people arriving from all corners of the continent, merchants, cultivators, and travelers alike. Su Chen, having arrived in the Xianshen continent, felt a surge of excitement upon witnessing such a multitude for the first time. The variety of attire dazzled his senses, while Yu, by his side, provided explanations. This is a citizen of country, known for their hearty disposition and eloquence. Those over there hail from Nanqing country, many of whom are cultivators. And these travelers are from the Western powers, she remarked, pointing to a Westerner with aquamarine hair and emerald eyes. After a while, they reached the outskirts of Xiandu City. Su Chen had memorized most of the ethnicities present and could not help but marvel at the vast population of the Xianshen continent. Towering walls stood before him, reaching a height of 20 meters, constructed from an extraordinarily hard stone that radiated a crimson hue. There were no guards stationed outside. The city welcomed individuals from all regions, and within its bounds, skilled individuals were numerous, deterring any from causing trouble. Upon entering the city, one is greeted by pavilions and towers flanking either side, with throngs of people filling the streets, taverns abundant, and shops aplenty. At the center, a grand stone-paved road stretches wide, measuring at least 100 meters across, leading towards countless towering buildings that rise in layers towards the horizon. Su Chen had visited the imperial capital of the Central Plains, yet in comparison to this city, the structures of the imperial capital appeared lamentably diminutive. Under the guidance of Yu, he became acquainted with several renowned taverns, shops, and entertainment venues. As they passed by a lavish palace, Su Chen observed a red carpet laid out before it, flanked by dozens of enchanting beauties, each exuding grace and charm. The comings and goings from within the palace were exclusively male, with hardly a woman in sight. The Wind and Flower Hall, Su Chen murmured softly, noticing the 3 large red characters, elegantly curved as if each letter danced like a beautiful maiden. Yu's cheeks flushed slightly as she said to Su Chen, "Brother Dugu, this is the most famous place for romance in Xiandu City." Su Chen smiled faintly and replied, "Let us proceed." He then turned away, no longer casting a glance at the palace. A look of delight crossed Yu's face as she closely followed behind him. Xiandu City was remarkably vast, encompassing several thousand miles of territory. At its heart lay the illustrious Xiandu Academy, situated along the renowned Xiandu Road. As Yu guided Su Chen through the city, they leisurely strolled until twilight, finally arriving at the academy. The entrance was a broad avenue, lined with numerous buildings that lacked the bustling vibrancy typical of a city. Students, brimming with vitality, passed in and out of the academy, engaged in lively conversation. Su Chen was astonished, noting that the beauty of the women in this world far surpassed that of the Central Plains. They possessed an aura that set them apart from ordinary folk. The academy's grand entrance soared to a height of 30 feet, crafted from stone, and flanked by 2 enormous mythical beasts, exquisitely carved, so lifelike that even Su Chen could not name them. Peering through the doorway, Su Chen was struck by the grandeur and spaciousness of the Xiandu Academy. Towering edifices rose majestically within the depths of the academy, interspersed with patches of lush forests and verdant meadows, where an array of exotic flowers and rare grasses thrived. The pathways were paved with jade stones, and as the sun dipped below the horizon, the crimson twilight cast a breathtaking reflection upon the jade, creating a scene of unparalleled beauty. Most importantly, Su Chen sensed an ineffable aura emanating from within the academy. A vitality that sent his blood racing, clearly the mark of extraordinary masters. The academy did not prohibit outsiders, and Su Chen followed closely behind Yu as they ventured deeper into the campus. The student populace was remarkably abundant, with ages ranging between 20 and 25. Grasping the Mo longsword in his hand, Su Chen, despite the throngs of students, occasionally attracted their attention, drawing curious glances and whispered remarks along the way. After traversing a grove adorned with rare flora, they arrived at a collection of pavilions and towers, which served as the students' dormitories. The students permitted entry into this prestigious academy were indeed exceptional individuals. As one of the most renowned academies on the continent, Xiandu Academy boasted unmatched wealth and resources. Despite its population exceeding 30,000, each student was afforded a private dormitory, ensuring peace and solitude, while hosting guests within their quarters was a commonplace occurrence. Yu guided Su Chen to her dormitory, a charming little abode flanked by a grove of bamboo. As the evening breeze swept through, the bamboo swayed gently, producing a soft rustling sound. With a blush gracing her cheeks, Yu said, "Dugu brother, this is where I reside." Su Chen nodded and followed her. As Yu opened the door, a fragrant aroma wafted through the air. The boudoir was adorned with exquisite detail, with beaded curtains hanging at the entrance, red silk draping the bed, and a few ceramic jade cups arranged neatly on the table, accompanied by a vase brimming with fragrant lilies. Su Chen paused momentarily, unburdening the package from his waist and placing it on the table. "This should be safe, right? No one would dare to steal within the academy," he remarked. Yu smiled charmingly and replied, "Of course not. The academy is filled with masters. No thief has yet had the audacity to venture here." Su Chen chuckled. "That's good. I can rest easy then." Yu removed the Xianshen sword from her back and handed it to Su Chen, her voice soft as she said, "You have endured much on this journey, Brother Dugu. I shall never know how to repay your kindness in this lifetime." Chapter 22. The Sword of Heaven's decapitation. The last rays of the setting sun disappeared behind the western mountains, and the world seemed to fall silent in an instant. In the beastly forest, howls echoed ominously, shrouded in shadows that rendered it terrifying. In stark contrast, Xiandu City was aglow with lights, resembling broad daylight. The streets bustled with pedestrians, lively and vibrant, a complete antithesis to the foreboding forest. Su Chen immersed himself in the crowd, wandering aimlessly alongside the passers-by. Xiandu City was extraordinarily prosperous, a true city that never slept. During the day it was bustling, and at night, entertainment venues and shops overflowed with people. At the heart of Xiandu City, the Wanxiang weapon store displayed a meticulous array of weapons, primarily crafted for cultivators, including swords for swordsmen, armor, elemental rings and bracelets for elementalists, and weaponry and robes for martial artists. The armaments of beast knights and the treasures of cultivators are abundantly available here. Unbeknownst to him, Su Chen found himself at the entrance of the Wanxiang weapon shop. A sudden chill coursed through him as a profound sword intent emanated from within the store. Having inherited the capabilities and thoughts of the legendary Dugu Qiubai, he was intimately familiar with sword intent. He stood quietly, a growing multitude of sword intent spilling forth from the shop, each representing a unique blade. Excitement surged within him, his blood beginning to boil. On his shoulder, the delicate Shui, with her large, dark eyes, gazed around curiously, seemingly fascinated by everything. Taking a step forward along the stone-paved steps, Su Chen entered the shop. Massive energy stones were embedded in the walls, radiating brilliant light that illuminated the entire establishment as if it were daytime. The shop was divided into numerous sections, each adorned with windows showcasing an array of weapons, some even embellished with energy stones that shimmered in various hues, enhancing the ambience of the displayed armaments. With the ink dragon sword in hand, Su Chen's expression remained remarkably serene. Though he appeared unremarkable, an enigmatic aura subtly emanated from him, one of calmness and composure, making him stand out in the crowd. "Young master, would you like to purchase?" The extraordinary aura drew the attention of the shop attendant, who approached with a beaming smile and a respectful demeanor. Su Chen glanced at him and replied, "I merely wish to browse. Is that permissible?" The attendant, momentarily taken aback, quickly regained his composure and replied, "Of course, feel free to look around." Su Chen nodded and made his way toward the sword specialty section. The waiter couldn't help but scrutinize him for a moment, and upon noticing the imposing black sword in his grasp, astonishment flickered across his face as he muttered, "Impossible. How could the sword be in his possession?" Su Chen made his way to the sword specialty area, where an array of exquisite swords was displayed in meticulously carved showcases. A steady stream of swordsmen and martial artists flowed in and out. Some were selecting swords, others engaged in discussions about them, and a few departed promptly after their purchases. The air was thick with an intense sword intent emanating from a corner in the eastern part of the specialty area, prompting Su Chen to hasten towards it and pause beside the wall. There, hanging on the wall, was a sword approximately 1 meter in length. Its scabbard was a deep crimson, crafted from an unknown ancient wood, adorned with intricate carvings depicting fairies in graceful dance and cranes in flight. Like Su Chen, many swordsmen and martial artists were gathered around this remarkable blade. Beneath the sword, a stone tablet bore the 4 golden characters, Divine Sword Slaying Heaven. This sword, known as the Slaying Heaven Sword, was the legendary weapon left behind by the martial deity Xiang Lingfeng, who had once shattered the void and ascended to the celestial realm. It was said that Xiang Lingfeng had used this sword to vanquish a 100-foot dragon, confront the Lord of Death, and battle celestial beings from the west. One martial artist interjected, "How did the Wanxiang family come to possess such a precious sword? This is truly a divine weapon." A swordsman, filled with curiosity, replied, "Are you unaware? This sword is the prized treasure of this establishment. Many warriors and swordsmen come here specifically to behold it. It is not for sale." What transpired left Su Chen in profound silence, his spirit having already submerged into the sword intent emanating from the divine sword. His mind was enveloped in ethereal clarity when, all at once, he found himself beneath an expansive blue sky. A warrior clad in white, exuding an overwhelming aura, wielded the sword of heaven's decapitation as he engaged in a fierce battle with a colossal dragon, measuring 100 feet in length. This dragon possessed 3 heads and was adorned with shimmering silver scales, capable of unleashing torrents of raging flames from its maw. Amidst the swirling black tempest, an angel with wings graced the scene, brandishing a scepter and radiating a blinding, sacred light as it clashed with the white-clad warrior. The sword of heaven's decapitation swung relentlessly, cleaving through the terrifying divine spells cast by the angel. Suddenly, darkness enveloped Su Chen, jolting him awake. Through the sword intent, he had glimpsed the myriad of battles the sword of heaven's decapitation had endured, leaving him utterly astonished. Such fierce combat existed in this world. Battles that transcended mere mortals, embodying the divine. The more he pondered, the more he felt his own strength to be utterly insignificant in comparison. The celestial realm was indeed a place of hidden talents, and countless opponents capable of vanquishing him in a single blow lay in wait. After a long period of quiet contemplation, a sudden clarity washed over Su Chen. The path he must tread was one of relentless growth through combat. This had been true in the mortal realm and remained so in the celestial realm. Only through battle could he stave off loneliness and affirm the significance of his existence. Sensing Su Chen's burgeoning battle intent, the sword of heaven's decapitation emitted a resonant hum, its blade quivering gently, as if beckoned by an unseen force. The onlookers were taken aback, bewildered by the unexpected phenomenon surrounding the sword. Su Chen cast a deep glance at the sky-slaying sword, an amused smile gracing his lips as his combat spirit vanished in an instant, the sword returning to its former state. More cultivators arrived at the scene, eagerly discussing the extraordinary phenomenon that had just transpired. Feeling that lingering here served no purpose, Su Chen turned to leave. Suddenly, Ruo Shui, as light as a cloud, leaped gracefully into the crowd, treading upon the heads of those below, swiftly making her way towards the sky-slaying sword. Su Chen found himself both amused and exasperated, realizing it was too late to intervene. Ruo Shui's appearance startled the onlookers, some even gasping in astonishment, exclaiming, "What is that?" She landed atop the stone tablet, her white claws gleaming, and with a swift motion, a beam of white light struck the sheath of the sky-slaying sword, resulting in a resounding thud as the sword fell to the ground. 3 shadowy figures darted through the crowd, appearing before Ruo Shui. These individuals were undoubtedly formidable masters, dispatched by the Wanxiang family to guard the sky-slaying sword. They appeared to be in their 30s or 40s. Seasoned warriors with cultivation levels surpassing the body refinement stage, yellow rank. One among them unleashed a crimson light curtain, its force overwhelming as it descended towards Ruo Shui. Just as the curtain was half a foot away, Ruo Shui suddenly sprang into action. A flash of white light enveloped her, and she vanished from sight. The red curtain struck the ground, creating a thunderous crash that left a half-meter-deep crater in the stone-paved earth. The middle-aged man was taken aback, astonished that his lethal strike had been evaded so effortlessly. "That fox is no ordinary creature," he muttered, as someone in the crowd exclaimed in surprise, "Where did it go?" Hundreds of eyes converged upon Su Chen's shoulders as Ruo Shui chirped twice, her visage betraying a hint of fear, as if to convey that they were all picking on her. Su Chen found himself at a loss for words, caught between laughter and tears this time. She had truly stirred up a significant trouble. With a rustle, 3 middle-aged men suddenly materialized before him, their gazes icy as they scrutinized him. One of the silver-haired warriors spoke. "This friend is rather presumptuous, daring to create a disturbance at the Wanxiang store." Su Chen offered a wry smile. "Esteemed elder, you misunderstand. I had no intention of causing any disruption. My friend has been rather mischievous, and I failed to keep an eye on her. I sincerely hope for your forgiveness." The three men, taken aback by Su Chen's noble appearance and earnest speech, felt an air of mystery surrounding him, leading them to ponder, perhaps he truly did not come to cause trouble. Although the Wanxiang family wielded considerable power, they were ultimately in the business of trade, where reputation and credibility held immense significance. If it were not a deliberate act of chaos, they would not be inclined to act too aggressively. Their expressions softened, and the silver-haired warrior addressed Su Chen. If it is merely a misunderstanding, then let it be. However, should it be an intentional disturbance, the Wanxiang family is not to be trifled with. Ro Shui's gaze remained fixed on the three men, and at that moment, she chirped twice again, as if to assert, "What could you possibly do to me?" Su Chen gently patted Ro Shui's head and said, "It is indeed just a misunderstanding. I shall take her away at once." The three men made no move to hinder him as Su Chen grasped the Mo longsword and turned to depart. The Zhantian sword, which had fallen to the ground, showed no signs of damage. It was reinstated upon the wall as if nothing had transpired. However, Ro Shui and Su Chen became the focal point of the onlooking cultivators, and through their dissemination, many within the Xiandu city became aware of this incident. The audacity to wield the divine sword to cleave the heavens within the Wanxiang store. Such tales of their disappearance were eagerly spread by well-meaning individuals. Unbeknownst to them, Su Chen, accompanied by Ro Shui, entered a bookstore. Having unexpectedly arrived in the divine realm, he realized the necessity of acquiring a greater understanding of the continent's knowledge. Although he had gleaned several insights about the divine realm from Yu Yu, it was merely a superficial acquaintance. Thus, he resolved to delve deeper into the tomes. Chapter 23. History. Xiandu City is a city that never sleeps, with bookstores that remain open throughout the night. The bookstore where Su Chen resided, though modest in size, did not cease operations. He spent an entire evening there, perusing several key texts, thereby enhancing his understanding of the continent. The human history on the divine realm stretches back tens of thousands of years, with a civilization of utmost antiquity, even older than that of the 9 provinces. Thousands of years ago, humanity was devoid of national divisions, leading to a neglect of historical documentation, leaving behind only vague legends. Among these legends, the predominant theme was the veneration of deities. Each race possessed its own totemic gods, endowed with supreme magical powers, from whom they sought protection through faith. Among humankind, the Easterners worshipped celestial deities, revered for their vast powers and compassion for mortals, whereas the Westerners revered elemental gods, who presided over the elements that constitute all things, wielding unparalleled strength. In the realm of Eastern deities, celestial soldiers guard the heavenly court. In the West, angels serve as warriors, unmatched in their might, regarded as divine beings by mortals. Amidst such veneration and faith, this land has been christened the continent of celestial gods. The Cataclysm, referred to by the survivors of later generations as the Heavenly Wrath calamity, remains shrouded in mystery, with no one knowing the reason for its cessation. Although the surviving beings are few, the diversity of species remains relatively intact. Through endless ages of procreation, they have flourished, and now, the populations of various races on this continent surpass those prior to the calamity. Yet, the divine entities have vanished. In the mortal realm, no trace of celestial beings remains, for they exist solely in the heavenly realm. Upon learning this, Su Chen was engulfed in profound confusion. He surmised that the catastrophic event mentioned by the nameless celestial being who imparted the heavenly Dao record could indeed be the Heavenly Wrath calamity. This nameless deity, possessing boundless power, shattered the void and sought refuge in the central plains of the 9 provinces, thus evading total annihilation. The more he contemplated, the more he trembled. What manner of calamity was it that even celestial beings could not survive? Had he been present during that cataclysm, he would have been as helpless as the other beings, trampled underfoot like mere insects, with no hope of resistance. Under the mandate of the heavenly Dao, all beings are but ants. Could it be that even the mightiest celestial beings are not exempt from the sorrow of being reduced to mere insects? What, then, is the worth of my existence? Su Chen had never contemplated this aspect before. At this moment, he felt an overwhelming sense of insignificance, realizing that even the most formidable power would avail him nothing. He felt utterly disheartened. What significance does a warrior in the body treasure stage hold? Even the mightiest among them cannot escape moments of despair. Perhaps, it is not merely humanity that exists, but the divine as well. Unbeknownst to him, he found himself before a grand plaza, Xiandu Square, steeped in history, as ancient as the legends that accompany Xiandu City. The plaza was adorned with slabs of white jade, translucent and smooth, exuding a magnificent splendor. At its heart stood a colossal fountain, from which dozens of water columns soared into the sky, reaching heights of nearly 10 meters. Beneath each column stood a stone statue, and one particular column was especially awe-inspiring, ascending to 20 meters in height and measuring a meter in diameter, erupting from the hands of a grand goddess statue. Nearby, a contingent of soldiers stood guard, allowing passers-by only distant admiration. On his shoulder, the ethereal creature, Rausno, wagged her tail, her dark, expressive eyes fixed on Su Chen. She chirped a few times before gazing longingly at the fountain. Understanding her intent, Su Chen inquired, "Do you wish to see it up close?" Rausno nodded, playfully scratching at his hair. With a wry smile, Su Chen acquiesced and led her toward the fountain. Upon reaching the jadestone railing, Su Chen gleaned some information from a stone tablet beside the fountain. This magnificent structure was known as the Water God Fountain, erected in honor of a celestial maiden who ascended to the divine realm from humanity thousands of years ago. It is worth noting that those who transcend from human to divine are exceedingly rare on this continent. What a beautiful and pure goddess she must have been. At times, beauty serves as a spiritual elixir, capable of cleansing the impurities within the human heart. Gazing at the goddess's ethereal grace, Su Chen felt a profound respect arise within him. She seemed untouched by the mundane world, breathtakingly exquisite. Suddenly, clarity washed over him, and he chuckled inwardly. Why ponder so deeply? Even if I am but an ant, my existence holds significance, neither inferior nor superior. A journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. In my aspiration to rival the divine, I must first ascend to godhood like the celestial maiden. The path is one of cyclical transformation, and I nearly lost my way. Thus, I shall cultivate my essence. For perhaps one day, I shall behold a true goddess. With newfound fervor igniting within him, all his doubts dissipated, and a resolute goal took root in his heart, to comprehend the Dao and grow ever stronger. The little fox, with an excited chirp, resumed its calls. Its dark, lustrous eyes darting with curiosity, fixated upon the grand statue as if it recognized the divine figure. Suddenly, a chill gripped Su Chen's heart, an ominous premonition washing over him. Barely had this thought crossed his mind when the gentle snow upon his shoulder stirred. In a flash of white, the onlookers gasped in astonishment. A wisp of cloud, moving with astonishing swiftness, leapt over the barrier, landing upon the stone figures beneath the fountain, and darted towards the colossal statue of the celestial maiden. It was so mischievous, akin to an unruly child. Su Chen found himself at a loss for words. This little creature was once again courting trouble. Lo and behold, the gentle snow had perched upon the shoulder of the goddess statue, gazing vacantly for a moment before extending its delicate paw to tenderly stroke the goddess's hair. The audience stood agape, their mouths agog. Even the vigilant soldiers were momentarily rendered speechless, unsure of how to react. They had guarded this sacred figure for decades, yet had never witnessed anyone daring enough to draw so near. It is well known that the goddess is deemed untouchable in the hearts of the people. With a swift whoosh, Su Chen stepped into the void, employing the swift strides of the swallow's step, conjuring an ephemeral shadow of a swallow behind him. As he traversed the air with the grace of walking upon solid ground. It is the art of levitation, someone exclaimed in astonishment. For those who possess the ability to levitate are indeed the pinnacle masters of the continent. Su Chen stepped lightly for several dozen paces before gently alighting upon the shoulder of the statue. Observing the divine figure from such proximity, he felt its sacredness and unparalleled beauty even more intensely. "Ro Shui, do you recognize him?" Su Chen inquired, noticing that Ro Shui was fixated on the statue. Her expression contemplative. Despite the gasps of astonishment from the crowd below, he paid them no heed. Ro Shui finally ceased her gentle caress and leaped onto Su Chen's shoulder, chirping inquisitively. Her snow-white visage contrasted sharply with her two large, dark eyes, filled with an expression of perplexity, leaving one to wonder if she recognized the figure or not. "Let us depart." Su Chen felt a twinge of guilt for his actions, but for Ro Shui's sake, he felt compelled to proceed. He dared not linger for even a moment longer, unleashing his lightness skill and, under the cover of the fountain, made his way to the other side. After them, the soldiers assigned to protect the statue finally reacted, hastily pursuing him. The divine statue itself had not required guarding, as no one had dared to desecrate it within the city of Xiandu. The presence of the guarding soldiers was merely a formality, leading to the deployment of only a handful of ordinary experts. How could they possibly match Su Chen's speed? Darting into a less populated alley, Su Chen executed his lightness skill with effortless grace, vanishing within moments at the alley's end. The soldiers, eager to give chase, found themselves utterly unable to locate him. Su Chen alighted upon the rooftop of a towering edifice, gazing into the distance, feeling an overwhelming sense of grandeur emanating from Xiandu City. He gently patted the head of Ro Shui and glanced at the verdant necklace adorning its neck, a bitter smile escaping his lips as he mused, "You, like me, are utterly oblivious." Ro Shui fixed its eyes upon Su Chen, blinking mischievously as if stifling a laugh, before leaping from his right shoulder to his left, occasionally extending a paw to touch the Zhu Xian sword resting upon his back. Suddenly, a loud thud echoed as several figures leaped through the streets. A throng in pursuit of a lone woman. Intrigued, Su Chen activated his light body technique, stealthily trailing behind them. Blood stains marred the moon-white robe of the fleeing woman, her pallid visage betraying her distress as she pressed her hand against her shoulder, crimson liquid ceaselessly oozing forth. The pursuers, each a menacing figure, brandished weapons while hurling profanities. "You won't escape, you foul hag." At last, fatigue overtook the woman, and she collapsed in a desolate corner of the street, an abandoned sector of Xiandu City seldom visited by passers-by. The pursuers swiftly closed in, encircling her. One of them sneered, "You wretched hag. Where do you intend to flee? You possess quite the audacity, stealing from us." The woman's face bore no trace of fear. She glared fiercely at the group, remaining silent. Another added, "This little wench has drawn blood from our boss. With such a loss, it seems she won't survive much longer. What a pity that would be." Upon uttering these words, a lewd glint flickered in his eyes. A group of individuals erupted into excited, wild cries. Someone remarked, "This girl seems quite tender. I wonder if she is a virgin. Allow me to take a closer look." With that, he reached out his hand toward the young girl's chest. Suddenly, a sharp sound echoed, and blood splattered as the man let out a horrific scream, a dagger protruding from his chest. "What a vicious woman!" he spat. The man staggered back, yanking the dagger from his chest, blood gushing forth as if he had gone mad. Grasping the bloody dagger, he lunged toward the girl's abdomen. Despair flickered in her eyes as she awaited her fate in silence. Just then, a swift whoosh cut through the air, and shadows descended rapidly, striking the shoulders of 5 men. Blood sprayed, and screams rang out. The man wielding the dagger collapsed instantly, a shard of sharp debris piercing his chest. It was, astonishingly, a broken tile. Chapter 24. Rescuing the Imperiled. All things can serve as weapons in my hands. Even a blade of grass or a twig can become an instrument of death, let alone these tiles. This was the essence of Su Chen's intent, a capability possessed only by warriors of the profound realm of intent. Among the 5 men, 1 perished, while 4 suffered grievous injuries from the shards that pierced their shoulders. In a state of panic, they lost all will to fight and fled in disarray. Su Chen harbored no intent to kill. He floated down from the rooftop and approached the young girl, smiling gently. "Are you all right, little one?" Yet, the girl was not as small as he presumed. She appeared to be around 10 years old. Her pale blue garments, though worn and old, were impeccably clean. Her beauty shone through, tinged with a hint of resilience. But her complexion was as pale as parchment, a result of her severe blood loss. "Leave me be," she murmured. The young girl not only failed to express gratitude towards Su Chen, but instead glared at him with anger. With great difficulty, she managed to rise to her feet and began to walk, albeit unsteadily. Yet after a mere 10 steps, darkness engulfed her vision, and she collapsed to the ground, losing consciousness. With a huff, the girl remarked, "I have no home." Su Chen furrowed his brow, pondering the peculiar temperament of this young girl, despite her tender age. After a pause, he retrieved a beast pearl from his waist, a form of currency given to him by Yu Yu. "Take this and find a decent inn. Purchase some necessities to recuperate. I have matters to attend to and cannot accompany you further," he stated, handing her the pearl. The girl was momentarily taken aback, her anger dissipating as she met Su Chen's concerned gaze. For reasons she could not comprehend, she found herself instinctively accepting the beast pearl. Their encounter was merely a fleeting one, and Su Chen wished not to entangle himself in further complications. After speaking, he leapt onto the roof of a nearby building and vanished from sight. The girl stood there, dazed, staring at the rooftop for a long while before finally making her departure. The sun shone brightly, casting its rays upon the entire city of Xiandu, which appeared vibrant and full of life. Su Chen emerged from a street corner, quietly observing as the young girl entered an inn. He let out a sigh of relief and hurried towards the Xiandu Academy. In truth, he had not departed completely, understanding the girl's nature. He stealthily followed behind to ensure her safety until she reached a secure location. That day, when the three of them encountered Su Chen and Yu, they were deeply intrigued by him, unable to fathom the depths of his abilities, especially since he commanded a divine wolf, a skill reserved only for unparalleled masters. Yuan Baihe is the esteemed daughter of the prominent Yin family in Xiandu City, renowned for her formidable prowess and breathtaking beauty. She has gained considerable fame as a stunning figure at Xiandu Academy. With her golden hair reminiscent of Western ancestry, she has mastered the art of dragon taming. Drawn by the allure of Eastern martial arts, she journeyed thousands of miles to Xiandu City, backed by a notable Western family. The enigmatic figure, Du Fei, a purple-robed warrior, possesses unfathomable strength, and few are privy to his origins. In Xiandu City, the backgrounds of students often remain shrouded in mystery. Only strength garners recognition. Su Chen, observing them from a distance, was already aware of their status as students of Xiandu Academy and chose to disregard them as he made his way directly to Yu's residence. A gentle breeze rustled through the bamboo, and there stood Yu, elegantly poised at her door, her eyes filled with anticipation. Rose Shui, nibbling on a spiritual fruit, chirped joyfully, her snow-white tail wagging incessantly, as if in enthusiastic approval. Su Chen understood that in the realm of the immortal gods, currency had evolved into immortal god coins, which included various denominations such as immortal coins, gold coins, and silver coins. The immortal coin is the highest form of currency, crafted from a rare jade, equivalent to 100 gold coins, enough to sustain an ordinary person for several years. Xiandu Academy is vast, seamlessly connected to the western mountains of Xiandu City, serving as a training ground for students. The eastern side houses student accommodations, the southern area is designated for educational purposes, while the northern expanse is a mysterious and sensitive region, rumored to be home to numerous extraordinary sages. The Academy's library is also situated within this enigmatic territory. Su Chen was brought to the student dining hall by Yu, who ordered an impressive array of dishes, all of which were unfamiliar to him, meats derived from magical beasts, exquisite fruits, and a variety of vegetables he had never encountered before, having previously tasted the culinary delights of Xiandu City, which surpassed even the most delectable offerings of the Central Plains. Su Chen was famished and eagerly indulged in the feast. After sampling each dish, he found himself nearly satiated. "Brother Dugu, if the dishes here do not suit your palate, please do not take offense," Yu remarked with a charming smile, handing him a handkerchief. "Wow, he must have captured quite a number of fourth-tier beast orbs this time. We are indeed fortunate to witness this." The once quiet cultivators at the dining hall erupted into excitement, abandoning their meals in an instant. Long Yun, one of the four great masters. The realization struck like lightning. Su Chen had learned about the Academy's four great masters from Yu, and his blood surged with fervor. Yu, momentarily taken aback, was already aware that Su Chen had come to Xiandu City seeking formidable opponents. Long Yun was a prodigious talent. Having reached the yellow tier at the age of 20, a mid-stage warrior with few rivals among the younger generation, and someone favored by the royal family. Though Su Chen's strength was enigmatic, Yu could not help but feel a twinge of anxiety for him. Chapter 25. The Duel. The crowd surged, converging on a towering structure in the southern part of the academy. Long Yun, accompanied by two companions, each carrying a leather satchel on their backs, slowly made their way into the building amidst the throng of admirers. The venue for the school's assessment of beast orbs was a sight to behold, featuring a crystalline azure stone platform adorned with an array of jade plates. Each plate exhibited a distinct hue, embodying the 7 primary elemental colors, while vibrant glimmers of light encircled them in a mesmerizing dance of blue, purple, red, and green, corresponding to the colors of the plates. These jade plates, known as the orb appraisal discs, were instrumental in discerning the power and level contained within each beast orb when placed within the appropriate elemental plate. Dragon Cloud and his two companions wore expressions of triumph as they unveiled the beast orbs from their leather pouches. The sound of the orbs cascading onto the surface was crisp and melodious, as an impressive collection of 50 to 60 orbs, each varying in size, radiated a dazzling array of colors. Among them were several notably large orbs, prompting gasps of astonishment from the onlookers. These were 4th-tier beast orbs, including one that was a dragon orb from the fierce dragon species. As the crowd erupted in excitement, the pride on Dragon Cloud's face intensified. He meticulously sorted the beast orbs by color, placing them into their respective jade plates. To everyone's amazement, the ethereal light that had enveloped the plates transformed into tangible manifestations of water, fire, earth, and more. Furthermore, as the tiers of the beast orbs varied, so too did the hues and states of the elements. The orb resembling a circular shape with violet flames belonged to the fourth tier purple wolf beast. It was noted that a circular form signified a fourth tier, a three-quarter circle denoted a third tier, and a semicircle indicated a second tier, while the colors represented the types of magical beasts. An increasing variety of colors and shapes emerged, encompassing circles, semicircles, greens, and blues, as staff members from the school diligently recorded the findings. Suddenly, a fierce blaze of crimson light leapt from the red jade plate, swirling in the air like a fiery flame, ultimately transforming into the majestic shape of a fire tiger, exuding an aura of grandeur as if it were a living creature suspended in midair. Could it be the beast orb of a fifth-tier dominating fire tiger? As anticipated, with the combined strength of the three of them, they could contend with a fifth-tier magical beast. The students were utterly astonished and exhilarated. For that was indeed a fifth-tier beast orb. The ability to slay such a creature placed them among the elite of the younger generation. On the verdant stone platform, large golden characters began to materialize, documenting the results. 20 second-tier beast orbs, 25 third-tier beast orbs, 8 fourth-tier beast orbs, and 1 fifth-tier beast orb. The quantities of the beast orbs and the names of the magical beasts were all revealed, serving as evidence for the school's nomination. The beast orbs obtained by the students would belong to them, representing a significant monetary value. A second-tier beast orb could fetch several celestial coins. Amidst the admiration and envy of the crowd, Long Yun placed the beast orbs into his pouch, his handsome visage radiating with pride. Someone remarked, with so many beast orbs, it seems the top 3 positions are assured. Indeed, even possessing a fifth-tier beast orb suggests a strong possibility of claiming the first place. That is nothing. There's a fellow who possesses more than 1 fifth-tier beast orb. It's likely that the first place will belong to him. A voice, laced with sarcasm yet tinged with defiance, echoed through the crowd. Long Yun furrowed his brow, his expression a mixture of complexity, and exclaimed, "Feng Linwei, are you serious? Of course, how could I dare deceive Brother Long?" A young, handsome scion clad in a black robe and wearing black gloves emerged slowly from the crowd. It was Feng Linwei. "Where is he?" Long Yun inquired, a hint of excitement in his voice. A teasing smile graced Feng Linhui's face as he boisterously replied, "He might be reveling with that little girl, you somewhere, ha ha ha." Suddenly, a blazing firebird, seemingly imbued with a life of its own, soared through the throng, emitting a long cry as it charged towards Feng Linwei. He was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained his composure. Unfazed, he conjured a seal, and a surge of black energy coalesced into a massive dark hand that reached out to seize the firebird. The firebird, unable to evade, was caught firmly by the black hand, struggling briefly before diminishing in size, ultimately vanishing within the swirling darkness. "A mere parlor trick," Feng Linwei chuckled. Before his words could settle, a streak of purple light darted towards his chest with a speed surpassing that of an arrow. Feng Linwei gasped in alarm, hastily maneuvering the dark hand to shield himself. With a sharp sound, the purple light pierced through the black hand, grazing Feng Linhui's hair. He felt a sudden chill against his cheek as half of his flowing black locks were severed mere millimeters from his face, causing him to break out in a cold sweat. The purple light finally dissipated, and a single green leaf began to drift gracefully downwards, resembling a delicate butterfly in flight. Indeed, it was this seemingly inconspicuous leaf that had breached Feng Linhui's defenses, shearing off a portion of his dark hair. "Oh!" Gasps of astonishment filled the air. Even Long Yun's face reflected a look of surprise. "It is you, Su Chen." The voice of Feng Linhui trembled slightly. The crowd parted, creating a pathway as 2 figures gradually approached. One was a man clad in a black robe, carrying a long sword, with a snow-white fox perched on his shoulder, curiously gazing about, exuding an aura of beauty and charm. The other was a stunning woman, donned in a fiery red robe, her face tinged with anger, closely trailing behind the man. These 2 were indeed Su Chen and Yu Yu. Upon their arrival, they overheard the remark that he might currently be reveling with that little girl. Yu Yu could hardly contain her indignation and unleashed an elemental spell, only to have it effortlessly thwarted by Feng Linwei. Observing Yu Yu's furious expression and Feng Linhui's audacious demeanor, Su Chen took out a leaf, channeling his true energy to launch it forward. The might of a single leaf astonished all present, instantly making Su Chen the center of attention. As curious gazes turned towards this unexpected figure. Who is he? I've never seen him before. A martial artist of the treasure body phase. Indeed. How impressive. He appears to be merely in his 20s. Surely, he must be a formidable expert from one of the renowned families on the continent. The crowd murmured among themselves. Feng Linwei, you are despicable. Yu boldly confronted Feng Linwei, unrestrained in her words. The students gasped in astonishment, after all. Feng Linwei was a notable figure within the school, hailing from the Feng Lin family, one of the prominent clans in Xiandu City. Despite his arrogance and the disdain he garnered, few would dare to speak so openly in his presence. Some seemed to recognize Yu, whispering among themselves. The woman once had a rather extraordinary relationship with Feng Linwei, but now, you are unaware, aren't you? She was cast aside by Feng Linwei. Su Chen furrowed his brow. With his current strength, his senses were honed significantly, far surpassing those of ordinary individuals. Although the student spoke in hushed tones amidst the surrounding clamor, he nonetheless managed to catch those few words. Could it be that that person has wronged Miss Yu? He glanced at Yu, noticing her flushed cheeks and the fury evident in her eyes, and couldn't help but ponder. Feng Linwei steadied himself. Seemingly oblivious to Yu's remarks, instead locking his gaze onto Su Chen, his eyes brimming with rage. Behind him stood two companions. A martial artist and a practitioner of the mystical arts. Feng Lin, is this the Su Chen you mentioned? Inquired a golden-haired youth. Du Fei. This fellow can command a divine wolf. Should he engage Long Yun in battle, the outcome is uncertain. A raven-haired beauty smiled charmingly, her gaze fixated on Su Chen, momentarily forgetting to depart. I believe Long Yun would not stand a chance against him either. What? Baihe, even if he possesses remarkable strength. Long Yun is one of the 4 greatest experts of the academy, a figure of prominence among the younger generation in Xiandu City, especially with his family's legacy of the dragon-fighting mystique. Surely he must have some chance of victory, Du Fei questioned, perplexed. Yan Baihe smiled softly, a peculiar glimmer flashing in her eyes. My intuition tells me this individual is anything but ordinary. As for the outcome, we shall ascertain it once they engage in combat. The trio consisted of Yan Baihe, Du Fei, and Callie. Su Chen glanced from Feng Linwei to Long Yun, a trace of excitement illuminating his face as he remarked. So you are the renowned Long Yun, one of the 4 greatest experts. I have long admired your esteemed reputation. Long Yun, observing Su Chen's inscrutable prowess, was taken aback by his courteous demeanor, devoid of arrogance. He replied, indeed. Su Chen smiled gently and declared, splendid, I wish to challenge you to a duel, Brother Long. Many students gasped in astonishment, exclaiming, he has come to duel Long Yun. Surely not. After a moment of contemplation, Long Yun was about to respond when suddenly, a blue-clad elemental mage stepped forward and addressed Su Chen. If you wish to duel Long Yun, allow me to assess your capabilities first. Upon finishing his statement, he turned to Long Yun, who wore a slight smile, and said, very well, Wang Li, you may engage in a contest first. Su, my brother is quite formidable. May I inquire about your thoughts on this? Su Chen appraised Wang Li, noting his diminutive stature, yet sensing a formidable aura emanating from him. His strength was indeed impressive. With a nod, Su Chen replied, very well, I apologize in advance for any offense. Outside the building, there was a designated arena for practice, perfectly suited for their duel. Yu approached Su Chen and cautioned, Brother Dugu, he is a dual-element mage. You must exercise utmost caution. Although Wang Li's reputation did not rival that of Long Yun, he was among the elite students of the academy, possessing mid-level high-tier strength. With his elemental I already activated, he commanded both water and lightning elements, making him a dual-element mage, his prowess surpassing that of his peers. His boundless potential had garnered the attention of several elder figures within the academy. Su Chen nodded, entrusted Rou Shui to Yu, and ascended the dueling platform. The arena was constructed from solid stone, surrounded by a protective barrier to prevent elemental energies from escaping and causing harm. Wang Li produced an element staff crafted from jade, which would facilitate the collection of the elements of heaven and earth with greater ease. A crackling sound resonated as purple lightning danced around the staff, leaping erratically as if poised to unleash a terrifying bolt at any moment. Su Chen gripped the heavy ink dragon sword with an air of nonchalance, lost in thought for a moment before stating, we are merely engaged in a duel, let us keep it restrained. Wang Li nodded in agreement. For such was the customary rule among students at the academy, striking only to a point, with no intent to take a life. Above in the sky, flashes of lightning flickered as if a celestial dragon soared. With a thunderous roar, a bolt of lightning, the size of a bowl, descended instantly, aimed at Su Chen. As Wang Li seized the initiative, Su Chen, having previously battled against lightning element mages, was no stranger to their offensive techniques. He left behind a shadow reminiscent of a monkey on the ground, already appearing 5 meters away as the lightning struck nothing but air, leaving a sizable crater in the rocky ground. A vast curtain of water, 1 zhang wide, swept towards Su Chen, followed by 3 formidable bolts of purple lightning that writhed behind it. Wang Li unleashed his proud elemental technique, wherein the dual elements harmoniously complemented each other, amplifying their power exponentially. The water curtain was too immense for Su Chen to evade in that instant. He dared not underestimate the oncoming assault. With his right hand gripping the sword and his left palm glowing with violet light, he conjured a colossal purple hand to confront the water curtain and the lightning, a technique known as the Buddha's palm. With a series of resounding booms, the palm print successfully obstructed the water curtain, clashing forcefully against the 3 bolts of lightning. The purple electric sparks ricocheted wildly, the hand sustaining countless holes, gradually fading into the air, yet it succeeded in shielding him from the lightning. With a gentle flick of his fingers, 3 sharp purple sword energies shot forth toward Wang Li. Wang Li brandished his elemental staff, conjuring a shimmering barrier of water that stood resolutely before him, inscribed with peculiar incantations designed to enhance its defensive capabilities. The demonic sword struck against the watery shield, producing a series of muffled thuds, causing the barrier to sway violently and fissures to emerge. As the second and third waves of water surged towards him, Wang Li was drenched in cold sweat, hastily wielding his elemental staff to summon a violet wall of lightning that materialized instantaneously before him. The water shield shattered, and the lightning barrier dissipated, leaving Wang Li motionless, drenched in perspiration, his staff now splintered into 2 pieces. Had he not evaded in time, the demonic sword strike would have rendered one of his arms useless. Chapter 26. The Dragon Combat Technique. Su Chen felt an acute sensitivity, his mind opening like a window, allowing him to anticipate his adversary's moves and act preemptively. In truth, Wang Li's prowess was not so easily vanquished. He possessed numerous formidable elemental spells yet to be unleashed. However, Su Chen's techniques were extraordinarily intricate and seemed specifically tailored to counter him, executed with remarkable speed. Had Su Chen chosen to press his advantage, Wang Li would have faced certain death or severe injury, a fact he was acutely aware of, prompting him to refrain from further confrontation. The onlookers, a gathering of students, speculated fervently about Su Chen's origins and the sect from which he hailed. Yet, the Dao of Heaven record was an ancient and enigmatic skill, its origins shrouded in mystery, having vanished since the primordial tribulations. It was likely that only Su Chen practiced this art across the divine realms, rendering the others incapable of discerning his lineage. Even celestial beings might remain oblivious. An increasing number of students, having heard of this contest, gathered from all directions, with even some middle-aged practitioners and elder figures quietly observing from afar. Long Yun furrowed his brow, his eyes brimming with excitement. For a master of his caliber, the prospect of finding a worthy opponent among his peers was indeed something to anticipate. To enhance one's abilities and grow stronger, engaging in battle is the most effective means. The Long family, one of the renowned clans in Xiandu City, is exceptionally affluent and has produced a multitude of practitioners. Their ancestral skill, the dragon-fighting profound art, is considered one of the finest methods on the continent, with its unpredictable transformations. Long Yun distinguished himself among younger practitioners due to his exceptional talent and the rigorous training in this art. Remaining undefeated throughout his life, he harbored a certain pride. Yet he had the merit to back it up. Could Long Yun defeat him? It is difficult to say, but the odds seem to favor Long Yun. Do you recall that 6 months ago he triumphed over a practitioner of a higher level using his family's technique? After half a year, he must have grown even more formidable. Long brother, let us begin. Long Yun ascended the contest platform, and Su Chen clasped his hands, offering a brief exchange of words. With a resounding sound, Long Yun drew a magnificent sword from his waist, its hilt shaped like a dragon's head. The blade gleaming as white and bright as autumn waters, radiating a chilling light and possessing unparalleled sharpness. Swish, swish, swish. With 3 swift motions, the long sword danced, and 3 beams of pure white light shot forth from its tip, piercingly fierce, gradually transforming into the shape of dragons. As if 3 celestial dragons were swirling in the air, accompanied by the faint echo of dragon roars. This was the heavenly dragon slash. It was unexpected that Long Yun would employ his ultimate move so swiftly. A voice exclaimed, "Heavenly dragon slash, one of the techniques of the dragon fighting profound art, wielding tremendous power." Su Chen sensed the murderous intent within the sword energy and dared not be careless. His fingers flickered rapidly, unleashing 3 violet sword fingers that soared towards the 3 dragon-shaped sword energies. The clash was evenly matched. The violet and white lights collided, gradually merging into a pale lavender hue, which then ascended skyward, slowly vanishing into the heights above. Excellent. Long Yun could not help but call out. As the pristine white sword danced once more, the sound of the wind howling, filling the world with a chilling aura of death. Within the meter surrounding Long Yun's sword dance, dragon shadows flickered, becoming increasingly indistinct before gradually taking shape, transforming into a snow-white dragon, purely formed from true energy. One of the formidable techniques of the dragon fighting profound art. The beast's 9 steps unfolded as Su Chen stepped into the void, rising an impressive 20 meters. The inked dragon sword, which he originally held in one hand, was now grasped firmly with both hands. A swirl of violet true energy coalescing into the shape of a phoenix. The immortal phoenix, reborn through flames. Su Chen felt the overwhelming strength of the dragon fighting true energy, refusing to underestimate it. The powerful sword move, Immortal Phoenix Dance, recorded in the Taoist record, was one he had mastered not long ago, yet he could wield it with familiarity. The purple phoenix soared through the air, measuring a length of 3 meters. Its wings soaring downward with a piercing cry. Heavenly dragon ascends. Long Yun bellowed, as the snow-white divine dragon circled around him before launching skyward to meet the phoenix. Dragon and phoenix danced together. The dazzling interplay of white and violet light shimmered incessantly as the 2 legendary sacred beasts entwined. Their tremendous collision force transforming into a gust of wind that swept through the arena, tousling the long hair of both Su Chen and Long Yun. Protected by the barrier formation, those outside remained unscathed, yet they could still perceive the terrifying force of the clash. The dragon form dissipated, and the purple phoenix vanished, restoring tranquility to the stage once more. However, just as the crowd began to catch their breath, a shadowy figure glided through the void towards another individual, none other than Su Chen. What kind of technique allows one to traverse the emptiness? Since earlier, astonishment had begun to ripple through the onlookers, and now someone could not help but exclaim. To walk through the air, apart from specialized techniques, is a skill reserved for those of the Xian realm and above. Despite Su Chen's prowess, it seemed implausible for someone so young to have reached such heights. The mo long sword cleaved through the air. Although the sword technique appeared deceptively simple, it struck fear into Long Yun, causing him to break into a cold sweat as he hastily channeled his true energy to parry. The target of Su Chen's strike was indeed Long Yun's vulnerability. Be careful, Su Chen warned, having anticipated Long Yun's defensive move. Midway through, he altered his attack, aiming for Long Yun's shoulder. Alarmed, Long Yun hastily intensified his true energy, doubling his speed as he raised his sword to protect his shoulder. However, Su Chen swiftly changed his technique again, now targeting Long Yun's chest. The mo long sword, thick and heavy, posed a grave threat. Should it connect, it would either spell death or severe injury. Long Yun grew increasingly alarmed as a surge of white fighting spirit erupted within him, and a dragon form faintly materialized behind him. He executed a horizontal slash, unleashing a dragon-shaped sword chi that forced Su Chen back, allowing him a moment to catch his breath. What kind of technique is this? Long Yun panted. Su Chen's seemingly ordinary moves compelled Long Yun to expend his true energy in defense, though he managed to barely hold his ground. It was evident that his energy would soon be depleted, whereas Su Chen's swordplay appeared to require no such resource. Dugu 9 swords. Su Chen smiled, revealing that his swordsmanship was distilled from the essence of the martial arts mastered by the legendary Dugu Qiubai. It was designed to uncover the vulnerabilities of his adversaries and anticipate their moves. Upon arriving in the realm of the immortals, Dugu 9 swords had not only retained its brilliance, but had, through Su Chen's enlightenment and cultivation of his divine physique, become even more refined and formidable. Every technique harbors a flaw, whether derived from earthly martial arts or the divine skills of other realms. Within Su Chen resided a perceptive window, a seldom grasped insight into the identification of weaknesses. The onlookers were secretly amazed. They could see that Su Chen's swordplay appeared deceptively simple, akin to that of an exceedingly ordinary master. Yet, it forced Long Yun into a state of desperate defense, which was nothing short of astonishing. Amidst the crowd, atop the crown of a towering tree, an elderly man with flowing white hair bore a solemn expression, his eyes shimmering with the light of wisdom as he murmured, "Such nimble and refined techniques, even I might struggle to replicate." This young man, Long Yun, seasoned by countless battles, remained unperturbed, contemplating that as long as he prevented Su Chen from closing the distance, he would prevail. Though the swordplay was remarkably intricate and elusive, an expert like Long Yun could use his true energy to shield himself, albeit at the risk of depleting his own reserves swiftly. Rather than exhausting his energy in defense, it would be wiser to channel it into his ancestral profound techniques. A radiant white light surged into the heavens as the white dragon behind Long Yun reared and clawed, continuously swirling. With a swift motion of his sword, Long Yun unleashed a barrage of strikes, culminating in a pointed gesture that sent a dragon orb, composed of his true energy, soaring towards Su Chen. The colossal dragon behind him seemed to merge with the dragon orb, following it as it hurtled toward the direction of the dragon clan. This was the dragon god orb. A student called out, proclaiming that the dragon pearl is one of the most formidable techniques within the dragon combat mystique. The divine dragon, composed of true energy, is irresistibly drawn to the dragon pearl, launching attacks against its adversaries. Even more terrifying is the fact that the dragon pearl is under the complete control of its master, capable of striking in any direction at will. This implies that the technique can be relentless, persisting until the true energy dragon is vanquished or the practitioner exhausts their energy. Su Chen is destined for a dismal defeat. This ultimate move has the potential to overcome opponents of superior rank. Indeed, a cultivator at the pill condensation stage was previously bested by this very technique, which even the most formidable magical artifacts could not withstand. To date, I have yet to witness the dragon pearl being thwarted. The crowd buzzed with chatter, while the elder cultivators outside the arena displayed expressions of eager anticipation, seemingly keen to observe how Su Chen would counter this technique. Yu Yu clasped her hands tightly, her brow furrowed, eyes filled with concern as she intently watched Su Chen. In contrast, the white fox, Ro Shui, perched on her shoulder, appeared utterly disinterested in the contest, gazing around with a carefree demeanor. Feng Linhui, standing nearby, wore a slight smirk, relishing the spectacle. Let them watch. Chapter 27. The Bull's Steps Slay the Dragon. The dragon pearl, the size of a bowl, radiated a dazzling, snow-white brilliance, akin to a luminous gem, dancing swiftly through the air, accompanied by a colossal dragon measuring 2 zhang in length. Its claws and fangs bared as it soared majestically. This was a true divine dragon, not a mere demonic creature. It bore dragon horns, scales, eagle claws, and whiskers. Its imposing presence was unparalleled. Legend has it that this technique was occasionally learned by the ancestors of the dragon clan from a deity, underscoring its terrifying prowess. Long Yun is one of the 4 foremost experts of the academy, having already attained a mid-level treasure body within the yellow tier. During his training in the Beast Forest, he encountered a fortuitous opportunity that further bolstered his confidence. The dragon pearl soared towards Su Chen, swirling rapidly before him. Observing its swift approach, Su Chen realized that he had no guarantee of successfully striking it. Just then, the divine dragon launched a fierce attack, its colossal tail sweeping toward him, accompanied by a roaring gale. Su Chen executed the monkey technique from the 9 steps of beastly movement, his body becoming as nimble as a spirit monkey, leaving behind several fleeting shadows of himself on the ground. He had already leapt to a distance of 5 meters, causing the dragon's tail to sweep through empty air. The treasure body of a martial artist truly possesses boundless utility. Long Yun, noticing the extraordinary intricacy of Su Chen's footwork, commanded the dragon pearl to lead the divine dragon in yet another assault. The dragon's shadow flickered, its momentum ferocious, as it relentlessly pursued Su Chen, seemingly determined to devour him without relent. Su Chen continuously evaded, creating an increasing number of monkey shadows that vanished and reappeared, leaving the onlookers utterly mesmerized. While the divine dragon failed to even graze the hem of Su Chen's garment, the 9 steps of beastly movement, requiring the use of true energy, led Su Chen to realize that this evasive tactic could not last indefinitely. Suddenly, he halted, and the long sword shot forth, cleaving directly at the dragon's head. Yet, Long Yun merely smiled. The divine dragon was composed of true energy. As long as the dragon pearl remained unextinguished and the fiery, true energy unscattered, it would continue to reconstitute itself infinitely, This was the true terror of this technique. Sword control technique, exclaimed a voice from the sidelines in astonishment. Isn't he a martial artist? How can he wield the sword in such a manner? Several students, well versed in the study of cultivators, expressed their confusion. In the Dao of Heaven, there exists a technique for manipulating objects, which indeed shares a lineage with the sword mastery of cultivators, harking back to ancient times. However, this technique has been refined, allowing martial artists to wield it as well. The ink dragon's sword glimmered with a violet light, relentlessly cleaving through the divine dragon, only for it to be reconstituted time and again. Yet, the true energy of the dragon was steadily depleting, causing it to diminish in size. Finally, beads of sweat appeared on Long Yun's forehead. The previous strike had directly dispersed the dragon's true energy, making reassembly exceedingly difficult. Gritting his teeth, he summoned the dragon pearl and propelled it towards Su Chen with great speed. A metallic clang resonated as the dragon pearl struck the blade of the ink dragon sword, producing sparks. Despite Su Chen employing the cow step technique, he was forced to retreat 3 steps. The dragon pearl was indeed a formidable offensive maneuver. However, after that single strike, the dragon pearl dissipated into nothingness. Long Yun's prized technique, which had once triumphed over a late-stage cultivator of a higher tier, was effortlessly countered by Su Chen in this moment. Long Yun furrowed his brow, pondering how it was possible. Did he possess the ability to read minds? How could he so easily perceive the trajectory of my moves? The dragon pearl guided the dragon's movements, its path intricately crafted and difficult for opponents to discern. Yet, Su Chen saw through it with remarkable ease. Unbeknownst to Long Yun, Su Chen possessed a window to the heart. No matter how ornate the attack, as long as there was a trajectory, it could be traced. Unfazed by the path, he could effortlessly identify weaknesses and adeptly neutralize the divine dragon's assault. He was extraordinarily powerful. Where could such a cultivator have originated? Could he be a disciple from one of the renowned mysterious sects of the continent, venturing out to hone their skills? The crowd buzzed with speculation once more. On this continent, numerous academies and sects exist, each dedicated to nurturing practitioners. Yet they exhibit significant distinctions. The techniques taught within the academies are shared across the continent, capable of being disseminated, and the students they cultivate serve powerful families and nations. Their pursuit of strength driven by ambition and profit. In contrast, the cultivation practices of the sects remain strictly confidential, reserved solely for their disciples. Sects such as the Buddhist, Taoist, and demonic schools, along with the elemental incantations and divine spells of the Western divine teachings, embody a deeper commitment. Their disciples pursue not mere fame or fortune, but aspire to transcendence and immortality, eschewing worldly desires. The mortal realm is but a stepping stone to their celestial aspirations. Dragon Cloud's most formidable technique. The dragon combat profound skill proves ineffective against him, and the outcome appears evident. Among the crowd, the purple-robed Du Fei displays an expression of astonishment, exclaiming, "I never expected that fellow to possess such prowess." Callie nods in agreement, compelled to believe after witnessing it firsthand. Yun Baihe offers a slight smile, her eyes gleaming with an unusual light, contemplating the immense advantage if this individual could be of service to her family. Yu, her anxiety finally alleviated, reveals a smile as she gazes affectionately at Su Chen. On her shoulder, the delicate Shui points toward a lion-like creature hovering in the air, chirping with curiosity, clearly intrigued by the beast. Among the onlookers, a considerable number of beast knights and tamers have gathered as well. Some students, eager for a challenge, express their desire to engage Su Chen in combat. He calmly remarks, "Your technique is impressive. It is the most formidable I have encountered since my arrival." A look of concern etched itself onto Long Yun's face. He had never tasted defeat, and should he falter today, it would constitute a significant blow to his pride. With a scoff, he proclaimed, "You possess considerable skill, yet I wonder if you can withstand this technique of mine. Should you succeed, I shall accept my loss." His dragon-fighting Xian Gong proved ineffective against Su Chen, leaving him with no choice but to take a desperate gamble. "Are you truly resorting to that move, Long Yun?" Wang Li exclaimed, his voice tinged with alarm. "You have depleted too much of your vital energy. Employing that technique could be perilous." Another companion, tall and imposing, interjected with a tone of caution. "Could it be that Long Yun possesses alternative strategies?" Murmured a beast tamer from the distant sky, his voice low and grave. The creature he rode was formidable, a golden lion adorned with black wings, the very beast that Ro Shui had been observing moments ago. The battle had raged for half an hour, drawing an ever-growing audience of students, nearly 1,000, while numerous teachers and elder masters watched from afar, all astonished by Su Chen's prowess. Yet none could discern his origins. Regardless of the outcome, Su Chen's name would echo throughout Stendu City. For to contend with one of the 4 eminent masters of the Xiandu Academy marked him as a formidable figure among the younger generation. As green energy surged forth, a tremendous force filled the entirety of the barrier's space. The sword in Long Yun's grasp, once gleaming white, now radiated a verdant glow. Behind him, the ethereal silhouette of a dragon reemerged, this one entirely green, with eyes gleaming red, yet devoid of scales and flesh armor. It was, in fact, a skeletal dragon, the manifestation of a divine dragon after death. The technique of immortality was about to unfold. In the distance, a few seasoned masters could no longer contain themselves. "Principal, do you think we should intervene?" An elder inquired of a blue-clad, white-haired man beside him. The elder responded with a faint smile, saying no. "I wish to see how he will counter the fusion of the dragon combat art and the undying technique." The other elders nodded in agreement, their gazes fixated on the contest stage, prepared to act at a moment's notice in this perilous moment. Chapter 28. Spirit in the Mist Behind Long Yun. The originally pristine white dragon silhouette transformed into a ghastly green hue. The once vibrant scales and flesh had vanished, replaced by gleaming, smooth bones, which appeared ominous and terrifying under the green light, reminiscent of a divine dragon fallen into the abyss of ancient hell. The dragon's body writhed, its crimson eyes flickering with an eerie luminescence that could ensnare the very souls of onlookers. The undying technique, a formidable art capable of manipulating the undying clan, could only be wielded by the secretive sect known as the Spirit Master Sect on the continent. Long Yun had fortuitously encountered the heir of this enigmatic sect in a hidden corner of the beastly forest. Through his teachings, despite having studied for only a short time, Long Yun's prodigious talent enabled him to integrate this divine art into his ancestral dragon combat art, transforming the illusory divine dragon into a skeletal dragon of the undying clan. Legends speak of the skeletal dragon, imbued with unparalleled malevolence and venom, should one inadvertently come into contact with its emanating dragon aura. Even the most resilient of materials would succumb to corrosion, rendering it utterly wretched and terrifying. Su Chen felt an ominous chill radiating from the skeletal dragon. His brows furrowed slightly, yet he remained composed and steadfast, standing there like an immovable mountain, gripping the Mo longsword tightly, his gaze unwaveringly fixed upon his opponent, devoid of any hint of carelessness. The bone dragon, a creature that rivals the undead king and stands as one of the most formidable species among the undead, had been revealed to him through the tomes of the continent. Long Yun's face flushed crimson. The incantation he was about to invoke demanded an exorbitant amount of vital energy. He chanted the spell. His sword, now imbued with a verdant hue, danced in the air, weaving an intricate and eerie pattern that gradually sharpened into the unmistakable visage of a dragon's skull. The green light flickered ominously as Su Chen bellowed forth, and the emerald skull surged forth like a dragon pearl, hurtling towards him. Behind him, the bone dragon emitted a spine-chilling roar, soaring skyward, encircling Long Yun twice before lunging at Su Chen with its skeletal form. The sound of its bones clashing echoed, a disconcerting symphony of rattling that accompanied its approach, trailing green luminescence as it drew ever closer. It opened its massive maw, revealing a row of razor-sharp teeth, exuding an aura of ferocity. In response, Su Chen positioned his palm, summoning the Buddha's palm. A violet radiance erupted, and the imprint of the palm swelled, expanding to an imposing 3 zhang, reminiscent of a giant's hand, crashing down upon the bone dragon. The bone dragon, measuring 3 zhang in length, radiated an overwhelming green light that enveloped a radius of 5 zhang around it. Yet, before the Buddha's palm could connect, it was met with the resistance of the green glow, emitting a persistent hissing sound. The palm imprint diminished in size, as the violet vital energy was gradually corroded by the verdant luminescence. Su Chen inhaled sharply, unleashing a barrage of 5 divine sword strikes, aimed directly at the bone dragon's eyes, throat, chest, and spine. The bone dragon roared, its eyes turning an even deeper crimson as it expelled a beam of green light from its maw. A chorus of astonished gasps erupted from the crowd as the verdant light manifested, embodying the essence of true dragon energy, capable of eroding and annihilating all in its path. Exuding an unparalleled might, the 5 divine swords of annihilation were swiftly engulfed by the green luminescence, dissolving into nothingness. Yet, the green light did not fade. Instead, it surged towards Su Chen. Even from a distance, he could sense the terrifying, cataclysmic power embedded within the green glow, prompting him to swiftly execute the beastly movement of 9 steps. Shadows of a monkey flickered, leaving behind several afterimages on the ground, as Su Chen found himself 10 meters away in an instant. Despite this, he couldn't suppress a gasp of astonishment. The edge of his black robe had been lightly grazed by the green light, disintegrating into fine dust. With a resounding crash, the green light collided with the barrier of the formation, causing the entire arena to tremble as if caught in a violent quake. This barrier, crafted by an expert of the mysterious tier, boasted formidable defensive capabilities. However, it was being relentlessly shaken by the green light, with tendrils of luminescence even seeping through the barrier and spilling into the sky beyond. Fortunately, the direction was upward. Had it been otherwise, those surrounding would have faced dire consequences. There was no respite. Having missed its strike, the bone dragon swayed once more, its skeletal head lunging towards Su Chen. Meanwhile, Long Yun, who was manipulating the bone dragon, appeared pale and drenched in cold sweat, as if enduring immense torment. For controlling the bone dragon demanded an exorbitant amount of vital energy. Yet, he persevered, for a defeat today would be an insurmountable blow to his spirit. The bone dragon loomed large, akin to a small mountain, bearing down upon Su Chen with astonishing speed and an unpredictable grace. The students surrounding them could not help but gasp in awe. Had they found themselves in the arena, they would have been paralyzed by the bone dragon's formidable presence, let alone attempting to evade its onslaught. Su Chen is indeed Su Chen, regardless of how the skeletal dragon's form may shift unpredictably. He possesses the ability to discern the underlying patterns. In the 9th step of beastly movement, the techniques of the monkey and the bird intertwine seamlessly. As a shadow of a monkey and a nimble swallow trail behind Su Chen, deftly alternating positions in both ground and sky, moving at a speed several times swifter than that of the skeletal dragon. Thus, despite its immense size, the dragon is unable to grasp even the hem of Su Chen's garment. Long Yun's complexion shifted from crimson to pallid, veins throbbing on his forehead, his hands trembling as he struggled to execute various stances, each movement appearing laborious. He opened his mouth wide, encompassing the green dragon head that had originally guided him. At that moment, the peculiar patterns inflicted upon the skeletal dragon by Long Yun erupted in a radiant green glow, enveloping the entire creature. An overwhelming aura filled the arena, palpable even to those standing outside. "This is dire. He has unleashed the skeletal dragon," exclaimed several elders, their expressions abruptly paling in astonishment. The principal, clad in a blue robe with white hair, revealed a grave demeanor as he urged, "We must ascend immediately. Otherwise, that young man is in peril." The 3 elders nodded and soared towards the competition stage. As the green light dissipated, the skeletal dragon appeared reborn, its bones translucent and smooth, resembling exquisite jade. Its enormous eyes gleamed with a menacing red light, captivating the soul. Even more terrifying was the swirling green gas surrounding its maw, the fabled aura of the skeletal dragon, which could render even the most concealed remains invisible upon contact. With claws bared and a fearsome demeanor akin to a demon guarding the underworld, the skeletal dragon had but one target: to rend Su Chen asunder. The audience remained utterly silent, their expressions frozen in a state of shock. As if ensnared by an immobilizing spell, Reinyu's face was etched with worry, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears, having prayed for Su Chen's safety countless times in her heart. The gentle snow at her shoulder, too, ceased its restless scanning of the surroundings, fixating intently on the skeletal dragon upon the stage, its tail swaying anxiously, eyes alight with a sense of foreboding, as if it too recognized the creature's terrifying nature. The ink dragon sword shot forth, striking the dragon's head with a resounding clang, yet the seemingly indomitable blade was repelled. The skeletal dragon roared, as if mocking its adversary. A plume of green dragon energy erupted from its maw, ensnaring the ink dragon's sword within its grasp. Black flames danced upon the sword's surface, igniting it in a fierce blaze, while the dragon energy corroded its very essence. With a resonating thud, the sword fell to the ground, its exterior now glowing red from the heat. As the skeletal dragon advanced, Su Chen felt his resolve waver. The helplessness he had felt while battling the blue shadow leopard surged to the forefront of his mind. He shifted his form continuously, evading the dragon's strikes, launching his Buddhist palm and divine sword techniques. yet none could penetrate the formidable defenses of the skeletal beast. Its bones appeared impervious to all assaults, effortlessly absorbing each attack. Another stream of green dragon energy erupted from the dragon's maw, and suspended in mid-air, Su Chen found no avenue for retreat. The air was filled with piercing cries from the crowd. Yet, he harbored no fear in the face of death. Instead, he felt an overwhelming sense of transcendence. A tinge of regret lingered within him, for his opponent was not merely a foe of flesh and blood, but a monstrous entity akin to an immortal king. And he found himself unwilling to accept defeat. As Su Chen gently closed his eyes, a tumultuous surge of blood coursed through his veins, and the violet aura within him surged with increasing velocity. For reasons unknown, he recalled the myriad techniques from the Dao of Heaven's record. As bizarre images began to float in his mind, yet most of them appeared shrouded in a veil of mist, obscuring his understanding. Suddenly, clarity descended upon him, and a breathtaking silhouette emerged from the haze, an exquisite fragment of a human visage, though merely a small portion. Su Chen felt it was the most enchanting sight he had ever beheld in his life. The greater part remained hidden within the fog, revealing only a pointed ear and a shimmering silver earring. The flow of his internal energy quickened as the violet spirit pill dissolved continuously, transforming into torrents of divine power that surged into the mist. In an instant, a flash of violet light pierced through, and the captivating being with the exposed ear gently cradled a bottle in its hands. The bottle's contours were obscured, its opening directed forward, from which streams of purple essence flowed like a dream. Ethereal melodies resonated in Su Chen's mind, a sound so exquisite that it was intoxicating. An ancient incantation wafted through the mist, emanating from the entity holding the bottle. Its voice was indistinguishable in gender. With a thunderous boom, Su Chen felt an immense gravitational pull from above, compelling him to open his eyes. The terrifying green mist had vanished without a trace, and even the skeletal dragon's form was disintegrating in the air, the green light gradually fading until it completely dissipated. The arena fell into an unparalleled tranquility, as if nothing had ever transpired. Chapter 29. A stirring commotion. All beings are under my dominion. I am the master of all existence, the heavens and the earth. All things are governed by my will. Within the text of the Heavenly Dao record, the supreme technique known as the sentient being's formula connects the realms of heaven and earth, reputedly granting mastery over all sentient life. The creatures shrouded in that thin mist may very well belong to the species of the celestial divine continent. As Su Chen found himself in peril, his profound energy instinctively activated, and coupled with the dissolution of the purple spirit pill, he unknowingly unleashed the full potential of this technique. A hazy, precious vial emanated a swirling violet glow. Before Su Chen could discern its true nature, the terrifying dragon aura was drawn away without a trace by an overwhelming force. This led him to ponder whether the essence of the dragon's power had been absorbed by that vial. Yet, when he delved deeper into his mind, he found it nearly impossible to detect even the faintest trace. The images within the mist had vanished entirely. In the sky above the competition arena, 3 elderly figures floated silently, their expressions an amalgamation of intrigue and disbelief. All the students present were equally astonished. Just as the verdant dragon aura threatened to engulf Su Chen, his body erupted in a brilliant burst of violet light, resembling a resplendent purple sun hovering above him. In an instant, all the dragon aura was absorbed into that luminous sphere, while the skeletal dragon could only emit a terrified roar, its form fracturing incessantly. Though that skeletal dragon was a fusion of dragon clouds and 2 potent techniques, materializing through the distortion of space, it was merely a manifestation, not a true entity. Even so, in the celestial divine continent, one capable of single-handedly confronting a skeletal dragon would undoubtedly be regarded as an unparalleled master. After the fierce battle, Su Chen felt utterly exhausted. He cast his gaze upon the ground, where the scorched ink dragon sword lay glowing a fiery red. And he couldn't help but silently lament the devastating power of the dragon's aura. Students gradually regained their senses as a curtain of water cascaded from the heavens, enveloping them. Steam rose continuously, and the clash of water and fire produced a fierce, sizzling sound. After a while, the blade of the began to revert to its original inky hue, albeit seemingly coated with an additional layer of rust. Su Chen reached out and grasped feeling the lingering sword intent within it, which elicited a surge of joy in his heart. The 2 companions of Long Yun ascended the competition platform, carefully assisting the unconscious Long Yun, an elemental mage, proficient in healing, hurried to the scene and commenced the incantation of a light element healing technique. As the mage chanted, sacred light flickered in his hands, gradually permeating Long Yun's body. Before long, Long Yun stirred and awakened. He had not sustained any real injuries. Rather, it was merely the excessive consumption of his vital energy that had caused him to faint. With a pale complexion, Long Yun stared in astonishment at Su Chen before murmuring, "Did I lose? It cannot be. Indeed, it is highly improbable." That last move of his was a decisive strike that even a master of the profound realm would struggle to withstand. Yet, Su Chen had managed to counter it. Su Chen observed him quietly, withholding his words. Having traversed the brink of death moments ago, it was difficult to ascertain a clear victor. The fusion of Long Yun's dragon-fighting profound art and undying art, resulting in the creation of a bone dragon, was undeniably terrifying. Had it not been for the presence of the purple spirit pill within Su Chen, he would have long since been reduced to mere bones. In the sky, 3 elderly figures descended in succession, and the gathered crowd fell into an abrupt silence. These 3 elders were revered figures from the older generation of the academy, rarely making an appearance. Yet today, astonishingly, all 3 had come forth. Su Chen perceived the profound and inscrutable cultivation of the 3 elders, causing him to gaze at them for a moment longer. In turn, the 3 elders scrutinized Su Chen, seemingly intent on discerning his origins. A shared astonishment washed over them. While Su Chen's appearance was not conventionally handsome, he exuded an elusive aura that rendered him immensely mysterious. His demeanor was as calm and steady as a mountain, and his mental cultivation appeared to rival their own. With a smile gracing his face, Su Chen courteously addressed them, "I am honored to meet the 3 esteemed seniors." The elders were momentarily taken aback, but soon responded with smiles. One of them, a white-clad elemental master, remarked, "Indeed, heroes emerge from the youth. Well said. May I inquire as to which sect you hail from?" Su Chen furrowed his brow slightly and replied, "I apologize, but I cannot disclose that information. I hope for your understanding." The elder responded, "It seems you have your reasons for discretion, which we shall respect. Our principal wishes to make your acquaintance. Would you be willing to accompany us?" At that moment, a snow-white figure darted towards Su Chen with remarkable speed, resembling a wispy cloud, its form shifting gracefully. In an instant, it perched upon Su Chen's shoulder. The creature regarded him, its jade claws gesturing toward its belly, the expression on its face peculiar, as if it were expressing some form of complaint. It chirped insistently, conveying its hunger. Gently stroking its fur, Su Chen chuckled, "I apologize, my friend is hungry. I must first find it something to eat. Given the opportunity, I shall certainly pay a visit to your esteemed principal." 3 elderly men furrowed their brows, yet found themselves powerless. They exchanged a glance with Long Yun, nodding in mutual appreciation, before soaring into the sky, disappearing from the sight of the onlookers. "Did you see that? They are the teachers of my teacher's teacher. They seldom appear together, yet today they have all come forth. Truly remarkable. Did you hear? The principal also wished to meet him, but he declined. What a lack of insight. It is no easy feat to have an audience with the principal." The students murmured amongst themselves. Many girls harbored feelings of admiration for Su Chen, while the boys expressed a mix of respect and jealousy. Among them, one person felt the utmost joy. "Yue, Brother Long, you are a worthy rival. Let us spar again when the opportunity arises," Su Chen said as he approached Long Yun. Noticing that his injuries were not severe, he gently patted Long Yun's shoulder. Long Yun's heart was initially tumultuous. He had suffered a significant blow from his defeat. However, Su Chen's unremarkable voice and simple words seemed to illuminate a path for him, dispelling the sense of failure that weighed heavily on his heart. Indeed, a true man can endure and rise. If one has never tasted defeat, even if they become powerful, their life cannot be deemed perfect. Long Yun was momentarily taken aback. Yet he did not perceive arrogance in Su Chen. His strength was undeniably formidable, capable of contending with him, and thus qualified to challenge the other 3. "Very well. I shall assist you in this matter. I will persuade them to arrange a battle with you," Long Yun thought to himself, secretly amused, contemplating how they might experience the thrill of combat against him. The tempest swept through, causing everyone's hair to billow in the wind. From the heavens descended a lion with black wings and a golden mane, and from its back leaped a young man. This individual possessed thick eyebrows and pointed ears, with curly black hair and a tall stature, adorned with peculiar markings etched upon his arms. His gait was steady, exuding an extraordinary presence, unmistakably a person of great significance. He was Pucci, one of the four eminent masters. Onlookers recognized his identity. Pucci, renowned as the strongest beast tamer of the academy. His strength lay not only in his formidable cultivation, having reached the mid-stage of the treasure body realm, but also in his mount, the black-winged golden lion. This creature was a rare mutant beast of boundless potential, Pucci's companion since childhood. Legends whispered that even in its youth, the black-winged golden lion possessed the prowess to contend with second-tier flying dragons, a testament to its fearsome nature. Pucci had observed the duel from afar, fully aware of the terrifying capabilities of his opponent. Yet, the stronger the adversary, the greater the challenge presented, a fundamental trait of cultivators, endlessly battling, ceaselessly growing stronger, until they become true powerhouses. Thus, he was filled with exhilaration, trembling with anticipation. I, Pucci, shall face you in 3 days, he declared succinctly. Su Chen nodded in acknowledgement, responding, very well, I shall see you then. Farewell. After speaking, he departed with Rushua, drawing astonished and admiring gazes from the crowd as they made their way towards Yu. Yu, with a sweet and gentle smile, resembled a delicate lily, softly inquiring, Dugu, are you all right? Did you sustain any injuries? She proceeded to examine Su Chen closely. Su Chen replied with a smile, I am fine, although his words were lighthearted. It was evident to all that moments ago, his life had hung by a thread. Yiyue gently brushed away the ashes and dust from Su Chen's attire with her handkerchief. The black robe had been corroded in several places by fierce fighting spirit and terrifying dragon energy, resulting in numerous holes. Elder Dugu, it seems this attire needs to be replaced. Let us venture out to purchase food for Roshua, and I shall also procure some new garments for you, Yue remarked, lifting her gaze to meet Su Chen's, her cheeks tinged with a faint blush as she smiled radiantly. Su Chen nodded in agreement, and without further ado, they departed. Many girls present exhibited peculiar expressions, a blend of envy, jealousy, and disdain. Wasn't that girl once aspiring to marry into the Kunlun family? How could she be with Su Chen? One remarked, he is indeed formidable, but it is a pity he is accompanied by such a wretched person. Surely, any of us here is superior to Yue. She must have employed some bewitching arts to ensnare him. It is utterly shameless. The discussion predominantly consisted of female voices, and numerous gazes turned towards Feng Lin Hui, brimming with confusion. His countenance darkened, and he silently vowed, I never anticipated that lad to be so powerful. I must devise a different strategy to confront him. He dared to humiliate me alongside Yue last time. I shall not rest until I avenge this insult. At times, human animosities appear truly ludicrous. Chapter 30. Shopping. Su Chen and Yue walked together, exiting the Xiandu Academy and entering a bustling street. Yue touched the leather pouch hanging at her waist and chuckled. Earlier, I could have utilized the identification plate to appraise these beast orbs, but I only brought forth a small portion, and I felt too embarrassed to take them all for assessment. Within the hallowed halls of the Divine Temple, they procured a plethora of beast orbs, no fewer than 7 of the 5th tier and over 20 of the 4th tier. When combined with the orbs acquired from the magical beasts, their total exceeded 100. Should they choose to sell them all, they would undoubtedly become wealthy overnight. It is worth noting that the value of beast orbs within the realm of the celestial gods is exorbitantly high. Thus, this time, Yue only presented several dozen 3rd-tier orbs and a handful of 4th-tier ones. In the grand scheme of their collection, these orbs were rather inconsequential. Merely presenting half of their obtained orbs for appraisal would suffice to secure her a prominent position at the Xiandu Academy. The two ventured to a bustling commercial street in the heart of Xiandu City, where the shops were renowned as the largest and most prestigious associated with the Xiandu Academy, offering wares from across the continent. A magnificent edifice loomed before them, boasting 10 stories, with steps fashioned from jade stone, intricately carved railings, and a door adorned with vibrant patterns, indicating that this was no ordinary shop. From a distance, Su Chen spotted the 3 characters Qianzhu elegantly carved above the entrance. Yue remarked, Qianzhu is the largest jewelry establishment in our vicinity, with branches throughout the continent. Its reputation for quality and trustworthiness is unparalleled. Selling our beast orbs here will undoubtedly yield a handsome price. Su Chen nodded, for he was utterly unacquainted with the nuances of commerce, thus entrusting all matters to Yue. Inside the store, a dazzling array of jewels captured their gaze, radiating brilliance and filling the air with an aura of opulence. Su Chen had never encountered such a vast collection of jewels. each more exquisite and peculiar than those found in the Central Plains, prompting him to steal a few extra glances. The exquisite necklace crafted from fine jade, adorned with enormous, colorful luminous pearls, are luxuries that only the affluent elite can afford, symbolizing the opulence of high society. Su Chen let out a silent sigh, choosing not to linger on such displays. Instead, it was the delicate Shui on his shoulder who eagerly scanned the surroundings, seemingly intrigued by either the jewels or the patrons purchasing them. Yue approached the counter and exchanged a few words with a young and beautiful woman, who then escorted them to an opulent VIP room on the second floor. Shortly thereafter, an elderly gentleman entered, casting a discerning glance at them before politely inquiring, "Are you esteemed guests here to sell beast pearls?" Yue affirmed with a nod, reaching for the leather pouch at her waist, from which she produced 5 third-tier beast pearls and 1 fourth-tier beast pearl. The old man's eyes sparkled with surprise as he examined the pearls closely, his expression transforming into one of delight. "These beast pearls are indeed remarkable," he remarked. "Allow me to take them for appraisal. You may accompany me." Su Chen and Yue consented, following him into an appraisal room. This chamber featured a blue stone table crafted from jade, adorned with dozens of jade plates, reminiscent of the appraisal plates at the Immortal Academy, albeit with plates half the size, placing the beast orbs of various attributes into their corresponding jade plates. The tricolored semicircles of red, blue, purple, and gold materialized above the plates, indicating their classification as third-tier beast orbs. Lastly, a green circular pattern emerged, surrounded by a shimmering green light, within which the faint silhouette of a colossal rhinoceros could be discerned. This fourth-tier beast orb was indeed the one that Su Chen had encountered on the giant rhinoceros in the beastly forest. Upon completing the appraisal, the elder revealed a look of satisfaction and remarked, "These beast orbs are truly remarkable and will undoubtedly fetch a handsome price. Please accompany me to the VIP room to discuss the pricing." Half an hour later, Su Chen and Yu exited the Qianzhou Pavilion, with Yu holding a green gilded card, exclaiming, "We sold 5 third-tier beast orbs for 1,000 celestial coins, and that 4th-tier beast orb for 3,000 celestial coins. This sum is enough to cover a decade's worth of tuition." Su Chen was already aware of the currency conversion, knowing that 1 celestial coin was equivalent to 100 gold coins, sufficient for an ordinary person to sustain themselves for half a year. However, the tuition at the Xiandu Academy was exorbitantly high, requiring several hundred celestial coins annually. Yet, those who could gain admission to the Xiandu Academy were the elite among humans, and upon completion, a bright future awaited them, with fame and fortune readily accessible. This, too, could be viewed as an investment. Roxue had been perched upon Su Chen's shoulder from earlier and suddenly chirped a few times, pointing to her mouth. Su Chen chuckled and said, "Let us procure you something to eat." Yu also laughed, adding, "What you consume are merely ginseng spirit fruits. Even cultivators do not indulge in such extravagance. This amount of money is sufficient for you to feast for a month or two." Bairafang, one of the largest pharmacies in Xiandu City, boasts an impressive array of precious medicinal herbs, with everything one could desire. Here, one can find treasures such as millennium ginseng, wild spirit fruits, colossal racer mushrooms, and various celestial herbs. Typically, these rare medicines are only affordable to the wealthy, and consuming even a small amount is sufficient to prolong life. Of course, there are also practitioners who frequent this establishment, purchasing healing elixirs and spirit herbs to enhance their cultivation. The business here is undoubtedly among the most prosperous in Xiandu City. With a golden card in hand, Yu indulged in a spree of purchasing spiritual medicines. She was not one to hold back. The wealth at her disposal was almost entirely a result of Su Chen, and now, money held little significance for her. The emotional wounds from her loss, with 2 companions having met a tragic end, had rendered her indifferent to fame and fortune. Her singular ambition was to become a formidable force, and she no longer yearned for the extravagances of the material world. Having spent 3,200 gold coins, she amassed a considerable collection of spiritual medicines. The little snow fox, Roxue, became exceedingly animated, bounding about on Su Chen's shoulder, occasionally reaching out with its paws to grab some ginseng and savoring it with delight. Su Chen found himself quite fond of this mischievous creature, despite its propensity for trouble. He felt an inexplicable warmth in its presence, especially given its mysterious origins, having appeared at the scene after the disappearance of the divine maiden. It surely bore a significant connection to her. "Brother Dugu, I shall buy you some new clothes," Yu said with a radiant smile as she led Su Chen to a street lined with apparel. Su Chen was taken aback, glancing at his tattered garments. A result of the battles he had endured in recent days. A wave of gratitude washed over him as he replied, "Thank you. Miss you." Yu smiled with a hint of mischief and said, "Why do you need to thank me? Do you consider me a stranger?" Upon finishing her words, her cheeks flushed, radiating an unparalleled beauty. Su Chen was momentarily taken aback and replied, "No, you are the closest person to me in the realm of celestial beings." His words were sincere, and Yu felt an overwhelming sweetness in her heart. "From now on, you may simply call me Yu," she said. Su Chen paused for a moment before agreeing. "All right." Yu beamed with joy as she led Su Chen into an opulent clothing store. After half an hour, they emerged, with Su Chen adorned in a new outfit, a flowing black robe with long sleeves that billowed like clouds, transforming his appearance entirely, exuding an extraordinary aura that made him even more captivating than before. "Yu, this attire is splendid, but I fear it may suffer damage in the next duel," Su Chen remarked. "I will definitely visit when I have the time. For now, I must immerse myself in learning the knowledge of this continent," he added. Yu nodded and advised, "Take good care of yourself. In the duel 3 days hence, be wary of Pucci and her extraordinary beast." As her crimson figure gradually faded into the night, Su Chen was lost in thought, enveloped by a warm and delightful feeling. He temporarily set aside these thoughts, hurriedly dined, and retired to his guest room, sitting cross-legged on the bed. Today, the enigmatic cultivation technique of the myriad beings inexplicably manifested its effects, prompting his decision to investigate further. In the room, Roshua lay quietly on the bed, her body curled like a cat. Her fur was as white as clouds, emanating a faint luminescence that was captivating. Though her eyes were tightly shut, she appeared to be in a deep slumber. Yet the shimmering white light surrounding her suggested she was engaged in a form of silent meditation. Sitting cross-legged, with his mind delving within, Su Chen discovered that the small portion of the purple spirit pill in his dantian had diminished significantly, now no larger than a sesame seed. He channeled his true energy into his dantian, where purple mist swirled around. In due course, that small fragment of the purple spirit pill completely dissolved. After an hour had passed, the pill vanished entirely, merging with Su Chen's being. He felt an unparalleled surge of true energy coursing through him, flowing with remarkable fluidity. And even his mind was considerably clearer than before, with a heightened spiritual awareness that allowed him to perceive every sound within 100 meters. The chirping of insects resonated with crystal clarity. Although the night outside was shrouded in darkness, he could distinctly discern the features of those moving about. He could even catch the enticing aroma of wine wafting from the tavern across the street. Everything felt so vivid and real. It must be said that the efficacy of the purple spirit pill was indeed extraordinary, despite a significant portion being absorbed by external forces. The remaining fragment had transformed Su Chen from merely a master of inner strength in the mortal realm into a formidable warrior capable of utilizing true energy in the divine spirit continent. Moreover, his level of true energy had swiftly ascended to the mid-level of the yellow rank, while his spiritual realm far surpassed that of ordinary practitioners, having already reached the profound rank of a warrior's intent phase. At this moment, he was but a step away from the late stage of the yellow rank, and it would not be long before he achieved a breakthrough, subsequently enhancing his strength immensely. The gap between ranks could be as vast as 1,000 miles. After absorbing the purple spirit pill, Su Chen noticed that the bones in his right arm were gently quivering, with purple light emanating persistently from within, sizzling and crackling. As the bone gradually integrated with his flesh, slowly merging with Su Chen's very being. Su Chen was utterly astonished, yet he felt no pain. The mysterious purple bone, the origin of which was unknown, was extraordinary and its provenance quite remarkable. Otherwise, the divine wolves and other extraordinary beasts would not have risked their lives to contest it. Although taken aback, he harbored no fears. All of this was a matter of fate and chance. No effort of his could alter it. Dismissing his thoughts, he began to channel the technique of the myriad beings, allowing his internal energy to circulate swiftly. Images flickered in his mind, elusive and indistinct, as though veiled by a thin mist. A fairy cradling a precious vial could absorb the essence of all things within it, and when cultivated to perfection, could encompass the vastness of the oceans. This truly was a formidable and fearsome skill. The mysterious entity with pointed ears was likely a fairy, one of the enigmatic races of the celestial realm. Su Chen had heard of this race from Yu, who spoke of their unparalleled nobility, stunning beauty, and ethereal existence, untouched by the mundane world. They were said to be descendants of ancient deities, sacred and inviolable, residing in places known to few. Why would the technique of the myriad beings conceal fairies? Were there other life forms hidden within? Su Chen attempted to concentrate his energy and penetrate the veil of mist. But to no avail. It was as if he had cast a stone into the ocean, with all his energy absorbed by the enigmatic entities within the mist. Yet nothing materialized. The elongated ears and shimmering silver earrings never reappeared. The outlines of the mist were vague, reminiscent of a beast's claws or a dragon's head. They also evoked the image of a graceful maiden in motion, perhaps only by locating the lower half of the Earth Scroll and the Heaven Scroll, and cultivating the complete technique of the all-being scripture. Can the true essence of these matters be fully revealed? Su Chen ceased his attempts and pondered in silence. The techniques within the Heavenly Dao record are exceedingly numerous. Even the Beast Step 9 has greatly benefited him. He did not rush to learn other techniques. For within the Beast Step 9, there are still the Dragon Step and Butterfly Step, among others, which he has yet to practice. As he recited the incantation and contemplated carefully, Su Chen quickly grasped the profound meanings within the remaining steps. The Dragon Step is both domineering and agile, while the Butterfly Step is light and ethereal. Not far from the eastern side of the inn, 3 figures stood atop a tall building. The night breeze swept through, emanating an icy chill from the trio. Are you still unable to uncover Su Chen's origins? The voice was chillingly cold, as if it could freeze the very air around them. The 2 individuals behind him seemed accustomed to his tone. One slowly replied, indeed, his origins are shrouded in mystery. Having appeared suddenly in the beast forest, no one has seen where he came from. Could it be a teleportation technique? The cold voice, neither youthful nor aged, concealed any hint of its owner's age. It is quite possible, but he may also hail from deep within the beast forest. Very well, let the plan proceed. After uttering these words, the owner of the icy voice flickered and vanished into the night sky. Beneath the night sky to the south of the inn, 2 individuals floated in midair, each wielding a divine sword at their feet, clearly employing the Taoist technique of sword riding. The pair, a young man and a young woman, exchanged words, with the man stating, Master has predicted that a divine artifact will emerge here. What might this divine artifact be? The woman's voice was sweet and gentle as she remarked, perhaps it is a treasure akin to those of Taoism, given Master's high regard for it. Its origins must be quite extraordinary. The man replied, Qiubai, junior sister, if Master can foresee the emergence of a divine artifact, it is likely that other sects are already aware. We must be cautious, for a conflict may ensue. The woman smiled charmingly, I understand. Su Chen immersed himself in his cultivation throughout the night, oblivious to the events transpiring outside. His vital energy was formidable, allowing him to endure 3 days without rest without any detriment. Early in the morning, Roshue was busy devouring a spiritual fruit with great delight. After Su Chen finished dressing, he grasped the Mo long sword, suddenly feeling somewhat inconvenienced. In the bustling city of Xiandu, where crowds thrived, the sword lacked a sheath and was quite hefty, making it difficult to draw attention away from it. He gestured to Roshue, saying, come with me. However, Roshue vigorously shook her head, alighting atop a large bag and persistently pointing with her paw at the sack beneath her. The bag was filled with ginseng, lingji, and other spiritual herbs, serving as her sustenance. Su Chen chuckled wryly, rest assured, no one will steal your food while it remains here. Suddenly, he recalled a technique from the Taoist record that could create a spatial realm connected to one's body, allowing for the storage of various items. Could it be that Roshue possesses such extraordinary abilities? She pouted her little mouth, appearing quite pleased, as if truly endowed with human emotions. After finishing a ginseng root, the little creature slowly leapt onto Su Chen's shoulder, her dark, expressive eyes fixed intently upon him. Su Chen gently caressed its fur and chuckled, if you accompany me, do refrain from being mischievous. Upon its acquiescence, he stepped out of the inn. The bustling street was teeming with people, and the lively atmosphere was palpable. In the distance, towering edifices loomed on either side, with a continuous flow of pedestrians. Su Chen inquired about the location of the grandest library in Xiandu City and set off towards it. Suddenly, he spotted a familiar figure hurriedly weaving through the crowd, her demeanor fraught with anxiety. A spark of recognition ignited within him, prompting him to follow swiftly. It was the girl he had rescued the previous day. Chapter 32. The poor and the beautiful maiden. The girl appeared flustered, beads of sweat adorning her forehead, trickling down her cheeks in despondent rivulets. She frequently glanced over her shoulder, navigating through the throngs of people with urgency. Su Chen maintained a leisurely pace, trailing her from a distance. Their journey led them far from the vibrant city center, eventually arriving at a dilapidated residential area after an hour of walking. The houses stood in disrepair, their red tiles weathered and faded, as if stripped of their former luster. The walls, encrusted with moss, had turned an ominous shade of black, and the air was often filled with the acrid scent of dampness. It was evident that the inhabitants here were impoverished, clad in tattered garments. Su Chen was taken aback to discover that even in such a prosperous city, poverty existed in stark contrast. The girl's presence seemed to command a certain reverence. As she arrived, a throng of individuals gathered around her. Despite their humble circumstances, smiles graced their faces as they expressed their concern and warmth towards her. "Linya, you've worked hard. Here, have a glass of water." An elderly man, his hair as white as snow, smiled kindly. Linya nodded, accepting the water with a smile. She did not rush to drink, but instead removed the burden from her back and handed it to the old man, saying, "Grandfather Defeng, with the money I've earned, I wish to buy some treats for the villagers." The bundle contained a whole bag of gleaming silver coins. While the wealthy may dismiss such coins, for the impoverished, they represent life itself. The young girl was the very source of this warmth, surrounded by a throng of admirers. Linya made her way through the ancient alleys of the impoverished district, entering a modest dwelling. Su Chen sighed, feeling compelled to assist these people. As he contemplated this, a group of burly men came charging towards them, roaring with anger. "Little girl, let's see where you think you're going this time," bellowed a bald giant, directing his ire at the house where the girl resided. The poverty-stricken residents furrowed their brows, their already haggard faces transforming into a portrait of increased despair, filled with fear and confusion over the unfolding events. Linya emerged from the house, her expression unyielding, glaring defiantly at the group of men. "I won't run. I'll go with you instead." The men paused momentarily, one of them chuckling. "What trickery is this, little lady? You are quite cunning." The residents now understood that these men were there to capture Linya, and their faces were etched with concern and anger. Many stepped forward, positioning themselves protectively in front of her. Grandfather Defeng's brow furrowed deeply as he inquired, "Linya, what is happening? Why do they seek to capture you?" Linya's complexion suddenly turned pale, her smooth lips moved, yet she could not utter a word. The group of burly men chuckled ominously, saying, "Mind your own business, lest you jeopardize your worthless lives." Linya trembled slightly, a chill sweeping through her heart, and declared, "I will go with you now." Upon finishing her statement, she shook her head at the crowd and stepped out. One of the men reached out to seize Linya, but suddenly, a series of chirps resonated from behind him, and a white cloud descended heavily upon his head before leaping onto Linya's shoulder. Rose Shui perched there, her disdainful gaze fixed on the group of men. For a moment, the burly men stood frozen, none daring to make a move. This extraordinary white fox seemed almost sentient, a rare beast indeed. And those who possessed such creatures were undoubtedly of significant stature. Although these men were formidable among mortals, none were cultivators, and they dared not provoke this otherworldly creature. Linya felt a mix of surprise and joy, unable to contain herself as she exclaimed, "It's you." She had unmistakably recognized that the white fox belonged to Su Chen, and she sensed his presence nearby. "Yes, it is I." Su Chen emerged from the crowd, adorned in resplendent new attire, standing tall like a golden rooster. He swiftly approached Linya, casting a casual glance at the men before looking at her with genuine concern. "Has your injury healed?" Linya's complexion was markedly more vibrant than the previous day, clearly indicating significant recovery. "I'm fine. It's just that these ruffians have come to trouble me again." Her tone was infused with anger, yet it sounded remarkably calm. "Who might you be?" One of the men stammered, his voice trembling. Although Su Chen had not taken any action, his enigmatic and serene aura had already caused the opponents to crumble. "Su Chen." He uttered those 3 syllables in a languid manner. Ah! It seemed as if the mouths of the burly men had instantaneously merged into one. For how else could that exclamation have been so harmoniously synchronized? Their expressions shifted, becoming pale and devoid of color. The name Su Chen had gained notoriety overnight. He was not a figure that mere mortals could provoke. A mysterious individual from the esteemed Dragon Cloud, one of the 4 formidable masters of the Immortal Academy. Almost every practitioner in the City of Immortals was aware of him. Furthermore, his name had spread to various esteemed families and across all walks of life, reaching every possible ear. Setting aside his formidable prowess, the mere enigma of his identity instilled profound trepidation in everyone. Should he be a disciple from an obscure sect? No family within the city of immortals would dare to confront him. Do you know who I am? Su Chen inquired. The faces of the burly men turned ashen. Among them were several who had pursued Linya, and they recognized him as Su Chen, causing them to break into a cold sweat. You lot lack the discernment to recognize a mountain. Let us depart, they hastily exclaimed. With those words, the group of men seemed to sprout wings, fleeing faster than the birds soaring through the sky, a speed that elicited astonishment. Linya watched the men retreat, letting out a sigh of relief, and turned to Su Chen, saying nonchalantly, "We are not acquainted. Why do you keep assisting me?" Su Chen replied with a smile, "You possess a kind heart. You are a good person. If I do not aid those who are good, whom shall I help?" Linya suddenly paused, her gaze averted from Su Chen. She turned to speak a few words with Grandpa de Feng, and then took Su Chen's hand, leading him away. Exiting the residential area, they arrived at a secluded street. Linya's voice was somewhat hesitant as she said, "I am not as good as you think. Do you know why those people want to capture me?" Su Chen replied, "Yes, I know. They are villains." Suddenly, Linya broke into a smile, revealing a set of pearly white teeth. She was beautiful, exceptionally so, akin to a lily. Yet her clothes, though impeccably clean, were quite tattered. She, too, was a poor soul, her garments concealing her beauty. Su Chen reciprocated with a smile, saying, "I know you stole from them, but all of it was for your family and friends." Linya's expression seemed to betray her hidden thoughts, her face flushing slightly as she said, "You mustn't tell them. They are unaware that my money is stolen. If they knew, it would surely sadden them." Su Chen was taken aback, feeling an even greater fondness for the girl. He reached to his waist and produced several beast orbs, stating, "These can be exchanged for a substantial amount of money. You need not resort to thievery anymore. It is perilous for a girl to engage in such activities." Linya glanced at Su Chen before shifting her gaze to Roshue. A flicker of gratitude passed through her eyes, yet she seemed to conceal it, fearful of exposure. She retrieved a beast orb from her waist, saying, "This is the one you gave me yesterday. I haven't used it." Su Chen, surprised, asked, "Why haven't you used it?" Linya replied, "The shops in Xiandu City will not purchase items from us poor folk." Her voice was calm and gentle, yet it carried an undercurrent of desolation. An inexplicable anger surged within Su Chen as he exclaimed, "Is it truly so? Come, let us visit the Wanzhou Pavilion." Linya remarked, "Your status is exalted. Would associating with a thief not tarnish your reputation?" Su Chen gazed at her affectionately and replied, "In my eyes, a good person, regardless of their station in life, is worthy of my friendship." Linya's mouth slightly parted in astonishment as she regarded Su Chen. After a moment, she nodded, her face illuminating with a serene smile, one that is reserved for those who inspire warmth. Su Chen chuckled softly, "Silly girl, do not entertain such thoughts in the future." Linya nodded gently, a tear, crystalline and pure, blossomed quietly in her eye. "Was there someone who offered you solace in your moments of self-doubt?" That gentle reassurance, so light and warm, perhaps unintentional, yet unforgettable. Chapter 33. The state of the world in the realm of the immortal gods. The human populace is vast. Yet the chasm between the affluent and the destitute is immense, with the unfortunate sometimes perishing from hunger in the streets, a perilous existence. Although Xiandu City stands as one of the most prosperous cities in Lingfeng Nation, a hub of economic activity, it harbors its share of impoverished souls. Linya being one among them. An orphan without parental care, she was abandoned in the slums at the tender age of 2, taken in by the impoverished, who offered her scraps of food, thereby becoming her entire world. From an early age, she possessed a keen sense of justice and could not abide the oppression of the poor by the wealthy, which fostered a deep-seated disdain for them. At 16, she ventured beyond the slums, where a skilled thief imparted to her a plethora of techniques. From that moment forth, she engaged in thievery, targeting the notorious and oppressive affluent who exploited the common folk. During a robbery, she narrowly escaped death, ultimately saved by a passing cultivator. Nevertheless, she persevered, bravely continuing for the sake of her fellow villagers. Indeed, she is a girl of remarkable courage and beauty. Trusting Su Chen, she confided in him her tribulations. A surge of compassion welled up within Su Chen as he contemplated the suffering that plagued this continent, which rivaled that of the Central Plains and 9 provinces. Upon arriving at the entrance of the Wanzhou Pavilion, Linya hesitated, gazing at the magnificent edifice with uncertainty. Her cheeks flushed crimson as she said to Su Chen, "I shall not enter. I will wait for you outside." Su Chen regarded her quietly. Linya lowered her gaze, murmuring, "I am dressed so poorly. I am unworthy." Su Chen furrowed his brow, a hint of pity crossing his face as he replied, "It matters not. Come with me." With that, he firmly grasped Linya's hand and led her into the Wanju Pavilion. The elegantly dressed women in crimson silk at the entrance exchanged astonished glances at Linya, their brows knitting in disapproval. Linya kept her head bowed, avoiding their scrutinizing gazes. Su Chen shot a cold glare at the women, who were immediately taken aback, retreating in fear. As they stepped onto the crimson carpet and ascended the jade stone steps, the duo swiftly made their way to the second floor of the Wanju Pavilion. A tall, young male attendant approached, momentarily taken aback upon seeing Linya. However, upon recognizing Su Chen, his demeanor shifted to one of warm hospitality, promptly escorting them to the VIP room. "What? A guest has brought a lowly commoner to our Wanju Pavilion?" An elderly man exclaimed, his expression a mixture of shock and indignation. The impoverished are deemed unworthy of such places. Although there is no explicit rule, it has become an accepted convention. Should the destitute wish to sell anything, they must rely on intermediaries, as no one has ever dared to enter here directly. The old man stormed into the VIP room, but upon seeing Linya, his face contorted with anger, his lips quivering. Just as he was about to speak, he recognized Su Chen, who had visited the previous day to sell exquisite beast orbs, a rare patron indeed. His pent-up fury was forcibly suppressed, given that such a distinguished guest was present. He could not afford to neglect them, no matter his personal grievances. Su Chen, having discerned the old man's peculiar demeanor, spoke up. "A friend of mine wishes to sell beast orbs." He gestured toward Linya. The old man scrutinized Linya's worn attire, though clean. It failed to impress him, stirring an uncomfortable feeling within. With a cold demeanor, he remarked, "If she is a friend of a distinguished guest, then that is another matter. Do you have anything to sell? Let us see." Linya kept her head down, her expression blank yet tinged with a hint of blush, as she retrieved several beast orbs from her waist and placed them in the old man's hands. The orbs were translucent and resplendent, radiating a kaleidoscope of colors, each extraordinary. All gifted to her by Su Chen. The old man's eyes brightened upon seeing the orbs, and his indifferent fa-ade melted away. He pondered whether this girl might possess significant connections, intentionally cloaked in modesty, with extensive experience. He understood the vast array of individuals on the continent and no longer underestimated Linya. Upon receiving the orbs, he promptly took them for appraisal, resulting in a trade of 4 orbs for 600 celestial coins. Upon receiving the green gold card bestowed upon them by the Wanju Pavilion, Linya was taken aback by the staggering sum of 600 fairy coins, which equated to a remarkable 600,000 silver coins. A single silver coin could sustain a family for an entire day, thus this vast fortune could provide for her village's sustenance for an entire year. This starkly illustrated the disparity between the strong and the weak. The strong could effortlessly dispatch a few exotic beasts, reaping rewards that would take the weak a lifetime of toil to achieve. Her hands trembled, and her mind spun, struggling to accept the reality before her. She had once pilfered the most precious item worth merely 10,000 silver coins, which had aided many impoverished villagers, yet Su Chen, with casual grace, could bestow upon her such wealth with just a handful of beast orbs. Turning to the elderly man, Su Chen asserted, "She is my dear friend. Henceforth, whenever she comes to sell goods here, you are to treat her with utmost respect and not underestimate anyone." His words carried a note of authority, leaving the old man astonished, nodding fervently in agreement. Once outside the Wanju Pavilion, Linya began to regain her composure, trembling as she asked Su Chen, "Is all of this truly for me?" "Indeed," Su Chen replied. At a loss for words, tears welled in her eyes as she gazed at him with gratitude. Su Chen smiled and added, "Should you encounter any difficulties in the future, do not hesitate to seek my assistance. Also, you should change into some new clothes. I am certain you will look even more beautiful in them," confident that no one would dare trouble her. He provided her with a contact address and then departed with Rose Shui. Linya stood there for a long while, watching his figure gradually fade into the sea of people. As Su Chen soared through the air, midday had already arrived. He swiftly made his way to the grandest library in Xiandu City, the Xiandu Library, a sanctuary housing an innumerable collection of books covering the history, culture, and geography of the continent. Su Chen paid 10 gold coins to gain entry into the library. The library was vast and bustling with patrons. However, An air of tranquility enveloped the space, as the sheer magnitude of the library rendered the multitude of visitors seemingly insignificant. In search of a serene nook, Su Chen selected several classic tomes and began to read with fervent enthusiasm. Since its establishment over a millennium ago, Xiandu Academy has produced numerous formidable figures across the ages, including several celestial tier experts who remain hidden, awaiting the moment to transcend mortality and ascend to immortality. Each generation of prodigies from this esteemed institution has achieved remarkable success. Due to its illustrious reputation, countless cultivators from various corners of the world flock here to study, seizing the opportunity for a meteoric rise. If one catches the eye of a prominent family, a lifetime of opulence and prestige awaits. This academy has become a renowned haven for many obscure cultivators seeking fame. While there are numerous such academies across the continent, only about a dozen are particularly renowned. Nevertheless, regardless of their fame, the students of these institutions cannot claim the pinnacle of cultivation, for there exist countless extraordinary sects across the land. These sects boast rich histories, some spanning thousands of years, and possess profound legacies. Many within these sects have achieved ascension to immortality, commanding a level of respect that even nations dare not provoke. They embody the pinnacle of cultivation, far beyond the reach of mere mortals. In the East, the prominent factions include the Buddhist school, the Taoist school, and the demonic school, while in the West, the Light Church and the Angelic Order hold sway. The Buddhist school, a vestige of celestial Buddhas on earth, possesses profound foundations, embodying compassion and universal salvation, revered by the world. The Taoist school, dedicated to cultivating immortality and rescuing humanity, boasts a lineage spanning tens of thousands of years. With numerous Taoist immortals, legend has it that traces of Taoism can be found even in the celestial realms. Conversely, the demonic school, diametrically opposed to the Taoist school, cultivates immortality through demonic intent, capable of ascending to the celestial realms. However, due to its unorthodox and brutal cultivation methods, it is not recognized by the world, resulting in a tarnished reputation, yet it remains a force to be reckoned with. As for the Light Church and the Angelic Order of the West, they are remnants of the Western celestial realm on Earth, guarded by Western deities and angels, deeply revered and worshipped by mortals on the continent. As the day drew to a close, Su Chen had gained a considerable understanding of the various sects and the power dynamics of cultivators on the continent. He increasingly realized that his strength was insignificant among the cultivators, with countless potential adversaries. However, this realization did not diminish his confidence. Instead, it ignited his passion. He aspired to cultivate into a martial god, to witness the so-called deities and immortals. Chapter 34. Beastmaster. A momentous event has transpired in Immortal Metropolis. Whispers among the populace reveal that individuals from numerous mysterious sects across the continent have converged upon Immortal Metropolis. These include not only the major Eastern sects but also the Western Church, the Angelic Order, and even some unaligned cultivators. A significant event is about to unfold in Xiandu City, sparking fervent discussions among all, whether cultivators or ordinary citizens. To the east of Xiandu Academy, towering trees stretch towards the heavens, forming an expansive forest. Within this woodland lies a grand arena, constructed from unique stones. 5 colossal stone pillars rise like the fingers of giants, encircling the stone platform, connected by immense black iron chains. This is the Academy's renowned trial platform, typically utilized by students to hone their skills. It is impervious to destruction and fortified with formidable arrays and barriers. How can she possess such fortune when her strength is but a fraction of mine? The murmurs of jealousy and envy filled the air as onlookers awaited Su Chen's arrival. At noon, Su Chen appeared, donned in a new battle robe that exuded an air of composure and mystery, accompanied by a subtle smile. He radiated charisma, cultivation, and strength. Yuyuet gazed at him tenderly, her silent eyes conveying a message of caution. Be careful, brother Dugu. On her shoulder perched Roshua, curiously observing the black-winged golden lion, Puki's mount. Soaring overhead, this was one of the rare mutated beasts, brimming with potential, and even as a young creature, the black-winged golden lion possessed the strength of a second-tier dragon. Yet, Roshua regarded it with the fascination one might reserve for a charming little bird. The resplendent black and shimmering gold seemed to narrate the formidable prowess of the black-winged golden lion. Su Chen sensed its steadiness and sanctity, its mystery and might. Possessing a towering physique and an indomitable build akin to forged iron, Pucci gripped a black lance in his hand. A beastmaster of the treasure body realm. He was astride a fifth-order exotic beast. The black-winged golden lion descended upon the trial stage with the litheness of a swallow, as four pillars of flame erupted beneath its paws, treading upon divine fire. This magical beast was indeed extraordinary. The stone platform became immediately suffused with an intense battle aura, sharp as blades and swords. Pucci initiated the attack, his black lance aimed directly at Su Chen's chest. As he and his black-winged golden lion charged with the swiftness of lightning, the air crackled and popped, as if the void itself were being rent asunder, blurring the figures of both Pucci and his mount. Their speed was such that they seemed to vanish like the wind. Yet, Su Chen was even quicker. With a deft sidestep to the left, he gripped the ink dragon sword in his powerful arm, colliding it against the black lance. The resounding clang was both startling and melodious, as if a colossal bell had been struck in the heavens, leaving onlookers awestruck. Sparks flew in all directions, and a 3-meter-long fissure abruptly appeared in the stone ground beneath their feet. The clash was evenly matched. Both combatants harbored a mutual respect for the other. The black-winged golden lion soared into the air as a fissure appeared on Pucci's black lance. With stoic resolve, he gave a slight nod to Su Chen, a gesture of acknowledgement between men. Su Chen smiled faintly, and suddenly his right palm radiated with a dazzling light, like a violet diamond, as a purple palm print materialized. Having witnessed this technique before, Pucci dared not underestimate it. As if telepathically connected, the black-winged golden lion emitted a golden radiance, scattering golden blossoms that fluttered and fell like the weaving of a dream. Amidst the radiant glow, within the maw of the black-winged golden lion, a dark essence shimmered. Enigmatic as the night, eluding comprehension, a dreadful aura emanated from the abyss. Behold, what is that? Are you foolish? It is the black-winged golden lion's ultimate technique. The dreaming black flame. It seems Pucci is determined to showcase his prowess. The audience's eyes sparkled with fervor, more exhilarating than encountering a beauty on the street. While beauty is indeed captivating, the thrill of a fierce battle often eclipses it, particularly for men. The imposing momentum of the Buddha palm surged forth, the imprint expanding relentlessly, as though it could truly repel deities. The palm print ascended heavenward, striking directly at Pucci. Yes, indeed, this is a fair contest. Suddenly, the golden radiance enveloping the black-winged golden lion coalesced into a small orb, which dove into the tendril of darkness in its maw. Instantly, the terrifying aura intensified. With a gentle exhalation, 3 strands of black flames erupted, akin to darting flying fish, charging towards the violet palm imprint. Though seemingly inconspicuous, the black flames unexpectedly ignited fiercely upon the violet imprint, as if it were a tangible entity. This black fire is truly fantastical, capable of consuming the energy-formed hand. Soon, the palm imprint was reduced to nothingness, yet the black flames began to transform into a shade of purple. A gentle breeze extinguished the flames, reverting them to mere ordinary fire. What is this? Treading upon the void? The audience was left in astonishment. In the 9th step of beastly movement, the swallow step unfurled. A fleeting silhouette of a swallow materializing behind Su Chen, who appeared as a martial arts master, no, akin to a celestial being, soaring through the air, wielding the ink dragon sword, advancing towards Pucci. How splendid! Pucci let out an exclamation, his voice filled with excitement. The black lance danced continuously, piercing the air with dozens of spear shadows. Su Chen moved gracefully in the void, the long sword swirling gently in his hands. Unperturbed and fluid, it was as if he anticipated the trajectory of the lance. Each of his strikes effortlessly nullified the spear's blockade. Pucci grew increasingly emboldened. Although he had witnessed Su Chen's swordplay before, facing him directly now was a surprising experience. Pucci, indeed, had always been this way. His cultivation was already formidable, and the black-winged golden lion was shrouded in mystery, yet he had never truly employed a harmonious combat style. If he were to achieve true unity, his cultivation would ascend to even greater heights. One could only wonder what he was thinking. Humanity has an inherent tendency to discuss others, and cultivators are no exception. For they are human too. But do they truly comprehend? Su brother, I am no match for you, Pucci stated calmly, without a hint of frustration. No. You are indeed a worthy opponent, Su Chen replied with a knowing smile, as if he could see into Pucci's heart. Indeed, who truly understands the challenges faced by beast tamers? Only one who regards beasts as friends can genuinely be called a beast tamer, since they consider their beasts as companions. There must be a spiritual connection during battle, a mutual care. Yet, no one wishes to place their friends in danger. Once the black-winged golden lion strikes, the opponent will undoubtedly turn their aggression towards it. Perhaps Pucci was not weakened by this bond, but rather strengthened. Unity is the pinnacle of a beast tamer's mastery. The battle concluded, yet abruptly, a cry arose as someone pointed towards the heavens, their countenance etched with a mixture of astonishment and inquisitiveness, akin to beholding celestial beings in flight. While not precisely angels, these figures were not far removed from them, sharing the ability to soar through the skies with remarkable grace, surpassing even the swiftness of birds. What were they? A multitude of cultivators traversing the air, poised upon magical artifacts, their sleeves billowing in the wind, resembling immortals. Their aerial prowess, while impressive, was not the sole cause for wonder. Some recognized them as disciples from a certain hermetic sect, rarely seen in the mortal realm, yet now appearing in considerable numbers. Every head turned skyward. Even Rochue, perched upon Yu Yu's shoulder, gazed with curiosity at the azure expanse. They did not descend upon the city, but rather continued westward until the towering trees obscured the sky, prompting the onlookers to lower their gazes and commence animated discussions. Those appeared to be cultivators from the Arbor Mountain. Judging by their robes, they belonged to the Taiji sect. Indeed, even members of the Taiji sect have emerged. A significant event must be unfolding within Immortal Metropolis. Rumor has it that a treasure is about to materialize within the Beast Forest. Haven't you noticed the arrival of Taoist, Buddhist, demonic, and even Western angelic and ecclesiastical cultivators in recent days? It seems this treasure is quite extraordinary. Su Chen listened in silence, his brow furrowing slightly. In a distant era, the celestial realm was home to divine beings who, despite their extinction during the Cataclysm of Divine Wrath, bequeathed a trove of priceless treasures. These artifacts represent a form of celestial wealth. Who would not yearn to possess such a divine relic? Even the most indifferent cultivators, seemingly detached from fame and fortune, find it hard to resist such a lure. Perhaps they are concerned that these treasures might fall into the hands of malevolent mortals, posing a threat to the world. Or perhaps there are other reasons. Who can truly know? What is evident, however, is that a tempest of competition for these treasures is about to unfold. The emergence of cultivators has not diminished the reverence people hold for Su Chen, who has triumphed over the two formidable experts of the Xiandu Academy. What an illustrious feat. Long Yun has been defeated. Pu Qi has succumbed. It appears that there is not a single student from Xiandu Academy who can rival him. Have you lost your senses? Such reckless words, exclaimed a voice, alarmed. Lu Xiong and Miss Feng Wu, two eminent masters, have yet to make an appearance. Be cautious with your conclusions. The speaker, gripped by a chill of apprehension, fell silent. Brother Dugu, allow me to engage with you. A sweet, somewhat excessive voice suddenly emerged from the crowd, creating a striking contrast. A gust of wind swept through, carrying a fragrant aroma that enveloped everyone present. Pink petals danced in the air, brushing against the faces of onlookers as if caressed by gentle hands, rendering the men momentarily speechless. It is her. Yu Yu furrowed her brow, her eyes flashing with indignation. By what right do you call him Brother Dugu? That title belongs to me. The petals converged, coalescing into a human form. Pink and silver, utterly breathtaking, this figure left a profound first impression. Su Chen was momentarily taken aback as a captivating figure gracefully emerged from the petals. Her silver hair, reminiscent of snow, cascaded down to her waist, while her pink robe complemented her porcelain skin and long, slender legs. Her exquisitely alluring visage, more enchanting than flowers, unmistakably signaled that she was the nemesis of men, Miss Feng Wu. Without her needing to announce her name, many present had already called out to her. This recognition stemmed not solely from her unparalleled beauty, but also from her esteemed status as one of the four great masters. Although her stunning appearance played a significant role in her renown, it was evident that her prowess was equally impressive. Ah, you are Miss Feng Wu, Su Chen mused, his gaze lingering on her, silently admiring her beauty. Indeed, this humble girl has witnessed the formidable strength of Brother Dugu. It is truly unfathomable. How rare it is to meet you. I would love to engage in a friendly contest. Feng Wu's voice remained melodious, as if she were singing celestial tunes rather than merely conversing. Unable to decline, Su Chen, who had never underestimated women, recognized that there were indeed heroines among them, equal to their male counterparts, and thus he acquiesced. Feng Wu beamed at Su Chen, her smile dazzlingly enchanting, enough to incite envy in blossoms. Her delicate fingers gently formed seals, causing petals to swirl and dance around her. Does Miss Feng have no weapon? Su Chen inquired. Hee. Feng Wu chuckled softly. Brother Dugu, the petals are her weapon. You must be cautious. Yu's face flushed crimson, and she could no longer contain herself. Oh. Su Chen was astonished yet quickly understood that, just as he wielded all things as arms, the petals could serve as weapons as well. The graceful Feng Wu still bears that enchanting smile that captivates a myriad of blossoms, her figure ethereal, with hair as white as snow, exuding an unparalleled allure. Ah, woman, is beauty not a form of weapon, wielding greater might than any true armament? Her jade-like fingers danced incessantly, and Feng Wu unleashed her attack. Countless petals soared through the air, swirling like snowflakes, cascading towards Su Chen. The fragrance of flowers permeated the atmosphere, their petals exquisite beyond compare. Yet who could fathom the deadly peril they concealed? Even those who were aware remained unguarded. For beauty often evokes a sense of familiarity. How could one be wary? But Su Chen was different. The moment the first petal brushed against his robe, slicing through like a blade and leaving a gash, he understood. These petals were indeed lethal weapons. Could it be that this woman could wield all things as her arms? The long sword emitted a resounding clang, swirling incessantly by Su Chen's side. A cascade of purple energy erupted from the blade, ultimately forming a grand circle, enveloping Su Chen as though encased within a magnificent bell. Might it be termed the golden purple bell shield? The razor-sharp petals struck against it, producing sparks that flew in all directions. As the petals fell, they littered the ground in tatters. The once vibrant display of blossoms had been shattered by Su Chen. Feng Wu smiled radiantly, her willow-like brows arching gently, her enchanting gaze resting upon Su Chen. Not bad, she remarked, her sweet voice laced with admiration and a touch of respect, leaving others utterly entranced. Su Chen was momentarily taken aback, pondering the formidable allure of this woman's charm. A beautiful woman can be a source of calamity. A scheming beauty is the most terrifying of all, especially if she intends to manipulate a man. Be cautious, Miss Feng. Receive my counterattack. Su Chen steadied his mind, his fingers flicking with precision, sending the sword of annihilation flying directly towards the enchanting pink figure. Oh! Feng Wu exclaimed lightly, causing a tremor among the spectators, who instinctively moved to shield her from the impending strike. Yet, in the end, they refrained from intervening. As her voice echoed, she gracefully formed a seal with her delicate fingers, creating a shape reminiscent of 5 petals. A radiant pink light emanated from the petals, as if the flower had come to life, expanding until it bloomed into a magnificent blossom nearly a meter wide, hovering prominently before her. The sword's tip pierced forward, yet the seemingly fragile flower quivered in response. Petals shattered and danced through the air, enveloping the surroundings in a sea of pink. It effortlessly blocked the sword of annihilation. The floral winds swirled elegantly. With a subtle motion of her jade-like fingers and a gentle parting of her lips, a charming smile graced her face. However, the colossal flower upon her chest suddenly burst apart with a sharp sound, transforming into 5 petals that whirled rapidly, generating a pink whirlwind. Countless petals twirled wildly within the vortex, manifesting an overwhelming force directed towards Su Chen. A wave of floral fragrance surged forth, momentarily dizzying him. Was this scent toxic? In that fleeting moment of disorientation, the floral tempest was upon him, accompanied by a chilling presence that seeped into his being. The 5 petals, akin to ethereal sprites from a mythical realm, exuded a gentle yet perilous aura. With little time for contemplation, violet energy erupted, and the ink dragon sword cleaved through the whirlwind, striking one of the petals. A sweet laughter echoed from a distance, accompanied by a spray of crimson blossoms erupting in the air. Chapter 36. The reason for intervention. Blood erupted from Su Chen's right arm, resembling an ink splash, leaving a vivid crimson streak upon the roseate petals. The sheer force of the roseate tempest proved overwhelming. Its alluring fragrance harbored a potent venom, instantaneously diminishing Su Chen's power by a significant margin. A clamor arose from the audience, who perceived Su Chen to be on the verge of being engulfed by the floral maelstrom, a tempest of such ferocity that it could rend flesh asunder. Yu's countenance turned ashen, perspiration cascading down her cheeks. Though she remained silent, her heart cried out countless times, praying for Dugu's safety. In times of peril, has anyone ever worried for you in such a manner? If so, you are indeed fortunate. Such exquisite emotion. Humans. As the tempest threatened to engulf Su Chen, he unfurled the butterfly step from the 9 beast strides. For pairs of iridescent butterfly wings materialized upon his back, propelling him away from the tempestuous zone. A perilous moment indeed, Yet even the most harrowing events eventually pass. The roseate enchantress wore a radiant smile, her eyes gleaming with captivating allure. Having distanced himself from the fragrance, Su Chen's inner energy resumed its regular circulation. His figure hovered in the air, his velocity augmented by the butterfly wings. He circumvented the floral maelstrom, materializing before Feng Wu. The ink-black dragon sword descended in a horizontal slash, imbued with fierce inner energy. Not even divine iron could withstand such a blow unscathed, let alone flesh and blood. Yet, Feng Wu remained motionless, her gaze fixed upon Su Chen, exhibiting a trace of pity, a hint of coquetry, and a touch of sorrow. How delicate she appeared, resembling a fragile girl, leaving one at a loss as to how to proceed. Observing her flawless figure, which could render even the white poplar envious, and her captivating beauty, which would evoke jealousy even among flowers, Su Chen momentarily hesitated, his ink dragon sword slowing its descent. In that fleeting instant, Feng Wu smiled, a radiant, exquisite smile that exuded a sense of accomplishment. Indeed, her proud beauty could stir feelings even in a master like Su Chen. Yet, little did she know that her affections were misplaced, much like many young women who indulge in such self-deception. Su Chen, a man of virtue, could never strike down someone whose true nature remained uncertain. Feng Wu's delicate hand moved, releasing a flurry of pink, enchanting petals towards Su Chen's chest. Su Chen furrowed his brow, yet he was not taken aback. He sidestepped the petals and delivered a swift strike towards Feng Wu's right arm, which had revealed a significant opening during her floral display. Her beauty finally faltered, her figure resembling a leaf swept by the wind as she retreated, scattering another handful of petals. However, no matter how fiercely she struggled, she could not escape Su Chen's keen gaze. He discerned every change in her tactics, having anticipated her potential counterattack the moment his sword had slowed. Without drawing his sword, Su Chen relied solely on his palm, compelling Feng Wu to lose her composure. She could hardly fathom how he had seen through her moves. With a resounding clap, his palm finally made contact with her remarkably delicate form, sending Feng Wu soaring 4 to 5 meters before she managed to steady herself. Her beautiful eyes shimmered with a hint of anger and a touch of pity. Feng Wu transformed into countless petals that danced gracefully through the air, resembling a celestial fairy, breathtakingly exquisite. This was dire. He had truly provoked Miss Feng Wu. Now, Su Chen was doomed. Miss Feng Wu was enraged. The consequences of her wrath were nothing short of severe. Not merely severe. It was said that when Miss Feng Wu was angered, her adversaries would inevitably face death. Why death? There was no need for excessive explanation. One simply needed to observe. The statement held merit. The illustrious Feng Wu, one of the 4 formidable masters, would spell doom for her foes upon becoming enraged. It was rumored that during a previous bout of anger, even a foe of a substantially higher rank perished, bleeding from all 7 orifices, yet bearing an expression of sheer exhilaration. Perched atop a towering ancient tree stood several figures, among them a man cloaked in black, who grinned malevolently, proclaiming, "Few men can withstand the floral illusion techniques of Feng Wu. Even the mightiest will find themselves ensnared, utterly at her mercy." I never anticipated that the Academy of a Mortal City would harbor students capable of mastering such arts. This is truly enlightening. At the pinnacle of the grand tree stood a man and a woman. The man in white chuckled. Those two were indeed the brother and sister seen 3 nights prior in the night sky. The man in black paused momentarily, refraining from glancing again. Yet his heart swelled with tumultuous excitement. Even members of that sect had arrived. Feng Wu was a cultivator, having reached the late stage of the Valley of Absence, surpassing Su Chen in prowess. More daunting still, she practiced the demonic sect's art of floral illusions. One can create the most exquisite wonders in the world. Yet if the opponent's spirit is not sufficiently robust, they will forever be ensnared in the realm conjured by illusion. How terrifying. In that fleeting moment when the phoenix transformed into a flower, Su Chen found himself enveloped in the enchantment. Before his eyes, the scenery morphed into a kaleidoscopic world, adorned with flowers carpeting the ground, their fragrance intoxicating the air. The sky was an ethereal blue, and the water, so crystalline, surpassed even the finest jade. Beneath a towering tree, resplendent with wondrous blossoms and extraordinary fruits, sat a figure. Indeed, it was a woman, her lustrous black hair cascading like clouds upon her shoulders. Her porcelain skin subtly revealed, exuding an irresistible allure. She rose gracefully and began to approach Su Chen. With a flawless physique, a celestial demeanor, a sweet smile, gentle eyes, and a countenance that could only be described as otherworldly. She embodied the very essence of the goddess that every man dreams of. From the moment he entered this illusory realm, Su Chen stood transfixed, gazing at the indescribably beautiful woman before him. Brother Dugu, at last, I have found you. Why have you been so heartless, failing to uphold the promise made long ago, leaving me all alone? The beauty's voice was melodious, yet tinged with a hint of resentment, evoking a deep sense of compassion in all who heard it. Suddenly, Su Chen pulled her tightly into his embrace, as if he had plunged into a genuine dreamscape. Convinced that the person before him was indeed the woman he had once loved dearly. I am sorry. In this lifetime and the next, I shall never allow you to leave me again. Do not be sorrowful. Whatever you ask of me, I shall fulfill. Is that truly so, Brother Dugu? Would you even die for me? Her voice was filled with tenderness. Without a moment's hesitation, Su Chen replied as if there were no room for contemplation. Of course. I would willingly die for you 1,000 times, even 10,000 times. I know you will always love me, as you are the one who cherishes me the most in this world. Then prove it to me, will you? She said, and suddenly, a magnificent pink flower materialized in her hand, pressing against Su Chen's chest. At that very moment, everything around them faded away, and Su Chen found blood trickling down his face, originating from the chest of Feng Wu before him. To his astonishment, a dagger, intricately carved with a phoenix, had embedded itself in her chest. In her hand, she clutched a flower, one that Su Chen had glimpsed in the realm of illusions. Her graceful form slowly succumbed to the ground, the flower shattering into petals that danced through the air. Feng Wu's eyes were filled with an expression of disbelief as she weakly gazed towards the audience below. Silence enveloped the crowd, a stillness akin to death. All eyes were fixated on a single individual. Yu Yu's hand trembled, her mind a blank slate. What compelled her to unthinkingly direct the treasured blade at Feng Wu when she intended to pierce Su Chen with the flower? What drove her to defy the rules of the competition, committing an act that would draw the scorn of many? It was a foolish yet noble act, something perhaps everyone might harbor within themselves. But how could they be blamed for it? In the face of love, how many can claim that reason triumphs over emotion? Chapter 37. Heartbreak Yu Yu. Why? It was a mixture of regret, gratitude, confusion, and sorrow. The three rushed swiftly to Feng Wu's side, gently extracting the dagger, while a healer clad in white began to tend to her wounds. Feng Wu gazed at Su Chen, her expression laden with helplessness. Fortunately, the blow had not struck a vital point. The healer breathed a sigh of relief and proceeded to treat Feng Wu with utmost caution. You have already seen through my illusions, haven't you? The voice was soft, almost a whisper. Su Chen remained silent, merely nodding slightly. Feng Wu smiled sadly. Her confidence had led her astray. She had been overly assured in her illusions and her beauty. Yet, in her arrogance, she had committed such shameless acts. What did she think the rules of the school were? Such individuals do not deserve to remain in our institution. Indeed, she should be expelled from the academy. Some began to voice their outrage, but Yu Yu seemed deaf to the commotion. She was paralyzed by fear, her mind a blank slate. Her trepidation stemmed from her own fragility, an impotence that rendered her only brave when shielded by others. Yet, throughout her life, who had truly protected her? Had there been anyone? Would she have been cast aside? Would she have been scorned by her classmates? Would her two closest companions have perished? No. Thus in her moments of wrongdoing, all she could feel was fear. Yet, amidst this turmoil, she still harbored a reliance, a source of courage to face it all. But do you understand? Everything she did was for you, to ensure you remained unscathed. Silence. With the force of a raging torrent, Su Chen's countenance darkened, fury radiating from him. His commanding voice rendered the crowd speechless, none daring to utter a word. In the distance, a sigh echoed, and this utterance jolted Yu Yu back to reality. She beheld Su Chen standing before her, extending his arms to embrace her tightly. Silly girl. You needn't worry about Brother Dugu. Tears glistened, at times reflecting sorrowful light, and at others, a joyful radiance. Yu Yu remained silent, knowing that he understood her feelings. And that was sufficient. What more could she do for him? A day later, Yu Yu found herself in violation of the competition rules, and according to the Academy's regulations, expulsion was warranted. However, considering her exceptional performance in the previous Beast Forest competition, where she ranked among the top 5, the Academy decided to retain her. As a consequence, she was mandated to delay her studies of the advanced elemental scriptures for a year. This incident swiftly spread throughout the Academy, sparking numerous discussions, with many already speculating about the nature of Yu Yu and Su Chen's relationship, some even spreading rumors that they were an engaged couple. Though Su Chen had caught wind of these assertions, he remained indifferent. Nevertheless, this minor episode was soon overshadowed by a significant event in Xiandu City. Reports emerged of the mythical phoenix's presence in the beast forest, and it was said that wherever divine beasts appeared, there lay sacred treasures. This revelation coincided with rumors of the emergence of extraordinary artifacts, and the cultivators, not being fools, believed that divine treasures were indeed forthcoming. Consequently, thousands of cultivators flocked to the beast forest over the course of 2 days. Continuous reports indicated heavy casualties among the cultivators, with some encountering the phoenix and being utterly obliterated by its divine flames, leaving no trace of their existence. Moreover, the situation grew increasingly bizarre. Numerous demonic beasts and the rarely seen undead seemed to be summoned by some entity, launching frenzied assaults on the cultivators. The accursed beast forest had become a veritable necropolis for cultivators. Just as the ancient texts foretold, divine relics were not to be easily acquired by mortals. Obtaining them required immense serendipity. Su Chen did not partake in this commotion. While he was human and possessed curiosity about wondrous things, he had no desire to contend with so many others for a single object. What was meant for him would be his, and forcing what was not would be futile. Primarily, however, he had a more pressing matter, attending to Yu Yu. These past few days, Yu Yu had fallen ill, a severe ailment that necessitated constant care. Su Chen had remained in her chambers, feeding her, administering her medication, keeping vigil through the night, and conversing with her. Yu Yu's condition improved daily, and by the 4th day, she had largely recovered. "Brother Dugu, thank you for taking such good care of me," Yu Yu said, her face radiant with smiles as she gazed affectionately at Su Chen. "Silly girl, do you still consider me an outsider?" He responded, "You haven't been out in days. Let's go for a stroll today." The height of summer brought with it a scorching sun. Immortal Metropolis was enveloped in its fierce rays. Along the straight thoroughfares, towering sycamore trees reached for the heavens, their shadows offering a shimmering coolness. Heat, perhaps for others, but not for Yu Yu. Her heart was so refreshed, as though a gentle breeze from distant mountains was constantly caressing her soul. Su Chen appeared to be around 20 years of age, with delicate features that exuded a gentle yet enigmatic aura. Perhaps he truly was only 20, yet the philosophy of solitary triumph imbued him with a maturity beyond that of his peers. "Brother Dugu, that garment is exquisite. I wish to purchase it." "Very well. Brother Dugu, this attire suits you splendidly. I shall buy you a few pieces." "Indeed. Brother Dugu, you have never tasted this delicacy. It is truly delightful, my favorite. You must try it." "Certainly, I shall taste it." "Brother Dugu, these books are remarkable. They chronicle much of the continent's history." As the day unfolded, they traversed the expanse of Xiandu City. The evening glow, like flames, cast a vivid crimson hue upon the horizon, the clouds seemingly ablaze. "Those are fiery clouds. They are beautiful," Yu remarked, her gaze lost in the distant sky. As the night breeze swept through, dissipating the day's warmth, Su Chen gazed upon Yu Yu's visage, and his heart began to race unexpectedly. What was this feeling that surged so abruptly? Within him, a conflicting thought emerged, leaving him momentarily bewildered. What could it be? It was difficult to fathom. Perhaps this was the essence of Su Chen's true emotions, akin to blooming flowers, exquisitely beautiful on the surface. Yet it is the minuscule pollen that signifies their existence. Yet, how many truly comprehend the heart of a flower? Was my purpose in this world merely to seek adversaries? Could I not embrace a new way of life? What is my path? Surely, there are moments of confusion in everyone's journey. When an anomaly manifests, the heart invariably undergoes a transformation. "Yu-ro," he began, "there is something I am eager to know." Yu-ro turned, regarding Su Chen with warmth. "What is it?" she inquired. "I wish to understand your history with Feng Lihui. I sense a deep-seated resentment within you." Yu-ro visibly recoiled, a tremor coursing through her. Was this revelation inevitable? But why did the prospect fill her with such trepidation? Ultimately, she acquiesced, resolute in her commitment to fulfill his request, whatever the cost. 2 years prior, Yu-ro had arrived, stepping into the city and the institution of her dreams. However, disillusionment soon followed as she realized the harsh reality. This was a world governed by the ruthless principle of survival of the fittest. Her vulnerability made her a frequent target for abuse, particularly from the privileged scions of wealthy and influential families, who, despite lacking her inherent abilities, were emboldened to humiliate her. Unable to afford a costly elemental staff, she resorted to menial labor, employing her elemental magic to replenish energy into mana orbs. Little did she know that the wretched factory was owned by the family of a boisterous and overbearing young man from her class. On one fateful occasion, she endured an unparalleled level of degradation. Is that not Miss Yu? Reduced to such penury? Had you but mentioned your financial straits, I would have gladly bestowed funds upon you. Haha. She was among the most diligent students in her class, possessing a natural aptitude that was far from negligible. Yet, she was not a prodigy, and despite her unwavering efforts, she consistently found herself relegated to mediocrity. But she harbored no resentment, until one day, desiring to master the esoteric arts contained within this ancient tome, she found herself confronted with a stipulation. Only those of her lineage could aspire to such knowledge. Though she possessed a certain allure, the prospect of marrying into his family seemed an insurmountable challenge. Rainway bit her lip with such fervor that blood trickled forth. Unnoticed by anyone, she had merely witnessed a wealthy peer from her class casually borrowing a prestigious text from his home, seeking to learn, only to face such demeaning rejection. Her thirst for knowledge was profound, yet the harshness of reality loomed dauntingly. The affluent science, indifferent to scholarly pursuits, amassed an abundance of esteemed tomes. While she found herself bereft of any such privilege, adversity often cultivates maturity, much like tender grass that roots itself deeper amidst the tempest. Unwilling to succumb to despair, she resolved to instigate change. Fortune smiled upon her one fateful day when an unexpected spark of affection ignited between her and Feng Linwei, a classmate. Ignited by her significant assistance during an examination, Rainway recognized this as a pivotal opportunity to alter her destiny. If she could align herself with the formidable Feng family of Xiandu City, her future would be brightened, freeing her from humiliation and derision. However, she found herself ensnared in a moral quandary, aware of another who had quietly nurtured feelings for her, Li Feng, whose unwavering affection remained unspoken. Yet, resolutely, she steeled her heart. Who could fathom the depths of her anguish? Her yearning for a transformed fate burned fiercely within her. Initially, everything unfolded smoothly, appearing promising. Yet, one day, after an intimate encounter, when Rainway shyly inquired of Feng Linwei when he would take her as his bride, his laughter echoed coldly, chilling her to the bone. Do you truly believe that I wish to possess you? Even if I did, my family's status would not permit it. Instead, allow yourself to be my lover, and I shall treat you with utmost kindness. Whose heart is gradually shattering, torn apart by those merciless words. How can a broken heart ever heal? Even the kindest heart, once wounded, cannot escape the grasp of resentment. Chapter 38. Guardianship. Is she too naive, or is the world simply too cruel? A heart that has suffered, burdened by hatred, carries on day by day. She remains unyielding, seeking vengeance. She is resilient yet so profoundly pitiable. Strong and capable hands embrace the sorrowful, gently sighing with compassion and tenderness. Brother Dugu, am I not wretched? I feel utterly ashamed to face you. Yu lamented, her voice tinged with despair. What could be darker than the abyss of self-destruction? The darkness envelopes without a glimmer of light, akin to hell itself. Yet, even in the depths of darkness, a ray of light may penetrate. Gradually expanding from Su Chen's words. You are truly foolish. To me, you are so beautiful and kind. Promise me, never succumb to despair. Indeed, as long as one lives, hope endures. The warmth in the chest radiates, and it is this warmth that allows the delicate flower of feminine tenderness to blossom in the world. On that evening, awash in crimson hues, who could hear the joyful cries carried by the evening breeze? Two souls embraced tightly, clinging to one another. Have you ever held a sorrowful soul in your embrace, braving the tempestuous winds and rains, safeguarding that delicate blossom in need of support? Can one truly forget? The answer is no. Within the ominous depths of the forest, a myriad of beasts unleash their terrifying roars. Ha 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 ha. Is that the laughter of a madman? Such a bizarre and frenzied sound, it drives one to the brink of madness. The cacophony emanates from a shadowy ancient growth. Laugh, you fool, laugh, a rotund figure exclaimed. His face flushed, directing his ire towards his companions. Yet, not a trace of mirth graced their faces. Instead, they appeared ghostly pale, as if they had seen a specter. Why do you all gaze at me so? Even if I possess an endearing visage, there is no need for such looks. But alas, in his haste, he stumbled over a gnarled tree root, falling to the ground with a thud akin to that of a round sphere. The footsteps drew ever closer, and the plump man's expression grew grave, as if he had resolved to confront whatever approached. A true man fears not death, otherwise he would not embark on a treasure-seeking quest. Curse that fat fool, running so slowly. The madman continued to cackle. Beneath a towering ancient tree, upon an unmarked gravestone, sat a skeleton, its bones gleaming white as jade. The soul's flame flickered within its skull, a mesmerizing shade of pale purple. It laughed on, as though belonging to a tribe of the eternally unhinged. Chirp, chirp. The soft clouds drifted lazily, settling upon the ancient trunk, momentarily reflecting hues of purple and green, appearing even more vibrant and beautiful. How did Roshua find her way here? It resembled a curious and playful child, utterly unafraid of the undead. Gazing at it with wide eyes, the undead chuckled. Ha 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 ha. The more it beheld Roshua, the more its laughter became peculiar, as if it were on the verge of gasping for breath, although, in truth, it was dead and could not truly suffocate. Perhaps it was merely a whimsical manifestation of its madness, laughing in an entirely different manner. Suddenly, with a soft sound, a ghostly hand emerged from behind the tree trunk, reaching out towards Roshua. At that very moment, she moved with effortless grace, seemingly unaware of the ghostly hand, acting purely on her own volition. She leapt to the side, landing on another branch, continuing to observe the undead with unabated curiosity. The undead appeared dazed, its jaw moving in a disjointed manner, maintaining its foolish grin. Roshua abruptly changed her position, jumping down from the branch. Unbeknownst to her, at the instant she descended, a terrifying ghostly hand truly reached out to grasp her. It was a mere coincidence, one might say. Fortunately, the undead did not sweat. Otherwise, it would surely be drenched in perspiration by now. This was the 7th time that just as the ghostly hand lunged, Roshua had shifted her position, drawing ever closer to the undead. Now she stood beside it, still gazing at it with insatiable curiosity. The undead, rigidly shaking its head, ceased its laughter and gently crouched down, silently confronting Roshua. Suddenly, with a soft chirp, Roshua emitted a beam of white light, revealing a snow-white leg bone before the undead. She pointed at its right leg, calling out. It turned out that the undead was a cripple. No wonder it remained seated and motionless, as one might assume it was merely trying to appear cool. Oh, how amusing. He resembled a lunatic who had just awakened, his mouth perpetually agape. Slowly, he grasped the leg bone, aligning it meticulously with his right leg. Yet his movements were excruciatingly sluggish, so much so that even Roshua grew impatient, unleashing a beam of white light that seamlessly reattached the bone. In that fleeting moment, it was as though he had been granted a second life. The undead erupted in raucous laughter, leaping with a grace surpassing that of birds. Kurut, one of the undead, pointed to himself, emitting an odd sound. Gord, another towering undead followed suit, producing a deep, peculiar noise. Ro-Shue. Good heavens, our Ro-Shue could actually speak, albeit with great difficulty, taking an eternity to form the words. Once it finished, it suddenly burst into joyous exclamations, bouncing between Kurut and Gord. Kurut and Gord erupted into hearty laughter, fortunate indeed that they were deceased, lest their bare chins risk dislocation. Chirp, chirp. Suddenly, Ro-Shue fell silent, pointing to the sky and then to the distance, as if conspiring about something. Behind the ancient tree, in the shadows, deep claw marks appeared unexpectedly. Who could fathom how many times Gord had frantically attempted to catch something small, the great tree venting its frustration? A single individual, no, a skeleton, had failed repeatedly to capture a mere little creature. It was astonishing that he had not succumbed to madness. Yet now, they appeared as intimate as long-lost friends. How utterly remarkable! In the city of Xiandu, an astonishing piece of news shattered the usual tranquility. A monumental event has transpired. The divine beast, the Phoenix, has been ensnared by a formidable master of celestial prowess. It is said that many of its feathers were struck down, transforming into divine flames that scorched several mountain peaks. Like a pebble cast into a vast lake, ripples of this news swiftly spread, and within half an hour, it resonated throughout the entire city of Xiandu, eventually reverberating across the whole of the Xianshen continent within days. The truth is that the 3 major sects of Taoism, 2 significant schools of Buddhism, along with the angelic gate and numerous venerable figures from Western teachings, have united to confront the Phoenix. The fiery bird is indeed immensely powerful. Without their collaboration to confine it, countless cultivators from various sects would meet untimely fates, and acquiring the relics of the celestial beings would become exceedingly challenging. With the Phoenix's divine fire as its guardian, any soul daring to approach that sacred mountain would find their lives forfeit. Su Chen closed the book and gazed dreamily at Yu, who was adorned with a blush upon her cheeks. Dragon brother, for some reason, whenever I hear you speak fondly of me, an overwhelming sense of familiarity envelopes me. I have never felt this way throughout my life. You are a wonderful girl. Yet, to follow me may lead you to suffering. I cannot fathom why, but an indomitable spirit of battle stirs within me, countered by a thought resisting this very fervor. I will continue to seek challenges, which will not bring you happiness, but rather ensnare you in my troubles. After a moment of silence, Su Chen finally voiced his innermost feelings. Being with you is worth any risk. I dread the loneliness of helplessness, a state I refuse to endure. Only beside Dragon Brother do I find solace and warmth. Promise me you won't abandon me. His hands trembled, and his heart raced. In that instant, he realized the profound dependence she had developed on him. Fallen flowers, no matter how exquisite, will inevitably wither. A heart devoid of support, no matter how strong, shall ultimately succumb. A voice within whispers, I cannot abandon, how could I ever forsake? Thus, he extends his hand, resolutely clutching that beauty, vowing to protect her for eternity. Chapter 39. The fierce battle in the depths of the night. Within the beastly woods, cultivators engage in fierce combat, bathed in crimson blood. Even the most formidable warriors in the eyes of mortals falter when confronted by the terrifying beasts, the undead, and various otherworldly races. A resounding crash echoes as a colossal foot descends, large enough to flatten two individuals, merely fitting within the span of its toes. It stretches an astonishing 3 zhang in length. This is a race infused with the blood of ancient deities and demons, the giants. Their bodies, akin to mountains, rather, like towering peaks, are immensely powerful, seemingly capable of touching the heavens. Standing at dozens of zhang, they epitomize the essence of mighty beings. Indeed, they wear garments crafted from the hides of beasts, countless pelts stitched together. Yes, they wield weapons, brandishing stone clubs with formidable strength. Among them, there are distinctions of gender, with males exhibiting greater strength than females. Yet, unlike humans, their blood flows in hues of blue, intermingled with purple. The emergence of the giants inflicts devastating losses upon the cultivators. They do not come alone, but rather as a horde, each possessing boundless strength and unparalleled defense. Even the weakest among them can engage in battle with those of the yellow rank. The sky and ground are awash with the elemental spells conjured by elementalists. Red flickers signify flames, while purple flashes denote lightning, alongside gusts of wind blades and earthen beasts, all relentlessly hurled at the adversary. Though formidable, these displays are also breathtakingly magnificent. However, when it comes to formidable power, one must not overlook the arcane arts of the cultivators. They wield flying swords that emit flames, defensive shields that unleash thunder, and whips of ice that can conjure 1,000 layers of frost. Moreover, the Buddhist relics, such as prayer beads and lotus flowers, radiate with resplendent golden light, striking fear into the hearts of the undead, who dare not charge forth. After all, they are accustomed to the darkness of the underground and are averse to light, despite their own luminescence. The beast knights and beast tamers are equally fearsome, riding their ferocious mounts, brandishing weapons, and donning armor as they charge through the skies and across the ground, dispatching demon birds and beasts with great ferocity. Of course, they too are met with considerable resistance. As for the martial artists and swordsmen, they find themselves truly drenched in blood. The cultivators never anticipated such a dire calamity. Though their sects are diverse, some lacking any formal affiliation, and many merely gathered to witness the spectacle, they ultimately found themselves united in purpose. All hands were engaged. To refrain from action would be tantamount to awaiting death alone. The only individuals who refrained from participating were the most powerful among them, a select few whose prowess could be deemed the pinnacle of the continent. Their inaction was not born of disdain, but rather a lack of opportunity. As they were preoccupied with ensnaring the divine beast, the phoenix, that indomitable, immortal bird, atop a barren mountain peak, 12 celestial tier experts unleashed their might simultaneously, casting forth a kaleidoscope of colors that coalesced into a circular prison, ensnaring a colossal entity within its radiant confines. This was the phoenix, a creature of fire, with a body of flames, wings of fire, and feathers that blazed with incandescent brilliance. One glance at it evokes the thought that no soul in this world would dare to mount its back. Her form was immense, stretching 10 meters in length. Trapped, she roared incessantly, her 7 fiery tails thrashing wildly, yet she could not break free from the vibrant cage that ensnared her. Flames erupted from the crevices, igniting a great fire at the foot of the mountain. That was the divine flame of the phoenix, an eternal fire. At the opposite end of the inferno stood an ancient structure, trapezoidal in shape, adorned with weathered red glazed tiles and a roof reminiscent of a loft. Most tantalizing was the inscription in golden characters atop the massive stone door, abode of the immortals. This was a celestial palace, once inhabited by deities. Hence it was certain that relics of the divine were concealed within. However, none dared to approach, not because of the divine flames, but rather due to the malevolence of mankind. Those who ventured close fell victim to one another. Whether they were the aloof practitioners of the path or the compassionate followers of Buddhism, before the relics of the divine, their hearts turned mundane. Damn it! You seek to take advantage of the chaos, one cursed. While others fought desperately, a few sneaked away to this place. Cries of despair echoed as another group of overly clever individuals turned on each other. Although the monstrous giants were terrifying, it was the demons within one's own heart that were the most dreadful. A few practitioners, having barely emerged victorious, approached the abode of the immortals with glimmers of hope in their eyes. Yet, they soon found themselves in a state of shock. Hundreds of disciples from prestigious sects stood guard at the entrance. Until the 12 heavenly masters subdued the phoenix, no one could lay claim to the treasures. In a flash of swordlight, those few had no time to resist before they fell. In a serene glade, a young celestial maiden, clad in flowing white garments that exuded an ethereal grace, inquired of a man similarly attired, Brother Ruofting. How much longer must we wait for our masters to subdue the phoenix? I fear. The man, bearing a sword upon his back, replied with a reassuring smile. Do not worry, Yishua. Regardless of the circumstances, I shall always protect you. The maiden smiled enchanting, drawing nearer to him, their proximity suggesting an unspoken bond. They were no strangers. This was the pair of disciples from that fateful day, hailing from the illustrious Su Chen lineage of the white-clad sword immortals. The young man was known as Ruofeng, while the maiden was called Yishua. Suddenly, a voice pierced through their exchange, a middle-aged Taoist clad in dark azure robes. A practitioner of the Three Pure Ones, exclaimed with a maniacal laughter that echoed like a madman's, yet bore a strangely endearing quality. Huyulu. Another voice interjected, sounding ominously grim. Had it been anyone else, such a voice emerging from the shadows would have sent them fleeing in terror, perhaps stumbling in their haste. However, the hundreds gathered. All formidable practitioners of various sects remained unperturbed, demonstrating the composure befitting their esteemed ranks. Brother, shall we not investigate? Yishua finally spoke. Her voice melodious enough to turn the heads of half the gathered practitioners, smiles gracing their faces. Ruofeng inwardly sighed, knowing his sister's nature all too well. Indeed, do exercise caution, dear sister, he advised, fully aware of her spirited disposition. She is remarkably understanding. With so many people around, there will always be someone to take the lead, so let others go ahead. Yishua is that person. The two of them slowly made their way toward the dark forest. Suddenly, a flash of white cloud darted through the darkness, startling them, and they quickly pursued the ethereal apparition. In Stindu City, Su Chen's figure appeared before a dilapidated 7-story building in the slums. From the rooftop, one could see far and wide, yet the structure bore the marks of age. It was eerily quiet, so starkly desolate compared to the bustling city, akin to a world of blossoms juxtaposed against a realm of sand and despair. The inhabitants lay in slumber, the impoverished souls devoid of the vitality to relish the splendor of life. An old cat scurried past the roadside, and in that fleeting moment, Su Chen's mind conjured the image of Roshue. I wonder if she is safe now. Once I resolve the matter concerning Linya, I must venture into the beast forest. The mere thought of Linya caused his brow to furrow slightly. Something must have happened to her. Chapter 40. Break through the night was enchanting, devoid of wind, with only the moon, a beautiful crescent hanging at the horizon. Su Chen halted his steps as a group of cloaked figures, resembling phantoms in the dark, swiftly encircled them. Surely, such fervor is unnecessary. Yet, their approach was not to greet him, but rather to take his life. The magical energy guns emitted a whirring sound, their blue light illuminating the night with a breathtaking brilliance, albeit harboring a terrifying lethality. Magical energy guns are a common weapon among the populace in the Xianshen continent, designed for those not belonging to the realm of cultivators. However, the beams they discharge possess destructive power equivalent to that of high-ranking or even yellow-tier cultivators. Yet, the greater the might, the more exorbitant the price. A group of over 10 individuals stood poised, each wielding a magical firearm, unleashing a torrent of searing beams towards Su Chen. Being struck would be catastrophic. Even with a perfected body, he would be reduced to a mere sieve. Yet, Su Chen appeared oblivious to the imminent peril, standing resolutely like a stone. Suddenly, a piercing sound rang out as Su Chen's form was seemingly penetrated. However, before any exultation could ensue, the cloaked figures emitted gasps of surprise. It was not Su Chen who had been shot, but merely an ephemeral illusion of him. The sword light flickered, resembling a violet butterfly dancing in the darkness, yet capable of extinguishing lives. The assailants, barely comprehending the unfolding scene, found themselves gravely injured and collapsing one after another. "Where's the girl?" Su Chen inquired, his gaze unwavering and devoid of anger, yet imbued with a serene authority. The cloaked figures, however, felt an inexplicable force emanating from him, both gentle and imposing, compelling them to acquiesce. "She is imprisoned atop that ancient building." One of the figures could not help but point toward the edifice ahead. "Very well, who dispatched you?" Su Chen pressed. "We do not know. We are merely mercenaries for hire," they replied. Su Chen departed, having discerned the truth from the glimmers of sincerity in their eyes. The true master lay concealed within the ancient structure. Without hesitation, he slipped through the dilapidated entrance of the 7-story building. As he entered, the door sealed itself behind him. A cacophony of sounds erupted as countless silver beams flickered in the shadows, emanating from an array of magical firearms. Su Chen found himself encircled. With no further dialogue, they opened fire. Dense beams of blue light cascaded from the second, third, and even higher floors, resembling a celestial rain that purged the world of its malevolence. Yet, this was no divine gift. It was the lethal glare of death. In the place where Su Chen stood, he was enveloped by the radiant beams. Nevertheless, he displayed no hint of astonishment, remaining as still as a stone. A gust of wind stirred, billowing his black robe. Suddenly, he moved, driving the MO longsword into the ground, his hands forming intricate seals. No one witnessed his gestures, they only beheld him swallowed by the beams. As if submerged in a profound blue ocean, vanishing from sight. A massive pit, over 2 meters deep, emerged on the ground, with swirling dust that seemed to lament the tyranny of the light guns. "Tonight, I will take you to the Wind and Moon Pavilion." A group of approximately 50 individuals clad in black, their sleeves adorned with silver crescents that mirrored the moon above, surrounded him. "What have you done to Brother Long? You wretched fiends." The voice of Linya rang out, filled with fury, fear, and concern. "You shall see him soon." In hell, a burly man sneered, pressing a magical gun against Lin Ya's resolute chest. In a swift motion, she executed a powerful sideways kick, striking the man's vulnerable region. He howled in agony, his grip faltering, causing the magical gun to misfire, nearly hitting Lin Ya. "Die, you filthy scoundrel." The man's face turned ashen, consumed by rage, devoid of reason. Particularly as a villain, he was intent on her demise. With a sudden and thunderous crash, a hole appeared in the rooftop, as if a meteor had plummeted from the heavens, catching everyone by surprise. A dark figure descended through the opening. In an astonishing turn of events, the burly man was sent flying by a single kick, plummeting from the 7th floor. Now, another figure had joined the scene, cradling Linya in his arms, gazing at her with tender affection. He soared into the air once more, moving gracefully like a swallow beneath the moonlight. What a breathtakingly romantic moment it was. At least in Linya's eyes. "You are unharmed. How wonderful." In midair, Linya instinctively clung to Su Chen, a smile gracing her lips. She felt warmth enveloping her, a sense of reliance that banished her fear. Indeed, how many souls in this world yearn for such a refuge, a harbor for their weary hearts. "Yes, do not be afraid." The words were soft, gentle, and even imbued with a hint of happiness. As they landed atop a tall building, Su Chen gently set Linya down before taking flight once again. "I will take care of them," he declared. "Be careful, Brother Long." The simple admonition sufficed. Although Su Chen needed no reminder, he relished hearing those words. Be careful, with a resonant hum. The MO longsword erupted from the ground, soaring towards the sky. The assassins were left dumbfounded, their expressions frozen in shock. A series of powerful strikes followed. The first palm strike suppressed the beams of light. The second strike was even more formidable, its force obliterating the top 4 floors, along with the assassins themselves. The third strike was devastating, reducing the building to nothingness and leaving a colossal handprint, 3 yards wide, etched into the ground. The Buddha palm, a technique whose might surpasses that of ordinary strikes, had never before been wielded by Su Chen due to the immense consumption of true energy it required. Until now, he could manage only 5 or 6 consecutive strikes at most. Silence enveloped the surroundings, transforming everything into a tranquil stillness. In the shrouded darkness, The sound of night insects chirped melodiously, creating a harmonious and enchanting atmosphere. Suddenly, Su Chen sensed a transformation within his body. His dantian swelled with an overwhelming force that continued to expand until it erupted, manifesting as a warm current that coursed through his meridians in a cyclical motion. He realized that his true energy had reached a state of fullness, even surpassing its previous strength. The myriad being's technique autonomously commenced its operation, and the image obscured in the mist appeared vividly in his mind, clearer than ever before. He discerned the presence of a creature adorned with claws and horns, its form encased in a layer of scales. He also glimpsed the pointed ears of a mysterious spirit, though they remained indistinct. Had he not seen them once before, he would scarcely have recognized them. It seemed that numerous other images lingered in the mist, yet they eluded his comprehension in the wilderness. Regardless, Su Chen had finally achieved a breakthrough. On this enchanting night, his cultivation advanced from the mid-stage of the yellow rank to the late stage. His physique grew increasingly formidable, with both the power and velocity of his true energy significantly enhanced. His skin shimmered with a smooth luster, akin to divine jade, impervious and unyielding. Brother Long, you just appeared as if a celestial being had descended from the heavens. I saw you floating in the air, radiating with a purple glow, Linya exclaimed. Standing by the railing, her eyes alight with admiration as she gazed at Su Chen as though he were a deity. Hee, mischievous girl, are you all right? Su Chen gently ruffled Linya's hair, inquiring with genuine concern. I have nothing at all. I have long since become accustomed to it, Linya said with a shy smile, unaware of how many times she had been captured. Why would they want to seize you? Su Chen miscalculated. The individuals in the building were merely assassins. I do not know, Brother Long, believe me. I have ceased engaging in such activities. Chapter 41. A plea for help. All things are impermanent. Everything is in a state of flux. Su Chen, being human, is not exempt from change. Just as the clouds in the sky dissipate and the flowers on the ground bloom, the human spirit is gradually influenced and altered by external factors. Su Chen has also transformed, shaped by certain individuals and events. He has become perplexed by the notion of combat. Indeed, a warrior without battle finds life rather dull and uninteresting. Yet, this ennui stems from an emptiness within the soul, when another entity can fill that vast void. Solitude slowly dissipates. And then there is Yu. Her gentleness, her understanding, gradually alleviates Su Chen's loneliness. Nevertheless, a sense of inexplicable melancholy lingers in his heart, as if something of great significance, which had accompanied him for years, is slowly drifting away. This is the mischief of three lingering souls. It is a contradiction. He is reluctant to abandon the thrill of combat, while simultaneously harboring a desire for a simpler existence. He reminds himself that he is no longer invincible and has faced defeat in this world. Is there truly no longer a need to seek a worthy opponent? Yet, once this pursuit is relinquished, where shall his life lead? Even a Buddha has experienced moments of confusion. How much more so for Su Chen? Although he has inherited the profound philosophical realm of the unparalleled Dugu Qiubai, this does not equate to omnipotence or the ability to perceive all truths. Who in this world can truly fathom everything? On July 10th, it was Yu Yu's birthday. They had arranged to celebrate together atop the Wangwei Tower in the western part of Xiandu City, admiring the moon. However, Su Chen received a distress call from Linya. Compelling him to go, he simply could not refuse. Consequently, he arrived late. By the time he and Linya appeared at Wangwei Tower, it was already midnight. Yu had not left. She stood alone at the edge of the balcony, gazing into the distance. The enchanting nightscape of the city was like a dream, yet she found herself devoid of any desire to appreciate it, lost in her thoughts. Yu, I'm sorry for being late, Su Chen awkwardly apologized. At that moment, a fervent bloom of emotions erupted within her heart. She turned to him with a smile, only to become momentarily stunned. Sister Yu, happy birthday. It's all my fault for causing Brother Long to be late, Linya said, her face filled with regret. Thank you, sister. It's all right, Yu replied. She had so much she wished to express, yet words eluded her, stifled by the presence of another. Yu, this is Linya. The trio gathered around an ornate wooden table as Su Chen recounted the events of the day. Yu listened, but her mind absorbed very little. Her heart was submerged in a tide of inexplicable emotions. Linya is in danger, so I would like her to stay with you. Is that all right? Su Chen inquired gently. Of course, why wouldn't it be? She replied with a smile, though there was something unsettling about it that Su Chen could not discern. Thank you, Sister Yu. I need to excuse myself for a bit, Linya said before departing. She was considerate, All young girls possess such understanding. In the tower, only two remained. Tears, glistening like pearls, appeared under the moonlight, rendering the atmosphere profoundly melancholic. Su Chen stood frozen, utterly at a loss. You. It is my fault for making you wait so long. I am fine long ago. I do not blame you for coming late. Even if you hadn't come, I would not hold it against you. Just be careful in the future. Silly girl, of course, I will be careful. Do not worry. I will always be well. Do not cry. Su Chen was momentarily taken aback. Tears are like meteors, encapsulating all emotions for a single individual. As they flow slowly, they express every sentiment. I understand. I truly do. But do you know how worried I was about you during those hours? He had grown stronger, yet felt even weaker. The only path forward was to continue his training. The lights in the dormitory had extinguished, yet faintly, the voices of two girls could still be heard. Their voices were delicate, tinged with sorrow and helplessness. Within the depths of the beastly forest, beneath a mountain enveloped in the divine flames of the phoenix, eerie laughter echoed through the tranquil and gloomy woods. Die, ha ha ha, hulu hulu. Die, ha ha ha, hulu hulu. Such a distinctive laughter is truly rare in the mortal realm. Indeed, it was not a sound produced by humans, but by the undead. Ruofeng and Ixue, the brother and sister duo, had ventured into the woods and never re-emerged. Yet, the hundreds of righteous figures present remained silently stationed outside the gates of the divine abode, surrounded by blazing flames, as if nothing had transpired. Suddenly, an ethereal figure soared forth on a flying sword, her graceful form draped in white, her exquisite countenance reflecting a hint of panic. It was indeed Ixue. She appeared flustered, her hair disheveled, as she implored the dozen or so Taoist priests clad in dark azure robes. Please, brothers of the three pure ones, assist my brother Ruofeng. He is facing the Undying clan, and he cannot contend with them alone. The priests furrowed their brows, some gazing skyward, others lost in contemplation of the divine flames, while a few feigned ignorance of her plea. Hearing that Buddhist artifacts could subdue malevolent beings, why did she not seek help from the brothers of the Buddhist sect? Ixue seemed utterly distraught, abandoning the composure expected of a cultivator, and immediately rushed toward a group of monks donned in pale yellow robes. With earnest desperation, she implored, Please, brothers of the Temple of Buddha's Sound, my brother is in grave danger. Her eyes brimmed with longing and entreaty, tinged with a hint of despair. Amitabha, one of the monks intoned, Brother Ruofeng possesses abundant fortune and a blessed destiny. You need not worry, he shall be safe. Ixue retreated a few steps, a delicate pout escaping her lips as she ascended into the air. All present were esteemed members of renowned sects. Yet she found herself perplexed as to why no one offered assistance. Why, indeed? Had she known, she would have prevented her brother from entering that perilous situation. With a sigh, Ixue's fragile form appeared so powerless. She no longer yearned for aid from the multitude. Now, she realized she must rely solely on herself to save her brother. Curse it! What good are these esteemed sects? Suddenly, a figure darted from the forest. Though he could not fly, he raced atop the treetops, a ragged young cultivator. Ixue was taken aback, her eyes gleaming with gratitude as she nodded, saying, Thank you for your kindness, but the Undying clan is far too powerful. Your efforts would be in vain. I am not useless, Humph, do not underestimate me. For I am known as the Reaper of Ghosts, the wandering immortal of Xiandu. He patted his chest and closely followed Ixue. Very well, Ixue reluctantly agreed. The two soon vanished into the depths of the forest. Has that fellow lost his mind, becoming so audacious? He used to be the most timid among us. Someone murmured after they disappeared. What does it matter? We are merely collaborating with him. If he chooses to perish, that is beyond our control. The wandering immortal and Ixue quickly delved deeper into the thicket. Both of them were beaded with sweat, with the wandering immortal swallowing hard as he led the way. Your senior brother seems to be in trouble. The Undying clan is truly fearsome. He was hiding nearby and overheard your conversation with the Taoist. What should we do? Ixue exclaimed anxiously. Do not fear. With me here, I shall slay Buddhas when encountered and vanquish ghosts when met, he declared, only to suddenly freeze. Retreating involuntarily and trembling as he said to Ixue, I saw them. The Undying clan is right there. Do not be afraid. I am here, he reassured her. Ixue felt a mix of exasperation and amusement. She took a few steps forward and saw them too. Behind a large tree sat two members of the Undying clan, seemingly dazed. One of them had a fox perched on their shoulder. To her astonishment, her senior brother was also seated there. Junior sister, senior brother, You are unharmed. Yixue regarded Roxue with skepticism. Roxue chirped twice, as if quite pleased with herself. Indeed, they are merely here to observe the commotion, without any malicious intent, Ruofing explained. Although they are peculiar, at least they are far better than that group of senior brothers outside. I called out for such a long time. Yet no one was willing to assist. Haha, junior sister, do not be upset. They are preoccupied, fearing that the divine treasures will be seized by others. We should be grateful to them instead, Ruofing chuckled. Why? We should thank them for guarding the treasures for us. Do you not find the Phoenix divine fire excessively intense? Our arrival here feels rather pleasant. What about the fierce battle outside? Yixue inquired. It is of no concern to us. Only the two of us have come from the Su Chen sect. There is no need to exert ourselves so fervently. But upholding righteousness is our inescapable duty, especially with so many malevolent entities outside. Alas, junior sister, refrain from speaking. Rest well. We shall not seize this treasure. It is our master's command. The Su Chen sect does not lack treasures. We merely wish to collect a few phoenix feathers for alchemy, Ruofing remarked. The immortal from Xindu sat there, momentarily taken aback as he listened to their conversation. A spark of realization flickered in Yixue's eyes, and with a radiant smile, she responded affirmatively. Suddenly, she turned to the immortal from Xindu and said, "Thank you, Brother Ghost. You are far more amiable than those seniors outside." "Nonsense. I am usually like this as well," the immortal from Xindu replied, blushing and chuckling foolishly. Suddenly, a piercing cry of the phoenix resonated through the heavens and earth as countless divine feathers descended, transforming into myriad divine flames. Several mountains ignited, and even the battling cultivators and colossal beasts ceased their fierce combat, retreating in haste. Has the phoenix been subdued? Chapter 42. The Righteous Path. 12 rare celestial masters simultaneously took action, setting up the ancient formation to confine the phoenix for 2 days and nights. They are regarded as quasi-immortals in the eyes of mortals, destined to ascend should they successfully navigate the tribulation. The fire phoenix, though a rare divine beast of this world, could not withstand the ancient formation set by the combined forces of the quasi-immortals, ultimately succumbing to defeat. A tempest of divine flames engulfed the skies, cascading down like exquisite fire lotus flowers, blooming in the darkness and narrating tales of their ephemeral beauty. The phoenix let out an anguished cry, unfurling its wings and soaring into the heavens, contemplating the hauntingly beautiful crescent moon above. Where its true home lies, none can tell, for it is a being beyond the realm of mortals. 2 middle-aged practitioners clad in white robes uttered a soft command, causing a jade vial radiating a faint azure glow to levitate in the air. It emitted a surge of mysterious energy, enveloping the colorful divine feathers of the phoenix. As the 2 men summoned beams of white divine light, the vibrant feathers were gradually drawn into the vial, ultimately sealed within its confines. "Senior brother, the task is accomplished," one of the middle-aged men remarked. Indeed, 2 feathers are more than sufficient. In the sky, 12 individuals gathered, eminent Taoist figures, priests from the West, venerable monks from Buddhism, and dark sorcerers from the demonic sect. With the phoenix now driven away, it was time to address the relics of the celestial beings below. This had been their purpose all along. As they withdrew, shouts echoed, "Look!" The giant leader swatted away a falling divine flame from the sky, unleashing a thunderous roar that reverberated through the earth. Upon hearing this call, the other giants ceased their attacks and gradually retreated. The leader of the transformation clan morphed from a colossal beast adorned with 5 imposing green horns into a robust and handsome man. He soared into the sky, only to descend with a powerful kick that carved an immense pit into the ground. With a mere gesture, he signaled his kin to retreat. The undead, comprised solely of ethereal bones, struggled to steady their shields and rusted ancient swords, yet the flickering flames of their souls evoked a sense of eerie terror. A skeletal king, clad in fiery red armor and shimmering with violet soul flames, extinguished a cluster of divine fire with his ancient blade. He then dragged his bony form, emitting a haunting wail, as he and his brethren gradually vanished into the depths of the forest. The leader of the magical beasts was none other than a 3-headed blood lion, each head issuing a simultaneous howl of discontent before leading hundreds of magical creatures away. Was that truly their departure? Shall we not pursue? Pursue? Do you believe you can match their strength? My dear brother, your demise was indeed tragic. Not even a trace of your body remains. In the imprint of a giant's foot, a cultivator lamented. For more than one had met their end beneath the giant's crushing step. Why do you fear the undead? They appear frail, teetering with their swords. The next time we encounter them, we shall dismantle their bones. Just moments ago, someone clutched a skull, exclaiming in despair, yet still wished to dismantle bones. The magical beasts are not particularly formidable. I single-handedly vanquished 5 of them. Ha ha ha. After the battle, each cultivator bore a different sentiment. They inexplicably shared their tales, with former adversaries now embracing each other as if they were old friends, resting their arms upon one another's shoulders. It is now time to behold the legendary relics of the celestial deities. Do not mistake my words for arrogance. You cannot fathom the lengths to which I have gone, risking life and limb alongside you to confront those malevolent forces, merely to glimpse the appearance of these divine artifacts. Indeed, I share the sentiment. A voice called out, yet inwardly, doubts lingered. So many sects have gathered today, seemingly willing to vie for these treasures at any cost. Though the phoenix has departed, the divine flames remain unextinguished, tightly encircling the abode of the immortals at the mountain's base. This place was once a secluded woodland, now rendered barren and devoid of vegetation by the relentless fire. Only blackened ashes remain beneath the night ash shroud, quietly resting in the darkness. 12 formidable masters descended from the heavens, their disciples swiftly assembling, prepared to heed their commands. In addition to the hundreds of disciples guarding this location, several hundred others who had been battling alongside other practitioners outside were now converging here. The disciples from the Radiant Buddha sect alone numbered 100, while over 70 from the 3 pure ones of the Taoist sect had arrived. Not to mention those from the Demon sect, the Celestial Church, and various other practitioners. If all sought the celestial relics, even 10 would not suffice to satisfy their greed. And should they claim indifference, it would be a falsehood. Esteemed friends of the cultivation world, with the great foe now vanquished, it is time to discuss the celestial relics. Intoned an elderly Taoist with flowing white hair, his voice resonant. These relics are treasures of our venerable sect. It is surprising to see the Western Church show such interest. I wonder what their motives are. A voice, tinged with sarcasm, remarked. Many from the Western Church scoffed. Yet for a moment, silence enveloped the gathering. Indeed, here in the East, they have arrived from the West, having already succumbed to the geographical advantage. The speaker, brimming with self-satisfaction, proclaimed, the relics of the immortals should rightfully belong to our Eastern cultivation community. It is imperative that the various sects deliberate on this matter. From the Xianshen sect, an elder with hair as white as snow and a youthful visage slowly emerged, stating, what Brother Gu asserts is indeed correct. The exterior of this immortal abode closely resembles our Taoist sanctuaries, and the treasures within are undoubtedly meant for our Taoist sect. Any other sect's possession of them would be futile. Alas, honorable brother, your words are misguided. All beings are equal. And these immortal relics should be claimed by those who are destined for them, not belonging to any particular sect, interjected an elderly monk with palms pressed together in reverence. Master Hongfeng speaks wisely. Therefore, we Western practitioners also possess the right to obtain these immortal relics, remarked a white-haired priest from the Western Church with a smile. The old monk was rendered speechless by this retort. Whether destined or not, it has always been the case that treasures are claimed by those with the capability to seize them. Enough with the idle chatter. Why not engage in a grand battle? Scoffed a revered figure from the demonic sect. Humph, heretical fiends, utterly unreasonable, retorted the Taoist practitioners, their collective ire palpable. For the various sects have long opposed the demonic faction. This endless contention serves no purpose. What cultivators are we, that none of our sects can relinquish a single treasure? The moon, gradually obscured by a cloud, seemed to share the sentiment of the disenchanted mortals below. Flames of divinity flickered incessantly, elongating the shadows of the crowd. From the boughs of a towering tree, a soft and melodic voice emerged. Yishue, pouting her lips, said, Brother, this cannot continue. Such disputes are futile. Do not rush. Do not rush. After all, our Su Chen sect shall not vie for it, as my master has stated. Is that truly the case? Yishue expressed a hint of skepticism. Although she was not particularly astute, there were moments when the seemingly oblivious could perceive truths. Haha, how amusing, how utterly amusing. The immortal wanderer from Xiandu chuckled inexplicably, as if he had witnessed the most comical of spectacles. What are you laughing at? Yishue shot him a glare. It is simply delightful. I cannot fathom what may transpire next. Perhaps it would be prudent for us to maintain our distance. Do they covet the treasures as well? The immortal wanderer exclaimed in astonishment, his mouth agape as if it could accommodate 10 buns. Let us follow suit, Ruofeng suggested. Little fox, do not run too swiftly. Your sister is coming. Before Ruofeng could finish his sentence, Yixue was already the first to soar forward on her sword. The sky gradually brightened, and a solitary figure clad in fiery red traversed the street, her heart laden with sorrow. It was Yue, dragon brother, rest assured. I shall not allow Feng Linhui to trouble you again, nor will I be a burden to you any longer. I am powerless. Perhaps my absence will make no difference. You must cherish yourself in solitude henceforth. What is it that brings about this inexplicable heartache? The wounded heart merely yearns for that person to remember you eternally. That alone suffices, regardless of what one does for them. She halted before the entrance of an opulent mansion and addressed the doorkeeper. Kindly inform young Master Feng Linhui that someone named Yue requests an audience with him. Suddenly, Linya burst forth from the dormitory, her expression fraught with alarm. In the tranquil bamboo grove, Su Chen was suddenly startled. A sinister aura flashed through his mind, and a mysterious instinct warned him that something was amiss. Linya, what is it? He inquired. It's terrible, Brother Su. Sister Yu has vanished. Chapter 43. The Great Battle of Elemental Masters. The Fenglin family is a well-known lineage in Xiandu City, celebrated not only for their immense wealth, but also for the plethora of formidable cultivators within their ranks. Feng Linhui, a distinguished figure among the younger generation of this family, is particularly favored. At a tender age, he has already reached the late stages of the light opening realm, exhibiting an arrogant demeanor and a dismissive attitude towards others. Su Chen is the first individual to have inflicted a blow to his pride. He can never forget the humiliation of losing the beast pearl in the beast forest. Thus, he seeks vengeance. From the day Su Chen arrived in Xiandu City, Feng Linhui has covertly dispatched individuals to investigate his background. He is not alone in this endeavor. Several prominent families within the city share the same interest. Su Chen, he is a prodigy capable of defeating the 4 greatest masters of the Xiandu Academy. If he can be swayed to our side, it would be an unparalleled advantage. But if not, then he must be destroyed, lest anyone else lay claim to him. Consequently, Su Chen represents a threat. The reason the various families have yet to act is their uncertainty regarding his origins. With something so nebulous, no one dares to assert control. It is akin to fire. If one plays recklessly, they may find themselves scorched. However, just yesterday, Feng Linhui finally confirmed that Su Chen is not a disciple of any reputable sect. If he were, his presence here would undoubtedly be linked to the pursuit of divine relics. However, he remained in the city of Xiandu, refusing to venture into the beast forest for the competition over the relics of the immortals, which is sufficient evidence of his nature. Since he is not, let him act without restraint. A person's suppressed wrath, once unleashed, is capable of inciting any deed. At this moment, Feng Linhui wore a sinister smile, seated in a lavish hall, playing with 3 black iron orbs. A flash of crimson entered, standing before Feng Linhui. What an unexpected guest. Why, instead of reveling in the joys of the world with Su Chen, have you come here? Do you long for me? I cannot compare to your unparalleled brother, Dugu. Feng Linhui gazed at Yue, mocking her with a smirk. Feng Linhui, you. I ask you, was it you who sent someone regarding Linya? Yue clenched her teeth, her hands tightly balled, her voice cold. So what if I did? And if I didn't? If I desired, I could have someone do it daily. After all, with your invincible brother Dugu protecting you, what is there to fear? Feng Linhui continued his taunt. What do you wish to achieve before you relent? What do you say I should do? Feng Linhui slowly rose, whispering softly into Yue's ear. His breath sent an uncontainable tickle through her. As he placed a hand upon her form, Yue felt an overwhelming sense of disgust and fury, yet found herself powerless. You, very well. As long as you refrain from troubling Brother Dugu in the future, my body is yours. Poor Yue, at this moment, truly did not know what to do. One was devoid of strength, the other terrified of losing the most cherished possession. What could she offer beyond her meager beauty? Feng Linhui smiled, a smile so frigid it exuded boundless disdain. You have long since surrendered your body to me. Did you think I still cared? Su Chen is truly remarkable. Remarkable enough to wear my tattered shoes, ha ha ha. Yue wept, her sorrow overwhelming, her heart bleeding profusely. Indeed, she had lost all value. Now that you are here, do not expect to leave. I wish to see how Su Chen intends to rescue you, he declared, his arm suddenly swinging towards Yu's neck, causing her to faint instantly. The moon gradually inclined towards the west, and the deep blue firmament sparkled with twinkling stars. A sight of exquisite beauty. Yet, no matter how enchanting the night was, Su Chen found himself devoid of the heart to appreciate it, as he dashed through the streets like a gust of wind. Foolish girl, why are you so naive? You do not realize that regardless of your past, I have never minded. Oh heavens, how you delight in toying with the kind-hearted. This scene unfolded in a spacious courtyard, teeming with a variety of exquisite plants, their fragrances wafting through the air. However, at this moment, it was suffused with an aura of malice. A wild wind swept through, causing the leaves to rustle ominously. Su Chen furrowed his brow, sensing a formidable power lurking within the shadows. Elemental masters, 4 in total, emerged from the darkness. Whoever can slay him shall be rewarded with 10,000 celestial coins, Feng Linhui stated coldly. I shall take on this task. A thunder elemental master clad in a purple robe stepped forth. Before his words could settle, a tremor coursed through the air as countless bolts of lightning danced around him, resembling colossal purple serpents. The ground splintered and vegetation ignited. It seemed this courtyard was destined for destruction. The courtyard had long been fortified with a defensive barrier, and Feng Linhui, along with a group of onlookers, wore expressions of amusement, as if they were witnessing a grand spectacle. Indeed, the power of lightning was formidable enough. However, it was only suitable for roasting a pig, incapable of taking a life, remarked Su Chen. Is that so? The Beast King, the Thunder Dragon. The purple-robed elemental master summoned a surge of magical energy, and behind him, a colossal dragon materialized, enveloped in crackling purple lightning. It gradually expanded, ultimately sprouting wings of thunder, teeth of lightning, and claws of electricity. The beast let out a furious roar, causing even the defensive barrier to tremble violently. That is a yellow-tier lightning elemental technique. That young man is doomed. Someone exclaimed with excitement. What a pity, what a pity. Suddenly, Su Chen sprang into action, unfurling a pair of butterfly wings from his back. As the long sword lunged towards the purple-robed elemental master, the latter sneered, for his thunder dragon had also moved, opening its massive maw of lightning to bite down upon Su Chen. Yet, it is the one who laughs last that is victorious. The purple-robed elemental master could no longer maintain his mirth, for a sword had pierced through his chest. Purple lightning swirled around him, formidable and arrogant. Yet its master was rendered immobile. Thus, a yellow-tier elemental master met his demise. The journey from divine body to unity, and from opening one's eyes to transcending the ordinary, is an arduous path indeed. What a shame that such rare herbs and plants were reduced to ashes in the process. Su Chen sighed, reflecting that no matter how hard the elemental master had trained, in life, he was perhaps worth less than the very plants he had sought to cultivate. How could this be possible? Everyone was momentarily stunned. They witnessed Su Chen being engulfed by the Thunder Dragon, yet they also saw him effortlessly emerge from within the creature, creating a gaping hole as he appeared before the robed elemental master. No matter how formidable one might be, it was inconceivable to withstand a yellow-tier elemental spell with sheer physicality. Yet, Su Chen remained unscathed, for he had never truly been struck by the Thunder Dragon. His mental acuity had long detected the creature's vulnerabilities, and that minor flaw in its attack was more than sufficient. Feng Linhui's complexion shifted from crimson to a pallid hue, as he pondered whether Su Chen had been concealing his true strength all along. You three, attack together. Otherwise, not only will you fail to claim the bounty, but your lives may also be forfeit. Su Chen addressed the 3 elemental masters outside. They exchanged glances, yet none took action, for uniting forces would be a blow to their pride. However, what held greater significance, pride or life? Some individuals prioritize their honor above all else, particularly men. Why are you still hesitating? Attack together. Feng Linhui, who was also concerned about appearances, failed to grasp the gravity of the situation and shouted emphatically. Clearly, the 3 elemental masters valued their lives more, thus they finally joined forces. Water element, with your boundless compassion, bind the evils of the world. Hand of the water god. The water elemental master unleashed the most potent yellow-tier water spell, conjuring a shimmering azure hand that materialized in the space before them. Water splashed forth as the hand lunged towards Su Chen. Wind element, tear apart the sins of the world. Let the wind leave no trace. The wind elementalist has made his move, unleashing a devastating yellow-tier magic. A swirling green tornado spirals wildly, seemingly intent on sweeping away all that exists, howling as it rushes from the west towards Su Chen. The earth element, piercing through all malevolence and injustice, manifests as the finger of the earth deity. The last earth elementalist finally strikes. Beneath Su Chen's feet, the ground trembles as if the earth deity is enraged. Suddenly, massive earthen spikes burst forth from the ground, shooting skyward, directly aimed at Su Chen. Binding, annihilating, penetrating, three formidable forces caused the entire courtyard to tremble, walls shatter, and trees splinter, leaving chaos in their wake. Surviving this onslaught seems improbable. 3 yellow tier spells would daunt even the most skilled practitioners of the. Yet, Su Chen remains utterly unperturbed, standing atop the mo-long sword, from which a violet radiance emanates, forming a colossal energy barrier beneath him. His right hand also glows, executing the Buddha palm against the hand of the water deity. His left hand, not idle, joins the fray. As his comrades fight valiantly, he too must make his mark. Thus, he acts, launching the annihilation sword, which this time does not release slender projectiles, but rather surges forth in waves. In the realm of the divine and immortal continent, amidst the mortal world, while yellow-tier experts are not uncommon, few possess the prowess of Su Chen, who can effortlessly withstand the combined assault of 3 yellow-tier elemental spells. Although the warrior's treasured body significantly enhances speed, strength, and defense, Su Chen's formidable prowess stems from his profound spiritual realm, which has already ascended to the mysterious level, an epitome of a warrior's will. He has comprehended the essence of intent. The techniques of the water god's hand, wind's trace, and earth god's finger are all elemental spells characterized by remarkable swiftness, making it exceedingly challenging for even the most familiar practitioners to discern their trajectory in an instant, unless they possess earth-level strength. At the earth level, one's divine consciousness becomes unparalleled, granting the ability to foresee the direction of attacks. Yet, Su Chen, merely a practitioner of the yellow level, has achieved this extraordinary feat. His spiritual awareness nearly approaches the earth-level realm. The earth concealment technique, a method for evasion found in the heavenly Dao record, allows one to hide within the earth. When Su Chen was besieged by magical beasts previously, he lamented his lack of escape techniques, which prompted him to commence his studies thereafter. Within the heavenly Dao record, there exists a technique of the 5 elemental concealments, enabling one to conceal their body within the 5 elemental substances: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Although he has only mastered the earth and wood concealment techniques, this is already sufficient. How could this be? The water elemental master was the first to exclaim in shock, for Su Chen had inexplicably appeared beside him. With a swift downward strike of his palm, the water elemental master collapsed instantly, his meridians completely sealed. Everything transpired in the blink of an eye. As the earth elemental master finally reacted, Su Chen was already at his side. Employing the same technique, he sealed everything with a single palm. The wind elemental master, though startled, maintained his composure. With a wave of his hands, countless wind blades surged forth, shrieking through the air. The wind blades struck Su Chen. Yet the wind elemental master's complexion turned even paler, resembling an unripe green apple on the verge of ripening. Only a mere afterimage of Su Chen rent the earth. Among the 9 stances of the Beast Gate, the monkey stance was exceptionally arcane, its transformations unfathomable. Multiple monkey shadows layered the ground, as if a multitude of simians truly emerged from the earth. With a gentle tap of his finger, the wind elementalist also succumbed. An expression of disbelief etched upon his face. Were they truly yellow rank masters? How could it be? In less than 5 minutes, they were all vanquished. A useless bunch. Prepare the magic cannons of 5 elemental forces. Feng Lihui was a mixture of alarm and rage. He never imagined that Su Chen's strength would be so much higher than he had anticipated. The magic cannons of 5 elemental forces were not inexpensive weapons. An ordinary marksman, armed with such a cannon, could easily hunt down even a 3rd-order magical beast. Su Chen faced not 1, but several dozen, all aimed at him. However, he was no 3rd-order magical beast. What? Since they are useless, would you like to try as well? At this moment, over 20 beams of light shot forth from all directions simultaneously. Dragon stance, the most elusive footwork among the 9 stances of the Beast Gate. Su Chen's form began to fade, as a violet radiance surged from within him, gradually coalescing into an ancient beast. It was a dragon, a 5-clawed divine dragon. It hovered in the air, its body immensely long, and began to dance wildly. The beams of light were swift, but the dragon's dance traced an extremely profound path, giving the impression that its entire body was illusory. Although the beams struck the dragon, they had no effect, as if they had only struck air. The dragon's head and tail were elusive, and how could anyone discern the dragon's trajectory? Without the embellishment of clouds or the majesty of a divine dragon, The dragon's stride nonetheless leaves one disoriented. The sound of metal snapping echoes through the air. Dozens of onlookers, their eyes bulging and mouths agape, stare at the magical firearms in their hands, now inexplicably severed in two. All they witnessed was the fleeting shadow of the dragon before them. It felt as though they were ensnared in a dream, yet the dream was all too real. Feng Linhui, release my Yue, or next time it shall be you who is cleaved in half, Su Chen declared coldly, appearing a mere yard from Feng Linhui, his figure swiftly advancing towards him. Boy, do not underestimate the Feng Lin family, Feng Linhui retorted. Su Chen abruptly halted, his advance ceasing. He was well aware of the formidable talents lurking in the depths. His aim was merely to draw them out. They emerged, not one, nor two, but three individuals, all middle-aged, their cultivation surpassing Su Chen's by more than a decade. I never underestimate others, for some are simply not worthy of my regard, Su Chen replied. Ah, you are indeed formidable, achieving so much at such a young age. Yet your arrogance is excessive. Those who dare to provoke my family, regardless of their nature, shall pay the price. His internal energy surged to its zenith. With a swift motion, Su Chen struck first. 3 sword strikes from the extinguishing god sword shot forth. Black shield, Feng Linhui commanded, conjuring a gigantic shield of black energy, inscribed with swirling dark runes. This was a defensive technique from the Feng Lin family's ancestral art, the Black Spirit Divine Technique. With a series of muffled thuds, the sword strikes embedded themselves within the black shield. The black shield rune flickered violently several times before the entire shield began to fade. Feng Linggong was momentarily taken aback. The power behind that sword gesture was undeniably formidable. He promptly shifted from defense to offense, as a surge of black energy erupted from his right hand, manifesting into a colossal serpent of darkness. It coiled, twisted, and struck. The black snake writhed, unleashing 3 distinct attacks upon Su Chen. Su Chen continuously evaded with his butterfly steps, yet the serpent exuded an overwhelming gravitational pull, distorting the very fabric of the surrounding space. Had he not channeled his vital energy to anchor himself, he would have faced irreversible doom. Is this the prowess of a warrior at the stage of intention? Indeed. A master. A sense of helplessness welled up within Su Chen, accompanied by an inexplicable melancholy. Confusion enveloped him further. There are greater skies beyond the heavens, and stronger beings beyond mere mortals. This is the divine realm, far removed from the mundane world of Jiuzhou. Why must he cling to that invincible dream in his heart? Why could he not simply live a tranquil life with her? Why? Yet, there was no time for further contemplation, as the black serpent drew nearer. Under Feng Linggong's mental command, the black energy seemed to possess a consciousness of its own, anticipating the direction of Su Chen's movements. He could not evade. The serpent ensnared him tightly, and he realized with growing dread that his protective vital energy was being gradually eroded. No, I must rescue her. I cannot afford to lose now. The ink dragon's sword, gleaming like a purple diamond, cleaved through the night sky, severing the black serpent and simultaneously slicing through that inexplicable melancholy. With indomitable fighting spirit, Su Chen unleashed the dragon step, resembling a majestic purple dragon as he swiftly advanced toward Feng Linggong. While he may lack the same strength as his opponent, he possessed his own unique techniques. The dragon steps were ethereal and unparalleled, as witnessed moments ago by Feng Linggong, who had been lurking in the shadows. Despite his formidable strength and an aura of true energy that far surpassed Su Chen's, he found himself momentarily taken aback in the presence of the dragon steps. Yet, that brief pause was ample for Su Chen. The long sword cleaved down towards his chest. Feng Linggong immediately raised his black shield in defense, simultaneously swinging his right hand in an attempt to unleash a technique to drive Su Chen away. Little did he anticipate that before he could execute his attack, Su Chen's sword altered its trajectory and pursued him relentlessly. He swiftly dodged, retreating a step to condense black energy into a long black sword, aiming to stab Su Chen in the chest. As a master, his speed was astonishing. The black sword possessed immense suction, threatening to drain his very essence if struck. He had initially believed that his superior true energy would grant him the upper hand, thinking that a single hit would subdue his opponent. However, after numerous exchanges, he had yet to graze Su Chen's sword even once, finding himself in a constant state of evasion. With a resounding slice, Feng Linggong's robe was torn, blood seeping forth slowly. How could this be? The onlookers, including 2 other masters, were taken aback, their expressions shifting dramatically. The absorption technique. Unable to endure further, Feng Linggong unleashed a violent surge of black energy that enveloped a 10-foot radius around him. Yet, he could not ensnare Su Chen, who had already positioned himself 2 yards away. Chapter 45. Heartache. The absorption technique exuded an extraordinarily powerful suction force, despite Su Chen's distance of 2 yards. He could still feel the terrifying presence of the black energy. On the ground, shattered bricks trembled, and charred vegetation writhed as if heralding the entrance to hell. A dark mist seemed to consume everything, and soon, the flora swirled chaotically, while the earth fractured, engulfed by the inky vapors. Su Chen felt as though he were immobilized by an invisible hand. He found himself unable to move. To his astonishment, the 2 skilled onlookers also took action, ensnaring him in 2 tendrils of black mist. Both were practitioners at the yellow tier, warriors of the treasure body phase, not far from the mysterious tier. Helpless as a kite severed from its string, Su Chen was drawn towards the absorbing heaven technique. In the next moment, a large hand seized his head, and Feng Lin was grinning maliciously. "Let me drain your true energy completely." Haha. The terrifying aspect of the absorbing heaven technique lay in its ability to convert the opponent's true energy for its own use. A surge of dark mist flooded into Su Chen's body like a deluge, coursing through his vital meridians, as his true energy was gradually overwhelmed and began to dissipate. Was this the end? Would he never see her again? Silly girl. Even the heavens have their moments of clarity. Su Chen's call was heard. He saw you nearby. Captured by Feng Linhui, weeping and crying out, though Su Chen could not hear her. Don't kill him yet. That would be too merciful, Feng Linhui sneered. A statement Su Chen caught. His body was numb and weak. Although his true energy had not been entirely drained, it was nearly depleted. In that moment, he felt like an ordinary person. Brother Dugu, are you all right? I'm sorry, I caused you trouble. Rain-used tears, reminiscent of pearls, glisten with a crystalline clarity. Yet within them lies an abyss of remorse and sorrow. It's all right, they cannot kill me. Just wait, I shall rescue you. Have no fear. Su Chen smiled. A smile tinged with heartache. Ha ha ha. Who do you think you are? You're doomed, laughed Feng Linhui. Oh, after investigating me for so long, have you still not uncovered my identity? It is no wonder. My sect is shrouded in mystery, and it's quite the feat if you manage to uncover anything. Su Chen, despite Feng Linggong's tight grip on his hands, remained composed. The countenance of Feng Linhui and his companions changed abruptly. On the immortal divine continent, indeed, there exist some exceedingly enigmatic sects, nearly impossible for mortals to trace even the slightest clue. Yet, it is said that although these sects are low profile, their power is formidable. Should their disciples be harmed, and if they seek retribution, then... Feng Linhui's laughter faded. He could no longer find mirth. Third young master, what do you suggest we do? Feng Linggong inquired, his face devoid of color. Feng Linhui's hands trembled, his mind engulfed in chaos. Suddenly, he clenched his teeth, his gaze shifting with a terrifying intensity, an aura of murderous intent. This is bad. Su Chen's body tensed. At this juncture, the only course of action was to eliminate him. Releasing the tiger back into the mountains would yield dire consequences. We must act decisively, Feng Linhui asserted. Are you not afraid that my sect will seek vengeance? Su Chen questioned. This place is filled with our people. Should you perish, no one outside will know we were responsible. Feng Linhui replied, regaining his smile. As if suddenly bitten by a snake, Feng Linggong's arm went numb, and he cried out in shock. The expressions of everyone shifted dramatically, because Su Chen unexpectedly broke free, despite what everyone believed regarding his lack of resistance. Though he had lost his true energy, he still possessed inner strength, which, albeit far less formidable than true energy, was sufficient to deal with the unprepared. His lightness skill reached its zenith as Su Chen darted towards Yu Yu like a swift swallow. The events unfolded with such rapidity that Feng Linhui momentarily forgot to intervene, hastily retreating. He not only thought Su Chen was unharmed, but also presumed his strength had amplified since their last encounter. This sentiment was shared by all present. Consequently, no one dared to apprehend Su Chen. Each person rendered speechless. Yu Yu, do not be afraid. We shall depart. Su Chen embraced Yu Yu and, employing his lightness skill, fled towards the courtyard's exit. Impossible. While some remained in disbelief, others regained their senses. Do not be deceived. His true energy has been completely drained by me. We must pursue. Feng Linggong had finally reacted. Hurry, we cannot allow them to escape. Feng Linhui was in a state of utter panic. Understanding the implications of their escape, should Su Chen truly be a disciple of a mysterious sect, then Su Chen's speed was remarkable, even while carrying someone. Brother Dugu, your MO long sword. Yu clung tightly to Su Chen's chest, fearful that if she loosened her grip, she would lose him forever. Silly girl. 1,000 swords pale in comparison to you. You must hold on to me tightly, do you understand? What a blissful sensation. Such a beautiful feeling that it brought tears to one's eyes. Yet, has anyone ever spoken such words to you? You are paramount, more valuable than anything. In that moment, would you embrace that individual tightly, never desiring to part? Can youthful hearts ever forget that fleeting moment of bliss? Swiftly, they departed the opulent mansion of the Kunlun family, disappearing into a dark and secluded street. Ascending a towering edifice, the desolate moonlight bathed the entire celestial city in a pale yellow hue. Linya has recounted everything that transpired earlier, Su Chen said as he embraced Yu tenderly, with affection and pity. The conversation between the two echoed in his mind. Linya, do you harbor deep affection for Brother Long? Yes, he is the most wonderful person in this world. Of course, I cherish him. However, I regard him only as a brother. Haha. You must adore Brother Su. Indeed, I have never felt such intimacy with anyone before. He risked his life to save me and has been so kind to me. I could never repay his kindness in 10 lifetimes. Brother Dugu is a good man. I can see that he loves you too. You don't know how fast he ran to make it to your birthday. You will surely be happy together in the future. But I am not worthy of Brother Long. He is too perfect. And I'm already. Yu wept, moved, and heartbroken. No. Brother Dugu told me that one must never underestimate oneself. Regardless of what you have done in the past, Brother Dugu will still treat you well. Yes, he is so flawless. Ah, women. How enigmatic are their thoughts, yet is not everything they do for the sake of those they love. And so, you went to find Kunlun Hui. Promise me, do not indulge in wild imaginings any longer. You are deserving of anyone, including the esteemed Brother Dugu. Yet, I shall not relinquish you to another, for you are truly exceptional. The voice remained imbued with tenderness and compassion. Silently, the only sound was that of tears shimmering, softly narrating the unvoiced sentiments of Iran. Is it true? You were late last night, and I was filled with trepidation, fearing you might forsake me. I feared that Linya would snatch you away, long ago. Yue exclaimed excitedly within her heart. Is that so? Hee. To think you did not escape. The cold voice resonated like the most detestable thing in this world, yet they still arrived. Do not fear, for I am here. The spirit of rage had dissipated. Why should there be fear? Long ago, I am unafraid. We shall face it together. Yue smiled like a lily blooming brilliantly after weathering a storm, radiant and resplendent. Why should we be afraid? To depart with the one I cherish most. What is there to fear? Very well, I shall fulfill your wishes. Kunlun Hui lingered no longer. He dared not, as his sole desire was to swiftly silence them. A black longsword formed in the right hand of Kunlun Hui, soaring forth, aimed at Su Chen's chest. So be it, let the sword pierce through. In the next life, shall we meet again? Su Chen closed his eyes in that moment. The complexities of his life became strikingly simple. What loneliness, what invincibility, no longer did they concern him, as he recalled being merely an orphan overlooked by all. Yet at this moment, a pair of hands embraced him, and his ears were filled with endless words of comfort. You are not alone, not alone. The flames seared his eyes. Blood cascaded down his face, radiating an intense warmth. Those sorrowful, yet gentle eyes gazed affectionately at him. The corners of his blood-stained lips curled into a sweet smile. The flames engulfed everything, consuming Su Chen's heart in that moment. A singular phrase echoed in his ears. Do not forget me, do not forget me. As his eyes closed, it was as if all the beauty of the world quietly faded away. Yu lay in Su Chen's embrace, her exquisite visage adorned with an expression of serene happiness. In her final moments, she unleashed the most powerful fire element incantation. Yet, in her fragility, what could she truly accomplish? She could only shield her beloved with her body from that dark sword. I will not forget you, never. Su Chen's gaze remained fixated on Yu as he whispered softly, tenderly. A dull ache throbbed in his right arm, pulsating with a flicker of purple light. Rage and pain transformed into ferocity, igniting the dormant power within Su Chen. In Chapter 46, a momentous event unfolded within the beastly forest, as various sects engaged in fierce conflict. Unable to reach a consensus, they resorted to demonstrating their strength. It was not a chaotic brawl, but rather a series of one-on-one duels. Each sect selected their most exceptional disciples, and the victor would claim the celestial relics. This was the only recourse available. With numerous practitioners as witnesses, the defeated sects dared not deny their losses, for their reputation was at stake. Naturally, other practitioners were permitted to participate. Yet aside from a few daring souls, very few were willing to venture into such treacherous waters. After all, their opponents were renowned disciples from the most prestigious sects. Who among them could confidently claim victory? If they were to rely on mere luck and succeed, it would be far worse. For it would incite the ire of all sections. Only a fool would dare to act in such a manner. Thousands of cultivators gathered amidst 3 towering peaks, their eyes fixated on the fierce duels unfolding in the valley below. A young practitioner, adorned in a dark azure armor, wielded the 7 stars sword, tracing a Taiji symbol in the air. 2 beams of light, one blue and the other red, surged forth from the Taiji diagram, resembling 2 serpentine dragons, each flanking their adversary. Judging by the grandeur of his artifact, it was evident that this cultivator had at least reached the stage of valley breaking. Only those at this level could refine such armor. His opponent, a youthful disciple of the demonic sect, boasted flowing black hair that cascaded like a cloud. With a cold shout, he summoned a black demonic lotus, upon which phantoms danced ominously. A violet rune on his forehead suddenly glowed, emitting a purple radiance that merged with the lotus. In an instant, a cacophony of ghostly wails erupted as dozens of malevolent spirits emerged from the black lotus, clawing and gnashing their teeth towards the azure and crimson lights. Such demonic arts! Someone gasped. Among ordinary cultivators, there was a universal disdain for such practices. For they were deemed as perverse and defiant against the heavens. Spirits were objects of mortal fear, yet here they were, forged into soul weapons. The intertwining azure and crimson beams soon dissipated, yet the soul weapons remained undeterred, relentlessly charging towards the righteous disciple. The 7 stars sword shot forth, piercing through one of the malevolent spirits. It writhed in the air, but the vicious claws of the demons could not withstand the sword's brilliance, each being cleaved into oblivion. Amidst, well done, well done. The 7 stars sword radiated an aura of righteousness, brimming with compassion. Having liberated these malevolent spirits, I hope they may soon be reborn. Within the Buddhist realm, some recite the sacred mantra. Humph. The disciple of the demonic sect glared with cold intensity as the black lotus surged forth to clash fiercely with the 7 stars sword. The sword was forced back, while a petal from the black lotus was severed. Both combatants coughed up blood. These were their treasured artifacts, and the collision had inflicted harm upon them, affecting their very beings. They could no longer continue the battle. The outcome was evident. In their impetuousness, they had exhausted their strength, resulting in mutual devastation. From the Western sect, a golden-haired youth clad in a white robe stepped forth, facing a young monk from the Buddhist order. "O divine light, grant me strength," he implored, as he summoned a cascade of golden radiance with his outstretched hands. This was a yellow tear light elemental spell, where an elemental master at the void refinement stage gathers the elements of heaven and earth within, combining them with external elemental forces to unleash devastating power. The monk chanted the mantra, suddenly forming a Buddhist seal with his hands, and a black Buddha bead materialized before his chest. Sacred scriptures emanated from the seal, merging into the bead. "Buddha," he softly intoned, and instantly, the bead erupted in a myriad of golden lights, reflecting against the golden brilliance of his opponent. They were embodiments of righteousness in this world. Yet now they were locked in a contest for supremacy. The young elemental master revealed his figure, a trace of blood staining his lips. He had been struck by the Buddha bead. He was no match for the monk. The monk smiled gently, for he was a true master, effortlessly defeating the void refinement stage elemental master, likely having already attained the golden elixir stage. In the realm of Taoism, demonic sects, Buddhism, and various Western factions, an array of extraordinary supernatural abilities is continuously unfolding, leaving the onlookers among the cultivators utterly astonished. The artifacts of cultivation, the sinister arts of the demonic sects, the divine powers of angels, the incantations of deities, and the true techniques of Buddhism collectively embody the mightiest forces known to mortals. No one dares to deny their existence. For many cultivators from these sects have ascended to the realm of the divine. Several brave souls who volunteered to engage in battle have retreated one after another, realizing that they are no match for the formidable opponents. In the valley, a disciple of the angelic sect, adorned with a pair of snow-white wings, is locked in a fierce duel with a cultivator wielding a divine sword. Their figures weave through the air, continuously clashing amidst a dazzling display of mystical light and magical artifacts. Almost all eyes are riveted upon this spectacle, save for 2. "Little fox, heed your sister's words. You must not venture near, lest your lovely fur be singed and become unsightly," Yixue implores, embodying the role of a protective elder sister as she advises Roshue, who now stands perilously close to the fiery embrace of the phoenix divine flame. Her alabaster form is illuminated by the flames, resembling the scorching red clouds at dusk. Chirp! Chirp! Roshue seemingly disregards Yixue's caution and leaps onto the head of the undead creature, Karut, pointing at the flames and emitting a couple of calls. Extinguish. The ethereal flames of the undead flicker restlessly, casting an eerie and mysterious lavender glow. Suddenly, it moves, crouching down and swiftly gesturing with its hands. Astonishingly, it begins to dig. Could it be attempting to burrow into the ground? Despite the undead's seemingly headless appearance, they possess considerable intellect. However, his movements were exceedingly sluggish. It was impossible to excavate a passageway before dawn. With a swift motion, Rausto struck Karut's bald head with her paw. Only then did Karut cease his actions. Gradually rising to his feet, Hulu, the gourd spirit, emitted a call, and with remarkable agility, its 2-meter-tall form leaped onto a large tree before swiftly descending. Rausto spun in place several times, then began to bound from branch to branch. Do you truly intend to infiltrate and pilfer the celestial relics? Yixue exclaimed, her eyes widening in disbelief. What do you mean by steal? The celestial relics are devoid of owners, murmured the disheveled ghost, Gijianshu. Yixue responded with an "oh" and turned her gaze towards Gijianshu, who felt his face flush under her scrutiny. The opening gradually diminished in size. 2 skeletal figures let out a shriek before squeezing through. Yixue glanced at Ruofeng and, without further ado, darted inside. By the time Ruofeng attempted to intervene, it was too late. He could only sigh and follow her in. Everyone has entered. What purpose do I serve remaining here? Thus, Gijianshu also ventured inside. The white light vanished, and the divine fire regained its original form, flickering vigorously as if dancing like a sprite. Chapter 47. Enraged the violet divine bone. Seemingly attuned to Su Chen's heart, trembled with boundless sorrow and fury. His entire right arm transformed into a deep purple hue, resembling the purest crystal of the world. Brilliance surged skyward, illuminating half the heavens, momentarily leaving Feng Linhui and the others in astonishment. Su Chen set Yue gently upon the ground, with utmost care and delicacy. He could not allow her to suffer even the slightest harm. She had endured far too much already. Now, let her walk quietly on the path to paradise. With a roar, a colossal black beast was summoned by Feng Linhui. He could not afford to hesitate any longer, intent on tearing apart Su Chen and Yu. Could he not let her rest in peace? Su Chen's eyes transformed into a vivid crimson, a fury unlike any he had ever experienced coursing through him. In the heavens, the full moon appeared tinged with red. Clenching his fists tightly, he delivered a gentle punch forward. With a thunderous boom, as if a bolt of lightning had struck, the black beast was instantly obliterated. Dark mist surged forth, emanating from 2 yellow-tier masters who sought to ensnare Su Chen. He remained motionless, allowing the shadowy aura to envelop him. A desperate struggle ensued. Approaching him, the 2 yellow-tier masters sneered, one of them conjuring a black spear in his right hand, aimed directly at Su Chen's chest. The crystal refracted ethereal light, appearing exquisitely beautiful. Yet, often, beauty conceals lurking terror within. The black spear shattered, and the oppressive mist dissipated, all due to a punch as dazzling as crystal. Even Su Chen himself was astonished by the potency of his strike. He merely felt an inexhaustible power coursing through his right arm, convinced that with this strength, he could annihilate anything. His hand moved with such swiftness that it pierced through the chest of 1 yellow-tier master. The man's eyes widened in disbelief, resembling those of a lifeless fish. His face a mask of astonishment. Once again, a fist struck the head of another yellow-tier master, instantly causing blood to splatter and deforming his entire skull. Even though he had summoned his most formidable defensive shield at the moment the fist approached, it proved utterly futile. The right arm, infused with the essence of purple hand bones, was simply too powerful. It was as if it possessed the invincible might of an ancient divine hand, rendering the yellow-tier warrior's precious body as fragile as paper, easily crushed. Thus, 2 yellow-tier masters perished. Indeed, they were no different from ordinary mortals in their susceptibility to death. Feng Linhui's complexion was unrecognizable, resembling either a shade of green or white. His hands trembled as he sensed an ominous aura of death, as if a grim reaper whispered softly in his ear, proclaiming, "Your time has come." The Black God Dance. Feng Lin's astonishment was palpable as he gazed at Su Chen. His vital energy had been completely drained, yet why did the threat persist? Fear gripped him, a sensation he had never experienced before, compelling him to unleash his most powerful secret technique. As his hands waved through the air, countless runes emerged from a swirling mass of darkness. Before long, figures began to coalesce within the black mist. 3 shadowy beings gradually materialized, clad in obsidian armor, their skin and eyes an abyssal black. They encircled Su Chen, one wielding a spear, another brandishing a sword, and the last grasping 2 blades. There is hope. I cannot believe that Uncle Gong has actually mastered the Black God dance. Feng Linhui finally found his voice, imbued with confidence in his family's ancestral black spirit divine art. The Black God dance is one of the most formidable techniques within the Black Spirit scriptures, attainable only by martial artists at the mid-stage of thought. Is it possible for a practitioner at the mid-stage of the Xian rank to lose to one at the late stage of the Huang rank? Indeed. At the behest of Feng Lin Gong, 3 shadowy figures moved with astonishing speed, their long spears, precious swords, and broadswords weaving a tapestry of strikes in mere moments. Each maneuver intertwined seamlessly, leaving Su Chen no avenue for escape, as every corner was sealed off. The glint of the sword struck the ground, instantly creating an extensive and profound fissure. The spear's shadow pierced a wall, creating a gaping hole. It could slice through iron as if it were mud. Should Su Chen be caught, his demise would be inevitable. Yet, he was destined to be struck, for escape was no longer an option. This technique was indeed terrifying. However, the sound of shattering was remarkably crisp and melodious, reminiscent of the first birdsong in a morning forest. The spear shattered, the sword broke, and the broadsword too splintered. All because they struck where they ought not to, upon Su Chen's right arm. The wind howled. 3 punches landed upon the 3 shadows. Dark energy surged forth from their chests, slowly dissipating until they vanished without a trace. One should not harbor hatred. Yet how could I not despise you, Feng Linhui? Go to heaven and atone to my Yu. If you are capable of ascending there, Su Chen uttered through clenched teeth. Feng Linhui trembled, as if beset by countless serpents. His heart screamed for him to flee, but his body remained paralyzed. Hurry, stop him, he shouted, struggling to move. Dozens of cultivators surged forward, unleashing their most formidable techniques. Yet, what significance does that hold? A single fist instantly scattered all those present. A colossal dark hand descended from the heavens, seizing Su Chen's head. It was Feng Lin Gong. This time, I shall drain every drop of your essence. Enveloped in a shroud of darkness, he laughed boisterously, yet a tremor underpinned his mirth. He too was gripped by fear, terrified of one who was a full realm beneath him. Oh, let us first inquire about this hand of mine, Su Chen replied calmly, his expression betraying no emotion. His fist moved, striking upward toward his own crown. Within the black mist, the figure trembled. Blood stained the violet arm, shimmering with an eerie glow. The man gasped, staggered back a few steps, and then collapsed, his skull shattered. Finally, Feng Linhui could move. All he could do now was flee desperately. Alas, it was far too late. He had never fathomed that his once mighty life would meet its end this night, in this very place. Let it all come to an end. All sorrow, all misfortune. With the fading of life, shadows flickered, and the ethereal purple crystal shimmered. It was the Reaper's instrument, eternally sealing Feng Linhui's life within its depths. Feng Linhui's sword, propelled several meters away, crashing into a wall. This wretched soul could rise no more. A gaping hole pierced through his chest. The street lay desolate, littered only with lifeless bodies. Su Chen's heart felt hollow, profoundly empty. He gathered Yu in his arms, pressing his forehead tightly against her face. Under the heavens, all beings are but mere ants. Su Chen softly recited the words, and at this very moment, he felt as though he truly comprehended their essence. The statement resonated profoundly. Those eyes, filled with sorrow, confusion, and fear, yet emanating an inexplicable strength, one that instills confidence in those who behold it. I shall not depart unless you accompany me. Linya remained oblivious to the unfolding events. Yet, had she been aware, she would undoubtedly respond in kind. After a brief silence, Su Chen attempted to channel the energy within him, but was met with an excruciating pain radiating from his right arm, a torment that felt as if it were tearing him apart. Yet, he remained untouched by the agony. His internal energy had regained some vitality, and Su Chen began to form seals with his hands. Though the movements were slow, they were executed with utmost sincerity. A violet space materialized before him, swirling gently like a wisp of mist. Su Chen gazed vacantly at Yu for a fleeting moment before placing her exquisite, motionless form into the violet haze. Perhaps there lay a chance for her revival. For reasons unknown, this thought surged within him, preventing his heart from feeling entirely hollow. "We can no longer linger here," Su Chen declared, though his heart was heavy with reluctance. As he surveyed every object in the room, he fancied he could see Yu Yu's spirit drifting amidst them. Chapter 48. Relics of the Celestial Beings. Outside the celestial abode, stone pillars rose like a forest, each adorned with carvings of ancient creatures and depictions of long-gone sages. Yet, the stones were battered and worn, bearing the scars of countless ages, rendering many of the original forms indecipherable. Towering walls, a vivid crimson, stood resilient through the passage of time, the red lacquer astonishingly intact in places, defying the ravages of the years. Roshue's form was as light as a feather, akin to a delicate white cloud. As she glided past the stone pillars and navigated around the outer walls, arriving before an ancient stone door. Half of the door stood ajar, revealing an inky darkness within, from which a chilling draft emanated, sending shivers down one's spine. This place was once the abode of celestial beings. "You actually found the back entrance," Yixue exclaimed in astonishment. Only they understood the enigmatic nature of the formations hidden among the stone pillars. Had Roshuen not paused several times to guide them, they would have become hopelessly lost in the labyrinth of columns. Between every two pillars and on each patch of ground, there existed the potential for eternal disorientation. This was likely a trap laid by the immortals themselves. Yet Roshue had managed to unravel this intricate formation and discover the stone door. Ruofeng furrowed his brow slightly, gazing at Roshue with newfound curiosity, realizing the extraordinary nature of this fox. We have truly entered the relics of the celestial beings," Guo Jianqiu said, his hands anxiously tugging at his disheveled hair, overwhelmed with excitement. "Ha!" Kuru T's hand slowly extended, resting on the stone door as he cautiously leaned forward. In the darkness, a cerulean glow flickered, reminiscent of hellish flowers blooming in the abyss. The dwelling of the immortals evoked an intense sense of unease. What lay within? Once inside, the answers would reveal themselves, but what immense courage that required. Mysterious phenomena possess an irresistible allure. More often than not, curiosity triumphs over fear. Roshue glanced at the group and, with a sudden burst of determination, slipped through the narrow opening of the door, her form instantly swallowed by the boundless darkness. Did she truly harbor no fear at all? Kurut and Hulu, without a trace of hesitation, followed suit, resembling two playful children who, by merely trailing behind Roshue, could discover the joy of adventure. Yixue swallowed hard, her white garments fluttering gently in the cold breeze. "Senior brother, I am so eager to venture inside. Yet I am also filled with trepidation." Ruofeng's expression turned grave, caught in a dilemma. The master had mentioned that this journey was not for the sake of treasure. However, the relics of the celestial beings might reveal themselves to those fated to encounter them, perhaps indicating our own celestial destiny. Suddenly, Guo Jianqiu exclaimed, startling both Yixue and Ruofeng. "What troubles you?" Yixue inquired anxiously, gazing at Guo Jianqiu. He gulped nervously and replied, "It's nothing. I merely sought to bolster my courage with a shout. I intend to enter." With that, he spotted a faint purple flame in the darkness, and, casting a glance at Yixue, dashed toward it. That flame was Kurut's soul fire, residing deep within the abode of the immortals. The glance conveyed encouragement and concern, igniting a spark of bravery within Yixue. "Let us go. What is there to fear?" Gripping her aquamarine sword tightly, her dark hair billowing, Yixue nodded at Ruofeng and surged forward. Naturally, Ruofeng had no choice but to follow. The residence of the immortals was vast. Under the soft glow of celestial light, the dust-laden ground was strewn with numerous dilapidated pillars. The ancient stone steps, weathered by countless ages, gleamed faintly with a greenish hue. It was uncertain how long they had been groping through the darkness when they arrived at a wooden pavilion. The wooden pillars and railings were in such disrepair that they hardly resembled their former selves. Many of the rooms now stand as mere remnants, making it difficult to imagine that, many years ago, this place was once graced by celestial beings. Yet, such is the nature of existence. Even divine entities are eventually swallowed by the relentless passage of time, let alone the abodes they once inhabited. If left unattended, any locale will succumb to the ravages of time until it fades into oblivion. Countless ancient structures have quietly vanished, gradually forgotten, with no one recalling their former existence. Everything is subject to this inevitable fate. Beyond this cluster of pavilions lies a vast courtyard, illuminated by the soft, golden hue of moonlight. Flanking the courtyard are two colossal stone statues. On the left stands the mythical creature Feng Wang, its wings unfurled towards the heavens as if preparing to take flight. To To the right is the formidable creature Xuanwu, silently standing as an eternal guardian. Surrounding it is a flickering green light emanating from a verdant plant. A delicate snow-like entity, resembling a white cloud, drifts down to Xuanwu. With a swift motion of its claw, it casts a beam of white light that envelopes the entire plant, uprooting it along with a patch of earth beneath it before vanishing into the air. This delicate snow must be a celestial herb. Guai Jianqiu, trailing behind the towering gourd, spoke enviously in hushed tones. Look over there. What is that? Deep within the courtyard lies a grand hall. At this moment, in one corner of the hall, a sphere of moon-white light flickers in the air. From a distance, it appears to be the bones of some ethereal creature. Could that be a relic of the divine? Guai Jianqiu exclaimed, longing to rush forward immediately. However, Roshue was far swifter than him. Before he could finish his words, Roshue had transformed into a streak of white light, rapidly approaching the radiant orb. Ruo Feng also moved with great speed, his figure flickering, his white garments fluttering, soon entering the grand hall. Subsequently, the two undying beings and Yishui followed suit, their faces etched with curiosity and astonishment as they stood 2 paces away from the luminous sphere, their eyes fixed upon it. It seemed as though the world had narrowed down to this solitary glow. It was indeed a bone, over 3 inches long, exuding an ancient aura. The entire hall grew increasingly illuminated, with the stone tables, chairs, and the cracked walls all bathed in a moonlit hue. It felt as though something was calling forth, awakening the sacred soul hidden within, slowly stirring to life. The snow-white fur continued to lengthen, and the green eyes gradually darkened. Roshue was transforming, metamorphosing from a diminutive fox into a maiden. Stunned, everyone, including Kurut and Hulu, found themselves kneeling, their soul flames flickering intensely. Her black hair, resplendent like clouds in the heavens, was unmatched in beauty and purity. The white robe enveloped her entirely, and her snow-white hands, akin to exquisite jade, extended gracefully. Her fingers, elongated and flawless, seemed to transcend the mortal realm. She was never meant to belong to this world. Her fingers moved gently, and the depths of her black eyes bore an unfathomable intensity as she gazed intently at her own hands, filled with earnestness and captivating allure. Her lips parted slightly, softly intoning a melody belonging to the celestial realm. 9 distinct hues of light began to drift from her palms, reminiscent of blooming flowers in the air. The bone was encircled by 9 radiant beams. Gradually, its moonlit glow faded away. Everything appeared so ethereal, akin to a splendid and intoxicating dream. However, the bone cradled in Roshue's embrace attested to the reality of it all. This was the relic of the celestial beings, a treasure coveted by all. Roshue seemed devoid of any anger, her gaze exuding a profound weariness. The mysterious transformation had drained her of all strength, rendering her akin to a fragile, adorable pet in need of protection. She extended her paw, attempted a few movements, yet ultimately fell powerless. She lacked the capacity to tear through the fabric of space to reclaim the bone. Muffled laughter seemed to bubble up within Kurut, yet it escaped him, leaving only a somber expression. He extended his bony hands and gently lifted Roshue into his arms. In response, she clutched the bone tightly, curling up into a ball, seeking refuge in Kurut's embrace. "The fox immortal!" Guai Jianqiu exclaimed, pointing at Roshue, his voice betraying a mix of awe and disbelief, as though he had encountered a true deity. "The little fox is so extraordinary. Are you all right?" Yishui, now awakened, expressed concern rather than excitement, her heart aching with empathy as she yearned to stroke Roshue. Hulu. Hulu raised his enormous fist, shouting towards Yishui. His fist, being made of bone, produced a cacophony of crackling sounds upon clenching. "Junior sister, do not touch her." Ruofeng discerned the underlying reason. "What's wrong? I merely wish to see her. The poor little fox. I want to take your bone. Fret not," Yishui replied softly. He turned his head and glared at Guai Jianqiu, saying, "You better not harbor any wicked intentions. This bone belongs to the little fox. What does it have to do with me?" Guai Jianqiu feigned innocence, replying, "I haven't done anything. Senior brother, we." Yishui wanted to say more when suddenly, the entire immortal residence began to tremble violently, as if a pair of colossal divine hands were furiously shaking the ground beneath. Was the immortal residence about to collapse? The divine statue of the phoenix began to crack, followed by that of the Xuanwu. Chapter 49. The Search. The magnificent immortal residence crumbled from within to without. Stone pillars shattered, walls fractured, and houses collapsed, resembling the aftermath of a tremendous earthquake. Dust billowed, and the earth-shattering noise left everyone stunned. The fierce competition abruptly ceased, and thousands of eyes turned toward the immortal residents. Quick, quick! Someone shouted in unison. The cultivators fell into chaos, scrambling toward the immortal residents. They paid no heed to the searing flames of the phoenix, launching themselves skyward and plunging into the ruins. What an opportunity! Do not let it slip away. In that moment, everyone sought to take advantage of the turmoil. Disciples and masters from various sects rushed forward, and they were the swiftest of all. Yet, what remained there? Only shattered bricks and a chaotic expanse of debris. Some cultivators recklessly rummaged through the ruins, yet they found nothing. 12 celestial realm experts hovered in the air, each bearing a peculiar and grave expression. Even these quasi-immortals could not have anticipated such an occurrence. It is evident that someone has obtained the relic of the celestial beings, triggering the formations within the abode of the divine. The formidable expert from the supreme sect of the independent Immortal Mountain spoke in a solemn tone. Amitabha, well said. Well said. It seems that we are all fated to be estranged from the treasure. A long-browed monk chanted a sutra. He was the esteemed monk Hongfeng from the Zen temple of the Buddhist sect. The expressions of several heavenly-tier experts from the Western Church and among the angels remained inscrutable, revealing nothing of their thoughts. Yet, within their hearts, they were troubled, having journeyed a great distance only to return empty-handed. Even those with the most serene disposition could not escape a sense of discontent. Who possesses such celestial affinity? Inquired the Tay Taoist from the Three Pure Ones sect. I, too, am eager to know. Should this individual possess a righteous heart, they would surely bring blessings to the world. However, if their intentions are malevolent. Indeed. Thus we must ascertain this person's identity. If their heart is impure, we cannot permit them to claim the treasure, echoed the experts from 2 other sects, as if engaged in a harmonious dialogue. Ha ha ha. What talk of impure intentions? You proclaim yourselves as the righteous path. Yet how many can genuinely claim to act for the benefit of the people? Hypocrisy. Spoke an elder from the demonic sect of the heartless path. Regardless of their grandiloquent rhetoric, the underlying reason remained unchanged, their inability to part with the coveted treasure. If they were unable to let go, they should simply admit it, rather than engage in superfluous discourse. Yet, no one dared to dismiss their words as trivial, for they represented the most formidable forces in this world. Their words held weight and merit. The 2 white-clad disciples of the Su Chen sect remained silent, quietly observing the unfolding events. What a travesty! The relics of the celestial beings have fallen into someone else's hands. That scoundrel is exceedingly fortunate, one muttered in frustration. I believe the real misfortune lies with that individual. Calamity will surely befall him. Another chuckled. Nonsense. How could he possibly suffer misfortune? Just the thought of possessing a celestial relic makes my mouth water. I envy that person immensely. Have you lost your senses? Do you not see the throngs searching for him? If he is discovered, he will be stripped of it in an instant, exclaimed another, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. Furthermore, if that individual is indeed fortunate and escapes unscathed, do you think the various sects would simply let it go? He continued in a hushed tone. I understand now. I would rather not be involved at all. Had I known this would happen, I would have stayed away. It seems I was destined not to obtain anything. Indeed, they should never have come. Many of them comprehend this truth. Yet they still ventured forth. It is simply human nature. As dawn broke, the crescent moon faded from the horizon. Hues of crimson began to swell in the sky, akin to blood, gradually tinting the clouds, heralding the brilliance of the rising sun. The forest became illuminated, mist swirling among the trees like delicate gossamer. Junior sister, heed my words. That fox has an extraordinary origin. Yet, being in league with the Undying clan, it will surely face the wrath of the righteous. Thus, you must not approach, Ruofing urged earnestly. But the little fox and those 2 from the Undying clan are certainly not malevolent. You know that, brother. The little fox has lost its power. Only we can offer our assistance now, Ishue implored, her face reflecting a desperate plea. Ruofeng sighed and remarked, I truly find myself at a loss with you. Let us go together. After all, who could abandon their dearest junior sister? The expression on Xian Dusan Ringue Jian Chao's face turned grave, revealing his sincerity as he replied, Your loyalty is commendable, and how could I forsake you? Thus, they set forth together, 3 figures venturing deeper into the forest, where they would part ways with Roshue. As dawn broke, a violent tremor shook the entire city of Xiandu. An event had transpired that left everyone astounded. The young 3rd master of the Fenglin family had been slain, along with a master of the realm, 2 masters, and over 20 subordinates. The perpetrator had been identified by those who escaped the terrible fate as the enigmatic expert Su Chen. The occurrences of that fateful night spread like wildfire, growing increasingly fantastical. Some even speculated that Su Chen was a disciple of the most mysterious sect on the continent, the Fengshen men. Yet, legends are but tales. Only those who have truly witnessed the events know the truth. Consequently, Su Chen was wanted by the entire Kunlun family, regardless of the circumstances. They were determined to uncover his whereabouts, alive or dead. Have you heard? As long as we have a lead on Su Chen, we can claim the bounty, 1,000 celestial coins. That is no trifling sum. Should we capture him, the reward escalates to 50,000 celestial coins. The streets near the impoverished district buzzed with excitement. A ragged boy of about 10, worry etched across his face, hurried toward the slums. He navigated through the throng of people and arrived at a dilapidated cottage. Knocking thrice upon the door swung open, and a hand pulled the young boy inside. Xiaozi, come quickly. What's wrong? It was Linya who spoke. Su Chen sat quietly in the room on a wooden chair, his expression serene, lost in thought. It's bad. Someone is looking for this big brother. Xiaozi relayed what he had just overheard. Su Chen, having listened intently, furrowed his brow and said to Linya, it seems I can no longer stay here. I might endanger you all. No, it's too dangerous for you to go out now. This place is safe. No one will find us here, Linya replied. If they wish to locate someone, they can find them anywhere. I understand your intentions, but if I leave, it will only bring more suffering to others. Linya fell silent, aware that she had no authority over the situation. Suddenly, an elderly man rushed in, exclaiming, you must hide quickly. Their people have found this place. It was Linya's grandfather. Chapter 50. Conscience. The Mo long sword had been lost within the Kunlun family's estate, but it had now been discovered. The elders of the Kunlun family were deeply angered and pained by Kunlun Hui's death, as he had been a promising descendant. However, they were also cautious, wary of Su Chen's mysterious identity. If he were indeed a disciple of some legendary secret sect, could they afford to provoke him? At the Wanxiang weapon shop, numerous esteemed weapon masters had gathered, commissioned by the Kunlun family to uncover Su Chen's identity through this sword. A young attendant, upon seeing the sword, frowned in concern. He was aware of the sword's origin, a weapon wielded by a reclusive practitioner of the arcane arts 3 centuries ago, known as the Jintian. This sword, akin to its master, bore a history shrouded in enigma. Even the ancestors of the innkeeper could not discern which sect this practitioner belonged to. Perhaps he was merely a solitary and carefree cultivator, unbound by any school or tradition. Or perhaps he was associated with a formidable and fearsome sect. The truth remains elusive. As this practitioner vanished into the depths of the beastly forest 300 years prior, never to return, the assembly fell into a stunned silence. Particularly the elders of the Kunlun clan, who began to feel a creeping sense of dread. Indeed, a single misstep can lead to an eternal grievance. As a powerful family, their leaders were acutely aware of this truth. If he were not, surely he could not be spared. If he were, they might have to swallow their pride, for they had stepped upon unstable ground. However, would it be of any use to endure in silence? Would he simply relent? The petty-minded forever perceive the world through their narrow lenses, filled with suspicion and calculation. This is their fatal flaw. A hatred that could have been resolved may only fester and deepen. A group of uninvited guests arrived at the street corner of the impoverished district, sent by the Kunlun family. Undoubtedly, someone had provided them with a lead. The identity of this informant was of little consequence. In a world driven by wealth, there will always be those willing to act in such a manner, so why concern oneself with the details? You must leave. We will handle this, the old man said, stroking his white beard, his expression grave. I shall deal with them. Su Chen rose to his feet, intending to step outside, yet his body felt devoid of strength. Linya stood before him, tears brimming in her eyes. Brother Su, I know you are injured and your strength has not yet returned. You cannot go. Indeed. She was aware, for it was she who had supported Su Chen in bringing him here. The use of the crystal divine bone came at a price. In this world, nothing comes without a cost. My presence will only burden you. A sudden wave of despondency washed over Su Chen. How could one not feel disheartened in such a predicament? Especially when one feels powerless to effect any change in the world, all the while dragging others down with him. Yet, this was but a fleeting moment. To live is to learn the art of endurance. Young man, do not speak this way. The outside world looks down upon us, the impoverished. Yet you extend your hand to help us. Though we are poor, we also fear conflict. But if we abandon our conscience and morality, what is the purpose of living? Su Chen paused, his heart stirred with gratitude as he gazed at the old man. Brother, you must hide quickly. They are coming, and we will find a way to fend them off. Two middle-aged men rushed in, concern etched upon their faces, despite the anxiety gnawing at their hearts. This place has been discovered. We must ask you to endure a little longer. Another middle-aged man entered, pointing towards a large wooden barrel in the room, used for storing grain. What are you all doing? Su Chen observed this group of kind-hearted individuals, and his previously despondent heart surged back to life. Indeed, in this world, there exist malevolent individuals like Feng Linhui, yet there are also those impoverished souls whose kindness shines brightly, instilling hope in the hearts of many. Make way, you miserable wretches. The group of cultivators pursuing Su Chen found themselves in a predicament. The streets were teeming with the figures of the destitute. Some carried vegetable baskets. Others herded pigs from their homes, and many pushed carts, congesting the thoroughfare. The cultivators found themselves ensnared among the throng, unable to move an inch. Suddenly, a splash echoed as water doused the trousers of one cultivator, sticky, milky, and reeking. My sincerest apologies. The middle-aged man who had spilled the bucket of pig feed repeatedly expressed regret. He was one of the individuals from Linya's room moments ago. Get lost. The cultivator fumed, raising his hand in threat, but the man vanished as swiftly as a shadow. With a resounding boom, a blue light shot into the sky, capturing the attention of all present. It was a magical firearm. Stand aside, or beware for your wretched lives. The cultivator wielding the firearm bellowed. The crowd quieted, having heard tales of the weapon's might. Even without it, each cultivator possessed the ability to extinguish their lives with ease. They were the poor, the lowly, and what could they say if a cultivator took their lives? It is that very room. One cultivator addressed a middle-aged man clad in black robes with deference. The man was evidently a person of significance, a master from the Feng Lin family. He surveyed the room with a cold gaze and commanded, "Search immediately." The group of cultivators swiftly surrounded the entire house, and with a forceful kick, the wooden door swung open, revealing an empty interior. Damn it! The middle-aged man cast a fierce glare across the crowd. Well done, he remarked, his intimidation palpable. The impoverished onlookers trembled under his scrutinizing gaze, unable to meet his eyes. They couldn't escape far, pursue them, commanded the middle-aged man, and his subordinates darted down the street, inadvertently colliding with countless residents along the way. Strangely, it seemed as though the street was strewn with gold today, drawing in all the destitute souls who filled every inch of it. A foul stench wafted in from an unknown source, further fueling the cultivators' ire. Yet, they found themselves powerless, with so many people. Exterminating them all would consume an inordinate amount of time. They could only rely on their imposing presence to intimidate those obstructing their path. Ahead, two middle-aged men ambled along, carrying a large wooden barrel, their pace unhurried. Such barrels, commonly found in the slums, were used for storing grain. Upon the approach of the cultivators, they immediately halted, standing aside in silence. The group of cultivators passed by, preoccupied with their mission, too busy to notice anything else. Ultimately, their haste ensured they returned empty-handed. After an extensive search that seemed to consume ages, nearly scouring the entirety of the street, they still failed to catch a glimpse of Su Chen. Without any definitive leads, seeking another individual in the slums felt akin to searching for a needle in a haystack, as the sheer number of houses was overwhelming. The middle-aged man's face turned ashen, and he bellowed, "Anyone who provides a clue about Su Chen will be rewarded with 10,000 immortal coins, and you need not live as wretched commoners any longer." Upon uttering these words, a triumphant expression spread across his face. Such a temptation was immense for the impoverished souls present. Yet, despair washed over him as he found no one stepping forward. Just then, a cultivator whispered softly in their ears. Instantly, a gleeful smile reappeared on the middle-aged man's face. "I ask you, there is a girl named Linya. Where might she be? Those who know will be handsomely rewarded." After speaking, his gaze swept across the crowd. After a moment of silence, a voice finally broke through. "Noble sir, I may not know where Linya is, but someone surely does." It was a disheveled young man, clad in ragged clothing, with unkempt hair and dull eyes. Yet there was an unmistakable air of lewdness about him. Countless expressions of anger, shock, concern, and fear were directed at this young man. Some cursed inwardly that old fool de Feng merely sought to teach you a lesson to set you straight. And this is how you repay him? Have you lost all sense of conscience? You scoundrel, you will be struck down by divine retribution if you dare remain here. You shall be beaten to death. But what good were the curses? Some individuals were unafraid of reproach, for they had long since abandoned their consciences. "Who is it?" inquired the man in the black robe. "It is him." The lewd young man pointed to a white-haired elder in the crowd. Yet his gaze faltered. Unable to meet the elder's eyes, perhaps a sliver of conscience lingered within him. Chapter 51. What is the heavenly way? Over there. A dozen cultivators promptly surrounded the rice barrel. Ultimately, has the truth been uncovered? Yet, why does no one dare to open that rice barrel, as though it harbors a bloodthirsty ancient demon? They tremble at the thought of Su Chen, the very individual who has vanquished even those of profound mastery. A magical gun is aimed at the rice barrel, poised to unleash its fury. However, at that moment, the barrel shatters, and white rice cascades like snowflakes, swirling through the air. "Oh, do you truly believe yourselves superior to those from last night?" A smile graces Su Chen's lips. "Silence. No, but we are eager to witness your true strength." The middle-aged man's countenance turned ashen, for he was gambling on the hope that Su Chen had not yet regained his vitality. "Some things are not meant to be recklessly observed, for gazing upon them may lead to dire consequences," Su Chen cautioned. "Advance." The middle-aged man resolved without hesitation, fearing that further indecision would erode his confidence. A fierce fire tiger, dozens of sharp earthen spikes, and beams of blue magical energy surged forth, accompanied by terrifying lightning, all unleashed simultaneously by the practitioners. The street descended into chaos, and the destitute onlookers dared not linger, retreating to a safe distance. Su Chen tightly shielded Linya, channeling his true energy, yet a heart-wrenching pain radiated through his arm. Nevertheless, he summoned the palm of the Buddha, a colossal hand that repelled the fire tiger, the earthen spikes, and the lightning. He then unleashed 3 divine sword finger strikes, piercing through 3 practitioners, who fell to the ground, shrieking in agony. Cold sweat trickled down his forehead, landing on Linya's face, chilling her to the bone and evoking profound sorrow. "Su, brother, you must endure and be cautious." The expression of the middle-aged man shifted, turning pale. Yet, his eyes suddenly gleamed with a fierce light as he perceived the expression of Su Chen. "Oh, so it appears you are merely a shadow of your former self," he remarked, causing the fighters around him to ignite with renewed fervor. The swordsmen, gripping their sharp weapons imbued with fighting spirit, unleashed a frenzied assault upon Su Chen. Above, bolts of lightning descended from the heavens, illuminating the sky with a dazzling violet hue, accompanied by a resounding roar that was both magnificent and melodic. This was undeniably a siege. As the other cultivators unleashed their most prized techniques, Su Chen's countenance grew increasingly grim. The pain in his arm was a torment only he could fathom, transcending ordinary agony to a degree that seemed to shake his very soul. Each exertion of his vital energy felt as if his right hand were on the verge of shattering. Yet he persevered, driven by the desire to protect not only himself but also the girl cradled in his arms. He was resolute in his determination to safeguard her with every ounce of his strength. As he executed the swift step technique, a fleeting shadow of a swallow appeared behind him. In an instant, he soared into the air, evading the swordsman's blade, eluding the earth beast, and dodging every lethal strike. However, he did not evade the heavenly lightning. Instead, he extended his radiant right arm towards the descending bolts, seizing them. The purple lightning coalesced in his grasp as if it were mere fabric. His eyes shimmered with a violet glow, resembling the descent of a thunder god. "Raging lightning, become my weapon," he declared, channeling the entire bolt into 7 distinct streams that transformed into razor-sharp swords, launched forth from Su Chen's hand. One by one, 7 cultivators fell. Some pierced through the chest, others with their skulls shattered, their demise a harrowing spectacle. The other cultivators were astonished. The lightning of the elemental master had been turned against him as a lethal weapon. What manner of technique was this? Yet, Su Chen was not unscathed. His arm was bleeding, and his entire palm was charred and tattered. Linya wept, her tears carried by the wind, falling into Su Chen's palm, as if caressing him, as if offering solace. "You must flee," Lord Defeng shouted. At that moment, Su Chen stood upon the void, resembling a celestial being. To him, escape seemed plausible. "Grandfather!" Linya suddenly cried out, for a pair of hands enveloped in dark energy had seized the old man's head. It was this very cry that distracted Su Chen, and a tremendous wound was carved into his back by a sword's aura. Fortunately, his body had become more resilient, as tough as iron. Otherwise, this wound would have surely claimed his life. Blood splattered upon the ancient sword of slaying immortals, vivid and round. Gradually, it vanished into the intricately patterned sheath. "You yearn to spend a lifetime with your beloved," Yet the fervor of battle within you breeds conflict. She has perished, yet your desire for combat wanes, giving rise to new contradictions. But who truly orchestrates all of this? Who governs the human struggle? Is there truly a deity of fate? It is the heavenly principle. Nothing in existence can escape its dominion or the laws it establishes. The heavenly principle is omnipresent. It may manifest as your dearest companion or your combat prowess. Ultimately, it is but your desire. Desire. In a sudden epiphany, Su Chen seemed to grasp something profound. Can I escape the heavenly principle? He inquired. No, came the reply. Not even the gods can. Not even beings more powerful than the gods can. They sought to escape the will of heaven. Yet the celestial force tightened its grip upon them. Su Chen etched these words into his memory. The stronger one becomes, the more tightly they are bound by the heavenly decree. Your strength draws from your desires. But what then? Su Chen pondered. I too am uncertain. Everything relies upon you alone. I am merely the spirit of the ancient sword of extermination, here to protect you. Suddenly, the voice fell silent. And the ancient sword of extermination had unsheathed itself, hovering gracefully in the air, enveloping Su Chen's form in a resplendent array of colors. A deep azure beam surged forth, targeting the middle-aged man in the black robe. The color drained from the man's face as he sensed the terrifying aura of the sword's intent. A mysterious, disconcerting tremor coursed through him. Instinctively, he extended his hand, hurling the elder towards the sword's energy. However, the azure sword energy did not pierce the elder. Instead, it cradled him gently, as if imbued with sentience, capable of recognizing individuals. Su Chen's tattered palm grasped the hilt of the ancient sword of extermination. And with a mere flick, countless attacks beneath his feet dissipated into nothingness. All sword energies and elemental incantations were swallowed by the radiant light. Whoosh! Several azure beams shot forth, accompanied by the chilling cries of despair from below. With a single stroke, all cultivators were subdued. On the street, the only figure remaining was the middle-aged man in black, staring blankly at the ancient sword of extermination. Chapter 52, The Sword's Might. The man in the black robe was no ordinary individual. He was a practitioner of the mystical realm, a mid-level expert, and he held great confidence in his own combat prowess. After a moment of astonishment, he quickly regained his composure. With a flourish of his hands, a colossal black blade manifested in the sky, measuring a full yard in length and exuding an unparalleled sharpness. As if conjured from the hands of a dark deity on an ancient battlefield, the blade emanated a terrifying aura of death. This was one of the ultimate techniques of the Black Spirit divine art, the 7 slashes of black magic, each strike imbued with unmatched power. And what was even more formidable was that each slash was increasingly potent. This technique was designed to unleash its most formidable force against the enemy at their most vulnerable moment. By the time one received the 7th slash, their energy would have been severely depleted. Yet, this very slash was the mightiest of all. The first strike saw the enormous black blade spontaneously release another identical knife. With a resonant hum, it sliced through the void, propelled by an incredibly sharp blade aura, aimed directly at Su Chen. Without even a furrowed brow, he gently wielded the ancient sword of extermination, and a streak of azure light collided with the gigantic blade, producing a crisp metallic clang that resonated like thunder. The intense pressure unleashed a tempest, causing the walls of dozens of ancient houses nearby to crumble, with shattered bricks and tiles flying about, creating a cacophony of noise. As the black, demonic knife shattered, it resembled black crystal fracturing, with fragments dispersing into the wind until they ultimately vanished into the air. For the second slash, another blade emerged, charging relentlessly towards Su Chen. This time, the blade aura was even more ferocious, accompanied by a powerful pulling force. As if the surrounding air had come to an abrupt halt, the ancient sword of extermination was wielded once more, still radiating that mystical azure light, piercing through the vibrant colors to strike against the heavenly blade. This time, silence enveloped the scene, as the dark azure glow emitted a powerful tremor, as if drawn by an unseen force, yearning to break free. Fragments of shattered tiles floated above the ground, subsequently hurtling towards the black blade, being inexorably pulled away. A dull thud resonated, reminiscent of a massive stone plummeting into the abyss. The dark azure sword radiance pierced through the tip of the black blade, causing the entire malevolent weapon to dissolve into nothingness. The debris, propelled through the air, transformed into an endless powder, swirling gracefully in the atmosphere. Beads of perspiration trickled down, and the middle-aged man clad in black began to alter his expression, his eyes reflecting disbelief and concern. The third and fourth slashes were unleashed. Two blades, larger than the previous two, emerged, their surfaces adorned with ancient, enigmatic runes that shimmered with an eerie black luminescence, as if there existed another shade of darkness within the black itself. The two blades, one preceding the other, carved a sinister trajectory through the air, slicing towards Su Chen with incredible speed. The stone pavement fractured, erupting with sparks, and two ominous fissures appeared at the heart of the road. The might of the heavenly blade was so profound that even the street bore the brunt of its ferocity. This overwhelming blade aura was so piercing that even Su Chen, enveloped in a kaleidoscope of colors, could keenly perceive it. The gust generated by the heavenly blade cut small slits into his robes. The ancient sword of extermination emitted a crisp dragon's roar as Su Chen swung it vigorously. From within the radiant spectrum, two swords shot forth, one a deep azure, the other radiating a crimson glow. Aligning themselves in opposition, the two swords faced off against the two blades, their tips locked in a stalemate, neither side yielding. A tempest raged fiercely, causing every structure within a kilometer radius to collapse. The tiles from rooftops were torn away, swirling through the air only to be reduced to ashes by the merciless winds before they could reach the source of this immense energy. Meanwhile, the clash of the light sword and the demonic blade was akin to that of natural adversaries. After a violent collision, both vanished into the void. Encountering strength only breeds greater strength. The ancient sword of extermination was extraordinarily mystical, effortlessly manifesting a light sword even against the most formidable of attacks. The middle-aged figure in the black robe was beginning to falter, consumed by a tumult of anger and jealousy. Why should such a divine sword exist in this world, and yet be wielded by Su Chen? If only I could vanquish him, that sword would rightfully belong to me. Indeed, it could be yours. But can you truly defeat him? The man in the black robe seemed to be brimming with power, ready to unleash it for his own sake. With the fifth strike, the great demon slash commenced. The black blade suddenly expanded threefold, its 3-meter-long form hovering ominously in the air, resembling a fearsome black dragon from a distance. What devastation would such a colossal blade wreak if it struck its target? The blade was adorned with dark runes, and astonishingly, its tip bore the visage of an unnamed demon god, eyes glowing blood red with an aura of malevolence. Behind this immense blade, billowing black mist coalesced into a gigantic demonic hand that grasped the sword tightly and swung it with ferocity. A colossal chasm rent the ground, water gushing forth, and within a mile radius, all structures shattered. The power of an expert revealed itself to be truly terrifying. Had it not been for the ancient sword of extermination, Su Chen would not have survived even 10 lifetimes. Unbeknownst to him, the dark-robed master had exerted all his strength in this maneuver. With his power, the 7 slashes of the dark demon could only reach the 5th slash. If this attempt failed to vanquish Su Chen, he would have no reason to continue. The immense blade was gripped by a colossal demonic hand. It had come to life, no longer merely a direct thrust, but wielded like a seasoned expert, executing intricate techniques. The ground fissured beneath, as though someone were inscribing on the earth as if it were parchment. The middle-aged man in black bestowed his intangible will upon the demonic hand, orchestrating its movements. The blade, imbued with a gravitational pull, sliced diagonally at Su Chen at a 45-degree angle. How could one possibly defend against such a massive weapon? Su Chen was uncertain, yet he held unwavering faith that the ancient sword of extermination would shield him. With one hand, he firmly cradled Linya, while the frail hands of Elder Defoe clung tightly to his back. Thus, with his remaining hand wielding a sword, he stood resolute against the terrifying demonic blade. The ebony weapon loomed over the crowd, reminiscent of the night itself. Su Chen raised his sword with a gentle parry, and in that singular motion, the ancient sword of extermination radiated an overwhelming brilliance, tearing through the black mist and shattering the dark aura, effectively halting the immense blade midair. It was as if two ordinary weapons had collided. The black demonic hand suddenly quivered, retreating with the colossal blade several dozen paces. The spectacle was utterly surreal. A diminutive sword had managed to repel a 3-zhang-long blade. The demonic hand swung once more, lifting into the air, ascending 10 zhang, then descended with the giant blade from that height. Su Chen's belief in the ancient sword of extermination solidified completely. Once again, gently lifting his head, a thunderous buzz erupted, resonating louder than thunder itself, causing the ground to tremble beneath him. The ancient sword of Xianshen radiated with a kaleidoscope of colors, steadfastly shielding Su Chen and his companions, while its blade clashed fiercely with the demonic blade. Crack! The demonic blade began to fracture, splitting from bottom to top. From outside to inside, even the black runes began to fade away. Next, the head of the demon god shattered, followed by the colossal demonic hand. Everything slowly cracked, fracturing within the rifts of time and space, as if it had never occurred. The middle-aged man in the black robe could no longer sustain himself. Disregarding his status as a profound expert, he simply collapsed onto the ground. He had lost, utterly and devastatingly, and now he possessed not a shred of strength. He even pondered whether he could escape this impoverished district if he were to defeat Su Chen. In his current state, any ordinary person could easily best him. "It's okay. Brother Su, you did it. You really did." Linya exclaimed with great excitement, her face flushed. Since the beginning, she had been straining her eyes to witness everything unfold. Despite her fear, she refused to close her eyes. She wanted to open her eyes alongside him. Grandpa, it's all right now," Linya called out. At that moment, Elder Defeng still held Su Chen tightly, having not opened his eyes since the onset of the turmoil. It was as if he had just awakened from slumber, leaping from Su Chen's back to glance at Linya, then up at the sky, and finally observing the street. He was momentarily stunned, convinced he had arrived in an unfamiliar place. "And remember, bring forth all your wealth." The middle-aged man in the black robe paused momentarily, but ultimately produced the money he carried. "You may leave now." It seemed as though he had grown numb to the situation, and upon hearing this, his eyes were filled with disbelief. Yet, in the next instant, he regained composure, dragging his weary form swiftly away from that place. "Su, are you truly allowing him to depart like this?" Linya inquired. "Yes, he has committed no offense. The fault lies with his family. Killing him would serve no purpose." The old man chuckled. Given the devastation wrought upon him, this money serves as compensation. Su Chen also smiled, handing several cards to the elder. "I intend to leave this place and seek Ro Shui in the beastly forest." Su Chen gazed towards the distant mountains, his eyes filled with a sense of longing. "Perhaps only Ro Shui can guide me along the path ahead. Perhaps she possesses a means to save you. I wish to accompany you. Is that all right?" Linya said, momentarily taken aback, her voice laced with anxiety. It took immense courage for her to utter those words. Su Chen remained silent, merely observing her. "I too wish to cultivate and become as formidable as you," Linya added. "Young man, you should take her with you. The money you previously gave her has sufficed for our needs. And there are many who care for this old body of mine. Moreover, Linya is no ordinary individual. She possesses the aptitude for cultivation. You will come to understand." "Very well," Su Chen finally conceded after a prolonged silence. "If the heavenly Dao governs all, why should we intervene? Let it unfold as it will." Chapter 53. The siege within the treacherous confines of the beastly forest. A multitude of cultivators navigated the shadowy, enigmatic woodlands, emboldened by their numbers. Yet, in this moment, they overlooked the fact that they were in the most perilous part of the forest, where danger lurked at every turn. Suddenly, a harrowing scream pierced the air as one cultivator was ensnared by a dark azure pit that materialized beneath him, dragging him into its depths. Witnessing this horrifying spectacle, the faces of the other cultivators paled in dread. With a cacophony of terrified cries, more cultivators found themselves ensnared as the towering trees appeared to animate, their branches unfurling like limbs to grasp and crush them into a pulp with an unimaginable grip. On a mountain peak in the southwest, a cultivator stumbled upon a macabre sea of bones. Countless skeletal remains littered the ground, shrouded in a thin veil of green mist. Among them lay innumerable human bones, along with the colossal remains of beasts, bizarre avian skeletons, and even the bones of giants, an unsettling congregation of creatures believed to belong to ancient legends. What manner of existence was this? From the distant haze, a chilling wail echoed, reverberating with a terrifying resonance that sent shivers down the spines of the cultivators. As though pricked by needles, their nerves were frayed, and they gasped in shock. Amidst the eerie atmosphere, a spectral green light drifted toward them, its alluring form reminiscent of dancing sprites. The cultivators stood transfixed, their eyes wide and mouths agape in a mix of terror and curiosity, reluctant to flee this ominous yet captivating scene. Before them stood ethereal green sprites, each possessing stunning beauty. However, their lower bodies were grotesquely transformed into that of ancient beasts. Some bore the glimmering serpent bodies, while others exhibited the robust legs of tigers, alongside numerous other unknown creatures. Astonishingly, These hybrid entities seemed to exist as mere souls, appearing as wisps of vapor. Suddenly, they all erupted into laughter, a beguiling sound that momentarily stunned the assembled practitioners. Yet, beneath this mirth lay an inexorable intent to kill. The air was filled with continuous screams as the green spirits traversed the bodies of the practitioners, who were rendered utterly incapable of resistance, stripped of their very souls. This phenomenon was emblematic of an ancient soul-devouring beast. A chilling wail echoed from the mist, and at the edge of a sea of bones, an ancient edifice lay concealed, its walls seeping crimson blood. Meanwhile, within a dense primordial forest, a fierce battle raged between the undead and a multitude of practitioners. The creature known as Kurut cackled maniacally, its soul fire flickering with fervor as it leisurely observed the conflict from atop a great tree. In its embrace lay Shuai-Ro, her gaze weary, clutching a pale, moon-colored bone. Among the undead, a skeletal figure clad in tattered, rusted armor wielded a weathered, ancient sword, laboriously striking at the practitioners. Despite their frail appearances, the practitioners' flying swords and elemental spells were effortlessly parried by their single stroke. The undead were not to be underestimated. Among them were some of formidable strength. They were unaware of their race and life, towering figures each several zhang tall, with extraordinarily thick bones in their feet, hands adorned with sharp claws, and wide mouths filled with long, pointed teeth, reminiscent of demons from the depths of hell. Yet, they were mere demons devoid of flesh, reduced to mere bones. With a swipe of their claws, they effortlessly shattered a cultivator's flying sword. Their speed was terrifyingly swift. With a gentle roll upon the ground, they appeared before the cultivator, their massive jaws snapping, cleaving the practitioner in two. Unable to withstand their onslaught, the cultivator was utterly outmatched, retreating repeatedly amidst heavy casualties. Ultimately compelled to flee in search of assistance, a member of the Undying clan, in a fit of excitement, kicked a lagging cultivator and exclaimed, "Were they not still malevolent beings? Yet this was their domain, their resting place, disturbed by the practitioners who intruded upon them. Could they be blamed for this?" With a crunching sound, an Undying being clad in tattered red robes and wielding a colossal sword approached Kulut, its jaw moving rhythmically as if engaged in speech. What enchantment did she possess that elicited such fervor from the typically reserved Undying clan? The silence of the forest was abruptly shattered by the whooshing sound of swords slicing through the air. Two swords danced gracefully in the sky, upon which stood three figures. A woman in white, ethereal and exquisite, balanced upon a water-blue sword. She was Yishua. On the other, a fiery red sword bore two men, one, tall and handsome in white, exuded effortless charm, while the other, disheveled and panicked, wore a fearful expression, clutching tightly to the shoulders of the white-clad man. It was Ruofeng and Xiandu Sanren, Godslayer. They were there. Yishua exclaimed with delight. Yet, what awaited her was a rusted spear, hurtling forth from the undead horde. "Be cautious, junior sister," Ruofeng bellowed, drawing a crimson flying sword from his sleeve, which measured merely an inch in length. It struck the spear, shattering it into two fragments. Yishua's complexion drained of color. She struggled to stabilize her sword and nearly collided with a large tree. Her raven hair whipped about as she leaned precariously to evade the trunk, landing unsteadily on the ground. "Little fox, it's me," she called out urgently. However, the undead did not comprehend her words. One among them raised a spear, preparing to launch it. "Ha ha," Kurut chuckled, interjecting to halt the assault from the undead. "Chirp, chirp," Roshiwei also cried out. And it was then that the flames of the undead soul subsided, their hostility dissipating. "Thank goodness you still remember me. Otherwise, it would have been troublesome. I came with good intentions to assist you, little fox." Ishua's face bore a hint of fear as she glanced at the undead, slowly approaching them step by step. "Oh dear, this is dire. She truly is allied with the undead," Ghostess Wo murmured, tugging at Ruofeng's sleeve. "Didn't you claim that little fox was harmless? Why now does she seem afraid to be with the undead?" Ruofeng replied. Xiandu Sanren immediately fell silent. He surveyed the corpses of the cultivators strewn across the ground. Some decapitated, others grotesquely mutilated, the scene drenched in sanguine horror. He muttered to himself, "How was I to know they were so easily dispatched?" Yishua also discovered the corpses. Yet her innocence led her to a singular thought. These cultivators posed a threat to the little fox, and these undead creatures were here to protect it. Thus, she paid little heed to the situation. However, Ruofeng furrowed his brows, inwardly lamenting that trouble had escalated significantly. Yishua finally managed to approach Roshiwei. her dark eyes sweeping over the undead beings, a faint blush gracing her cheeks. "Could you kindly make way? I cannot pass through," she mused internally, though she dared not voice it aloud. "Chirp, chirp," Roshue called out, prompting this mindless assembly of undead to part, albeit slowly. It was not entirely their fault. Being mere skeletons, they lacked intellect and were somewhat sluggish in their reactions, even when faced with a beauty. "Humph," Ishua huffed in dissatisfaction, then gracefully leaped onto a tree. Addressing Kulut, "You have no flesh. Holding her will be uncomfortable for her. Allow me to carry her." The flames of Kulut's soul flickered momentarily as he examined his own bones with a hand, then nodded in agreement. Indeed, they were quite rigid. He entrusted Roshue to Ishue before leaping down from the tree. Alas, he stumbled upon landing, falling to the ground. Though Ghost Seer had previously encountered Kulut, he still found it astonishing that an undead being could fall. It was simply too amusing. "Junior sister, are you truly intent on remaining with them? The cultivators here are." Ruofeng hinted. "What is it?" Ishue inquired, but in the next moment, she pondered a profound question. If the undead had slain cultivators, how could the cultivators possibly spare the undead? This was indeed dire. She glanced at Ruofeng, her voice tinged with urgency. "What shall we do?" "Junior sister, come over here. We ought not to involve ourselves in this matter," Ruofeng gently replied. At that moment, the immortal city wanderer suddenly shouted. Having spotted a throng of cultivators hastening towards them from all directions, intent on besieging the Undying clan. Chapter 54. Despair. The distance from the impoverished district of Xiandu City to the city gates was not great. Merely a short trek of a dozen miles led to the entrance. At this moment, Su Chen had reached beyond the city walls, where a straight stone path stretched toward the horizon, leading to the boundless mountains and forests, his first destination upon arriving at the divine realm, the beastly forest. Beside him stood a young maiden clad in pristine white garments, her face illuminated by a radiant smile, eagerly anticipating a brand new life that filled her with unparalleled excitement. Linya had ultimately decided to follow. According to Elder Deathing, although Linya was an orphan abandoned by others, she possessed an extraordinary ability. Many nights, he had witnessed her form emanate a golden, sacred glow. Yet, during ordinary times, she appeared as unremarkable as anyone else. Elder Differ firmly believed that she was not an ordinary person. With the assistance of a capable mentor, she might well become a cultivator. Su Chen understood the dangers of her accompanying him, yet she was resolute in her refusal to remain confined to that dilapidated slum for eternity. With an ardent desire to cultivate, why not bring her along? This represented a personal choice for each individual, a chance to alter their destiny. The forest was shrouded in a veil of mist, reminiscent of a mysterious maiden cloaked in delicate gossamer. Yet, behind this delicate veil lies a profound crisis, akin to a breathtaking beauty concealing an insidious peril. The allure of a captivating visage may indeed harbor calamity. Su Chen hired a carriage, which sped along the road, promising to reach the beastly forest in approximately half a day's time. Linya sat within the carriage. Her ears perked attentively as she earnestly listened to Su Chen elucidate the essence and significance of cultivation. Cultivators are divided into two categories: internal and external cultivation. External cultivation involves absorbing the inherent powers from the myriad elements of nature, transforming one's physique, and facilitating an ongoing metamorphosis, ultimately enabling one to withstand the might of the universe, attain immortality, and transcend the lamentable fate of mortals. Conversely, internal cultivation pertains to the refinement of one's spirit and mental realm. Both forms of cultivation hold equal importance. Should an individual focus solely on external development while neglecting the internal, even the most formidable abilities would prove futile. They would remain forever shackled by their own thoughts, lost in a labyrinth, unable to discern their true path. Such practitioners cannot hope for significant accomplishments. I aspire to be like Brother Su, growing stronger yet never looking down upon others, always extending kindness, Linya stated earnestly. Su Chen smiled and nodded in agreement. He instructed Linya to extend her hand and place it upon his. Then, he channeled a trace of true energy into her being. A purple light flickered between their palms as Linya watched nervously, hesitant to utter a sound. She felt a warm current flowing through her meridians, enveloping her in a comforting warmth. Initially, it felt unremarkable, but when Su Chen's true energy coursed into Lin Ya's right shoulder, he encountered a formidable force that obstructed his energy. It was a soul imprint, an extraordinarily beautiful fairy, holding a celestial sword that radiated golden light. Yet, Su Chen could not discern her visage, as if shrouded in a veil of mist. "It hurts, Brother Su," Linya said, beads of cold sweat trickling down her brow, her voice tinged with anguish. Su Chen furrowed his brows, channeling his vital energy away from his shoulder, directing it instead to his dantian. To his astonishment, he discovered a resplendent golden divine pill nestled within Lin Ya's dantian. Though diminutive in size, it brimmed with unparalleled power. The concept of the Yuan Dan emerged in his mind as he recalled the teachings from the Heavenly Path record regarding practitioners of cultivation. The Yuan Dan is a manifestation attained only after a practitioner reaches a certain stage, specifically the Xin stage. According to the Heavenly Path record, practitioners commence their journey by cleansing their marrow in the initial stages, purging their bodies of impurities. In the intermediate stage, they gain the ability to manipulate objects, harnessing the energy of heaven and earth to wield their treasures. At the advanced stage, they can refine their spiritual awareness, enhancing their five senses to an extraordinary degree compared to ordinary individuals. Practitioners of the Huang stage can absorb the energy of the universe, rendering the consumption of food unnecessary, a phenomenon known as breaking the valley. The Xian stage signifies a pivotal turning point in a practitioner's journey, a threshold not all can cross. In the lexicon of cultivators, the Xian stage is also referred to as the Yuan Dan phase, wherein a practitioner cultivates a life-bound Yuan Dan within their dantian. Upon reaching the D stage, known as the Yuan Ying phase, the original Yuan Dan transforms into a 1-inch sized infant residing within the dantian, allowing the practitioner to absorb the essence of all things, refining their spiritual awareness. In the eyes of mortals, practitioners at the celestial realm appear almost divine. They have mastered the art of cultivating their primordial essence to the point where they can freely traverse their own bodies, a phenomenon known as the projection of the primordial spirit. To ascend to immortality, however, every practitioner, regardless of their cultivation path, must endure the most harrowing tribulation of heaven and earth. If one succeeds in overcoming this tribulation, they may ascend to become an immortal. Su Chen has discerned that Linya possesses an extraordinary constitution. She seems to have already undergone the marrow cleansing phase. Currently, she stands as a novice practitioner. Though those who have cleansed their marrow do not possess significantly greater power than ordinary individuals, they are yet incapable of harnessing the energies of heaven and earth or manipulating objects. "You are well suited to become a practitioner," Su Chen remarked, proceeding to elucidate the cultivation system to her. "How can I manipulate objects and become an intermediate practitioner?" Linya inquired eagerly. "Many of my martial techniques are derived from an ancient tome titled The Record of the Way of Heaven. Within this book lies a method of cultivation suited for practitioners. I shall now impart the initial teachings to you." As Su Chen's mind conjured up ancient characters and intricate diagrams, he began to share the techniques for cultivating energy. Linya, possessing a keen intellect, diligently memorized every incantation Su Chen articulated. After 2 hours, she learned how to circulate her energy and connect with the ambient forces of nature. Her body had indeed undergone the marrow cleansing process, for only those who have cleansed their marrow can attempt to commune with the primordial energies of the universe. As Linya followed Su Chen's instructions, she closed her eyes in deep meditation and genuinely began to perceive the surrounding energies of heaven and earth. "I can feel it," Linya exclaimed with overwhelming joy, her face alight with a radiant smile. "Indeed, cultivators differ from martial artists. You possess the ability to enhance your cultivation through the ethereal treasures found within the world. Once we enter the beastly forest, I shall endeavor to gather some spiritual materials to concoct elixirs for you," Su Chen tenderly proclaimed, imparting to Linya the methods of refining various potions that resided in his mind. Linya absorbed the knowledge rapidly, her heart fluttering with excitement. All she now lacked were an alchemical furnace, medicinal herbs, and formations. With these elements, she firmly believed she could produce elixirs. The allure of such a distinct path invigorated Linya. Indeed, she was embarking on a journey of cultivation, one that held the promise of transcending to the legendary realm of immortals. To her, immortals seemed an ephemeral existence, yet now. The carriage sped forth, the wheels rolling swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, they had traversed a stone bridge measuring over 10 meters in length. Adjacent to the bridge stood a dilapidated house. Sudden alarm gripped Su Chen's heart. He instructed the driver to halt the carriage and handed him several celestial coins to dismiss him. Observing Su Chen's furrowed brow, Linya inquired with concern, "Su Gu, what troubles you? Let us enter." Su Chen hurriedly pushed open the wooden door of the house and pulled Linya inside. The interior was shrouded in darkness. Permeated by a foul stench, cobwebs draped the corners of the chairs, and the walls were in a state of disrepair. Yet, this did not deter Su Chen. He swiftly shut the door, forming seals with his hands, causing a swirl of purple mist to materialize in the air. This was the storage space crafted by Su Chen, within which lay the remains of Yu Xiang. Yu. Su Chen suddenly cried out in a frenzy, an unprecedented loss of composure overtaking him. Sister Yu, how could this be possible? Linya felt a sudden darkness envelop her, her heart racing in a tumult of confusion. In that realm shrouded in purple mist, the lifeless form of Yu had vanished, leaving behind only a scarlet garment and a small crimson dagger, both seemingly ablaze like fierce flames. All that remained was a solitary bundle. How could this be? Linya cried out. It is the black sword of Feng Lin Hui, that accursed black sword. Su Chen murmured, gently placing his hand upon the fiery crimson robe. That black sword possesses a devouring power, even though it had been drawn. Yu's corporeal form was beyond salvation. Heaven often bestows a glimmer of hope in moments of despair. Yet it can also plunge one into desolation when hope seems most abundant. If we can locate Sister Yu's soul, there may yet be a way. Sister Yu is an elemental master, with the potential to cultivate a heavenly infant. Linya spoke softly, for this was all she could do. She could not bear to see Su Chen in sorrow. A flicker of understanding ignited within Su Chen, and a sliver of hope surged in his heart. As long as there remains a glimmer of hope, however minuscule, it must be pursued. Even if fate seems to orchestrate everything from the shadows, one must resist it until the very end. Do not give up. Do not give up. Gradually, Su Chen's emotions settled, and he recalled Yu's sweet smile. Dragon brother, don't you find it exhausting to read all day? Why not sit back while I read to you? Her voice was so gentle, so endearing. Dragon brother, I can never be apart from you. Her tone was filled with fervor and warmth. Do not forget me. Do not forget me. The sorrowful timbre of her voice lingered in his mind. That exquisite visage was so vividly etched in his memory, yet it could no longer be seen. Tears shimmered in his eyes as he reached out, gently grasping the bundle. It was the last remnant left to him by Yu, and he could not allow it to slip away, not under any circumstances. Chapter 55, Memories. Su Chen held tightly to the parcel. A precious gift from the one he adored. A faint fragrance lingered at the tip of his nose, and a beautiful figure smiled beside him. Yet, whenever he sought to grasp her essence, he could never seize that ethereal beauty. Slowly, he began to unfurl the wrapping, layer by layer, with utmost care and tenderness. Inside lay a black leather notebook, a green card, and a pair of black gloves. Tears welled in Su Chen's eyes. Oh, that gentle soul, how foolish you were. Today, Brother Dugu was set to duel with the 4 greatest masters at school. My heart was filled with dread, terrified that Brother Dugu might be harmed. This morning, I prayed before the revered statue of the water god for his safety. As long as he remained unharmed, I would not hesitate to trade my life for his, not even slightly regretting it. Su Chen's hands trembled as tears fell from his eyes, landing on the paper and blooming into circles of flowers. He continued to turn the pages, reading each one with deep emotion. I am the happiest person in this world. When I fell ill, Long Gu cared for me with such thoughtfulness and attention. He finally accepted me. I was so joyful that sleep eluded me. Today, I sold all the beast orbs that Long Gu and I had collected in the beast forest, sending half the earnings to the families of Li Feng and Zhui, as well as my sister, while keeping the other half close, reserved for my beloved Long Gu. I am aware that he will undoubtedly venture out into the world in the future. With this money, it becomes considerably more convenient. Su Chen, upon reaching this realization, clutched the green card tightly in his hand. Within it lies a heart so tender, yet now it evokes a profound sense of heartbreak. Yu has been exceedingly kind to him. Today marks my birthday. Brother Long promised to celebrate it with me, filling my heart with immense joy. I have been eagerly awaiting him at Wangyue Tower since early morning. I crafted a glove for him, knowing he would be battling, and that holding a sword could easily lead to injuries. I yearned to witness his delight upon receiving my gift. However, Brother Long has yet to arrive, and I understand that he must be delayed by pressing matters. He would never disregard me. Later in the evening, I encountered Yin Baihe. With a smile, she told me that I am unworthy of Brother Long. Those words pierced my heart with unbearable pain. Yet, deep down, I acknowledge that I truly do not deserve him. Brother Long is so exceptional. While I am not pure, how can I ever be worthy of him? Unworthy. Su Chen fell silent. gently closing the notebook and grasping the glove tightly. My dear one, you are so wonderful. Yet, that exquisite visage, that gentle laughter, those little moments. A voice within him cried out, calling out, You, my beloved, I will surely save you, even if it costs me everything I possess. The trials of love, could they be the most sorrowful in this world? Those moments of deep emotion, those threads of tenderness, how can they not touch one's heart? How can one ever forget them? Linya had been quietly weeping by the side, her heart heavy with concern for Su Chen, despite not having glimpsed the contents of the notes. The only solace she found was in her tears. However, upon witnessing Su Chen regain his resolve, a smile blossomed within her heart. Su Chen grasped her hand and urged, Quick, let us venture to the beastly forest. I must find Ro Shui. Linya nodded affirmatively, and the two of them leaped into the carriage, galloping towards the distant beastly forest. Quickly pursue, I have spotted them. A voice rang out from above. A cultivator soaring through the skies on a sword called out, surrounded by fellow practitioners both above and below. Among them were disciples from various sects, as well as other cultivators. Some sought to capture Shui Ro, while others aimed to avenge their fallen brethren from the Undying clan. There were even a few who simply sought entertainment, their curiosity piqued by the unfolding spectacle. Such lively events were not uncommon. To miss out would indeed be a lamentable loss. Ruo Feng gazed at the white figure soaring ahead, his eyes reflecting a blend of helplessness and tenderness. This incident had escalated dramatically. It seemed that Gue Jianqiu would soon achieve notoriety through battle. Gue Jianqiu clung tightly to Ruo Feng's shoulder, his voice ringing out, though it was unclear whether it stemmed from excitement or fear. He was truly an enigma, a mid-tier martial artist who had just recently broken through to the mid-stage of Qi mastery, yet he exhibited such audacity. Should a high-tier cultivator of the illumination stage appear, he could be easily vanquished. Yet, he reveled in his boldness. What could be done? Some individuals simply preferred to embrace life in their own unique manner. Amidst the dense ancient woods, the ranks of the Undying clan grew increasingly formidable. Beneath the ancient boughs of a venerable tree, a ghastly green luminescence flickered as a horde of undead emerged from the earth, converging towards Ro Shui and her companions. These beings were not unfamiliar to Su Chen. Moreover, numerous magical beasts along the way had also joined Ro Shui's ranks. In the forest of malicious beasts, despite the brutal law of survival of the fittest, the vile creatures and monsters united against the formidable practitioners, standing side by side. To them, this was their homeland, and the practitioners represented invaders. Faced with such intruders, collaboration became their only recourse. At last, they found themselves cornered in a valley, encircled by practitioners from all directions. Trapping Ro Shui's faction. The sun had risen high, casting brilliant rays, yet its light could not penetrate the dense, foreboding forest. Now, there was no escape. The practitioners advanced slowly. The soul flames of the undead flickered violently, while the beasts let out anguished howls, bracing themselves for battle. Suddenly, a practitioner exclaimed in astonishment, and soon a chorus of voices joined in. Is that not the ethereal Yixue of the Shushan sword sect? What is she doing here? I see. Brother Ruofeng is among them too. It must be that detestable undead horde that has captured them, using them as hostages. Young practitioners murmured among themselves, Fear not, senior sister. We shall rescue you shortly. Ruofeng could only manage a bitter smile. Meanwhile, a rogue from the celestial realm muttered quietly, Why is no one paying attention to me in this chaos? Chapter 56, The Demon's Altar. Ha 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 ha. Kurut cackled maniacally. It is indeed peculiar. Surrounded, yet smiling so joyfully. Perhaps it is because he belongs to the undead, devoid of reason. Yixue's countenance blossomed with rosy hues. Her white attire billowing like fresh snow, gently lifted by the cool breeze, resembling a bashful fairy, exquisite and unparalleled. She held Ro Shui tightly, showing no signs of being coerced. However, an increasing number of young cultivators began to shout in concern, assuring him that they would soon come to his rescue. The allure of beauty is undeniably extraordinary. Had it been an ordinary person embracing Ro Shui, the situation might have been different. At last, the masters began to arrive, including nascent soul practitioners and elementalists of the celestial infant stage, rare elders from esteemed cultivation sections. You must confine them, they cannot be allowed to escape. An elder announced gravely as he stood upon a celestial sword, his expression heavy with foreboding. We cannot let them leave, someone cried out. The cultivators sprang into action, some even disregarding Yixue, the hostage, launching into a frenzied assault. For the sake of justice and the common people, we must sacrifice you. The artifacts of the cultivators soared through the air, celestial swords, divine spears, long poles, and an array of peculiar weapons, surging forth like a tempest against the undead army. Moreover, an onslaught of elemental attacks, water, fire, light, earth, wind, 7 elemental incantations, resplendent and formidable, transformed into weapons, ferocious beasts, and luminous barriers, enveloping the horde of monsters. Some cultivators remained on the periphery, refraining from engagement, as if spectators to a grand performance. These were the scattered practitioners, indifferent to the contest for the celestial relics, merely drawn to the spectacle. While some defended against incoming magical artifacts, others wielded their weapons with fervor. Among them, the undying clan members brandished spears, relentlessly hurling them towards the cultivators above. Some practitioners, caught off guard, found their bodies pierced, letting out anguished cries as they met their demise. The leader of the undying clan exhibited even greater ferocity, wielding the black flames of the netherworld. His tattered crimson robe fluttered softly, and with a delicate gesture of his alabaster hand, dozens of black flames erupted forth, resembling a dark sun that engulfed the practitioner's artifacts. Many cultivators coughed up blood. During the forging of their treasures, their essence blended with the artifacts, and if the artifacts were damaged, they too would suffer. Undoubtedly, their treasures had been rendered useless, transformed into mere scrap by the netherworld flames. A towering magic wolf, standing over 3 meters high, let out a thunderous roar. Its entire body was ablaze, its fiery fur dancing as if animated by an unseen wind, exuding an air of grandeur. Even more formidable was the fireball it expelled from its cavernous maw, illuminating half the sky and neutralizing countless elemental attacks. The beasts within the forest of beasts were no trifling matter. Most possessed the ability to harness elemental forces. At this moment, a chorus of beasts unleashed a barrage of elements from their bodies and mouths, countering the onslaught of their foes. Although the number of elemental mages vastly outstripped that of the beasts, they were utterly unable to contend with the monstrous horde. All elemental spells were rendered ineffective. In the heart of the forest, flames erupted in certain areas, sending thick plumes of smoke spiraling into the air. In other places, the ground had cracked open, while some regions lay submerged in torrents of water, and yet in some corners, glistening ice crystals sparkled with a cold luminescence. "Please, do not continue," a sweet voice implored, infused with a mixture of desperation, anger, and fear, resonating powerfully, almost echoing throughout half the forest. Yixue could no longer contain herself and cried out. Some cultivators were momentarily stunned. How could we have forgotten about Fairy Yixue and Brother Ruofeng? What if we inadvertently harmed them? A realization seemed to dawn upon someone. Indeed, the Undying Clan is treacherous. This group of malevolent beings deserves to be eradicated. Someone shouted in indignation, subsequently casting a concerned glance towards Ruofeng. Humph, has no one yet noticed my presence? The discontented murmurs of the immortal wanderer echoed. The cultivators momentarily ceased their assaults. Dozens of elders hovered in the air, their brows furrowed in contemplation. One practitioner from the 3 clear teachings spoke, disciple of the Su Chen sword sect. For the safety of the righteous path, you must endure this tribulation. Both Ruofeng and Yixue were taken aback. Ruofeng inquired, "Esteemed uncle, what has transpired?" "Alas, the demon sacrifice altar has manifested. A calamity is about to befall the mortal realm. Perhaps only the relics of the celestial beings can avert this disaster. Amidst. All is predestined. Perhaps we should not intervene but simply let fate unfold," a Buddhist practitioner lamented. A priest from the Western Illuminated Church wore a face of deep concern. So the situation is this grave. What exactly is the demon's sacrifice altar? Such thoughts arose in the minds of all present. Yixue stood frozen, gazing at Ruofeng in her arms, momentarily at a loss as to what to do next. A sudden beam of snow-white light shot through the sky, flickering in and out of visibility as it danced amidst a shroud of mist, reminiscent of a celestial being returning upon clouds. That was the primordial spirit, a manifestation possessed only by those who have reached the transcendent stage of refining their essence. "Uncle Ding," Ruofeng and Yixue exclaimed in unison. "Quickly! My senior brother and the other Dao brothers are on the verge of collapse. The power of the demon's sacrificial platform is even more formidable than anticipated." The voice of the primordial spirit resonated powerfully, akin to the deep tones of a grand bell, echoing across the heavens. Everyone could hear it. "What are we waiting for? Let us take action." As if awakening from a dream, the cultivators present, although only able to envision the spirit in their fantasies, felt the gravity of the situation. After all, it was a statement made by a master of the transcendent stage. Who could doubt it? Thus, they were compelled to act. Wait, allow me to try, Ishua called out. The cultivators were momentarily taken aback, as many had not yet realized that Ishua was not a hostage. The notion of her being a captive was merely their own misguided belief. Who wouldn't he wish to be the hero rescuing the damsel, even among cultivators? The primordial spirit glanced at Ruofing and Ishua, displaying a look of surprise. Little fox, may I borrow your treasure? Ishua gently inquired of Roshua. Chirp, chirp. Roshua weakly shook her head, her gaze resolute. Just for a moment, dear sister, we shall surely return it to you. Trust me. Ishua persisted without yielding. Yet Roshua continued to shake her head gently. Junior sister, we should depart swiftly. We wish to help, but we cannot. Remaining here will only lead to our shared demise. Ruofing advised. At this moment, the expression of the immortal wanderer revealed a hint of fear as he murmured softly. He speaks the truth, my lady. Those cultivators, when provoked, exhibit no trace of humanity, disregarding the distinction between righteousness and malevolence. Upon uttering these words, he seemed to sense something amiss and hastily silenced himself. They were originally a faction. Someone exclaimed in disbelief. Impossible. The fairy Ishua must have been ensnared by some malevolent creature. Her mind clouded. Given the circumstances, we can only commit acts that betray her. Such a pity. Fairy Ishua, we shall eliminate them all and avenge you. The cultivators were stirred into a fervor, yet none dared to take action, for beside them stood a primordial spirit, the master of Ishua and Ruofing, whose intentions they awaited with bated breath. You two wayward disciples, depart at once, commanded the primordial spirit, exuding an overwhelming pressure that enveloped the surroundings. No sooner had he spoken than a beam of golden light shot forth from his voluminous sleeves, a golden rope. Chapter 57. The traitor Su Chen's heart surged with tumultuous anxiety. From the moment he set foot in the malevolent beast forest, the ancient sword of exterminating immortals upon his back trembled incessantly. Could it be that Roshue was in trouble? The ancient sword held a profound connection with Roshue, for it had located the girl ensnared by the divine locks. And even if Roshue was not that girl, she was inextricably linked to it. The ancient sword would not manifest such anomalies without cause. In his treasure body phase, Su Chen's speed and strength had reached an apex. He swiftly subdued a 5-zhong-long flying dragon, now carrying Linya upon its back as they hastened deep into the malevolent beast forest. The dragon soared with remarkable speed, reaching the heart of the beastly forest in less than 2 hours. Towering peaks loomed majestically, and dense trees thrived, teeming with magical beasts. Even the skies were fraught with peril, as magical birds attempted to obstruct the path. With each strike of the Buddha palm, Su Chen dispatched the avian threats with ease. His vital energy had long since replenished, and the moment the ancient sword of extermination was unsheathed, it had healed his wounds. In the distance, a dozen dark figures approached with astonishing velocity, drawing closer to Su Chen. Extending his spiritual awareness, he discerned that they were a group of beast tamers. One youthful tamer remarked, "What a misfortune! I dare not witness this commotion any longer." A grievously injured tamer cursed in frustration. "Thank you," Su Chen replied succinctly, opting not to inquire further as he mounted the dragon and departed. Gradually, he transformed into a mere speck, vanishing behind a mountain peak. Though his cultivation was formidable, he was perceived as a fool. "No, I recognize him. He is Su Chen, the one who battled the 4 great masters," exclaimed the speaker, his mouth agape in astonishment. "So what if it is him? He will achieve nothing in the end," someone lamented. The number of magical beasts in the central region continued to swell, and the skies were no exception, filled with magical birds and even terrifying colossal dragons, each measuring 7 zhong in length. Rather than confront them head-on, Su Chen chose to evade them from a distance. Linya sat quietly upon the dragon's back, gazing curiously at the magnificent scenery of the beastly forest. Her heart brimmed with emotion, having spent her entire life in the immortal capital. She had heard tales of the forest's numerous dangers, but never imagined she would find herself here. Despite the myriad perils, she felt no fear. For Su Chen was by her side. He stood like a towering mountain, impervious to any peril. The golden rope slithered from the sleeves of the Taoist Ding Ti, transforming into a radiant beam as it surged towards Ishua. This was the golden serpent rope, one of Ding Ti's treasured artifacts, possessing immense power, once ensnared. Even martial artists of the Earth realm would find it exceedingly difficult to escape. The fact that a celestial realm master was personally intervening left the onlookers in astonishment. Junior sister, quickly retreat. Ruofeng shouted, launching his colossal red sword in an attempt to intercept the golden serpent rope. With a thunderous crash, the red sword was sent flying. And Ruofeng staggered back, coughing up blood. After all, he had only recently cultivated his essence pill. How could he withstand the might of a master in the out-of-body realm? Yishue's countenance paled as her master's treasured rope loomed closer. Ding Ti's eyebrows furrowed, his spirit subtly manifesting amidst a veil of fog. It is not an evil entity. It is far superior to you. How could my master do this? Yishue exclaimed, tears welling in her eyes, her expression pitiful. She and Ruofeng were the cream of the crop among the young disciples of the Su Chen sect, while Ding Ti's disciples paled in comparison, igniting his jealousy. Ding Ti was momentarily taken aback, astonished that Yishue dared to voice such accusations. Fellow practitioners, you have witnessed their rebellion against the sect, colluding with malevolent forces. They have strayed from the righteous path and deserve no mercy, Ding Ti shouted furiously. Alas, a once pure fairy, now ensnared by malevolent forces, has succumbed to the path of darkness. Today, despite the sentiments of the cultivators, none stand in support of Yishue, for the esteemed Ding Ti Darren, with his higher rank and greater reputation, holds sway over their judgment. Shi Xiang Sange, Yishue gazes pitifully at the two. Unable to fathom her transformation from a representative of righteousness to a pariah of the demonic realm, Ruofeng can only manage a bitter smile, while the Sanrin of Shindu breaks into a cold sweat. Yet, upon witnessing Yishue's sorrowful and exquisite eyes, his courage seems to swell exponentially. What nonsense about noble sects! I have long seen through their facade. Let us fight them. Death is but a triviality. The undying clan and the fierce beasts, imbued with incredible valor, resist with all their might. Spear and sword clash, hellfire and elemental forces of the beasts coalesce into a formidable barrier against the cultivators' onslaught. Ruofeng and Yishue join the fray, no longer bound by the tenets of righteousness. Thus, only battle remains. A terrifying and frenzied force engulfs the vast expanse of the forest. Tempests topple trees. Raging flames consume the flora, and torrents submerge all. The earth itself fractures, as though the apocalypse has arrived. In a radius of 5 miles, the landscape is irrevocably altered. Some areas transformed into marshlands, others into infernos. Yet, sunlight cascades down upon the region where Ruofeng and Yishue stand, a solitary patch of land untouched by devastation. Dozens of towering undead monstrosities, their skeletal forms reaching heights of 3 zhang, began to crumble. Even though their bones were as resilient as iron, they could not withstand the ferocious assaults of the cultivators, ultimately reducing to mere dust that dissipated into the air. Numerous magical beasts fell one after another, their bodies cleaved by the sword aura of fighting spirit, blood flowing freely to form a crimson river. Even Kuru Ti's leg bones began to fracture, cleaved by the celestial sword of the Taoist Ding Ti. The cultivators suffered grievously as well. Countless magical artifacts were incinerated by the fires of the underworld, while the bone spears of the undead pierced the bodies of innumerable cultivators, and the elemental attacks from the magical beasts wielded tremendous power. Yet, the vanquished were destined to be the malevolent, not because righteousness could not triumph over wickedness, but due to sheer numerical disadvantage. The cultivators vastly outnumbered them, with some possessing overwhelming strength. Rochelle lay quietly, all of this unfolding within her verdant green gaze, shifting with the changing light. There was no anger, no sorrow, no joy. Her eyes radiated a serene detachment that commanded respect. Suddenly, her paw stirred, gently scratching the surface of a moon-white bone. From the circular bone on the left side of the divine skeleton, a radiant beam of multicolored light shot skyward. A thunderous roar echoed from a distant peak, followed by tremors shaking the ground. It was the giant race, charging furiously toward this location. Chapter 58. The rescue. Su Chen abandoned the flying dragon atop a mountain peak. It was too feeble. The moment he entered the heart of the beastly forest, its weakness rendered him trembling, unable to even maintain flight. The mountain peak stood before Su Chen, a familiar sight, for it was the very place where he had bid farewell to the blue-winged divine wolf. Every blade of grass, every tree and flower remained unchanged. As Su Chen gazed at Linya by his side, the sword of extermination on his back suddenly quivered. He was momentarily frozen, his thoughts seemingly tearing through the fabric of space, wandering amidst the blossoms and leaves, lingering in search of the scent of a cherished one. Brother Dugu, this sword is rather heavy. Carrying it along with so many belongings must be exhausting for you. The voice was gentle as water, flowing through the depths of the soul. He recalled the time when you had shouldered the sword of extermination, her silhouette graceful and ethereal. I may be powerless, but I can at least help you carry some of these burdens. Even if I were to perish, I would never allow this sword to be lost. Although the sword remained, what of the people who once were? A mournful wolf howl echoed from afar, reverberating through the air. Was it truly that? Su Chen suddenly remembered the divine wolf feather, retrieving it and blowing gently upon it in the sunlight. A faint blue light, as clear as water, unfurled in the atmosphere, only for the entire feather to vanish into thin air. The wolf's howl transformed into a melodious cadence, imbued with human-like emotions, a blend of warmth and melancholy. In the distance, a dark spot emerged, growing larger and larger until it became discernible. It was the spirit wolf. Had it been wandering here all along, awaiting Su Chen's arrival? A smile graced Su Chen's lips as he turned to Linya, saying, "Our friend has arrived. It seems we shall not have to wait much longer." The divine wolf, its entire form radiating a brilliant blue light, sparkled like a gemstone beneath the sun's embrace. He stood 10 feet tall, akin to a small dwelling, his powerful wings causing the nearby leaves to rustle. A howl escaped the divine wolf upon spotting Su Chen, who then gracefully descended beside him, using its enormous tongue to affectionately lick his hand. "Brother Wolf, we meet again. I kindly request your assistance once more, to carry us on your journey." Su Chen tenderly stroked its robust head, smiling with delight. The divine wolf promptly crouched down. Linya felt a tinge of fear towards this magnificent creature, lingering for a moment before Su Chen helped her onto the wolf's back. With a powerful flap of its wings, the divine wolf soared into the sky, merging seamlessly with the wind. Its speed extraordinary as it raced toward the distance. Once the sight of its lair, the ground trembled under the thunderous footsteps of the giant race, echoing like a deafening roar. From afar, their towering figures, measuring over 10 feet, resembled small mountains in motion. Moreover, from the eastern forest, the roar of a tiger resonated. The cultivators were left astounded by this unparalleled might. That peculiar fox had lured them here. Blood flowed from Yishue's arm, staining her pristine white robe a striking crimson. Despite her profound exhaustion, she still shielded Roshue with one hand while wielding her celestial sword with the other. Ruofeng was equally unaware of how much blood he had lost. The moment his celestial sword clashed with the golden serpent rope, it had already sustained damage, leaving him grievously wounded as well. Yet he continued to fight valiantly. The immortal Taoist, however, was fortunate and unharmed, his body devoid of any injuries. As a mere second-tier martial artist in the Qi manipulation stage, his only recourse was to hide behind the shield of the undying race, releasing feeble bursts of true energy. Yet he exerted all his efforts. Closer and closer they drew, as the attention of the cultivators began to be drawn away by the sinister entities. The giant leader's body shimmered with arcane runes, emanating a crimson glow. His arms, robust and powerful, concentrated all their might upon a 7-zhang-long black stone staff. With a tremendous force, it trembled as if embodying the very essence of heaven and earth. The winds howled, and the atmosphere was filled with a fierce whistling sound. Propelled by the tumultuous gales, wherever the black stone staff passed, trees were reduced to dust, and the ground fractured. It soared 1,000 meters, finally embedding itself atop a small hill. In the sky, many cultivators could not evade this ferocious strike. They either transformed into mere flesh or were swept away by the violent gusts it generated. The leader of the shapeshifters stood half a zhang tall, his dark hair billowing in the air. His entire physique was adorned with explosive muscles, suggesting that each of his movements possessed the strength of 1,000 pounds. His fists danced in the air, effortlessly shattering the magical swords and treasures of numerous cultivators with his bare hands. A practitioner at the nascent soul stage snorted disdainfully, donning the divine armor he had refined. In one hand, he wielded a golden spear coiled with a divine dragon, while his feet rested upon a massive black celestial sword, propelling himself swiftly towards the shapeshifter leader. With a roar, the shapeshifter leader brandished a colossal beast bone, its entirety glowing a vibrant green. He leaped with great force, causing the ground beneath him to fracture. This leap was astonishingly swift, akin to a sharp arrow, and he collided with the cultivator. The divine spear unleashed a flurry of spear shadows, aimed at various parts of the shapeshifter leader's body. Yet, undeterred, he swung the beast bone downwards with resolute ferocity. The cultivator dared not confront the assault head-on and could only retreat, as the divine armor emitted a chilling aura that enveloped the shapeshifter leader. This icy breath was one of the armor's supplementary spells, capable of freezing all things in its path. The arm of the shapeshifter chieftain was enveloped in a chilling aura, causing glistening ice crystals to gradually form. The cultivator wielded his divine spear, unleashing an array of spear shadows that pierced toward his foe's body. With a roar, the chieftain's bones emitted a crackling sound as his muscles grew increasingly robust and his physique expanded. Claws sprouted from his fingers and toes. He transformed, becoming a towering black demon tiger, standing nearly 10 feet high, its fluffy black fur billowing like clouds. Its eyes glowed a fierce red, sharp as daggers. The ice shattered, cascading from its forepaws and sparkling in the air. It opened its cavernous maw, its razor-sharp teeth snapping down, seizing the cultivator's divine spear. With a resounding crack, fissures appeared along the spear's length, gradually extending until the weapon disintegrated completely. The cultivator staggered, spitting blood. He swiftly conjured a silver barrier, aiming to hurl the demon tiger away. However, the tiger almost disregarded the barrier, leaping forward to evade it, its claws sweeping toward the cultivator. Sparks flew as a tempest roared. The cultivator was propelled backward, a massive crack forming in his armor. A silver light erupted from his body, soaring into the sky. It was a small child, the essence of the cultivator's soul, his nascent soul. As long as a cultivator reaches the nascent soul stage and their essence remains intact, they can survive even if their physical form is destroyed. The nascent soul represents their second spirit, the embodiment of their transformation, capable of achieving immortality, while the physical body becomes merely a vessel. This is what cultivators possess that inspires envy among mortals. Eternal life. Who among mortals does not yearn for it? The cultivators were astounded, many retreating in fear, unwilling to confront the ferocious demon tiger. More members of the shapeshifter clan arrived, driving the cultivators into a corner. A formidable horde of 500 magical beasts charged towards them, led by 3 bloodthirsty lions and a demon earth beast. With a sigh, Taoist Ding Ti brandished his celestial sword, unleashing a colossal blade of light that swept through the pack of magical beasts. They had no time to resist, disintegrating into nothingness, leaving behind a chasm 5 zhang wide and unfathomably deep. The giant clan, embodying unparalleled valor, trampled the cultivators beneath their feet, reducing them to mere pulp. Despite their formidable resilience, some giants were torn asunder by the cultivators' magical artifacts, blood spilling in torrents upon the ground. The leader of the giants, extracting a black stone staff from a small hill, radiated with swirling demonic runes that glowed crimson. Opposite him stood the primordial spirit of Taoist Ding Ti, who appeared as a delicate white butterfly fluttering in the air, capable of annihilating him with a mere gesture. Yet, reality unfolded differently. The giant leader brought his staff crashing down like a mountain upon Taoist Ding Ti, who merely deflected the earth-shattering blow with a gentle motion of his celestial sword. Then, with a graceful sweep of his sleeve, a purple dagger materialized in the air. The dagger gleamed brilliantly, transforming into a beam of light that lunged towards the giant leader's iron-like chest. A sudden burst of blood erupted as a gaping wound appeared, blood gushing forth like a fountain, soaring to 10 zhang high. The giant leader let out a roar, swiftly retreating several hundred meters. His eyes widened in fury, fixating intently on the Taoist Ding Ti. The wounds on his body healed rapidly, and the arcane runes upon the giant leader multiplied, gradually transforming into a vivid crimson hue that enveloped him entirely. The divine blood of the ancient gods surged within him. At last, the Undying clan and Ro Shui regained their composure. Yi Shui, cradling Ro Shui in one arm, wearily approached Ruofeng, gently collapsing into his embrace. Chapter 59. Mo Yun. The entire beastly forest seemed to plunge into an eerie silence. Even the most vociferous of the magical beasts fell mute. The ground lay undisturbed, while dark, ominous clouds pressed down from the western sky. Thunder rumbled, and colossal purple lightning flickered within the cloud layers. The black clouds loomed perilously close to the earth, as if poised to engulf all in their path, and the air grew stifling, rendering breaths laborious, as though the apocalypse were nigh. Both the practitioners and the demonic forces halted their conflict, ensnared by a formidable power that stirred their very souls, drawing nearer from the west. The name Sacrificial Demon Altar echoed in the minds of the practitioners. In the distance, iridescent lights occasionally pierce through the cloud cover, mingling with the incessant roars of thunder. Suddenly, the dark clouds began to churn violently, cascading from the heavens like a deluge, obscuring the blue sky above the practitioners. What followed was an unfathomably violent tempest, uprooting towering trees and hurling massive boulders and soil into the air, creating a chaotic maelstrom. Whether practitioners or demonic forces, many were caught unawares, swept away for miles, rendering the scene utterly chaotic. The white garments of Ishua fluttered dramatically in the wind. Her raven hair danced gracefully in the air, exuding an exquisite melancholy. One hand clutched tightly to Wanshua, while the other grasped Ruofeng. Ruofeng, in turn, held on to Xian Du San Ren with his free hand. As they found themselves ensnared by the relentless pursuit of the Undying clan, seeking refuge behind a massive stone. The stone trembled, yet remained steadfast against the tempest. For 2 long minutes, the gale howled unabated before gradually subsiding, its ferocity waning. However, the ominous clouds above had enveloped the sky entirely. The terrifying aura drew nearer, instilling fear in many magical beasts that cowered to the ground, while numerous cultivators stood frozen in place, paralyzed by dread. Those who had been swept away by the winds lay sprawled on the earth, uncertain whether they were gravely injured or merely too frightened to rise. It is no exaggeration to say that this chilling presence penetrated deep into the soul, awakening the most primal fears within. Only a handful of demonic entities possess the capacity to evoke such dread. The altar of demons, as recounted in ancient legends, was once utilized by the demon lord sect for sacrificial rites. The offerings were not mere mortals, but celestial beings and divine beasts. What could inspire such reverence even from the demon lord? None can ascertain. All that is known is that this altar has been stained with the blood of countless divine spirits and has gathered the remnants of innumerable celestial souls, becoming profoundly sinister. Yet it remains sealed by a mysterious force. Likewise, the nature of this force remains unknown. Only a few ancient texts bear record of its existence. During the cataclysmic event known as the Heavenly Fury Calamity thousands of years ago, countless divine and demonic beings perished, leaving no trace for verification. Even the combined might of 12 celestial realm masters appears utterly insufficient to suppress the emergence of the altar of demons. The practitioners sensed an inexplicable force gradually approaching, as if summoned by some unseen entity. Su Chen gazed at the darkening sky, where ominous clouds churned ominously overhead, his heart filled with astonishment. Behind him, the ancient sword, known as the Excalibur, trembled restlessly, as if ready to leap from its sheath at any moment. He too felt that mysterious power, urging the divine wolf beneath him to accelerate even further. Linya had never witnessed such a phenomenon and pressed closely against Su Chen, occasionally stealing glances at the tumultuous sky. The sight of lightning tearing through the heavens struck her with such terror that she dared not utter a sound. Even seasoned practitioners felt a chill of fear, let alone Linya, a novice barely acquainted with the ways of cultivation. At last, they drew near. A colossal stone platform, resembling a small mountain, hovered in the air, hurtling swiftly towards the direction where Ro Shui and the others were located. Surrounding it were dozens of figures flickering like shadows, vibrant colors emanating from their hands, enveloping the majority of the magic stone in a radiant glow. Yet, they could not subdue the stone platform. Although much of the power of the demon altar was sealed, it exuded an overwhelming malevolence, fierce enough to erode even the magical restraints cast by 12 celestial masters. 3 sides of the altar were shrouded in a kaleidoscope of light, obscuring its true form, though its square shape was discernible. The opposite side was entirely black, faintly glowing with a dark crimson hue, resembling a pair of blood-red eyes that blinked languidly. A white-haired elder sighed, his primordial spirit unleashed, transforming into a giant towering 5 zhang high. With hands forming intricate seals, he unleashed a deep azure beam of light that struck the demon altar. Amitba, well said. All is but a matter of fate. The eminent monk, Hongfeng, intones the sacred name of Buddha, and from his hands emanates a golden light, illuminating the altar of demonic sacrifice. The others, perhaps sensing the futility of words, do not speak, each instead deploying their own formidable powers. An elder from the angelic gate manifests a pair of snow-white wings from her back, her silver hair flowing like a celestial being descended from the heavens. In her grasp is a silver staff, from which a resplendent holy radiance bursts forth, subduing the altar of demonic sacrifice. Meanwhile, the practitioners of the demonic sect, as well as the heavenly masters of the Western Enlightenment, are desperately striving to suppress the altar. An elder from the demonic sect conceals himself within a shroud of darkness, from which two formidable tendrils of black energy emerge, coalescing into a gigantic demonic hand that grips one corner of the altar. In the face of the altar's terrifying presence, all individuals abandon their rivalries. The altar resembles a bird yearning to break free from its shell, exuding a blood-red aura of dread that crashes against the divine light of the celestial masters, striving to break through and attain freedom. Curiously, it moves with great swiftness, at times plunging into the black clouds, swirling within them, and at other moments descending to the ground, leaving behind enormous craters in the forest. It seems to be searching for something. A master of the nascent soul ascends into the sky, soaring towards the altar. Soon, they arrive in close proximity to it, unleashing waves of divine light to assist the celestial masters in subduing the altar. Although their power does not match that of the celestial masters, these individuals are nonetheless distinguished practitioners among the denizens of the continent, revered by mortals as masters of the earth level. The collaboration of over 20 earth-level masters and 12 celestial masters in subduing a single entity is an unfathomable spectacle. United in our efforts, we must refine this stone altar, ensuring that its seal remains unbroken. As if a glimmer of hope had emerged, the skilled practitioners exerted themselves with even greater fervor. The altar of sacrifice gradually diminished in size, transforming from the size of a small mountain to several dozen zhang, and then to merely 5 zhang. Success! A cultivator exclaimed. From the earlier moments until now, they had been in a state of stupor, uncertain of their next course of action, but upon witnessing the altar being continuously refined, they could not contain their exhilaration. I am unharmed. Is that truly the altar of sacrifice? Qiubai, though injured, was not severely compromised. As a gifted cultivator, she had recently broken into the early stages of the yellow rank and had attained the essence elixir. This minor physical injury was inconsequential to her. She pointed her exquisite, jade-like finger towards the altar in the sky, her expression a mixture of astonishment and curiosity as she inquired of Ruofting. I am uncertain as well. Its power is overwhelmingly formidable, surpassing even that of the divine beast, the phoenix, by an immeasurable margin. Only with the combined strength of my masters and numerous adept practitioners were we able to barely suppress it. Ruofing remarked as he gazed towards the distant figures in the sky. I hope that my masters are safe and that they successfully seal that altar. Qiubai, too, felt the terror emanating from the altar, whispering a prayer. The immortal Taoist was momentarily taken aback, a bitter smile forming within her heart. Had she truly forgotten that she was now deemed a traitor to her sect? Suddenly, the nearby magical beast began to exhibit signs of restlessness. The earth on the eastern side of the evil beast forest rapidly cracked open, swiftly extending for hundreds of miles. A colossal fissure split several mountain peaks in two, driving the creatures of the forest into a frantic flight for their lives. Chapter 60. The Three Kings. A long and profound fissure appeared in an instant, its depths unfathomable. The shock it instilled was undeniably comparable to the emergence of the demon sacrifice platform. The numerous experts at the celestial and earthly levels clearly sensed this abrupt anomaly. Yet they had no time to attend to it. The demon sacrifice platform had already been refined to a size of 1 zhang, and with a slight reduction, it could be sealed once more. Suddenly, sounds of crackling emanated from within the chasm, as if some entity sought to ascend from its depths. Yet, another change unfolded. The soul flames of all the Undying clan flared violently, and Kunlun leaped atop the crown of a towering tree, gazing toward the southern expanse of the beastly forest. There, a colossal sea of bones lay shrouded in dense mist, and deep within this macabre ocean stood an immense edifice, radiating a verdant glow. At that moment, around the structure, countless bones began to disintegrate, and a corner of the building gradually fissured, slowly rising upward. To everyone's astonishment, it eventually separated into a 10-meter-high pavilion, soaring skyward, and swiftly vanishing into the dark cloud layers, heading towards the demon sacrifice platform. Rustling sounds echoed from the northern reaches of the beastly forest, almost simultaneously. It was a distinct cry of the demonic birds, resonating as if thousands were unleashing their voices in unison, creating an overwhelming presence. However, they were flailing chaotically, driven by fear, as anomalies also manifested in that direction. The members of both the giant and shapeshifter clans turned their gazes northward, their eyes reflecting a fervent reverence. As a dark silhouette rapidly approached in the northern skies, it was a 3-headed dragon, cloaked in deep black, stretching a formidable length of 10 zhang. Upon its scaled back, there resided an extraordinarily opulent palace. The roof was adorned with crimson tiles, the walls constructed of azure bricks, and the drapes fashioned from jade beads. Intricate carvings of mythical beasts adorned the eaves, evoking the essence of a celestial abode. Ethereal melodies, as pure as the heavens, emanated continuously from the palace. Their enchanting rhythms captivating and melodious, reminiscent of divine music from the celestial realm. Even the distant rumble of thunder melded harmoniously with the entrancing sounds, rendering it utterly delightful. Within a single day, the malevolent beast forest underwent extraordinary transformations, leaving all cultivators in a state of bewilderment. Some floated in midair, while others perched precariously atop trees, their eyes wide with astonishment, uncertain of how to react. The thunderous claps of sound startled several airborne practitioners, nearly causing them to lose their footing and plummet. Should they inadvertently fall to their demise, it would undoubtedly become the greatest jest among cultivators. The cacophony originated from a massive fissure, its intensity increasing with each passing moment. After several resounding booms, a colossal hand, covered in crimson fur, emerged from the edge of the crevice. Indeed, something was crawling forth from within. This hand was immense, dwarfing even the mightiest of giants by several magnitudes. Gradually, a head began to appear. It was a divine ape, its fur a vibrant red, with eyes as dark as the abyss, devoid of discernible expression. Its gaze, profoundly deep, scanned the surroundings before it extended its other hand, utilizing the strength of both limbs to propel its entire body from the fissure. Dust swirled chaotically, and the earth trembled violently. The divine ape, towering 100 zhang, truly resembled a small mountain. Its body slightly bent, it gazed at the altar of demon sacrifice, reduced to half a zhang by the efforts of many. Suddenly, it let out a furious roar, scattering a large portion of the dense dark clouds above, allowing a sliver of sunlight to pierce through. The terrifying sound waves forced the cultivators to cover their ears. Despite having achieved the yuaning stage, many were sent flying by the shockwave. 12 heavenly tier experts simultaneously changed color. They needed just one more minute to seal the altar, yet at that moment, such a colossal monster appeared. Ding ding. A soft and melodious tune resonated through the heavens, instantly dispelling the sound waves of the divine ape. A three-headed giant dragon emerged to the north of the altar, while a graceful figure, holding a treasured zither, stood elegantly before the gates of the deep palace, her jade fingers gently moving. The exquisite melodies flowed like gentle hands caressing all things in the world, invigorating the cultivators who had been shrouded in terror and astonishment. Some mounted their magical artifacts and soared into the sky, eager to witness the celestial palace. However, at that moment, the music transformed, becoming razor-sharp. Countless gusts of wind materialized from the zither's sound, surging towards the cultivators. Those in the air had no time to react and were reduced to dust. Many cultivators could not escape their grim fate. Entranced by the earlier enchanting melodies, they were completely unprepared for such a turn of events. Caught off guard and cleaved in two by the gale. Hee. A sweet, lethal laughter emanated from the zither player, starkly contrasting with the bloody chaos unfolding around her. She was a striking beauty, so exquisite that even the flowers seemed to pale in comparison, exuding an air of mature allure. Appearing to be around 30, her visage bore not a single wrinkle. Her raven locks were elegantly coiled atop her head, adorned with a golden hairpin, while two strands of hair delicately cascaded down her forehead, dancing gently in the breeze. Clad in black, her flawless figure was unmistakably captivating, embodying a bewitching beauty that would stir the heart of any ordinary man, infused with a maturity and mystery that surpassed even that of the renowned Feng Wu, one of the four great masters. With but a smile, she seemed capable of erasing the memory of her earlier ferocity, captivating all the cultivators present. The 100 divine ape glared fiercely at the woman, its eyes aflame with rage, before extending its massive hand towards the sky. The 10 long three-headed flying dragon, though already immense, appeared no larger than a mere kitten before the divine ape. Yet, its speed was astonishing. As the ape reached out, the dragon unfurled its wings and swiftly retreated, evading capture. The enchantress in black chuckled seductively. Little monkey, after all these years, have you missed your sister? The divine ape, unsure if it could comprehend her words, grew even more enraged, its colossal form thrumming with agitation, causing the earth to tremble. Meanwhile, the giant clan, the shapeshifters, and the beasts exchanged glances. Recognizing that this divine ape was a revered ancestor among the beasts, while the woman in black seemed to hold significant ties to both the giant clan and the shapeshifters. The experts of the celestial tier were both astonished and alarmed, acutely aware of the formidable power of the divine ape and the dark sorceress. Their strength evidently transcended the realm of mortals, likely within the domain of deities. The term celestial tier scarcely did justice to their might. Ordinarily, cultivators of such elevated prowess, whether human or beast, would be capable of provoking heavenly tribulations, ascending to a higher plane. Yet, some powerful beings, for various reasons, deliberately sealed away a portion of their strength, choosing to remain in the mortal realm rather than ascend. The divine ape and the dark sorceress that appeared before them clearly belonged to this category of practitioners. Just moments ago, the sonic waves of the ape and the melodies of the sorceress had injured many Earth-tier experts, and the previously suppressed altar of demon summoning began to expand anew, growing from 5 feet to 10. As the ominous cloud swirled ominously, the brows of the 12 celestial tier experts furrowed further, sensing the emergence of another wave of malevolent energy. A 10-meter-tall pavilion, radiating a ghastly green luminescence, descended from the southern clouds, hovering in midair. Perched atop a tree, Kurut emitted a peculiar cry as the flames of the undead souls below flickered increasingly rapidly, their gaze fixed intently upon the pavilion. The door to the pavilion creaked open, revealing a skeletal figure clad in silver armor, wielding a battle sword. Its physical form appeared indistinguishable from that of a human, yet its soul fire burned with unparalleled intensity, a purple flame flickering within its skull. Adorning its forehead was a crescent-shaped mark, a symbol exclusive to the Undying King. This was an Undying King, a being said to rival the gods themselves. As the bricks of the pavilion began to crumble, 2 skeletal figures with black wings emerged into view. As they traversed the skies, it was evident that they were being borne aloft by an extraordinary force, moving with remarkable speed, indicative of their formidable abilities. The divine ape, having discerned the arrival of the Undying King, ceased its rhythmic movements, its enormous eyes coldly fixed upon him, as if they had been adversaries since time immemorial. The dark-clad sorceress let out a sultry laugh, one so enchanting that even the flowers trembled in response. To my astonishment, it seems you two harbor an interest in the demon offering platform. The Undying King, treading upon the void, hung suspended in the air, resembling a peerless warrior. His soul's flame flickered, and a deep voice resonated. The demon offering platform is a treasure of the Demon Emperor, and I too possess the right to claim it. Yet, I had laid my eyes upon it first. Would you kindly relinquish it to me? The sorceress, with her beguiling gaze, spoke with a tone of feigned vulnerability. Any ordinary man would find it impossible to refuse. However, the Undying King was not swayed. Even in the presence of a male, once deceased, he became an immortal being. He did not spare her a glance. With a swift flick of his wrist, a blade of light erupted, a sword aura stretching 10 zhang, cleaving towards the 3-headed demon dragon several miles away. Humph! Lacking appreciation for beauty, indeed. The sorceress scoffed softly, her fingers dancing lightly, unleashing a fierce gale that surged forth from the strings of her lute, meeting the sword aura head-on. The dark clouds parted, revealing a vast rift through which brilliant sunlight cascaded down, illuminating the Undying King's silver armor. From a distance, he appeared not as an undead creature, but rather akin to a divine warrior. Ah, so be it, all must unfold as fate decrees. Suddenly, a master from the Buddhist realm recited a sutra, and the treasure in his hand, a yellow flower, began to shatter slowly. His physical form disintegrated alongside it, and a radiant white light surged skyward. This was an essence of the primordial spirit. Amidst, on the opposite side of the altar, the eminent monk Hong Feng waved his robe, drawing the white light into his grasp. The altar, no longer bound, expanded rapidly, its malevolence intensifying. Having annihilated the physical form and treasure of a celestial master, while practitioners who had reached the out-of-body stage possessed formidable physical strength and an indestructible primordial spirit. Their bodies had yet to attain the level of reconstruction. Only those in the tribulation stage, on the brink of divinity, could achieve an indestructible form. There was no alternative but to retreat, one of the masters from the Xianshen sect proclaimed. Indeed, there was no other recourse. The altar had swelled to a size of 10 zhang, its violent aura growing ever more potent, while the collective power of the masters had been excessively depleted, rendering any hope of subduing it futile. In an instant, dozens of divine lights vanished as numerous experts withdrew to a safe distance. The altar, freed from its restraints, surged uncontrollably, expanding from 10 zhang to 50 zhang, resembling a floating mountain. Its true form was finally revealed. All 6 of its square faces were shrouded in black, pulsating with deep crimson light, seemingly remnants of the celestial spirit's blood that lingered upon the altar. Countless bizarre patterns materialized on every surface, depicting the tragic demise of deities, wingless angels, and the remnants of various mystical beasts, alongside ancient scripts incomprehensible to any observer. This was indeed the altar of demonic sacrifice that predated the ancient calamity. Legend has it that the demon Lord of Ur, in a bid to appease a certain entity, slaughtered countless celestial beings, drenching this altar in their blood. The countless lingering souls of these celestial beings were sealed within, wrought with profound resentment, resulting in an aura of ferocity that emanated from the altar, a truly fearsome artifact. Such ancient secrets are recorded only in the texts of a select few sects. The veracity of those bygone events remained shrouded in mystery. However, the formidable presence of the altar at this moment undeniably marks it as an unparalleled harbinger of doom. The Undying King and the Dark Sorceress ceased their fierce combat, gazing at the altar from a distance, their apprehension palpable. Yet, to their astonishment, the divine ape stirred, its visage contorted with fury. With a mighty leap, its colossal form soared into the skies, enveloping the entire altar in its embrace. A cacophony of roars erupted from the beast forest, as all manner of magical beasts joined in a chorus, seemingly rallying in support of their enigmatic progenitor. The towering divine ape clutched the altar, its body grappling with the overwhelming malevolence emanating from it, the sound of its fur crackling akin to decay. With a thunderous roar, it summoned its strength, forcefully bringing the altar down to the ground. Onlookers stood agape, witnessing a creature the size of a small mountain clasping an altar of similar dimensions. What could it possibly intend? Yet, it soon became evident to all. The divine ape raised the sacrificial altar high, then swiftly lunged towards a massive fissure. The little monkey sought to monopolize the endeavor and attempted to obstruct him. The dark-clad sorceress finally displayed a trace of anger. The celestial palace resonated with the sounds of music, and powerful gales, each dozens of feet long, surged forth, aimed directly at the divine ape's head. The Undying King also took action, his sword flickering with light, unleashing 7 streams of verdant sword energy, each measuring 5 feet, infused with a foul stench of decay, aimed at the ape's back. Chapter 61. There are no eternal friends. Heavenly tier masters and numerous cultivators had gathered, some furrowing their brows, others lost in contemplation. These suddenly emerged supreme malevolent entities were beyond what their diminished powers could withstand. The sacrificial altar abruptly ascended skyward, hovering in midair. Both the Undying King and the musical demon quietly observed the altar, as if awaiting something. Chirp, chirp. Suddenly, Roshui uttered 2 cries. The skull in her arms emitted radiant beams of multicolored light toward the sacrificial altar. There, the musical demon exclaimed with a seductive smile, her translucent black robe swirling in the wind, her jade-like skin partially visible, exuding an irresistible allure. Clutching her treasured zither, she soared towards the forest where Roshui concealed herself. Whoosh, whoosh. Silver light flickered as the Undying King appeared before the musical demon, his dark eye sockets fixed intently upon her, blocking her in midair. The flames of the soul quivered restlessly as the Undying King spoke in a low tone. Do not act recklessly. The musical demon's enchanting visage suddenly hardened, transforming into a visage of chilling menace. With a cold snort, she shifted her gaze toward the sacrificial altar. Before them, 2 radiant beams of multicolored light soared, one to the left and the other to the right, racing towards the sacrificial altar. The altar, seemingly stimulated by an unseen force, erupted in a fierce crimson glow, repelling both beams of light. Roshui's eyes sparkled with intensity, and the divine bone in her grasp trembled incessantly. Gently releasing her grip, the divine bone ascended into the heavens, transforming into a moonlit radiance that shot forth towards the altar. This was an artifact of the celestial beings. Masters of the heavenly tier possessed extraordinary perception. Even before the collapse of the divine abode, they sensed the power emanating from the celestial relic. In this moment, the energy radiating from the divine bone mirrored exactly what they had previously encountered. It had been sealed away by Roshui through some arcane means, its power concealed. Yet now, it was reactivated by the altar, indicating an immense connection between the two. The celestial bone, the Undying King, and the Chinese demon were momentarily stunned, gazing in awe at the moonlit radiance as it surged towards the altar. The multicolored beams danced like 2 flying fish, swirling around the altar as if poised to breach its defenses at any moment. Enveloped in a shroud of crimson light, the altar spun in the air, wary of some impending threat. However, the moment the celestial bone arrived, the altar's rotation accelerated, and the bloodlight intensified, staining the sky with a deep crimson hue. Mysterious patterns emerged upon the surface of the altar, depicting anguished celestial beings, wingless angels, and various dismembered spirit beasts. They appeared to come to life, struggling and crying out in a vivid portrayal of despair. The imagery upon this sacrificial altar seemed to convey the tales of ancient events that had transpired in a bygone era. No one dared to approach the altar of demon sacrifice, for each person could distinctly perceive the oppressive malevolence emanating from it, a tremor that instilled fear deep within the soul. The sky churned with dark clouds, and the lightning crackled with increasing intensity, swirling around the altar. A radiant white light, akin to a resplendent gem, hovered a foot away from the altar. Suddenly, an incredibly brilliant moonlight beam shot forth from the orb atop the skeletal structure, striking the sanguine glow emanating from the altar. The bloodlight flickered uncontrollably, and numerous fissures appeared on the altar's surface, unable to be concealed by the crimson radiance. Two vibrant beams of multicolored light, imbued with spirit, penetrated the altar through the gaps, vanishing within. An eerie silence enveloped the scene as the ferocious malevolence dissipated in an instant. The bloodlight from the altar vanished and shrank at an astonishing speed. Ultimately, the 50-foot altar transformed into a cube the size of an egg, quietly floating beside the divine bone. A glimmer flashed in the eyes of the Qinyu, and the sound of her zither resonated as she tore through a space. Vanishing in an instant, the Undying King swung his massive sword, cleaving a path through the void and surged forward. In the next moment, they all found themselves near the altar of demon sacrifice. The relics of the celestial beings must not fall into their hands. A master of the heavenly tier shouted, and the assembled cultivators, as if awakened to enlightenment, swiftly converged on the altar and the divine bone. Overestimating themselves. The Qinyu cast a glance at the Undying King, a murderous intent surging in her eyes as her delicate fingers plucked lightly, conjuring 5 strings into a colossal heavenly blade that swept towards the approaching cultivators. The Undying King radiated an ominous green aura, a miasma of death enveloping his form. With a subtle wave of his arm, he unleashed the necrotic energy upon the cultivators. The myriad treasures scattered across the sky were obliterated by the sweeping celestial blade, while the elemental spells of the sorcerers and the sword energies of the warriors crumbled effortlessly against this overwhelming force. Countless practitioners, elementalists, and beast tamers fell victim to this horror. The terrifying miasma infiltrated every crevice. Any cultivator touched by it was reduced to mere ashes. In the distance, Yixue shut her eyes, unable to bear witness to the merciless slaughter of her fellow practitioners, with their souls detached and their divine bodies transcending. Radiance of Buddha illuminating their forms and demonic lotuses blooming, dozens of celestial experts unleashed their ultimate techniques, barely managing to fend off the celestial blade and the miasma. Yet, what purpose did it serve? Had they been in their prime, they might have stood a chance against the Harp Demon and the Undying King. However, they were now drained of most of their essence. The melody shifted once more, as circular screens of light were continuously swept forth. The silver sword in the Undying King's hand danced, unleashing torrents of colossal sword energy that howled through the air, echoed by the despairing cries of the cultivators. Thousands of practitioners found themselves utterly defenseless against the two supreme, malevolent entities. Only those of Earth grade and above could withstand such assaults. Yet witnessing the brutal demise of their disciples ignited a fury within their hearts. They disregarded their safety and launched a fierce counterattack with all their might. Unbeknownst to them, a distant black dot drew closer with alarming speed. Suddenly, Ruofeng exclaimed, as a celestial sword soared forth, sending one of the undead flying. The very undead that had once protected them now turned against them. How could this be? Yixue lamented in near despair. It was hardly surprising. They were minions of the Undying King. The undead army possesses formidable strength, and it seems that Ruofeng and his companions cannot hold out for long. Suddenly, a burst of laughter resonated through the air as Karut leaped down from the treetops, positioning himself before the relentless undead. With a mighty presence, the colossal figure of Hulu emerged, sweeping away dozens of advancing undead and shielding Ruxue and her companions. Ruxue let out a few feeble calls, tinged with a hint of gratitude. Among the ranks of the undead, the dark-robed commander, the Soulfire, flickered momentarily before raising his iron sword. issuing a command that incited the undead army into a fierce assault. A shattered leg bone soared from beneath Kurut's feet, shattering a multitude of skeletal remains. The immense form of Hulu surged through the undead ranks, crashing into them and reducing many skeletons to mere fragments. Ishue's voice trembled as she spoke. Suddenly, Ruofeng furrowed his brow and glanced skyward, where he spotted an undead clad in silver armor, swiftly approaching, none other than the undead king. Brandishing a gleaming sword, he aimed a lethal strike at Rushua. Ishua gasped, hurling Rushua to safety as she shut her eyes tightly. With a splatter of crimson, Ishua's white garments became stained with blood. The immortal Taoist stood silently beside Ishua, a bittersweet smile gracing his lips, a glimmer of despair evident in his demeanor. The most timid among them had unexpectedly risen to the occasion. A sword pierced through his left shoulder, greenish mist swirling ominously, the acrid scent mingling in the air. As leg bones flew towards him, the undead king appeared wary, swiftly withdrawing his silver sword to evade the onslaught. Chapter 62. Annihilation of the undead. Radiant hues of 7 colors swirled like gentle waves, entwining around the ancient sword of annihilation. Su Chen stood before Roshua like a towering mountain. His brow furrowed slightly, his gaze fixed intently on the undying king. The terrifying power emanating from his adversary instilled a sense of fear within Su Chen. Were it not for the ancient sword, the Zhujian sword, responding to a certain stimulus by unsheathing itself and unleashing its formidable might, Su Chen would have had no confidence in even exchanging a single blow with his own strength. The ancient sword radiated an awe-inspiring presence, causing even the undying king to hesitate momentarily, as its purple soul fire flickered as if it were a living entity. Seemingly engaged in contemplation, Linya had somehow dashed to Roshua's side, gently cradling it in her arms while tenderly stroking its disheveled snowy fur. "Brother Su, it seems gravely injured." Linya expressed her concern. Roshua, devoid of any strength, continued to emit faint chirps towards Su Chen, its claws laboriously pointing toward Ishui and the others. With Su Chen's arrival, the undying army had ceased its movements, retreating behind the undying king. The towering skeletal figure of the gourd was riddled with numerous cracks. Even its skull bore a significant fissure, the soul fire flickering uncertainly. Weakly, it took refuge beneath an ancient tree not far from Su Chen, where Ishui and Ruofeng stood. Su Chen cast a soft, affectionate glance at Roshua. As if he comprehended the entirety of the situation, he exchanged a knowing look with the divine wolf and then swung the Zhujian sword in his hand, sending 2 beams of azure light hurtling towards the undying army. The undying king scoffed, brandishing his silver sword to cleave through the air. As 2 Tinjong sword rays surged forth to meet the azure beams, the ground instantaneously fractured, illuminating the entire forest with a silvery radiance. The dark blue sword aura, when juxtaposed with the shimmering silver sword light, appeared as a mere droplet amidst the surging waves, on the verge of being engulfed. Yet, unexpectedly, it held its ground. The silver sword light was thwarted, immobilized completely. Ultimately, it gradually dispersed, evaporating into the void like mist. Against formidable foes, the seemingly unremarkable sword aura of the ancient sword of slaying immortals proved capable of withstanding the fierce strike of the undying king. A soft whimper escaped from the divine wolf as several figures appeared upon its shoulders. The broken and battered body of Hulu, cradling the specter known as Ghostly Terror, gently leapt from the divine wolf and rushed towards the fallen Kurut. The immortal's gaze was tightly shut, his countenance etched with agony, leaving his state uncertain, neither alive nor dead. Ishue and Ruofeng exchanged a glance with Su Chen, their expressions brimming with gratitude. Hulu approached Kurut, gently placing Ghostly Terror down before collapsing beside him. As if his very essence had disintegrated in an instant, his soul's flame flickering ever dimmer. Kurut remained quietly beside him, one hand clutching 2 leg bones while the other rested upon Hulu's head, resembling a pair of devoted brothers. Suddenly, Rousno emitted a series of soft chirps, her emerald eyes shimmering like glistening tears. Hulu's jaw fell weakly open, then fell still, his soul's flame extinguished, leaving behind only hollow eye sockets gazing intently ahead. Tears welled in Ishue's eyes as she took Rousno from Linya, placing her gently before Hulu and Kurut. She then took a seat, delicately retrieving a white handkerchief from her sleeve, gently and earnestly wiping the sweat from Gue Jincho's forehead. He had transformed for her sake. The spiritual wolf unfurled its wings, shielding the few individuals before it like a small mountain. They were all too exhausted, in need of rest, not only for their bodies but also for their souls. Su Chen's expression was grave, He had to repel the undead army to safeguard Rou Shui and the others. The ancient sword, Su Chen, seemed to comprehend his thoughts. Emitting a clear, resonant dragon's roar, a beam of white light ascended to the heavens, measuring 3 zhang in width and over 10 zhang in height. Manifesting at the sword's edge, piercing the firmament, Su Chen could feel the immense power contained within this light. His hand trembled slightly. Yet he swung the ancient sword without hesitation. The beam of light, akin to a colossal sword reaching the heavens, cleaved horizontally towards the undead army. In the first instant, the undying king tore through space and vanished. However, the undead horde behind it could not evade their grim fate. Against this formidable force, their resistance proved futile. Shattered bones scattered through the air, then fell in fragments upon the forest floor, as the so-called immortal undead army was decimated by more than half. The remaining undead narrowly escaped, their soul fires flickering wildly. Some burrowed underground, while others fled deep into the thicket. They too could feel fear. With a resonant clang, a sound as melodious as a bird's song echoed through the air, sending dozens of earth-level cultivators flying. The enchanting visage of the Qin demon bore a hint of seductive smile, resembling a fairy from celestial blooms, capable of ensnaring souls with her beauty. A group of cultivators, initially intent on encircling her, found themselves momentarily entranced. The sound of the zither resounds, intertwined with gentle laughter. Yet, amidst the melody, blood splatters through the air, starkly contrasting the mirth. A group of cultivators lies shattered, their bodies fragmented. The allure of melody brings forth calamity, a beauty that spells disaster. Amidst sins upon sins. The compassionate monk, Hongfeng, recites the Buddha's name, his face etched with a blend of compassion and helplessness. His form has already been split in 2. One arm destroyed, his primordial spirit grievously wounded. The other celestial tier masters share a similar fate. Some have even lost their corporeal forms, leaving only their nascent souls. No cultivator dares to take action, perhaps because they lack the strength to do so. Charging forward would only lead to futile demise. Old skeleton, do not think to claim it all for yourself. Leave a portion for my sister. The zither spirit, a black and graceful apparition, possesses an alluring figure, akin to slender willows swaying in the breeze. With a delicate dance, she glides towards the forest where Rou Shui resides. Suddenly, a silver light pierces through the void, revealing the undying king. The zither spirit halts, a look of confusion crossing her features. If we cannot contend with that human, none of us shall reap any rewards. The undying king's voice resonates with profound depth. Is there an even mightier human who is yet to reveal themselves? She senses no formidable aura. The zither spirit brushes her flowing black hair with her fingers, her gaze sweeping over the assemblage of cultivators in the sky, a hint of youthful perplexity gracing her visage. Several celestial tier masters cannot help but snort in disdain. Her implication is that celestial tier cultivators are not formidable in her eyes. Yet, the truth remains, they have been defeated by her. It is not her prowess that surpasses theirs. Her cultivation is inferior, but her magical artifacts are extraordinary. The undying king, concluding his thoughts, gestures towards a few profound tier cultivators in the distance. Really? Has he obtained the divine bone? They continued to harbor confusion. It appeared that the, much like women, tended to overthink. The undying king, evidently composed, replied, "No, it is a sword of immense power. Together, our strength may not suffice." "Oh, so the human is male? Then let my sister venture alone." This expression shifted from surprise to a charming smile, imbued with confidence. The undying king remained silent, perhaps due to his lack of understanding. The 2 supreme entities of malevolence floated gracefully towards the forest beneath them. The gathered practitioners did not disperse. They clearly had heard the undying king's words and stood in stunned disbelief, utterly astonished. Who possessed such formidable prowess? Although the practitioners had suffered significant casualties and were utterly fatigued, their curiosity proved insatiable, compelling them to follow at a distance. They found it hard to fathom that someone, yet to reach the realm of the, could instill such caution in the undying king. Chapter 63. Confronting the undying king. You are Su Chen. I remember now. She is the little fox by your side, Rou Feng exclaimed, glancing between Su Chen and the ancient sword, Su Chen, in his grasp. He had witnessed Su Chen during the clash of the 4 great masters. Su Chen nodded, stating, "Her name is Rou Shui. Please treat her well. That opponent is formidable, and I must confront him with all my strength." No sooner had he spoken than 2 silver-black figures materialized on an ancient tree 20 meters away. The cradled her treasured in her left arm, while her right hand rested on the tree's roots, standing there in full bloom. Her enchanting eyes flickered, seemingly radiating light, as she curiously observed Su Chen. In the air, amidst the forest, a series of enchanting laughter wafted through, converging towards Su Chen from all directions. The fragrance was intoxicating, as if the laughter itself was imbued with sweetness. The maiden is truly beautiful. Even the flowers would pale in comparison, Su Chen remarked with a smile. Is that so? Then would you care to follow your sister? I shall reveal to you even more splendid wonders. The enchanting spirit of the Qin replied with a captivating smile. How could I be such a fool? To be in the company of a beauty as exquisite as you. Even 1,000 deaths would be worthwhile. Su Chen exclaimed joyfully. Ha ha, how could your sister ever bear to let you perish? The Qin spirit's smile grew even more beguiling. That sword you wield is quite lovely. Would you be so kind as to gift it to me? The King of Immortality's soul fire flickered momentarily, as if it wished to convey something, yet remained silent. Lin Ya's face revealed a trace of concern, her hands clenched tightly. In her heart, she urged, Su Gu, do not allow yourself to be bewitched by that enchantress. Ruo Feng furrowed his brow, yet chose to remain silent. Suddenly, Su Chen burst into laughter, his gaze roving over the Qin spirit before he slowly approached her. Now, that is more like it. Your sister will cherish you dearly. The Qin spirit appeared as a mesmerizing flower, irresistible in its allure. A rare beauty that no ordinary man could withstand. Stop, Lin Ya finally shouted. Yet, Su Chen seemed oblivious, continuing towards the ancient tree. The Qin spirit's seductive smile was tinged with a hint of triumph. Closer and closer he drew, until Su Chen leaped onto the ancient tree, standing before the Qin spirit. A faint fragrance wafted through the air, reminiscent of blooming celestial flowers, intoxicating to the senses. It was the scent of the enchanting Qin spirit. Clad in translucent black attire that accentuated her flawless figure, her snow-white skin, firm bosom, and rounded hips appeared almost ethereal, while her long, slender legs teased the imagination. For any man, there existed no greater temptation than her presence. Even more captivating was her alluring visage, overshadowing all blooms beneath her cascading black hair. A mere glance at her would ensnare one's heart, rendering them unwilling to depart. The Qin spirit gently exhaled a breath towards Su Chen's face. A smile danced on Su Chen's lips as he reached out, encircling her delicate waist with his hand. Gradually, he leaned closer, their faces almost touching. The Qin spirit glanced at the immortal king standing at the treetop's opposite end, a triumphant expression gracing her features. She parted her rosy lips and whispered softly in Su Chen's ear, Be good, hand the sword to your sister. Su Chen's right hand, which grasped the ancient sword of extermination, began to move towards her, yet halted midway. Remember, you are not as beautiful as you imagine, he murmured gently by her ear. The Qin spirit froze momentarily, disbelief etched across her face. Blood burst forth, staining the silvery strings of the Qin crimson. As a dark azure light pierced through her left breast, leaving behind a gaping wound. I do not wish to kill you, depart. Su Chen's ancient sword radiated a spectrum of colors, enveloping him in a protective aura. The Qin spirit's complexion turned pale, her black attire soaked in blood. She staggered backward, swaying unsteadily, struggling to maintain her grip on the Qin. Her once alluring smile, which she believed could conquer all, had vanished. I have long warned you of our alliance. Now, the voice of the undying king resonated ominously. His violet soul suddenly expanded, wielding a silver sword as he struck towards Su Chen. The clash of blades echoed. Su Chen remained steadfast, unmoving, while the undying king was forced to retreat several dozen meters. In soul slash. The undying king's silver sword was enveloped in a layer of ghastly green corpse energy, from which two massive ghostly figures emerged, each grasping a green spear. These were ancient souls from the deepest abyss of hell, their spears imbued with formidable power, said to be feared even by deities. Should a celestial-level master be struck, both body and spirit would be obliterated. The two phantoms towered, clad in ancient armor, their faces obscured by a shroud of green mist. A tempest erupted within a radius of several dozen miles, the temperature plummeting dramatically. Even the radiance of the celestial slaying sword began to flicker. Whoosh! The phantoms unleashed their assault, hurling their green spears with the swiftness of arrows towards Su Chen. The atmosphere shifted ominously, the clouds above darkened, tainted by the green light of the spears. The celestial slaying sword shimmered in myriad hues, From its resplendent aura emerged a pure white divine sword, surrounded by glimmering white points of light, resembling countless snowflakes dancing in the wind. Thus, it tore through the air, the snowy light intertwining with the deadly spears. Within a radius of 5 miles, the once somber sky has cleared, revealing a cerulean expanse adorned with resplendent sunlight, reminiscent of a post-storm serenity. The sunlight glimmers upon the silver armor and sword of the Undying King, yet his demeanor betrays an unsettling disquiet. A murky green mist begins to emanate from his skeletal form, gradually enveloping his entire being. This is the exceptionally toxic aura of death, swelling larger until it morphs into a towering green apparition, standing 3 zhang high. The visage of the specter resembles that of the undead, yet it is garbed in a flowing robe of sorcery. In its grasp, it clutches a colossal, blood-red skull, which from afar appears to weep an unending stream of crimson from the void. A foul stench permeates the air as the Undying King stands amidst this malevolent shadow. With a swift motion of his silver sword, the apparition stirs. The blood-red skull is gradually raised, its immense jaw silently unhinging, resembling an abyssal chasm directed towards Su Chen. Eternal and indestructible, the essence of ancient blood corpses reverberates through the air, as the Undying King intones a deep incantation akin to an archaic spell. Instantly, an oppressive silence blankets the atmosphere, stifling all sound. A terrifying aura of death radiates from the blood-red skull, surging towards Su Chen like a torrent, invoking an inexplicable fear within him despite the protective barrier of the Sword of Extermination. This is the summons of the Grim Reaper. A beam of crimson light bursts forth from the gaping maw of the skull, and wherever it traverses, lush forests within a several-mile radius wither and decay in an instant. Gradually, the sanguine light advances towards Su Chen, causing the ancient Sword of Extermination to quiver slightly, liberating itself from his grasp and hovering before him like a sprite. The radiant hues intensified, gradually diminishing to a mere trio of colors: pristine white, profound azure, and vivid crimson, which coalesced to form a tricolor sword. With a swift motion, akin to the blossoming of celestial flowers, the tricolor sword circled around Su Chen's chest, conjuring a stunning tricolor blossom that soared towards the blood-red light. The deathly aura, which reaped all life, struck the heart of the tricolor flower, causing an inexplicable tremor in the void, escalating in ferocity until the very fabric of space began to rupture. Within a 3-meter radius of the bloodlight and the tricolor flower, a realm of nothingness emerged, reminiscent of the primordial chaos before the universe was born. Ultimately, both the bloodlight and the tricolor flower were engulfed by this abyss, vanishing into an obscure dimension. Such terrifying power ought not to exist in the realm of mortals. Yet, it unfolded before their eyes. Observers from afar, including formidable practitioners, stood agape, their expressions a mix of astonishment and disbelief. Some even questioned their own consciousness, pondering if they were ensnared in a dream, for only the deities of dreams possessed the might to shatter the void. The demonic shadow enveloping the Undying King gradually faded, soon dissipating entirely. He refrained from further action, for the violet flame of his soul had clearly diminished significantly. Any subsequent attempts would be futile against Su Chen. He had not anticipated the existence of such formidable divine artifacts in the mortal realm. Even if he were to break the seal, he might not prevail against it. The Undying King sighed softly. His power extended far beyond this. How utterly monstrous. A melodious sound of a zither resonated from the heavens, and a silver guqin materialized, gracefully suspended in the skies above. Chapter 64. The enchanting melody in the ethereal realm. A grand guqin floated gracefully, towering 10 zhang high. Its silver strings, as wide as a bowl, trembled gently, producing a hauntingly beautiful sound. Upon the instrument stood a figure, her long hair billowing like clouds in the wind, her form lithe and captivating, evoking a sense of enchantment. Yet, upon her semi-transparent black attire, a vivid crimson stain adorned the left side of her chest, resembling a resplendent blossom, rendering her appearance both tragic and exquisite. She was indeed a siren of the guqin. At this moment, the alluring visage of the guqin spirit was marred by fury, her once tender and beguiling gaze transformed into an icy glare fixed intently upon Su Chen. She appeared as a completely different entity, having morphed from a bewitching sprite into a frigid enchantress, her allure seemingly heightened even further. Was it due to the failure of her seduction? A woman who discovers her inability to entice a man must surely grapple with discomfort in her heart. Truly, she was a breathtaking enchantress. Among the onlookers in the distance, a cultivator sighed in admiration. Amidst form is emptiness. Emptiness is form. The sound of a Buddhist chant resonated through the air. Who was this warrior that could inflict injury upon the enchantress? Many were deeply intrigued by Su Chen's identity. He was known as Su Chen, shrouded in mystery, having triumphed in 3 battles against the 3 foremost experts of the Immortal Capital Academy. It is said he hails from the Immortal Capital Academy, remarked one cultivator. The allure of the celestial relic had not only drawn various sects, but also cultivators from all walks of life. Though formidable, he was still exceedingly young, with his highest cultivation only reaching the late yellow rank. Yet he had managed to single-handedly confront 2 demon kings. Such a feat was indeed astonishing. A chorus of gasps echoed throughout the crowd. He merely possessed an extraordinary treasure, yet he had not anticipated the existence of such divine artifacts in the mortal realm. A celestial tier expert from the Xianshen sect could no longer restrain himself from speaking. The other celestial tier masters exchanged glances, realizing that to attain their level of cultivation required not only exceptional talent and immense celestial fortune, but also several centuries, if not a millennium, of dedicated training. Yet now, they found themselves outshone by a mere body refinement warrior wielding a divine artifact. Greedy eyes glimmered as they fixated from afar on the ancient sword of extermination, which rivaled even the relics of celestial beings. The musical enchantress danced her jade fingers gracefully in the air, her cold gaze fixed upon Su Chen. Suddenly, the melody emanating from the treasured zither beneath her feet transformed, becoming urgent and soaring. Sharp silver rays erupted from the zither strings, each the size of a bowl, filling the sky with a cascade of shimmering notes that rained down upon Su Chen. The ancient sword of extermination seemed to resonate with an ethereal power, its hues of blue, white, and red flickering before it transformed into a spectrum of 7 radiant colors, as if a peacock had unfurled its splendid plumage, breathtakingly beautiful. Initially buoyed by the strength of the ancient sword, Su Chen floated in midair. However, in an instant, a pair of iridescent wings sprouted from the sword's shimmering image, embedding themselves into his back. His body became as agile as the wind, seemingly merging with the very fabric of the universe. Countless silver beams sliced through the air, descending from every direction. Yet, Su Chen's form appeared insubstantial, the 7 colored wings fluttering gently as his speed reached an unparalleled zenith, allowing him to navigate effortlessly through the deluge of light, ultimately charging towards the colossal zither suspended in the sky. The zither enchantress paused, her expression seething with fury, as if she could unleash a deadly gaze. Her teeth clenched tightly, harboring a profound resentment towards Su Chen. Her fingers, resembling jade green onions, danced gracefully, as if wielding an invisible instrument. Remarkably, the precious zither beneath her feet resonated in harmony with her movements, its strings trembling in unison, a manifestation of an extraordinary connection akin to that of a celestial being. Such a feat could only be achieved by one who has reached an immensely elevated realm. The initially urgent and soaring notes of the zither transformed, becoming soft and melodious, starkly contrasting with the zither spirit's current demeanor. Suddenly, Su Chen felt a jolt within him, a warm current swirling chaotically inside, as if the haunting melodies were beckoning his very essence to break free. It was only thanks to the protective luminous barrier of the ancient sword, Xianshen, that he remained unharmed. Otherwise, the consequences could have been dire, perhaps even shattering his soul. The terrifying melodies grew ever gentler, yet an increasing chill gripped Su Chen's heart. The ancient sword seemed to sense his inner turmoil, its radiant shield intensifying in brilliance. Struggling to steady his mind, Su Chen grasped the Xianshen sword tightly, its 7 colored wings flapping vigorously, swiftly drawing closer to the zither suspended in the heavens. In the distance, the dark clouds began to dissipate, allowing the radiant sunlight to pierce through the fragmented sky, cascading in myriad beams, a breathtaking sight, coupled with the soft and enchanting zither music. The beastly forest was enveloped in a sense of inexplicable tranquility. However, gasps of astonishment began to ripple through the onlookers, who were already in awe of the extraordinary prowess of the Xianshen sword and the zither spirit's remarkable abilities. The intense battle had provided them with a profound mental stimulation. Yet, such a magnificent clash was a rarity, even for some ancient beings of the heavenly tier who had lived for nearly a millennium. Every spirit within the zither possesses an ethereal beauty and a captivating form, Surrounded by such a mesmerizing assembly of beings, how many men could possibly withstand it? Su Chen felt a surge within him, his blood boiling and his body ablaze with an intense heat. In this moment, he remained but a mortal, unable to resist the enchanting melodies that could sway even the hearts of deities. A pair of delicate hands gently draped over his shoulders, as a stunning visage leaned in close, whispering softly against his ear. The radiant glow of the ancient sword seemed to lose its potency, unable to fend off the allure of the zither spirits. Though the sword possessed a spirit of its own, it required a soul as a conduit to unleash its myriad powers. Yet at this moment, Su Chen found himself ensnared in an unparalleled enchantment. His garments began to tear, the resilient form of his body oozing crimson, cascading over his top muscles, while a faint voice echoed in his ears, Linya's concerned call. Yet, he could not discern her words. The seductive harmonies were overwhelmingly potent, disrupting his consciousness and senses, leaving only primal instincts ablaze within him. Countless exquisite spirits enveloped him, their tender whispers resonating softly, a sensation of unparalleled comfort. However, these spirits, forged from fierce divine light, relentlessly ravaged Su Chen's form. Suddenly, the zither spirit's icy demeanor transformed into alluring charm, a gentle smile gracing her lips. As the dark cloak disintegrated, Su Chen struggled to maintain his grip on the ancient sword. Crackling sounds filled the air as a black glove was delicately clasped by one of the spirits, fracturing with each passing moment. Su Chen's gaze shifted abruptly, turning fiercely resolute. His hand firmly grasped the ancient sword of extermination, and with a gentle wave, the spirit before him displayed an expression of astonishment before gradually dissolving into nothingness. The Qinyu had miscalculated. She should never have touched Su Chen's gloves, for they were untouchable. The vibrant sword light flickered, causing all the Qinyu spirits to dissipate into the air, shattering the enchanting melodies. Su Chen felt an unbearable pain coursing through his body, blood continuously oozing from his precious form, staining his tattered garments crimson. Gently, he caressed the black gloves, a hint of tenderness surfacing in his eyes. They were a gift from Yu, the very token that awakened him. How could this be possible? The Qinyu stood frozen, overwhelmed by the terrifying demonic sound. To perish beneath such a melody would not be so bad. Yet, you have forgotten what I once stated. You greatly overestimate yourself. Su Chen replied coolly. You. The Qinyu was rendered speechless by her fury, having never endured such humiliation in her thousands of years of cultivation. Even if it invites the wrath of the heavens, I shall ensure you regret this. In an instant, the Qinyu's aura transformed, becoming unfathomably terrifying. A force that trembled the very essence of souls surged forth from her being. Are you about to break the seal? The undying king exclaimed in shock. Chapter 65, The Remnant Soul. For hundreds of miles, the air quivered and the earth trembled. The once scattered dark clouds rapidly gathered, becoming denser and more ominous than before. The atmosphere felt stifling, akin to a boiling pot, shrouded in an eerie silence. In the distance, thunder rumbled ominously, an unsettling tremor spreading across the sky, as if some malevolent force were approaching, riding the waves of thunder. Beneath their feet, all the giants and shapeshifters lay prostrate on the ground, worshipping fervently, while Linya and her companions stood frozen in astonishment. One must contemplate the gravity of the situation, for summoning any ancient immortals would spell trouble. The violet flame of the undying king's soul flickered rapidly, embodying confusion and unease. Yet, the Qinyu seemed oblivious. Her gaze fixated on Su Chen, piercing like a razor-sharp weapon, instilling an overwhelming chill in the hearts of those present. She was genuinely enraged. The Qinyu practiced the art of enchanting melodies, and the pinnacle of such sorcery lay in the mastery over other souls. Although Su Chen possessed the Excalibur of the immortals, it offered no refuge against the allure of her enchanting music. In the face of such mental assaults, the sword's spirit proved ineffective. It was merely a fragmented soul, capable of resisting only tangible attacks. The Qinyu discerned that Su Chen's escape from her musical enchantment relied solely on his own strength. Despite being merely a yellow-ranked adept, he withstood her beguiling melodies and even humiliated her twice. The very beauty she took pride in had lost its efficacy, a devastating blow to her pride. Women are often thus, and enchantresses are no different. Unable to swallow her indignation, she resolved to act recklessly. A silvery radiance enveloped the Qinyu, transforming even the dark clouds above into a shimmering silver. She appeared clad in divine armor, akin to a sacred warrior maiden. Below her, The precious guqin radiated brilliance, suspended majestically in the air. Suddenly, a purple lightning bolt, a full yard wide, descended silently from above like a sword. With a cold huff, the Qin Yao conjured a delicate jade guqin in her left hand, her true instrument of destiny. With a delicate flick of her fingers, the sound of the zither resonated, and a beam of emerald light soared into the heavens, intercepting the purple lightning, the divine tribulation thunder. At that moment, several celestial experts exclaimed in astonishment. Her cultivation had astonishingly reached the tribulation stage. The enchantress had sealed her powers from the very beginning. It was truly terrifying. No wonder we were no match for her even when united. It is known that those at the tribulation stage are no longer categorized within the realm of humanity. They can be regarded as deities of the mortal world. Typically, such masters dwell in seclusion, dedicating themselves to profound cultivation in preparation for the divine tribulation. The zither demon was not only a master of the tribulation stage, but had also successfully transcended it, earning the title of a celestial demon. She had sealed her own powers to remain in the mortal realm. Yet, such powers are forbidden to exist in the human world. Their mere presence would trigger a divine tribulation. The zither demon's cultivation was immensely formidable, effortlessly thwarting a strike of divine thunder, leaving everyone in awe. Su Chen's heart surged with excitement. He had encountered a celestial demon and was engaged in a duel with her. How extraordinary! Let me see the strength of your soul. The zither demon smiled seductively, seemingly regaining her former confidence. Before the might of the celestial, mortals were but ants. The ancient sword of extermination trembled continuously, manifesting 49 divine swords that encircled Su Chen entirely. Receiving the consciousness transmitted by the sword spirit, he waved his hand, cleaving forth a colossal 7-colored divine sword. The zither demon gently strummed her jade zither, causing the instrument beneath her feet to quiver in response. Green and silver beams of light erupted from the two zither, merging into a massive emerald pillar that collided with the 7-colored divine sword. The winds have shifted, and the vibrant light swords have shattered, while the emerald beams have vanished. The ancient sword of extermination remains formidable against the strong, yet it proves futile against the lute demon. A thunderous roar rends the heavens as the second bolt of divine lightning descends, colossal and imposing, akin to a gigantic violet hand reaching for the lute demon. With raven hair like a storm cloud, she brushes against her fair visage, tilting her head gracefully to reveal a charming smile, her eyes reflecting the purple hue of the lightning. With a resounding clang, 2 emerald beams burst forth from the strings of the jade lute, intertwining to form a celestial blade of remarkable width, striking against the divine lightning. The brilliance of the divine bolt radiates fiercely, yet ultimately succumbs to the might of the heavenly blade. Effortlessly dispatching the second celestial lightning, the lute demon fixes her enchanting gaze upon Su Chen, then unexpectedly shakes her head, declaring, "You are the first man to evoke my ire, and the first to compel me to unleash my siren's song." Her tone remains placid, yet it is precisely this calmness that sends a chill through Su Chen's heart. The soul-devouring melody, the annihilation tune, the lute demon intones softly. A delicate sound wafts through the air as the blood-red strings of the jade lute quiver with life. The melody is serene and natural, yet to Su Chen's ears, it feels as if 1,000 needles are piercing his very soul. The formation of the ancient sword of extermination radiates brilliance, yet it bears no effect. This is the lute demon's true ultimate technique, the siren's song, capable of rending souls asunder. Su Chen senses his essence fracturing, beginning with his hands and then spreading to his feet. He emits a cry of excruciating agony, the ancient sword of extermination slipping from his grasp, floating gently beside him. His anguish is beyond description. His soul is gradually fading away, and he slowly loses even his 5 senses, yet he remains acutely aware of his suffering. The melody of the zither is enchanting, but just as Su Chen teeters on the brink of despair, it abruptly ceases. Beads of sweat trickle down his brow as his fractured soul slowly begins to coalesce, ultimately reuniting. His entire being is frail and powerless, leaving him to merely float silently within the immortal slaying sword array. It is the third divine thunder that saves Su Chen's life. This bolt, 3 yards in girth, radiates a purple light that illuminates the entire sky. However, the zither demon possesses terrifying prowess. With a mere flick of her fingers, 3 beams of green light are unleashed, forming a colossal shield that deflects the divine thunder. How does it feel to have your soul torn apart? The zither demon taunts with a beguiling smile, her fingers poised to strike once more. Su Chen contemplates the notion of self-destruction, For the agony of his soul being rent asunder is a terror 1,000-fold greater than death itself. Yet, he has no time to act. The haunting melody infiltrates his very being, and his soul shatters anew, from his hands to his feet, then throughout his entire body. Su Chen's spirit teeters on the edge of collapse. Suddenly, he perceives 3 towering figures weaving through his soul, mending the fragments of his lost essence. Within him, blood churns and true energy flows incessantly. The Tao of Heaven's record involuntarily begins to operate, and visions of myriad patterns emerge in his mind, enveloped in a thin mist. At last, the zither's notes cease once more, yet Su Chen does not falter, for he knows that it is those 3 remnants of his soul that have salvaged him. The zither demon's countenance reveals incredulity, her eyes wide with disbelief. The 4th divine thunder is a deep purple, measuring 4 yards in girth, resembling a celestial pillar descending upon the mortal realm. The strings of the zither quivered lightly, and 4 beams of green light shot forth, transforming into colossal emerald giants identical to those of the giant race. They extended their hands, intercepting the divine thunder with absolute precision, an impossibility. The countenance of the zither spirit altered dramatically, her expression revealing her distress as the melody of the soul-extinguishing tune grew increasingly frantic. Su Chen found himself once more teetering on the brink of soul collapse. However, 3 remnants of souls did not manifest anew. Instead, they traversed within Su Chen's spirit, tirelessly mending his shattered essence. In his mind, a veil of mist suddenly extended a claw, as white as jade and extraordinarily sharp, yet composed entirely of bone. It resembled the skeletal hand of a dragon. Su Chen was engulfed in excruciating pain, his thoughts a chaotic swirl, rendering him incapable of focusing clearly. In the forest, the moon-white bone in Roshue's embrace stirred gently, and a glimmer of light flickered in her gaze. The 5th bolt of divine thunder descended, its overwhelming force eliciting gasps of astonishment from the multitude of cultivators, who dared not gaze directly at it. Yet, one figure stood apart, silently gliding towards Su Chen. The zither spirit's face flushed a deep crimson, her frustration palpable, as the soul-extinguishing tune proved ineffective against Su Chen. She unleashed 5 streams of green light, transforming them into an emerald demon tiger, indistinguishable from the leader of the shapeshifters in his transformed state. The tiger opened its vast maw, engulfing the divine thunder that spanned 5 zhang in width. Even with the zither spirit's formidable strength, she now gasped for breath, beads of sweat dotting her radiant visage. Suddenly, a flash of darkness surged forth, and a hand reached towards Su Chen, not aimed at him, but rather at the ancient sword of extermination before him. The ancient sword trembled violently as that hand seized hold of it, causing the extermination sword array to collapse in an instant, and Su Chen began to plummet downward. Ha! A worthless being, unworthy of wielding this divine sword. Now, with the sword in my hand, enchanting siren, let me confront you. Humph! The scoffed coldly, and the melody of the soul destruction song resonated forth. Chapter 66, Convergence. It is he, the demon lord of the heavenly demon sect, Mo Qiubai, the celestial experts exclaimed. For Mo Qiubai had astonishingly cultivated to the mid-heavenly stage, capable of manifesting corporeal avatars. He left one of his avatars in place while the other, employing stealth, silently approached Su Chen, taking advantage of the distraction caused by the focus on Su Chen and the. Among cultivators, the heavenly stage is referred to as the out-of-body stage, which encompasses more than merely the separation of the spirit from the body. However, at this moment, Mo Qiubai was merely an incarnation of the spirit. His towering figure, clad in a dark mist, bore a black sword, its outline vaguely revealing a sinister smile. The Xianshen sword was tightly gripped in his hand, radiating with a kaleidoscope of colors. The enchanting melody of the wafted through the air, yet Mo Qiubai did not dare to underestimate it. From his right sleeve, he summoned an ancient bronze mirror, its golden surface gleaming with clarity, reflecting the entire beastly forest upon its surface. With his left hand, he formed a seal, and the mirror floated before him, expanding until it reached a width of 3 zhang, resembling a golden shield blocking his path. The captivating melody, though sweet and melodious, struck like a colossal heavenly axe against the mirror. Mo Qiuai's expression darkened, and his body trembled slightly. The mirror shattered instantaneously. Should the soul destruction song touch him, even a heavenly stage expert would face utter annihilation. The 6th bolt of divine thunder descended upon the world. The dazzling purple lightning enveloped all existence, causing the air to tremble incessantly. Even the distant cultivators could distinctly feel the overwhelming pressure of the thunder. It is difficult to fathom the immense force the Qinyao must withstand to resist the heavenly lightning. Before the 6-zhang-wide bolt of divine thunder, her graceful figure appeared fragile and helpless, entirely bathed in violet hues. Had she not been a demoness, and had others possessed the strength to withstand the celestial storm, many would undoubtedly have rushed to her aid, for her beauty was unparalleled. The unchanging emerald jade zither emitted 6 streams of green light from its strings, converging into a colossal emerald spirit of the zither that materialized in the sky. She danced as if descending from the heavens, her delicate hands gently waving upwards, instantly embracing the entire divine thunder. "Be cautious," the undying king suddenly shouted, unleashing a massive silver beam with his sword. The demon Qiubai grinned malevolently, seizing the moment of the Qinyao's resistance to the divine lightning to swing the ancient sword of extermination. 3 enormous swords of red, green, and white swiftly cleaved towards her. Although the undying king had struck to save the Qinyao, he could only intercept the red beam. The Qinyao's complexion turned ashen, her eyes reflecting the green and white beams as she helplessly watched the ancient swords advance. The colossal zither beneath her was struck by the white sword, beginning to shatter. Yet it managed to deflect the white light. However, the green sword beam showed no signs of halting. It was merciless, even in the face of such exquisite beauty. The heavenly thunder was obstructed, and the jade spirit vanished, yet the Qinyao's fragile silhouette was engulfed by the sword light. The undying king bellowed fiercely, his silver sword slicing through the air, unleashing 5 streaks of sword light, each extending 3 yards. "With the divine sword in hand, what could you possibly do to me?" The demon Qiubai cackled madly, lightly waving the ancient sword of extermination, sending forth 5 divine swords to confront the 5 silver rays. Boom! The undying king was propelled back several hundred yards. At that moment, he was utterly powerless against the ancient sword of extermination. The terrifying tremors vanished, and the roiling dark clouds above dissipated in an instant, leaving a serene atmosphere. The Qinyu had vanished without a trace. Either she was completely obliterated or had sealed her powers once more. The heavenly tribulation, which typically consisted of 9 stages, had only reached the 6th stage. And now it abruptly halted, indicating that the force provoking the tribulation had ceased to exist. Ha ha ha. The relics of the celestial gods shall also be claimed by me today. Demon Qiubai laughed maniacally from within the dark mist, transforming into a streak of black light and darting toward the forest where Roshui resided. "This is dire. The relics of the celestial gods must not fall into the hands of those from the demon sect." A cultivator shouted, yet none dared to advance. At that moment, Su Chen sat atop the divine wolf, his complexion exceedingly pale. As he fell, the divine wolf soared into the sky, catching him in midair. The myriad beings technique within him activated autonomously, and a series of patterns shrouded in mist materialized in his mind. Even more astonishing, 3 remnants of souls, after mending Su Chen's shattered spirit, surged into the mist. The images became increasingly clear and luminous. Some of the patterns hidden within the mist began to reveal their true forms. Although they remained indistinct, it was now possible to discern the nature of these entities. Su Chen's heart quivered as he beheld a massive, snow-white dragon claw, devoid of flesh, composed entirely of bone, gently swaying before him. A golden arm emerged from the mist, its 5 fingers deftly gesturing as if weaving some arcane seal, attempting to summon an unknown entity. Amidst the fog, a dark silhouette emitted chilling, terrifying howls, reminiscent of a wailing specter, bound by a colossal chain, struggling in vain against its restraints. Suddenly, a jolt of awareness surged through Su Chen. He sensed an impending presence drawing closer, summoned forth from the depths of the fog. Beside Roshui, the moon-white divine bone began to radiate a brilliant light, floating gracefully in the air. The sacrificial altar beside it stirred, emanating a blood-red glow, exuding an aura of malevolence that sent a chill down the spines of Yixue and her companions. Roshui chirped twice, then gazed upwards at Su Chen, who was perched upon the celestial wolf. The divine bone abruptly transformed into a beam of white light, soaring skyward, while the sacrificial altar trembled momentarily before morphing into a streak of blood-red light, following the divine bone as it shot towards Su Chen. Mo Qiubai, taken aback, had already dashed to the outskirts of the forest, poised to seize the treasure, yet both artifacts surged towards Su Chen simultaneously. How could this happen? Mo Qiubai roared in despair. The dual streams of black and white light advanced upon Su Chen, He sought to evade them, but escape proved elusive. Gradually, the divine bone and the sacrificial altar began to integrate into Su Chen's being, rushing towards the mist that enveloped his mind. The snow-white dragon claw extended, grasping the divine bone firmly. In the darkness, a chained shadow let out a roar as the altar of sacrifice merged into its embrace. The formidable ancient sword, renowned for vanquishing immortals, sheathed itself voluntarily and transformed into a radiant spectrum of 7 colors, merging into Su Chen's being, firmly grasped by a golden yellow arm. The 3 treasures were unexpectedly claimed by 3 entities within the mist, catching Su Chen completely off guard. He felt as though he could hear whispers, though their content eluded him. The patterns began to blur gradually, and the 4 entities silently dissolved into the haze, never to reappear. 3 remnants of souls surged forth from the mist within Su Chen, reintegrating into his primordial spirit. Su Chen felt as though he had dreamt, gasping in astonishment as he realized a new mark had been inscribed in his mind. Chapter 67. The mark within this mark lay numerous breathtaking images that would leave any beholder utterly astonished. Remarkably, he had acquired all 3 treasures. The distant cultivators gazed on with envious eyes, their hearts aflame with jealousy, though they were unaware of the specifics of the event. The 3 beams of light entering Su Chen's body were an undeniable truth. The demon Qiubai seethed with fury, its hidden essence within the black mist trembling incessantly. Nothing could be more disheartening than a cooked duck taking flight. Summoning the ultimate techniques from the Celestial Demon Codex, Demon Qiubai unleashed 5 black swords intertwined with numerous shadowy forms, conjuring a chilling gale as they slashed toward the enormous skull. The cadaverous aura surged forth, resembling tumultuous billows, engulfing the sable, sinister blades. The foremost ebony sword and the phantasmal figure behind it were corroded, gradually dissolving into the ether. Subsequently, 2 obsidian swords struck the cranium of the skull, eliciting a sharp crack as a minuscule fissure appeared. The cadaverous emanations billowed, consuming both swords, while a multitude of spectral apparitions vanished into oblivion. 2 sanguine beams emanated from the skull's eye sockets, striking the remaining pair of swords. Immediately, a cacophony of spectral wails erupted as the swords shattered and the fiends perished, thus foiling the with unanticipated ease. The observing cultivators were aghast, murmuring in astonishment, while the disciples of the demonic sect exchanged disconcerted glances, their visages lacking luster. The cultivation techniques of the demonic sect were largely of the supremely fiendish variety, yet before the undying monarch, they were akin to childish diversions, effortlessly thwarted. The skull persisted, swiftly approaching Mo Qiubai. Mo Qiubai unleashed a beam of annihilating darkness from his ebony sword, yet it proved futile, entirely repelled by the cadaverous aura. The lore held that the undying monarch's cadaverous aura could corrode all, and this proved to be true. With a resounding snap, the immense maw lunged at Mo Qiubai, devouring the beam of darkness. Sanguine light gushed forth, accompanied by incessant, dolorous screams. The ichor within the skull's maw possessed an exceedingly potent toxicity, even refining the nascent soul. Mo Qiuai's true form, distant, emitted a harrowing cry, his frame unsteady, disgorging copious amounts of blood. Had his disciples not rushed to support him, he would have plummeted from the firmament. The undying king, clad in shimmering silver armor, floated in the air, exuding an imposing aura that deterred any cultivator from approaching. Its gaze fell upon Su Chen, the flickering flames of its soul seemingly hesitating. A fragrant aroma permeated the atmosphere as a rift suddenly tore open behind Su Chen, from which emerged a disheveled, pallid figure, the exquisite Qiubai. The divine wolf sensed the disturbance and attempted to retreat, but it was too late. As the woman descended, she landed upon its back. Her dark garments were drenched in vibrant crimson, her tousled hair swayed gently, and her weary eyes sparkled with an intricate tapestry of emotions. Fixated intently on Su Chen, she was the most breathtaking figure in existence, the Qinyu. I knew you would not perish so easily. It would be such a pity if you succumbed so soon, Su Chen remarked, his voice weary, reflecting his own exhaustion. Why can I not kill you? The Qinyu slightly parted her pale lips, enunciating slowly, Heaven does not entirely forsake humanity. Perhaps my fate is not yet sealed. Do you still wish to slay me? Su Chen remained composed. The Qinyu sighed, an expression of sorrow unusual for her graced her features, akin to a lily blooming in a dark abyss, breathtakingly tragic. My father's words have indeed come to fruition, she murmured, before turning her gaze back to Su Chen, her eyes clouded with mist, dreamlike and ethereal, devoid of allure and temptation, filled only with bewilderment. The jade zither stirred, enchanting the spirits. Its haunting melodies captivated the soul, rendering even heroes powerless. The immortal essence of the demon remains, yearning for the mundane. The beauty's soul, a divine heart, cannot escape the tribulations of celestial trials. The exquisite melody reverberated, enchantingly captivating and profoundly soul-stirring. It seemed to transcend the mundane, as if originating from the celestial realm. Absent were the Guqin's melody and carnage, replaced by tenderness and lamentation. The assembled cultivators were spellbound by the song, finding it difficult to reconcile the alluring and murderous Qin demon with such an ethereal and pure aspect. As the song faded into silence, it seemed indelibly etched into their hearts, lingering persistently. The undying king, having quietly absorbed the heavenly strains, cleaved a passage through space, materializing before the Qin demon and Su Chen. "Did you seize the demon offering platform?" he inquired in a somber tone. "Indeed," Su Chen responded calmly. "Did you seek the demon offering platform for the sake of the undying ancestor?" The undying king abruptly recoiled, his form trembling violently, emitting crackling sounds as the flames of his soul darted erratically, threatening to erupt from his skull. He exclaimed with fervent agitation, "Does the demon offering platform truly bear the ancient imprints? Impart to me what you beheld. I shall tell you, contingent upon a condition you must fulfill." Su Chen replied with a subtle smile. "Agreed." The undying king promptly conceded, betraying his profound yearning for information concerning the undying ancestor. Suddenly, Su Chen extended his right hand, firmly grasping the undying king's skull. The undying king offered no resistance, appearing instead to be moved. A resplendent violet radiance, as dazzling as diamonds, flowed ceaselessly from Su Chen's right hand into the undying king's skull, a technique for conveying imprints, one of the arts recorded in the Heavenly Dao Chronicle. However, this particular technique was capable of transmitting only rudimentary imprints. The conveyance of more substantial content was beyond its capabilities. Su Chen was conveying the memories of the immortal ancestor to the immortal king. This was merely a fragment of the ancient mark upon the sacrificial altar, yet it left Su Chen utterly astounded. As the violet radiance faded, the immortal king stood there in a daze, and after a moment, he murmured, "How could this be? Even the immortal ancestor has perished on the sacrificial altar." The revelation was staggering. One of the legendary evil ancestors from ancient times, the immortal ancestor, had been sacrificed. The Qin demon observed everything in silence, her pallid face regaining a hint of color. With a sigh, she remarked, "My father once said, under the heavenly Dao, all creatures are but ants. Even someone of the immortal ancestor's caliber has fallen. In the realms of the 3 worlds and 6 paths, who can truly escape misfortune?" Her long black hair flowed gracefully, and with a complex expression, she continued, "You too are the same. We are both but pitiful pawns beneath the heavenly Dao. I once vowed not to oppose those who cannot die. Today, we part ways." A silvery light enveloped her figure, and her enchanting form gradually faded away. In the fleeting moment before her disappearance, it seemed as though something flickered in her eyes. Su Chen gazed at her vanishing silhouette, his mind swirling with thoughts. To humanity, deities are beings of distant grandeur. But how do these deities perceive their own existence? Perhaps in their eyes, there exists an unreachable entity, that being the deities above the deities. The path of cultivation is an endless journey. Chapter 68. The transaction. The swirling, dense clouds quietly dispersed, revealing an exceptionally azure sky, as if it had been washed clean by pure water. The sun has begun its descent, casting a radiant golden hue over the entire beastly forest, while the distant, melodious chirping of birds creates a serene atmosphere. However, the interior of the forest bears a devastating sight. Vast expanses of woodland lie in ruin, with the ground marred by enormous fissures, towering trees uprooted and strewn across the landscape, some reduced to mere dust, scattered upon the shattered earth. This scene evokes the apocalyptic imagery, leaving one utterly astounded. In the sky above, a majestic blue divine wolf unfurls its enormous wings, gently hovering, with Su Chen and the undying king standing atop. In the distance, numerous cultivators gaze with a mix of curiosity and trepidation, closely monitoring the two figures. The once thriving army of giants and shapeshifters, having departed shortly after the departure of the harp demon, has begun to withdraw, transforming the once vibrant forest into an eerie silence. Roshue flits between Kuru Te and the gourd, occasionally emitting soft, sorrowful chirps, indicative of her melancholy. She has begun to regain some strength, able to move freely once more. Yixue kneels on the ground, her delicate brows knitted in concern, her face etched with worry. Gently, she uses a handkerchief to wipe the beads of sweat from the unconscious Gui Jianqiu. Had he not intervened against the undying king, the fairy Yixue would undoubtedly find herself in dire peril at this moment. Junior sister, do not fret too much. Brother Gui has consumed the purple ginseng spirit pill and will surely recover, Ruofing gently reassures from the side. Though he is acutely aware of the lethal potency of the corpse poison on the undying king's sword, rendering even the healing properties of the purple ginseng spirit pill uncertain. Yixue raised her gaze to Ruofing, her expression clouded with confusion as she nodded slowly, saying, "He was injured in his efforts to save me. I truly wish it were I who bore the wounds instead." Ruofing sighed inwardly, understanding Yixue's nature. She was indeed that kind of person. The army of malevolent beings had largely dispersed, leaving only the undying king behind. The cultivators, emboldened by this turn of events, began to encircle Yixue and her companions. The soul fire of the undying king flickered through his hollow eye sockets, dancing with exuberance. He was still filled with fervor. For the progenitor of the undead had been used as a sacrificial offering. The notion of a soul being offered upon the altar of the fallen was utterly astonishing. Surely, you too must be curious about what could necessitate the sacrifice of the souls of the undying clan's ancestors. Su Chen wore a complex expression, glancing occasionally in the direction of Roshua. I wish to know, yet how am I to uncover it? The undying king spoke with a deep, tremulous voice. A spark of insight suddenly flashed in Su Chen's eyes as he smiled faintly. You possess a means, through me, for I too yearn to understand. And thus I propose a collaboration. The undying king's mouth snapped open and shut rapidly, producing a sharp crackling sound. However, he soon regained his composure. The purple soul fire in his eye sockets fixating intently on Su Chen, as if he could see through his innermost thoughts. Su Chen felt a chill creep down his spine under that penetrating gaze, which was unfathomably deep and fearsome, akin to a demon that had existed for countless ages. You must understand, my current strength is woefully inadequate. Without a formidable backing in this realm, I find myself in grave peril. Let us join forces. You shall serve as my pillar of strength, and I shall assist you in unraveling the mysteries of this matter. The violet luminescence in the undead king's gaze relinquished its hold on Su Chen's countenance, as it inclined its head in contemplative silence. After a protracted interval, a sonorous voice resonated forth. Very well, we shall enter into a temporary alliance. However, should you fail to unearth it, I shall lay claim to your very essence. With the accord reached, Su Chen stood to gain immeasurable advantages. The soul banner, he mused. Even if the myriad soul grotto and the hall of annihilation have faded into antiquity, as long as my spirit endures, I shall inevitably find you. Within the depths of Su Chen's being, a fervent cry echoed, a testament to a bygone, beautiful presence. Abruptly, Su Chen's brow furrowed in consternation as he discerned the righteous cultivators advancing towards Roshua and her companions. Having arrived belatedly, Su Chen remained ignorant of the preceding events, prompting him to maintain a temporary posture of inaction. Of the thousands of cultivators, approximately half had perished or sustained injuries, leaving the survivors in a state of utter exhaustion. Those capable of aerial navigation were predominantly disciples of the esteemed Orthodox sections. Meanwhile, from the periphery, previously concealed figures began to emerge, their forms gradually materializing. Having initially sought only to observe the spectacle, they now found themselves presented with further entertainment, devoid of any immediate threat to their lives, thus prompting their reappearance. Ruofing and Yixue exchanged apprehensive glances as the encircling cultivators drew nearer. Yixue's complexion paled, her tresses cascading across her face, lending her an ethereal beauty. She turned her gaze towards Roshua, then to the skeletal remains strewn upon the ground, and proclaimed in a resounding voice, I am in full possession of my faculties. And I am cognizant that my actions were not misguided. Ruofing yearned to interject, yet refrained, instead emitting a silent sigh. Several masters of the heavenly staircase gathered around, their expressions markedly grim, particularly that of Taoist Ding Ti and Taoist Ding Feng, who were the senior uncles of Yixue. Taoist Ding Ti exclaimed, You traitors! How dare you dance with demons and speak so audaciously? Today, I shall uphold the heaven's justice. With that, he waved his sleeve, preparing to strike. Hold on, junior brother. Taoist Ding Feng interjected, his white brows furrowed, embodying an ethereal demeanor as he restrained Taoist Ding Ti. Yishue's eyes were misty, tears welling up within. We are not at fault. These two from the Undying clan are not malevolent. They fought against their companions to save us. One perished, another was wounded. Such noble valor. Can you truly label them as evil? Uncle, senior uncle, what my junior sister says is indeed correct. You have often taught us not to blur the lines between good and evil, to avoid indiscriminate slaughter, to repay kindness with kindness, and to reward virtue with virtue. Our friends from the Undying clan are certainly not wicked. Their malevolence pales in comparison to that of certain others. Ruofeng finally spoke up, unable to contain himself. Since ancient times, good and evil cannot coexist. The Undying clan is notoriously brutal, as is well known in the cultivation world. It seems you have succumbed to their malevolent influence, your spirits ensnared by them. You cannot be spared today. The other cultivators were equally astonished, engaging in fervent discussions. Many resolutely believing that Ruofeng and his companions were beyond redemption. Some even lamented for the talented fairy Yishuel, whose promising future seemed squandered as she strayed into the path of darkness. Among the onlookers, many could not suppress their disdainful laughter, faced with the multitude of cultivators. Yishue chose silence, perhaps having reached a profound understanding. She gazed at Ruofeng, her eyes brimming with remorse, and softly uttered, "Senior brother, throughout my life, I have only been a harbinger of trouble. This time, I have caused a calamity far too great. I am truly sorry." Ruofeng replied with a bitter smile, "I bear no blame towards you. If there ever comes a day when you do not stir up mischief, I shall find it rather unsettling. It seems our fates are intertwined." The two appeared oblivious to the surrounding crowd, inciting a tremor of fury in the elder Ding Ti Daoren, who quaked with rage. "Silence. Enough. An old man should not let his temper flare. It is detrimental to his health." Su Chen's voice resonated from a distance. Suddenly, someone pointed at the sky with a shriek, while a practitioner hovering aloft nearly plummeted to the ground. The blue-winged divine wolf unfurled its wings, swiftly bearing Su Chen and the Undying King toward this direction. Chapter 69. Conflict as Su Chen and the Undying King approached on the divine wolf. The practitioners in the air immediately retreated, voluntarily clearing a path. They feared not only the Undying King but also Su Chen. The Undying King possessed unparalleled strength, navigating effortlessly among hundreds of cultivators. Having claimed countless lives, his prowess far surpassed the celestial tier, rendering him a rare and fearsome entity that struck terror into the hearts of practitioners. Yet, Su Chen appeared even more formidable, wielding a seven-colored divine sword, bravely confronting two great demons. His audacity had already instilled awe among the onlookers. Although he no longer possessed the divine sword, and his cultivation was merely at the late stage of the yellow tier, everyone had witnessed the three divine artifacts merging into his being. Who could ascertain when he might summon them all? At that moment, even deities would not necessarily stand as his equals. However, they were mistaken. Su Chen was unaware of how to summon the three treasures, the Xianshen sword, the sacrificial demon platform, and the dragon bone. Ever since they merged into the mist, he had felt no trace of their presence. Ding Ti Daoist's expression was grim. Yet he refrained from expressing his displeasure, fearing that Su Chen might unleash the Xianshen ancient sword in a fit of rage, a force even 10 of him could scarcely withstand. Moreover, the relationship between the Undying King and himself had inexplicably reversed. It was evident to all that they were now allies. The conversation between the Undying King and Su Chen on the Divine Wolf went unheard, for a barrier had been set by the Undying King, concealing the reasons behind their shifting dynamics. The Divine Wolf descended before Roshue and Ruofeng, and Linya, beaming with joy, exclaimed, "Brother Su, are you all right? You cannot imagine how worried I was for you." Su Chen replied with a smile, "I'm fine. Do not fret." Linya, Roshue floated like a delicate white cloud onto Su Chen's shoulder, chirping cheerfully while nuzzling her head affectionately against his face. Su Chen chuckled, finding comfort and warmth in her soft, snowy fur. "Roshue, are you all right now?" he inquired. "Chirp, chirp," Roshue responded happily, as if assuring him that she was indeed fine, her lost strength gradually returning. Upon seeing the Undying King leap down from the Divine Wolf, Yishuel was filled with both astonishment and fury, gripping her aquamarine celestial sword tightly in hand, which vibrated incessantly, as if poised to launch itself at the Undying King at any moment. Su Chen had long anticipated such an occurrence and swiftly remarked, "Fairy Yishua, please do not be overly agitated. There exists a method to save your friend." Upon hearing Su Chen's words, Yishua's heart leapt with joy. She sheathed her sword and inquired, "Really? If it can heal him, then all our grievances shall be resolved." As she spoke, she cast a lingering glance at the Undying King. Su Chen observed the Undying King and nodded subtly, as if conveying some unspoken message. The Undying King's violet soul fire flickered gently in his eye sockets, and in an instant, he appeared before Dugu Qiubai with the swiftness of the wind. He extended his pale, bony claw and gently pressed it against Dugu Qiubai's chest. A foul, greenish miasma ascended from the wound in Dugu Qiubai's chest, gradually merging into the bony hand of the Undying King. Dugu Qiubai emitted a piercing groan. His body convulsed violently, and then he succumbed to unconsciousness. Brother Dugu Qiubai, clad in flowing white garments, seemed to transform into a gentle breeze as she approached Dugu Qiubai. Ruofeng had already reached out to assess Dugu Qiubai's condition, and suddenly, the tension in his brow eased as he smiled at Qiubai, saying, "Brother Dugu is unharmed. The miasma within him has dissipated. With several days of rest, he shall recover completely." Overcome with emotion, Qiubai's tears flowed freely, crystalline droplets cascading onto Dugu Qiubai's garments. She laughed and wept, embodying the innocence of a child, leaving the onlooking cultivators utterly astonished. Fairy Qiubai appeared to be untouched by malevolence. Her smile radiated purity and charm. Indeed, she was crying. How could a being of dark forces shed tears? Doubt has begun to arise among the cultivators, some of whom once held admiration for the ethereal fairy Qiubai. They could scarcely believe that she would succumb to the path of darkness. Others had long perceived the oddities surrounding the situation, yet felt constrained to voice their concerns due to the formidable presence of the Taoist Ding Ti. A cold snort escaped from Ding Ti, his gaze as frigid as ice, sweeping across the crowd, causing the murmurs to cease abruptly. Legends speak of Eastern cultivators as serene and unperturbed. It appears that such tales may not hold true. Meanwhile, some practitioners from the West exchanged furtive, disdainful glances. The Undying King, with his silver visage, materialized before Kurut and Rushua, fixating his gaze upon the fallen Kurut, shaking his head in bewilderment. "Why have you betrayed me?" he intoned gravely. The once vibrant purple flame of Kurut's soul had dimmed to a feeble flicker. A fragment of his leg bone lay severed from his body, broken in two, and was gently picked up by Rushua, resting it upon her snow-white, jade-like sternum. His mouth moved with great effort, emitting the faintest of sounds. The two broken leg bones, riddled with cracks, lay quietly upon Kurut's chest, their alabaster glow seemingly whispering untold tales. The Undying King's head shook with increasing intensity, despite his formidable prowess. He appeared devoid of any semblance of emotion, and thus could not fathom Kurut's plight. Suddenly, the violet light in his eyes turned icy cold, radiating a fierce aura of impending doom, as he prepared to wield his silver sword in a deadly arc. Those of his kind who had betrayed him seemed destined for death. "Please wait. He is Rushua's friend, and thus my friend as well. You cannot harm him." Su Chen interjected, his brow furrowing with concern. The skeletal hand of the Undying King crackled ominously as it gripped the silver sword, but shortly thereafter, the murderous intent dissipated. He turned and shot a fierce glare at Su Chen. Suddenly, the delicate creature, Rausno, leapt down from Su Chen's shoulder, pointing a claw at the enormous undead gourd on the ground, emitting a sharp cry. Its soul fire had extinguished, rendering it irretrievable, even if it could be revived. "I would not save a traitor," the Undying King remarked dismissively. Rausno's emerald eyes glimmered with fury, with a swift motion of her tiny paw. She conjured a beam of white light directed towards the Undying King, a testament to the flicker of strength she had painstakingly regained, revealing her deep-seated hatred for him. In an instant, silver light flashed, intercepting the white glow. The Undying King sneered, "You'd best take it away. Should any harm befall her, I shall not be held accountable." Su Chen's countenance darkened as he swiftly cradled the little creature in his arms. "If you dare to harm her, you will pay the price," he declared, his anger palpable. How could he allow anyone to inflict injury upon his companion? The silver sword in the Undying King's grasp trembled, a wave of terrifying malice emanating from him. Su Chen protectively shielded Rausno, coldly awaiting the Undying King's next move. The atmosphere grew increasingly tense. Even the distant onlookers among the cultivators held their breath in anticipation. A faint smirk crossed Ding Ti Daoist's lips. Many in their hearts yearned for the two to clash. Chapter 70. The binding of the kill. Murderous intent enveloped the entire forest, and the soul of the Undying King surged with agitation, as if he had truly been provoked. Su Chen's cold gaze remained fixed upon him, his inner energy circulating rapidly, violet essence flowing through his meridians, continuously gathering towards the purple jade skeletal hand of his right arm. At this moment, although he was devoid of the legendary Excalibur, he could hardly be considered a match for the Undying King. Nonetheless, he felt no fear, for his resolve was to protect Roshua. Since the night battle in Shindu City, the latent abilities of his right arm, imbued with the essence of purple jade, seemed to have been awakened. Su Chen discovered that he could harness this power, though each exertion drained an immense amount of energy, compelling him to reserve its use for dire circumstances. Yet now, confronted by the formidable Undying King, he had no choice but to employ it. From a distance, Taoist Ding Ti observed with a hint of a cold smirk, undoubtedly wishing for the two to clash. Other celestial masters exhibited a range of expressions. Some were grave, others amused, and many remained inscrutable. The events of the day had been overwhelming, leaving them in shock and humiliation. Each celestial master lost in a sea of thoughts. Would they truly engage in combat? Someone murmured quietly, the palpable aura of menace permeating the air, felt even by cultivators 100 feet away. Never mind. Uncovering the truth behind that matter is of paramount importance. Let us not allow momentary discord to mar our harmony. The Undying King unexpectedly interjected with a remark, and the oppressive atmosphere of hostility dissipated instantly. Su Chen chuckled coldly within, responding calmly. Very well, since we are in alliance, you ought not to harm my friends, and I shall refrain from provoking your subordinates. The Undying King suddenly erupted into laughter, and a tempest swept through the forest, causing the leaves to rustle violently. Ah, I perceive your thoughts. Shall I annihilate this useless assembly of cultivators? The Undying King's eyes glowed with a violet luminescence as he cast his gaze toward the distant practitioners. Every cultivator seemed to be ensnared by the gaze of a terrifying serpent, a chill creeping down their spines, with some rendered utterly motionless in fear. This was a manifestation of overwhelming power, capable of subduing all, causing countless beings to tremble in trepidation. The expressions of the heavenly tier masters were grave as they harnessed the dwindling remnants of their strength, poised to confront any adversary. The nerves of the cultivators were taut, awaiting a single word from Su Chen, a word that could dictate their fates. At this moment, Su Chen had become the focal point of their attention, the arbiter of their destinies. No. Su Chen glanced at the assembly of cultivators, a peculiar smile gracing his lips. He felt an inexplicable thrill, as though he were the sovereign of this realm, determining the life and death of all. The cultivators exhaled deeply. The immense weight that had been suspended in their hearts suddenly lifted, with some even feeling as if they were on the brink of collapse. Yet, the mere mention of Su Chen's name sent their hearts racing, inducing an overwhelming tension. However, I will not permit you to coerce my friends, he asserted, gesturing towards Yishui and Ruofeng. The Undying King chuckled ominously, his voice resonating with a newfound intensity, an aura of intimidation emanating from him that chilled the hearts of the cultivators. You have all heard the words of Brother Su. Should you dare to threaten them further, my Undying clan will hold you accountable. Furthermore, Brother Su possesses extraordinary talent. However, due to his youth, his cultivation remains limited. If you, a cadre of ancient beings, dare to lay a hand upon a younger generation, I too shall wield my age as a weapon. Consider your actions carefully. The cultivators exchanged glances. Understanding the clear implication of the Undying King's words, the elders were not to intervene lightly against Su Chen. Only the younger generation could engage him in battle. This arrangement seemed equitable for both parties. However, what if he summoned treasures to confront them? A celestial-ranked master scoffed. Rest assured, when fighting against my peers, I shall not employ any treasures. Even if I were to perish, I would harbor no grievances. Should I resort to treasures, the elder masters would be free to act as they wish. Su Chen responded earnestly. This was an unequivocal display of confidence. Dozens of celestial-ranked masters conferred quietly. They had no reason to refuse nor dared to decline. At that moment, they were like fish on the chopping block, with no room for resistance, only submission. Very well. We agree. The celestial-ranked masters reached a consensus, though only the face of Ding Ti Daoist appeared grim. Should you dare to contravene this agreement, I will not hesitate to ignite a righteous versus evil war. The cultivators felt a chill run through them. Each righteous evil war on the immortal divine continent had wrought untold suffering, leaving a trail of devastation. In the righteous evil war 2,000 years ago, the casualties among cultivators had soared into the hundreds of thousands. The terrifying force unleashed during those conflicts had reshaped vast expanses of land, causing numerous peaks to collapse and vast territories too, with many lakes and seas filled in. No one wished to endure such a horrific war again. The undying king turned away from the cultivators and addressed Su Chen. Remember our agreement. Should you make any discoveries, do not hesitate to seek me in the evil beast forest. With that, he produced a finger bone from within his silver armor. This bone could summon the undying king at a moment's notice in times of peril. Su Chen carefully tucked away his finger bones, and the undying king cast a cold glance at Korut. In a flash of silver light, it vanished from sight, along with the two skeletal figures adorned with black wings in the sky. The entire beastly forest seemed to undergo a transformation, as if all malevolent entities had dissipated. Only the radiant sunlight filtered through, casting a golden glow upon the woods and the underbrush. A gentle breeze swept through, invigorating and refreshing, while the azure sky above was dotted with drifting white clouds, creating a scene of serene tranquility. It felt as though everything had merely been a dreadful nightmare, and now, awakened from this dark slumber, everyone released a collective sigh of relief. However, Ding Tidaoren wore a grim expression, his eyes burning with anger as he glared at Yixue and Ruofeng. The magical artifact in his grasp, the golden serpent rope, radiated brilliance as he shouted. Now is the time to eliminate them. If we let the tiger return to the mountain, the consequences will be dire. Many unaligned cultivators secretly cursed Ding Tidaoren, pondering the folly of slaying them. Without any backing, what would they do when the undying king sought retribution? Junior brother, remain calm and consider the greater good, admonished Ding Daoren, his brow furrowing slightly, his white brows fluttering in the wind. Ba, well said, intoned a celestial master of the Buddhist sect, joining his palms in reverence. Under the divine light, all evil can be vanquished, yet there is no need for haste. Today, the Western Church shall take its leave. Yixue and Ruofeng's faces were etched with sorrow as they looked toward Ding Daoren, who had treated them kindly. Alas, it is all fate, he continued. From this moment forth, you are no longer disciples of the Su Chen sword sect. I shall explain everything to your master. Rest assured, as long as you tread the righteous path, the Shu Mountain sword sect shall not trouble you. Fare thee well. Taoist Ding Feng lamented, his voice aged and weary. With that, he escorted the visibly displeased Taoist Ding Qiubai, while other cultivators departed. Leaving a parting message for Su Chen, they too would dispatch their most skilled disciples to challenge him. Su Chen was rendered speechless, realizing the magnitude of the enmity he had incurred. Chapter 71. Whereabouts the entire forest fell into an utter stillness, devoid of cultivators and malevolent entities alike, leaving only Su Chen and his companions to confront the desolate silence. A mournful sound echoed, delicate and heart-rending. Crystalline teardrops, like precious pearls, brimming with sorrow and bewilderment, cascaded down the exquisite face of immortal Yixue, landing upon the forest floor and scattering into iridescent droplets. Such a blow would test the resilience of even the most steadfast spirit. Su Chen's expression was a mixture of emotions as he learned the details from Ruofeng. They had borne the burden of traitors for the sake of Roshue, a debt Su Chen felt immensely. Thank you for your unwavering care of Roshue. From this day forward, I, Su Chen, have gained 2 friends, and I shall endeavor to assist you in all your endeavors. Gui Jianshou began to stir, his pallid complexion regaining its color and vitality. He had vaguely overheard the events and, knowing Yixue had been expelled from her sect, gently offered his comfort. Brother Gui, how do you feel? Are you all right? The ethereal fairy Yixue, once in tears, now radiated joy, seemingly forgetting her own misfortunes. The person who had suffered for her sake was finally recovering, a source of immense delight. Oh, the innocence and kindness of such souls, despite their own adversities. The occurrence of a single fortunate event allows them to momentarily cast aside their woes and revel in the joy it brings. Observing the tender and caring expression on Fairy Yixue's face, the once sorrowful Gijianshu was now adorned with a beaming smile. There was happiness, there was pride. Behold, even I, Gijianshu, bask in this moment, cherished by a peerless beauty such as her. Truly, my life has found its worth. Thank you, Fairy. I am well now. Your concern for me makes it worthwhile to sacrifice myself time and again, he said with a laugh. A rosy hue graced Fairy Yixue's cheeks, her bashful demeanor captivating in its charm. Rather than exhibiting anger, she playfully stuck out her tongue and replied, Brother Guijian, do not be so foolish in the future. Your life is as precious as mine. From a tender age, Qiubai had been endearing and innocent, drawing the affection and care of many. As she matured, not only did she blossom into an unparalleled beauty, but her remarkable talents also garnered the quiet admiration of numerous cultivators. Yet, she remained blissfully unaware. Her nature untouched by the world, retaining the same naivety of her childhood. It was this innocence that shielded her from understanding the profound allure a woman's beauty holds over men, capable of compelling them to lay down their very lives. Qiubai was fortunate indeed, for he was the first to recklessly shield her from peril. To receive the concern of the revered fairy filled Qiubay's heart with indescribable joy, a blissful state that seemed almost unbearable. With a faint smile, Ruofeng expressed his regret to Qiubai, lamenting that he had inadvertently implicated him. Noting that many cultivators now harbored animosity towards him and inquired about his future plans. Without hesitation, Qiubai exclaimed with fervor his intention to follow Fairy Qiubai. His enthusiasm punctuated by a couple of soft chirps from Roxue, seemingly in protest, while Linya discreetly chuckled, concealing her amusement behind her hand. Yet, with the vastness of the world, where shall our path lead us? Qiubai voiced, her exquisite eyes reflecting a sense of bewilderment, her mellifluous tone tinged with a trace of helplessness and melancholy. Silly junior sister, Ruofeng gently chided, precisely because the world is so expansive. We are afforded a greater abundance of destinations to explore. Do you recall, in our youth, you would often confide in me your secret desire to traverse all the renowned locales of the continent, even seeking out the fabled cities once inhabited by the celestial deities? Would it not be delightful to combine cultivation with our peregrinations? Ah, the angelic city of the Western Biso's kingdom, Linya interjected, having listened attentively until this moment. Legend has it that its scenery is of unparalleled beauty, earning it the epithet of the celestial city of the mortal realm. I, too, yearn to behold it. If Sister Linya wishes to accompany us, she is most welcome, Qiubai responded with a tender smile, reaching out to clasp her hand. Ruofeng nodded in assent. Accepting the divine herb, Kurut's soul fire flickered incessantly, seemingly agitated. Qiubai and Qiubai were both visibly astonished, never having conceived that the undead king would perform such an act. Indeed, even Su Chen was at a loss as to the undead king's motivations, for his was an ancient being who had lived for an untold number of years. His thoughts inscrutable to ordinary minds. A plaintive chirp emanated from the gentle snow resting upon Su Chen's shoulder, its tone tinged with desolation. The snow-white claws of the creature gestured towards the towering skeleton lying upon the earth, a member of the Deathless clan. Su Chen sighed, uttering, "Its flame of sentience has been extinguished. Even the resurrection of the progenitor of the Deathless could scarcely restore it. The flame of sentience constitutes the vital essence of the Deathless, the very cornerstone of their immortality. It is the wellspring of their intellect and power. Its extinguishment signifies their demise. Only mythical entities of immense power or arcane, age-old arts could potentially aid in the reassembly of their soul fire. Linya, accompany me. I have words for your ears alone," Su Chen conveyed to Linya with grave countenance. A mixture of elation and bewilderment graced Linya's visage, an ineffable sensation stirring within her heart. She followed Su Chen, their silhouettes fading into the depths of the shadowy woodland. Though curiosity piqued Qiubai and the others, they refrained from pursuit, surmising that Su Chen's discourse was intended for Linya's ears alone. Chapter 72. Parting sorrows. The gentle snow perched upon Su Chen's shoulder, its gaze darting about the dim forest, its alabaster fur radiating a soft, ethereal glow. Having arrived at a secluded, tranquil grove nestled deep within the forest, Su Chen halted his advance. As the sun descended towards the horizon, its sanguine rays cast a crimson hue upon the land, yet failed to penetrate the dense foliage. An age-old, woody fragrance permeated the air, punctuated by the chirping of nocturnal insects, a lament of solitude, perhaps. Linya, I am aware of your desire to journey across the continent alongside the celestial Qiubai and her companions. It is also my wish that you accompany them, Su Chen stated with equanimity. Linya recoiled slightly, tears welling up within her eyes. I merely jest, she declared, her voice imbued with a heartfelt sincerity. Above all, I yearn to accompany Brother Su on his sojourn. Verily, I am cognizant of my inadequacies, burdened as I am by my incompetence. Yet, I shall endeavor to cultivate my abilities, that I may safeguard myself in the days to come, and never more bring tribulation upon Brother Su. Her anxieties now inflamed, Linya spoke with impassioned fervor. A lifetime of self-doubt, momentarily subdued by Su Chen's tutelage, resurfaced with renewed vigor. She even entertained the notion that Su Chen sought to be rid of her, deeming her a burden. "Linya," Su Chen responded with gentle reassurance. "Thou art not a burden. To me, thou art akin to kin. Were it within my power, I would, of course, shield thee from all harm. Alas, I am bound by unspoken obligations, compelled to undertake a perilous task of utmost importance. I cannot vouchsafe thy safety amidst such peril. Therefore, I implore thee to heed my words. When this matter is concluded, I shall seek thee out without fail." Having spoken thus, Su Chen entreated Linyu to close her eyes. He then placed his right hand upon her head, channeling the mystical energies within him. A resplendent violet light emanated from his hand, coursing into Linya's being. Su Chen commenced the transmission of the Dao imprint of humanity. A complex amalgamation of glyphs and symbols, yet concise in its essence. With considerable effort, he imprinted the entirety of it upon Linya's mind. The violet luminescence banished the encroaching darkness within a radius of 10 fathoms, casting an eerie, deep purple hue upon the ancient trees. After approximately 10 minutes, the violet light gradually dissipated. Beads of perspiration adorned Su Chen's brow as he withdrew his hand, a sigh of relief escaping his lips. The transfer had proceeded smoothly, and the imprint was now securely lodged within Linya's consciousness. Linya's expression was one of pain, her youthful and beautiful face glistening with fragrant sweat. She gently opened her dark eyes, gazing at Su Chen in disbelief. "Have I gained an abundance of knowledge? Is this all related to the cultivation techniques?" Linyu was both astonished and elated. "Indeed, what I imparted to you earlier was a method of fortuitous energy. While the techniques of the human realm possess the potential to enable you to cultivate and form a primordial Dan," Su Chen explained. Yet, he was filled with confusion. He had sensed a resplendent golden primordial Dan within Lin Yu's dantian, one that was innate and had not been achieved through cultivation. Su Chen was uncertain whether Lin Yu could produce another primordial Dan. He had never heard of a cultivator possessing 2 primordial Dan within their body. "Let everything follow the natural order," he mused. "Chirp chirp." Roshua expressed its discontent with a couple of calls, gesturing towards Lin Yu and then to itself, as if inquiring whether Su Chen would abandon it as well. Su Chen chuckled wryly, stroking Roshua's smooth, jade-like fur. "Fear not. I am aware of your exceptional nature. This matter may require your assistance, and I shall keep you by my side." Roshua nodded gently, leaping onto Su Chen's head with an air of triumph. Su Chen was left speechless. This little creature was astonishingly extraordinary, having ventured into the forest of malevolent beasts alone, discovering divine relics, and offending various major cultivation sections. Now, it seemed that nearly everyone was aware of this fox's remarkable exploits. However, they could not halt the tide of events, which had spread across the entire continent within a month. Su Chen had not pondered deeply. As he and Linya emerged from the forest, they beheld Kurut standing tall. The once shattered leg bone, resembling white jade, had mended and was now affixed to its right leg. Its soul fire began to blaze with vigor, flickering with a soft green luminescence. "Who?" Rousno darted like a fluffy cloud above Kurut's head, gently caressing its bald crown with her tiny paws. "Ha ha ha." Kurut emitted a peculiar laugh, appearing quite elated. It then approached the gourd, casting a long, contemplative glance at it before shifting its gaze back to Rousno. Rousno nodded, her small paw sweeping forth a wave of white light, revealing a pit 4 meters wide and half a meter deep. Kurut hoisted its colossal skeletal frame and placed it within the grave, burying it with care. Ruofeng retrieved the red fire immortal sword, cleaving a smooth stone slab upon which he inscribed several bold characters. Erecting it upon the mound, a grave was thus completed, the tomb of the brave gourd. Ishue and Linya stepped upon an array of unknown blossoms, resplendent in their vibrant hues. They were delicately laid before the grave, their subtle fragrance wafting through the air, honoring the valiant of the Undying clan. "May you reincarnate soon and live happily in your next life." The group offered 3 heartfelt bows, expressing their sincere wishes. "Brother Ruofeng." "Fairy Ishue, Brother Gue, I have an earnest request. I would like to entrust Linyu to your care," Su Chen stated after a moment of contemplation. "Certainly. There is no issue. However, the various sects of righteous and demonic cultivation have issued proclamations to seek out the experts among their disciples to hunt you down. Brother Su, your abilities are exceptional, yet these sects boast a multitude of formidable masters. Should you encounter them alone, it would pose a great danger. Thus, I earnestly hope you will remain with us." Ruofeng furrowed his brow, concern etched upon his handsome visage, fully aware of Su Chen's intentions, prompting him to offer counsel. Indeed, Brother Dugu, do stay with us. Having been cast out from our sect, we possess few friends in this world, and I truly do not wish to witness the departure of a companion. Yishui spoke gently. A wave of gratitude and warmth surged within Su Chen, transforming into a palpable energy that coursed through his heart. Such friends are sufficient. I comprehend your sentiments, however, I am resolute in my decision to depart. So please do not impede me. An extended silence enveloped them. Though no words were exchanged, both parties understood each other's intentions. Su Chen offered a faint smile. You need not fret so. With the Undying King as my formidable ally, no sect would dare to undertake a ruthless pursuit. Chapter 73. Ancient Times at Present. His spiritual awareness had become extraordinarily acute, allowing him to perceive even the minutest movements within a radius of several dozen meters. Following an intense battle with the Undying King and the Qin demon, Su Chen felt his internal energy swell considerably. Growth amid life and death struggles is indeed an excellent means of advancement for a martial artist. He sensed an immense power coursing through him, his body as resilient as iron. His form as nimble as the wind, and he felt confident in his ability to conquer even a fifth-tier magical beast in solitary combat. In the late stages of the treasure body realm, Su Chen had already stepped into the realm of intent, with one foot firmly planted in the threshold. With just a bit more fortification of his vital energy, he would be able to successfully transcend this bottleneck. The intent stage demands not only arduous cultivation from all martial artists, but also tests their comprehension. For those with high insight, it is quite ordinary to take 4 to 5 decades to grasp the essence of intent. Conversely, those with lesser understanding, despite exhausting their efforts, may find themselves perpetually confined to the later stages of the treasure body realm. The sky was shrouded in rolling ink clouds, resembling monstrous hands dancing across the heavens, obscuring the sun. Even in daylight, a glimmer of light was a rare sight. The world was enveloped in darkness, as vast stretches of forest lay withered. The earth littered with stark, white bones, some human, some beast, and many from unidentifiable races. This sea of bones spread across 500 miles, truly earning its title as the Sea of Death. In the distance, countless bolts of lightning rumbled ominously, occasionally revealing fleeting shadows of black, sinister figures. Su Chen's thoughts drifted slowly toward the towering Demon Mountain, which loomed at an astonishing height. It led into a massive cavern that seemed to have no end. In this abyss of darkness, upon discovering a glimmer of light, he found himself in an inexplicable space filled with vast lakes. Each lake, adorned within this immense expanse, was suffused with blood-red water, and the air was thick with a nauseating stench. Indeed, it was the stench of blood. There were thousands of these lakes, each spanning hundreds of miles in width. No one could fathom how many lives had been extinguished to accumulate such a sea of blood. Even with Su Chen's audacity, the sight sent a chill through his heart. Having departed from the boundless lake of blood, there stood a palatial structure crafted entirely from osseous remains. The palace, stretching for dozens of miles, possessed an awe-inspiring grandeur, yet emanated an atmosphere of profound dread. A terrifying spectral wail echoed from within the palace, sending a chill down Su Chen's spine. Even upon witnessing this spectacle for the second time, he could not help but feel a sense of trepidation. Before the palace stood a colossal stele, towering 30 feet in height, its surface jet black. Engraved upon it were the 3 golden characters, Wan Hun Ku, 10,000 Souls Cave. This palace was indeed the Wan Hun Ku, a sanctuary for countless souls. Su Chen beheld legions of malevolent spirits howling in despair. Among them were even the angels of Western lore, their wings fractured, their flesh torn and marred, exposing patches of bone. Their once beautiful countenances were now twisted and grotesque, their skulls exposed, oozing a repulsive black fluid. There were also numerous deities of the East, their hair disheveled, devoid of any sacred aura, their bodies radiating in eerie darkness. They roared with boundless resentment. And there were countless more fragmented souls, the souls of mythical beasts, the terrifying demonic thoughts of demon kings, the undying flames of the undead. Bereft of independent consciousness, these were all shattered souls, confined within this palace for an eternity of non-release. Why had myriad gods and demons fallen? However, what captured Su Chen's attention even more was a cylindrical altar at the very center of the grand palace. It was adorned with numerous ancient runes and mystical patterns, none of which Su Chen could decipher. This altar, stained with the blood of ages, emanated a dense, bloody aura, reeking with a nauseating stench. In a corner of the altar, a tattered flag, standing a full yard tall, was tilted askew. The dark, worn fabric hung limply, adorned with several ancient characters that Su Chen could not decipher. Yet, a surge of understanding flooded his mind. He realized this was a soul-recalling banner. Regrettably, half of the fabric had vanished, rendering it incapable of performing its true function. Nevertheless, a wave of joy washed over Su Chen, for if the soul-recalling banner truly existed, there lay hope for the resurrection of Yu. Aside from the soul-recalling banner, the blood-red altar featured a massive, 3-yard black square platform, ominously known as the Demon's Sacrifice Altar. Atop this altar lay 4 skeletons, and Su Chen could sense their identities. One, astonishingly, was the progenitor of the Undying clan, the ancestor of the Undying. Its bones radiated a soft, jade-like azure glow, yet the flames of its soul had long since extinguished within its cavernous eye sockets. Among the other 3 skeletons, one bore a white hue and sported 12 pairs of black wings, a manifestation of a demon-forged angel. Another was clad in a dark azure robe, embellished with a yin-yang symbol, wielding a broken celestial sword, now devoid of its former brilliance. From the presence of the Undying ancestor, Su Chen surmised that these figures were extraordinary beings from ancient times, for only those of remarkable stature could be offered as sacrifices alongside the Undying ancestor. Before the Demon's Sacrifice altar stood a towering purple stone tablet, similarly inscribed with archaic characters. Under the Dao of Heaven, all beings are but ants. The altar trembled violently, emanating a blinding crimson light that soared into the heavens, while countless anguished wails of spirits erupted from the altar, chilling to the bone. Su Chen could not discern the origin of the golden light, for the scene before him transformed once more, leading him to a magnificent ancient edifice. It was a celestial palace, with jade-like flooring and ethereal mist swirling about. Flanking the palace were resplendent divine trees, adorned with snow-white fruits that exuded an intoxicating fragrance from their branches. Above the palace, clouds of auspiciousness floated gracefully, where one could glimpse auspicious cranes soaring through the air, emitting melodious and enchanting calls. The celestial melodies emanating from the palace enveloped Su Chen in a state of exquisite ecstasy. However, at that very moment, an overwhelming surge of dark energy swept in, obliterating the celestial palace with an unstoppable force, silencing the heavenly music and plunging everything into a profound stillness. As the dark energy dissipated, what lay before Su Chen was not the celestial palace, but a terrifying demon city, with 7 ominous figures towering 1,000 feet high, piercing the clouds, standing ominously within the city. In front of the demon city loomed a bone tablet, forged from the bones of a divine dragon, upon which ancient characters pulsated with a wave of energy. Su Chen realized that this demon city was none other than the Hall of Annihilation. As if awakening from a dream, clarity returned to Su Chen's mind, and he exhaled deeply. Throughout the night, he contemplated extensively, yet struggled to unravel the threads of the unfolding events. The only conjecture he could form was that in ancient times, a colossal force had orchestrated everything, claiming the souls of several formidable beings, while a celestial palace had suffered an attack by a mysterious power. Ultimately, an extraordinarily strange Hall of Annihilation emerged. Perhaps, the other half of the soul-retrieving banner would manifest within the Hall of Annihilation. Such thoughts surged within Su Chen's mind. Yue, wait for me. Soon, very soon. Regardless of the terrifying nature of the Abyss of Souls and the Temple of Extinction, he will resolutely seek out their whereabouts, driven solely by his profound love for a cherished one. Chapter 74. Escape. Su Chen did not hasten his departure from the beastly forest. He harbored an unwavering belief in its profound mysteries, suspecting it might conceal secrets from the ancient era. The emergence of the demonic altar and the relics of celestial beings was sufficient evidence of its extraordinary nature. Perhaps there lay another divine abode and other treasures yet to be unveiled. However, the perilous nature of the beastly forest made it imperative for even a master like Su Chen to tread with utmost caution. Within the depths of the forest, the 100-zhang demon ape stood guard to the east. The enigmatic sorceress, the black-clad demoness, resided to the north. The castle of the Undying King was erected in the south, yet the west remained devoid of any formidable demon lords vying for the demonic altar. This absence only heightened the enigma and dread surrounding the western expanse. Perhaps there lurked entities even more terrifying than the Undying King and his ilk. The more treacherous the terrain, the more it beckoned Su Chen. On the first day, he ventured 80 miles westward and stumbled upon an immensely grand palace. This edifice towered over human constructions built entirely of colossal stones. The lofty stone walls, weathered by countless ages, soared to heights of 4 or 5 dozen zhang, adorned with innumerable fissures. Majestic stone pillars lay toppled upon the ground, engulfed by layers of dense foliage. 2 towering statues of giants loomed in the square before the palace, their forms half buried amidst ancient trees that reached skyward. This had once been the palace of the giant clan, but now it lay overrun with wild vegetation. A desolate remnant of its former glory, its past splendor lost to the annals of history. As Su Chen ventured deeper into the giant palace, he sought to uncover its secrets. However, countless roots and branches occupied most of the space, leaving only a portion of the wall visible. Observing the fragmented patterns adorning the walls, Su Chen began to doubt the historical accounts of the giants. According to human history, the giants were described as towering, immensely strong beings with limited intellect, devoid of a glorious civilization, living a primitive existence. Yet, the remnants of the patterns on the walls, though damaged, appeared remarkably vivid, depicting magical beasts and giants, and even a fairy elegantly holding an ancient guqin. Scattered across the root-laden ground were fragments of stone tools, many obscured by damp earth. Suddenly, a golden centipede, as large as a bowl, emerged from the shadows. It seemed to sense the presence of the living, its numerous legs moving in unison as it darted towards Su Chen like a flash of lightning. Startled, he felt a chill creep up his spine and instinctively leapt upwards, landing atop the branches of an ancient tree. To his astonishment, the spot where he had stood moments ago was now marred. The trunk melted away, exuding a nauseating stench. Nearby, another tree had been corroded, revealing a gaping black hole from which smoke billowed. This was the venom of the golden centipede, highly toxic and deadly. A shiver ran through Su Chen. If he were to be struck by it, even his formidable body would not withstand the poison. Sensing the lurking dangers, he resolved not to linger in this perilous place any longer. Su Chen unfurled his agility, resembling a swift swallow, leaping from one tree to another, swiftly distancing himself from the ancient palace of the giant. The following day, he continued his journey westward. However, the path ahead dwindled, engulfed by an extraordinarily dense ancient forest where finding even a single gap was a challenge. Su Chen could only ascend to the treetops, climbing with the dexterity of a monkey. After traversing several dozen miles, he entered a foreboding grove, where terrifying howls echoed in the distance. Several colossal, unknown beasts roamed, effortlessly smashing through trees that obstructed their path. Cautiously, Su Chen avoided the massive creatures, knowing that unless absolutely necessary, engaging them in battle was unwarranted. Suddenly, a searing flame streaked past Su Chen, striking a giant tree, which ignited instantly. Dozens of meters away, a fire-red demon ape clung to an ancient tree, and upon spotting Su Chen, it erupted with fury, unleashing torrents of blazing red fire from its mouth. Yet, Su Chen did not hastily evade, for the gentle snow on his shoulder was equally resolute, its charming little paws continuously conjuring sheets of pristine light that remarkably shielded him from the intense flames. The fire ape, now even more agitated, was a fourth-tier magical beast, known for its savage temperament and irascibility. Typically, they roamed in packs, attacking any perceived foes. Yet, for reasons unknown, this one was alone, though its formidable strength should not be underestimated. The red flames began to morph into violet, shooting forth from the demon ape's mouth like fiery arrows, slicing through the air with a piercing shriek. Roshue remained unperturbed, effortlessly dispersing the luminous veil that astonishingly transformed into a colossal white hand, seizing the flames one by one. "You are quite formidable, yet alas, you cannot speak," Su Chen remarked with a faint smile. He had previously inquired about the soul-summoning banner from Roshue, yet she appeared utterly oblivious, merely chirping and cooing. Chirp, chirp. Roshue's signature call resonated, her emerald eyes fluttering as if to affirm the obvious. Alas, the fire ape, witnessing its flames ineffective against Roshue, relentlessly struck its own mouth with its crimson-furred palms, emitting a series of mournful cries. Su Chen exclaimed, "This is dire. It is summoning reinforcements. We must hasten our departure." No sooner had he spoken than the mournful cries echoed from all directions, as dozens of towering fire apes leapt toward them with remarkable speed. In exasperation, Su Chen soared southward like a gust of wind, where only 2 fire apes remained. With a swift motion, he unleashed a formidable palm strike, a purple hand nearly a yard wide that sent one of the fire apes flying several meters, crashing into an ancient tree. Following this, the god-slaying sword shot forth, colliding with the flames emitted by another fire ape, resulting in a violent explosion. Roshue conjured a barrier of light to shield them from the shockwave of the blast. Su Chen executed a swift step, arriving instantaneously before the fire ape. With a sweeping kick, he generated a fierce gust, propelling the creature 20 meters away. The ominous sounds of pursuit behind him grew ever louder, as yet another throng of fire apes chased after them. Suddenly, a sound akin to shattering ice echoed in his ears. The boulders beside Su Chen astonishingly transformed into glistening ice, cracks spreading across their surfaces. Roar! A chilling howl, infused with terrifying fury, swept through the air, sending a bone-chilling breeze in its wake. Su Chen could not help but smile wryly as he leaped several dozen zhang into the air, acutely aware that he was under attack by a formidable fifth-tier magical beast. Today was destined to be unfortunate. As he scrutinized the beast assaulting him, a sense of helplessness enveloped him. The creature before him towered at 2 zhang, its entire body gleaming white, resembling a dragon adorned with sharp ice spikes, continuously exhaling frigid gusts of air. To make matters worse, this powerful fifth-tier ice spike dragon was not alone. 3 of them approached menacingly. At this juncture, there was but one course of action: to escape. Chapter 75. The thief. Each of the 3 fifth-tier ice spike dragons stood 2 zhang tall, their bodies a striking white, covered in sharp ice spines that rose like spears toward the heavens, glinting ominously in the light. A careless encounter with those spikes could be disastrous, likely resulting in several holes punctured into his body. The frigid white frost lingered at the edges of their mouths, as if they were poised to unleash a barrage of ice projectiles at any moment. Su Chen cast a glance at the massive boulder that had previously served as a shield. Now, it lay shattered into countless crystalline fragments, emanating a chilling fog that drifted through the ancient forest. With a deafening roar, the 2 zhang ice spike dragon surged forward like a small mountain, its body aglow with radiant white light. The ground trembled beneath its might, stones disintegrated into dust, and wherever the ice spike dragon tread, the earth succumbed to frost, enveloping Su Chen in a frigid tomb. Without a second thought, he resolved that retreat was indeed the wisest strategy. Su Chen unleashed the palm of the charging Buddha, only to be thwarted by an ice column spewed forth by an ice spire dragon. He recognized that confronting a single ice spire dragon posed a considerable challenge, let alone 3. Thus, he swiftly employed his agility to flee towards the stone forest behind him. The stone forest stretched endlessly, its vastness obscuring the horizon. Su Chen resembled a nimble frog, leaping from one colossal stone to another. The ice spire dragons, with their immense bulk, found their path obstructed by the boulders. With a thunderous roar, dozens of boulders were shattered by their formidable bodies as they halted, beginning to exhale icy breath. Su Chen had created a distance of approximately 30 meters between them, yet the incoming ice columns and ice arrows traveled at astonishing speed and remarkable range, compelling him to tread cautiously. He activated the butterfly step, manifesting a pair of wings composed of pure energy behind him. With a gentle flutter of these ethereal wings, Su Chen moved with a grace that seemed almost dreamlike, weaving seamlessly between the ice columns and arrows. In a short while, he had distanced himself from the dragon's attack range, taking refuge behind a massive boulder. How terrifying! Su Chen gazed at a corner of his robe, now reduced to powder by the icy breath, his heart still trembling with fear. The stone forest was exceedingly dense, resembling an ancient forest petrified through time. In many areas, the sun was obscured by towering boulders, casting shadows that rendered the surroundings cold and eerie. Crack, crack. A peculiar sound emanated from a certain direction within the stone forest, as if some monstrous entity were gnawing at the stones. The roars of the 3 ice spire dragons grew ever closer. They were indeed in pursuit. Just as Su Chen was about to make his escape, he caught sight of 3 crystalline plants. They all bore 3 pristine white leaves and a fruit the size of a fingertip, emanating a faint, alluring fragrance. Had it not been for the enchanting aroma, Su Chen would have surely mistaken them for sculptures crafted from ice. As he delicately caressed the snow-white leaves, an icy chill surged into his body, an intrusion so potent that even his vital energy could not repel it. Startled, he swiftly withdrew his fingers and channeled his energy to gradually expel the frost from within. Truly extraordinary, this must be a rare divine herb. Could it be that the 3 monstrous creatures outside were guardians of this precious flora? Su Chen recalled the urgent roars of the ice-spiked dragons, which sparked a connection in his mind. Chirp, chirp. Roshue's eyes sparkled with excitement, fixated on the divine herb as if it were a delectable feast. The little creature was indeed quite the glutton. If that were the case, it would be a pity not to pluck them. with a mischievous grin. Su Chen concentrated his energy in his palm and unceremoniously harvested all 3 stalks of the ice spirit herb. He understood that the innate spiritual essence contained within such herbs would greatly benefit both cultivators and magical beasts alike. Hence he intended to reserve them for Rose Shui. Suddenly, as Rose Shui tucked the herbs into her small space and followed Su Chen in their hasty retreat, the 3 ice-spiked dragons arrived, shattering a slab of dark rock in their frantic haste. Their urgency only served to accentuate the extraordinary nature of the herbs. To the north of the stone forest lay a broad pathway, ample enough for these colossal dragons to traverse. It was likely that they had carved this path in their quest to protect the divine herbs. No wonder they attacked Su Chen upon sight. The surrounding air plummeted by several degrees, resembling an icy hell, as the ground began to crystallize into blocks of ice. Upon witnessing the absence of the 3 ethereal herbs, the eyes of the 3 ice-spiked dragons turned crimson, unleashing a frenzied roar. The ferocious chill transformed the stones within a 10-meter radius into exquisite ice sculptures, which were subsequently shattered by the rampaging ice-spiked dragons. Su Chen fled with the swiftness of a thief, not pausing until 10 minutes had elapsed. When the echo of the dragon's roars faded into silence, a moment longer, and his life would have been forfeit. The sensation of thievery was far from pleasant. He glanced at Rose Shui and offered a wry smile. He felt no remorse for the ice-spiked dragons. Those brutish beasts were hardly virtuous, and their newfound strength could render them even more savage. Unbeknownst to them, they had slipped into the depths of the stone forest, where the ice-spiked dragons refrained from pursuit, as if wary of something. Suddenly, Su Chen's right arm began to tremble, leaving him utterly astonished. The violet bone embedded in his flesh seemed to respond to a distant call, stirring to life. Was it emanating from that direction? He sensed that which summoned the violet bone lay deep within the stone forest, shrouded in darkness and exuding a frigid aura that sent shivers down his spine. Rose Shui leaped onto a nearby rock, her tiny paw pointing towards the depths of the forest, emitting a series of chirps. Su Chen's conviction solidified. There must be something extraordinary concealed there. Fear coursed through him, for this mysterious realm harbored unseen dangers, and the uncertainties ahead were daunting. Yet, an inexplicable curiosity and trepidation entwined within him, compelling him to step forward, as if something ahead beckoned to his very soul. With a gentle leap, Rose Shui landed upon his shoulder, her emerald eyes darting about in vigilant awareness. With Rose Shui by his side, Su Chen felt his trepidation diminish significantly. He activated the profound techniques within him, honing his spiritual awareness to its peak state, allowing him to perceive every movement within a radius of 50 meters with crystal clarity. His hearing, sight, and sense of smell became extraordinarily acute. Even amidst the inky shadows of the stone forest, Su Chen could discern his surroundings distinctly. The slightest rustle of the wind and grass could not escape his ears, and he could hear the distant, ominous roars of unknown beasts. His keen sense of smell detected a faint, elusive fragrance, reminiscent of some flower blooming in the darkness, wafting through the air and invigorating his spirit. Navigating through the obsidian stone forest, Su Chen soon encountered a vast stone cave. Green mist billowed forth from its entrance, the cave resembling a portal to the underworld, imbued with a chilling and eerie atmosphere. This was not Su Chen's first encounter with such a sight. Most locales inhabited by the undead were shrouded in this green mist, a manifestation of the essence of death. A stark white skeleton lay sprawled at the cave's mouth, its ribcage crushed by some ghastly creature. Upon closer inspection, Su Chen recognized it as the remains of a 4th-tier magical beast, the fire ape. The purple bone in his right arm trembled with increasing intensity, as if it were on the verge of erupting from his body, radiating a violet glow that was ignited by some entity within the cave. Let us venture inside. Rose Shui, do exercise caution, Su Chen instructed, taking a step into the cave. Chapter 76. The Three-Zhang Demon Domain. The green mist floated within the cave like delicate gauze. Delving no deeper than 3 meters, Su Chen stumbled upon numerous fragmented bones, remnants of unknown magical beasts. Scattered across the ground were dozens of fist-sized beast orbs, their surfaces shimmering with a brilliant radiance, indicative of their extraordinary quality. However, Su Chen found little inclination to regard these treasures. As he sensed the pulsations of the purple skeletal hand within him intensifying, a powerful force beckoning from the depths of the stone cave. The green miasma of death surged towards him, becoming increasingly dense. Had he not activated his vision, he would have struggled to perceive anything at all. Even in his current state, he could only discern objects within a 5-meter radius. The number of bones continued to multiply, predominantly those of magical beasts. While the cave walls bore the marks of claws, etched with deep fissures that testified to its history as a gruesome battlefield. In the center of the stone hall stood an immense beast skeleton, comprising only a head and half a body, yet towering at nearly 2 meters. Its ribs, smooth as jade, numbered over a dozen, each extending approximately 2 meters, illuminated in green by the surrounding light. The colossal skull, comparable in size to a room, gaped wide, revealing rows of sharp teeth arranged neatly along its massive jaws. Its hollow eye sockets emitted a faint green glow, presenting an eerie spectacle. To Su Chen's astonishment, he discovered that this wolf-like skeleton was indeed revered by someone. Strips of dark red fabric, tattered and resembling withered grass, were bound to its bones, suggesting they had endured the passage of countless years. Ancient black inscriptions were carved into the shattered forelimb bones of the wolf, resembling some form of ancient sacrificial text. Before the entire skeleton, there stood a colossal ancient bronze cauldron, its surface marred by rust and corrosion, rendering it nearly unrecognizable. Atop it rested a golden scepter, utilized for sacrificial rites. Surrounding the cauldron, dozens of human skulls were arranged in a semicircle, each one a testament to a gruesome ritual. In Su Chen's mind, the vivid imagery of that bloody ceremony emerged, where fresh, bloodied human heads continuously oozed crimson, offered as a sacrifice to some unknown entity. Suddenly, from the depths of the stone hall, a peculiar sound echoed, as if something were breaking through the earth, slowly emerging. Su Chen barely had time to react when the entire stone chamber began to tremble violently, as though an immense hand were shaking the very foundation of the world. 1. 2. Dozens of tendrils of black demonic energy erupted from the ground like a powerful geyser, ascending towards the heavens, enveloping the entire stone pavilion in a suffocating shroud of malevolence. However, Roshue's spiritual awareness appeared to surpass Su Chen's, as she swiftly conjured a radiant, snow-white barrier, encasing both herself and Su Chen within its protective embrace. The swirling demonic energy resembled a multitude of sinister hands, reaching out to claim every living being. Yet they were thwarted by the impenetrable luminous shield. As the stone hall ceased its violent shaking, the black demonic energy coalesced into a singular mass, forming a shadowy realm of darkness spanning 3 yards in width. Su Chen inhaled sharply, for he sensed an energy within that abyss, pulsating with a soul-shattering intensity. It was akin to a ferocious ancient beast, poised to unleash devastation at any moment, yet it remained ensnared, as if bound by some unseen force. The purple bone of Su Chen's right arm trembled violently, beginning to detach itself from his flesh and blood. The agony was so intense that he could scarcely utter a word, and cold sweat drenched his robes. This was a torment of flesh and bone separation, as the enigmatic purple bone seemed intent on abandoning him. The excruciating pain clouded Su Chen's consciousness, while Roshue leaped upon his shoulder, incessantly chirping. Suddenly, her pristine white tail transformed into a vivid red, growing half a meter in an instant, gently wrapping around Su Chen's right arm. A gentle red light emanated from her tail, infusing Su Chen's arm. The excruciating pain ceased, as the red light remarkably quelled the suffering. As he basked in the warmth and comfort of the red glow, a breathtaking figure flashed through Su Chen's mind. Flowing black hair, skin like jade, a gown as white as snow, surrounded by a radiant spectrum of colors, resembling an ethereal sprite. Yet, it was merely an ephemeral illusion, fading as swiftly as it appeared. Before him stood the mischievous and adorable snow-white fox, her emerald eyes wide with concern, fixed upon him. Gradually, Su Chen regained his clarity. He noticed that the purple bone had indeed detached from his body, soaring towards the abyss of the Three-Zhang magical realm. It appeared to possess a sentience of its own, lingering above the chasm, swirling in circles as if communicating with the entities within the magical domain. At that moment, an astonishing event unfolded, leaving Su Chen speechless and his heart gripped by an eerie dread. The purple divine bone suddenly erupted with brilliant divine light, crashing down upon the magical realm. The abyss of magic emitted a violent tremor, and fragmented bones surged forth from the inky mist like tumultuous waves. The incessant clattering of bones echoed throughout the stone hall, where an astonishing third of the space lay submerged beneath countless pristine white skeletons. The sheer volume of these bones dwarfed the area occupied by the Three-Zhang abyss of magic by several magnitudes. Su Chen was overwhelmed by a profound sense of astonishment, for he could discern that many of these bones belonged to sentient beings. Among them were the 4th-tier magical beast, the fire ape, the 5th-tier Ice Spire Dragon, and even the 6th-tier spiritual beast, the Blue Shadow Leopard. While he recognized many of the other skeletal remains as not being ordinary magical beasts, the identities of others eluded him entirely. The stone hall was permeated by a noxious odor of decay emanating from the endless heap of bones. A black stone, roughly the size of a bowl, fell at Su Chen's feet, revealing itself to be a 5th-tier beast orb, which he had previously encountered in the Hall of Divine Sealing. However, this orb seemed to have lost all of its spiritual energy. The immense power it once harbored had been entirely siphoned away by some unknown entity, rendering the orb a mere worthless stone. 1-2. Upon closer inspection, Su Chen discovered that there were no fewer than several hundred beast orbs intermingled among the bones, each one dull and devoid of luster. It was evident that they too had been reduced to mere rubble. What could possibly have drained the power from so many beast orbs? Was that entity lurking within the abyss of magic? Just as Su Chen grappled with his astonishment and confusion, the purple skeletal hand began to exhibit new movements, erupting with a dazzling purple light, akin to a divine arrow, as it surged toward the abyss of magic. Chapter 77. Black Wings. The Three Zhang Demon Domain is exceedingly strange. Having devoured countless formidable magical beasts and drained the energy from the beast orbs within them to utter emptiness, within this demon domain, a terrifying energy fluctuation seems to call forth the purple hand bone. At this moment, the purple hand bone ceases to linger, transforming into a radiant arrow that soars directly into the Three Zhang demon domain. With a swift whoosh, the demonic energy churns restlessly, creating exquisite ripples akin to waves in water, resonating within the black mist. The purple skull vanishes into the depths of the demon domain. Silence, an unsettling stillness envelopes the surroundings, as if the world has been rendered utterly soundless. Su Chen and Roshue fix their gaze upon the demon domain, their breaths held in anticipation. A wave of terror emanates from within, exponentially more potent than before. The enigmatic entities within the demon domain appear to have broken free from their shackles, unleashing an unfathomable force. Purple light flickers, intermittently piercing through the black fog and shooting forth. This purple radiance shatters the silence. Wherever it traverses, stone walls splinter, and bones disintegrate into dust. The entire cavern begins to tremble, as if on the brink of collapse. Protected by Roshue's luminous shield, Su Chen finds that the falling boulders pose no threat to them, fracturing upon contact with the light and scattering into the surroundings. Another transformation unfolds as the Three Zhang demon domain begins to undulate violently, with surging demonic energy continuously spilling forth, nearly filling half of the cavern. This demonic essence resembles an ancient behemoth, consuming all in its path. Everything upon the ground, including stones and bones, trembles violently, instantly drawn into the overwhelming suction of the black demonic energy. As Su Chen's disheveled hair danced wildly and his black robe billowed with a resounding rustle, he realized that, had it not been for the protective barrier of soft snow, their fate would have been as grim as that of mere bones. The entire stone hall was suddenly devoid of life, and Su Chen was astonished to discover that the skeletal deity behind him remained intact. As if shielded by an enigmatic force, an utterly remarkable phenomenon. The malevolent energy surged violently, devouring all in its path before coalescing into a singular mass. Abruptly, a purple skeletal hand burst forth from the malevolent haze, causing the dark energy to convulse violently like a deflated balloon, gradually diminishing in size. What could that be? Su Chen exclaimed, as he beheld, within the shrinking mass of dark energy, a pair of black wings slowly emerging, hovering in the air. As the malevolent energy dissipated completely, the stone hall underwent a thorough cleansing, becoming astonishingly pristine and spacious, with even the greenish deathly aura vanishing without a trace. Su Chen's vision became significantly clearer. The ancient stone walls bore massive cracks, some wrought by the violet radiance of the skeletal hand, while others were evidently the handiwork of monstrous beasts. It was clear that fierce battles had once transpired here. The formerly level ground now featured dozens of chasms, violently thrust up by the subterranean malevolent energy. The dark, gaping openings seemed to stretch endlessly, resembling monstrous maws sprawled across the earth, exuding a chilling aura. However, Su Chen paid them no heed, as his focus remained fixed on the pair of black wings, which captivated even Roshue, her eyes wide with earnestness as she scrutinized the wings intently. The wings were devoid of a lustrous sheen. Instead, they resembled withered foliage, many feathers curling and wrinkled, lacking any semblance of vitality. akin to the wings of a bird long deceased. Each wing spanned approximately 2 meters, reminiscent of angelic appendages, with a subtle yet palpable energy enveloping every desiccated feather. Su Chen found it difficult to fathom that this pair of wings was the source of such terrifying power. Yet, they undeniably manifested from the Threezhong demon realm, their origins shrouded in mystery. The purple skull circled around the black wings twice before suddenly lunging towards Su Chen. He felt a moment of disbelief as the purple skull pierced through the protective barrier of Ruo Shui, transforming into a beam of purple light that surged into his right arm. Bone and flesh intertwined and grew, swiftly enveloping the purple hand bone. Remarkably, Su Chen felt no pain. It was as if the purple skull seamlessly became a part of him, capable of melding together at will. With the addition of a pair of wings, he would transform into the legendary angel. Yet, he had never been fond of angels. To him, they were merely winged beings, akin to birdmen. To his astonishment, the faint dark light emanating from the black wings disregarded the force of the Buddhist palm strike, directly penetrating the formidable true energy and manifesting behind Su Chen. Could it be? Su Chen felt an insurmountable frustration, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Ruo Shui refrained from intervening, chirping twice before decisively leaping off Su Chen's shoulder. A wave of anxiety washed over him. He could no longer rely on Ruo Shui. He did not resist. He was well aware of the enigmatic nature of the black wings. If they truly wished to merge with him, he would be powerless to prevent it. Yet, the mere thought of a pair of wings sprouting from his back filled Su Chen with discomfort. A deep, dark light emanated from the wings, continuously radiating around him. It circled Su Chen a few times, seemingly intent on provoking him, eliciting a bitter smile from Su Chen. At last, it transformed into a streak of dark light and surged towards Su Chen's back. His body trembled violently as he felt the black wings materialize upon his shoulder blades, flesh and blood enveloping them, growing and extending the bones. Ultimately, the black wings and shoulder blades fused as if they had always been one. Su Chen instinctively reached behind him, exhaling a long, relieved sigh. Thankfully, he had not revealed anything. With a swift motion, Ruo Shui leapt onto Su Chen's shoulder, her large eyes wide with curiosity as she peered at his back. "You little rascal, how could you leave me behind?" Su Chen chuckled softly, though he bore no anger. He felt a profound warmth towards the divine fox. He traversed through the stony forest, which opened into a sparse grove of ancient trees, sunlight cascading down, creating a scene of serene tranquility. Su Chen felt as though he had been reborn, releasing a deep breath. He sat cross-legged atop a massive stone, contemplating for half an hour. Only he knew that beneath his tranquil facade lay an immense peril. The desolate wilderness is shrouded in profound mystery, yet fraught with peril. Su Chen acutely senses his own inadequacy and strength, prompting his decision to temporarily depart from the beast forest, vowing to return only when his power has sufficiently grown. Chapter 78. The return. Perhaps this is merely a cherished wish of Su Chen, or perhaps it is an unattainable dream. Yet it is this very aspiration that fuels his every endeavor. How could he forget that gentle and beautiful woman? How could he let go of the sweet whispers that linger in his ears? "Brother Long, I am not afraid. We shall face death together." Su Chen cannot erase the memory of that sweet smile, radiant with happiness and devoid of regret. As long as they are together, he would undertake any task without remorse. "Do not forget me, do not forget me." Her sorrowful call before her demise pierces the heart with profound sadness. "I shall not forget. Even if the seas dry up and the stones crumble, even if my soul were to scatter, as long as a fragment of my spirit endures, I shall forever hold you within the depths of my soul." The ruins lay in utter disarray, the once formidable stone walls reduced to mere fragments, leaving no trace to pursue. The divine remnants appeared indomitable when the dragon bone remained intact, yet once it was lost, the place resembled a body bereft of its skeleton, collapsing in an instant. Even more unfortunate, the demon offering platform erupted from the depths an hour after the dragon bone was taken, its 100-foot-long form battering the already shattered walls into further disarray. Su Chen harbored no intention of uncovering anything here. After resting briefly amidst the ruins, he set forth once more with Ruo Shui by his side. At this moment, the divine wolf had long since departed, and his pace had naturally slowed considerably. However, for a master of the treasure body phase like him, traversing the treacherous beast forest would not take an excessive amount of time. Instead of heading towards the city of Xiandu, he opted for a southern route, as the city had been a reservoir of sorrow and regret for him. Despite his profound hatred for Feng Linwei and his disdain for the oppressive Feng family, he did not act recklessly, with Feng Linhui's demise. There was no need to annihilate the entire Feng clan. Nevertheless, should the Feng family dare to approach him, he would not let the matter rest. The continent of divine beings operates on the principle of might makes right, where the strong reign supreme and the weak are destined to endure humiliation. Those in power reside in lofty heights, while the powerless are fated to suffer in silence. Otherwise, they risk incurring disaster akin to moths drawn to a flame. As Su Chen traversed through the forests, he once again encountered the ancient, mysterious, and eerie structures of the Undying clan. Yet, he no longer felt fear. Rather, he sensed a semblance of support, for the Undying king now stood as his formidable ally. As he anticipated, the expansive territory governed by the Undying king was astonishing. Nearly half of the Undying clan within the Beast Forest were his subordinates. Su Chen navigated between various peaks, naturally gathering the ethereal spirit herbs along the way. After 3 days, they emerged from the depths of the Beast Forest, with their harvest of spirit herbs sufficient to fill a package a meter wide. Of course, all these herbs were carefully tucked away in the private space of the mischievous Raoshu, who would occasionally produce a few to savor deliciously. As the energy within him grew stronger, Su Chen found himself immersed in the practice of the myriad beings technique. The images that materialized in his mind, though still shrouded in a dense haze, emanated faint yet discernible vibrations of enigmatic essence. He could not forget the sacred and exquisite elven hand, delicately cradling a treasured vial. The sight of the mysterious dragon claw gripping a dragon bone, exuding an awe-inspiring presence, remained etched in his memory. He also recalled the sinister silhouette of a demon ensnared by chains, drawing the sacrificial altar into its embrace. Not to mention the golden arm wielding the ancient sword of extermination. Su Chen speculated that the myriad beings technique was intricately linked to these extraordinary artifacts. Perhaps its formidable prowess allowed one to seize the treasures of heaven and earth for oneself. If that were the case, it would indeed be extraordinarily formidable. He pondered that one day, when his strength surged and he acquired the complete heavenly record technique, the secrets hidden within the myriad beings technique might finally come to light. Chapter 79. Demon Hunting in the eastern part of the Divine Spirit continent. 5 great nations and hundreds of smaller ones existed. The 5 major powers occupied over 80% of the territory, boasting vast lands and formidable strength. To the east lay the kingdom, to the West Luo Kingdom, to the South Qing Kingdom, and to the North River Kingdom, with the Lingfeng Kingdom situated in the center. Between these 5 nations, countless smaller realms served as buffer zones, with limited borders touching one another. The Beastly Forest was located on the fringes of the Lingfeng Kingdom, its mysterious western side connecting to the Lost Mountain Range of the West Luo Kingdom. The notorious reputation of the Lost Mountain Range rivaled that of the Beastly Forest. It was an unbroken expanse of primordial mountains, with hundreds of thousands of peaks intertwined like resplendent pearls adorning the vast earth. This mountain range is shrouded in mystery, aptly named the Lost Mountains for good reason. Legends tell of numerous seekers who ventured into its depths, only to become ensnared in the ancient forests, where the stars and moon lose their guiding light. Compasses are rendered ineffective by enigmatic forces, and many fortunate souls who have emerged from its grasp recount visions of countless magnificent palaces and breathtaking gardens, resembling an ancient and beautiful city. Some have even reported glimpsing ghostly shadows of a dark citadel and an endless expanse of demonic halls. The tales surrounding this place are abundant, leaving most in a state of skepticism. Yet, these stories have become common knowledge among the inhabitants of the celestial realm. For millennia, intrepid explorers, fueled by an insatiable passion for the lost mountains, have been unable to reach these mysterious ancient cities. Even those who were fortunate enough to behold them find themselves lost, unable to discern the path that leads there. In that realm, direction is utterly confounded. Su Chen had perused geographical texts about this enigmatic location, believing it to harbor profound secrets that he yearned to uncover one day. To the south of the Beastly Forest lies another renowned city of the Lingfeng Kingdom, Wuyue City. This bustling metropolis boasts extensive connections, providing access to every corner of the continent and attracting a multitude of travelers and merchants from afar. However, its most notable feature is the formidable Demon Hunter Guild, known throughout the land for their expertise in slaying magical beasts and procuring beast orbs. They often serve as guardians and mercenaries, hired by affluent patrons. In the Forest of Beasts, countless magical creatures roam, and the beast orbs serve as one of the continent's vital sources of energy. The price of these orbs is exceedingly high, as they not only aid cultivators in enhancing their strength but can also be utilized as a source of energy for combustion, illumination, and machinery operation. Consequently, Humanity finds itself reliant on these orbs, making their acquisition an essential industry. Those who specialize in hunting magical beasts for their orbs are known as demon hunters. Among them are powerful cultivators and ordinary individuals wielding enchanted weapons. However, their wealth of experience and the strength of their teams should never be underestimated. A formidable hunting party can effortlessly dispatch magical creatures of the 4th tier and below. The Forest of Beasts borders Wuyu City, thus becoming a prime hunting ground for these teams. In contrast, Xiandu City, although also situated on the periphery of the Forest of Beasts, has not established a hunting organization due to a myriad of complex reasons. Many are aware that this is largely due to the subtle interplay of interests between Wuyu City and Xiandu City. Numerous prominent families thrive on commerce, and the beast orb industry presents an excellent avenue for profit. Wuyu City has emerged as the singular source of beast orbs, compelling all related businesses to procure their supplies from there. The emergence of an additional city as a source for these orbs would dramatically alter the dynamics, leading to fierce competition and diminished commercial profits. Both Xiandu City and Wuyu City fall under the jurisdiction of the Lingfeng Kingdom, whose financial officials have instituted regulations that favor the economic development of the nation. Naturally, none of this concerns Su Chen. On the 6th day, as he emerged in the heart of the beastly forest, he inevitably encountered the first group of demon hunters. The weather that day was simply splendid. The azure sky, as if washed by water, radiated a refreshing brightness, with a few wispy clouds drifting gracefully above, constantly shifting their shapes like beautiful sprites dancing in the air. Beneath, the verdant trees flourished abundantly, dotting the landscape amidst the peaks and flowing streams. In the depths of a secluded valley, the melodious sound of bubbling water echoed, the mountain spring flowing with crystalline clarity. It mirrored the blue sky and lush greenery, and when a gentle breeze swept by, it stirred ripples upon the surface, creating an atmosphere of tranquil beauty. Suddenly, a shriek shattered this serene ambience. A 2-meter-tall, snow-white earth dragon lay lifeless in a pool of blood. Su Chen stood beside the fallen creature, a smile gracing his face. "We have dragon meat to feast upon," he remarked to the soft snow resting on his shoulder. In his hand, he wielded a pale green wooden sword, crafted casually from an ancient branch. Despite its wooden nature, in Su Chen's grip, it became exceedingly sharp, capable of slicing through iron with ease. He effortlessly severed the spines from the dragon's body, breaking through the dense, tough scales, revealing glistening red dragon meat that emitted a faint, enticing aroma. He ignited a pile of dry wood, the flames leaping vigorously. With practiced skill, he cleaned and sliced the meat, then skewered the dragon flesh onto branches, gently rolling them over the fire. Within 10 minutes, an alluring fragrance wafted through the tranquil forest, the surface of the dragon meat turning golden and glistening, juices flowing forth, rendering it irresistible. The mischievous little Roshua exclaimed in delight, her adorable paws incessantly pointing at the 2 skewers of roasted dragon meat in Su Chen's hand, eagerly yearning to savor its flavor. With a chuckle, Su Chen offered the dragon meat to the little rascal. "Be careful, it's quite hot. Don't eat too quickly," he cautioned. However, before he could finish his sentence, Roshua let out a painful chirp, having hastily bitten into the scalding meat, burning her mouth. "Oh dear, you little imp," Su Chen said affectionately, gazing at Roshua with warmth flooding his heart. With her by his side, life was far from dull. Suddenly, the rustling of leaves caught Su Chen's attention. His keen senses alerted him to the presence of others approaching from hundreds of meters away, and it was not just one person, but a large group. Unfazed, he quietly tore off a piece of dragon meat and began to chew. Although he had entered the precious body stage and could go months without food, he adhered to his habits, occasionally indulging in roasted meat. This not only satisfied his cravings but also brought joy to the little imp, who seemed particularly fond of Su Chen's barbecued delicacies. "The aroma of that meat is delightful. Captain, could there be another team in this area?" inquired a burly middle-aged man with a beard, wielding a massive magical weapon that glimmered with a silvery light. Beside him stood a swordsman clad in black armor, appearing to be around 30, equally imposing, with an air of determination and composure. Behind them trailed a formidable group of over 30 individuals, many armed with magical weapons, and a few even being cultivators. "It is unlikely. This area falls within our hunting grounds, and without permission, other demon hunters would not dare to intrude here. Let us proceed and investigate." The captain furrowed his brow slightly as he led the team closer to Su Chen. Chapter 80. Joining the ranks. It turns out they are demon hunters. Su Chen had already reached the pinnacle of the later stage of the treasure body, and his hearing was exceptional. Even from several hundred meters away, he could faintly discern the conversations of the demon hunters. As he savored the delectable dragon meat, Su Chen added a few dry branches to the fire and placed the remaining skewers on the grill, expertly turning them to cook evenly. He awaited the arrival of his distant guests. 1 minute later, a group of over 30 individuals emerged from the dense foliage, appearing in this tranquil valley. The spring water flowed crystal clear and gurgled melodiously, akin to celestial music. A refreshing breeze swept through, invigorating and intoxicating. More enticing was the aroma of roasted dragon meat wafting through the open space, causing the stomachs of many demon hunters who had not had the chance to eat to grumble audibly. "Ah, how delightful it is to have friends arrive from afar. There is plenty of roasted meat here. Would you care to come and sample it?" Su Chen said with a warm smile, exuding a hearty hospitality. The crowd was taken aback, scrutinizing the duo of man and beast before them. Although Su Chen emitted not a hint of his power, his innate presence made him appear enigmatic and composed, yet imbued with a touch of warmth. All present instinctively lowered their guard, their first impression leading them to see him as a person of integrity. The captain of the small team, seasoned and wise, glanced at the nearby snow-white dragon and recognized that Su Chen was no ordinary individual. A flurry of thoughts raced through his mind as he wore a serene smile and politely remarked, "Thank you. I graciously accept your goodwill on behalf of my brothers. May I inquire about your esteemed name?" This exchange was merely a formality. Su Chen responded with a smile, "Please be patient. The dragon meat will be ready shortly. I am but a passerby. You may call me Yulong." The name Yulong was derived from the surname of his beloved, combined with his own given name. Su Chen had already contemplated the implications of his identity. Using his original name could likely provoke significant complications, especially considering the major sects across the continent had declared their intent to hunt him down. Although he harbored no fear, it was prudent to maintain a low profile. "Oh, it is Brother Yu," Lin Xiaofeng introduced himself politely. "I am Lin Xiaofeng, the captain of the 13th Squad of the Songhai Demon Hunting Corps, and these are my comrades. A pleasure to meet you." As the dragon meat was ready, he added, "My culinary skills are adequate. My hungry brothers need not stand on ceremony." Lin Xiaofeng was momentarily taken aback. The Songhai Demon Hunting Corps was renowned in this region, having hunted countless magical beasts, including those of the 5th rank. The mere mention of their name instilled a sense of respect among ordinary folk, yet Su Chen remained remarkably composed, adding an air of mystery to his persona. Among the squad, many were indeed famished. Observing Su Chen's generous spirit, they hesitated momentarily before a particularly bold and robust man stepped forward, expressed his gratitude, and seized a piece of dragon meat to devour. This is exquisite." The man was instantly captivated by the delectable flavor of the dragon meat, praising it as he feasted. Unable to resist the temptation, numerous squad members soon joined him, eager to savor Su Chen's culinary masterpiece. Nearly everyone emitted the same sound, nodding in agreement as they savored their meal. The dragon meat they had consumed was countless, yet none had ever tasted as exquisite as this. Some marveled, lamenting that they had hunted magical beasts throughout the year, and while they had slain many earth dragons, none of their feasts could compare to the one they were experiencing today. "Haha, thank you. There is still plenty of fresh dragon meat available. It is a rare honor for you to hold me in such high regard. I shall roast some more and host a grand feast of dragon meat," Su Chen declared with grandiosity and laughter. Lin Xiaofeng, however, did not indulge in the dragon meat. He found it astonishing that Su Chen had managed to stir such enthusiasm among his team members, who were notoriously discerning and seldom agreed on any matter. Yet, Su Chen had united them, an unexplainable charisma that some individuals inherently possessed. With a slight furrow of his brow, he remarked, "Thank you for your kindness, Brother Yu. But unfortunately, we have a mission to attend to and cannot linger. On another day, I shall personally savor your extraordinary culinary skills." Su Chen responded with an oath, saying, "Very well, it is a pity to waste such fresh dragon meat. Haha, there is no need to lament, Brother Yu. You may not know, but every part of the earth dragon is valuable and can fetch a handsome price. If you do not mind, we shall sell it and split the profits equally," boasted a burly man as he finished his meal, patting his belly. In any case, I am already full, so you may have the dragon." Su Chen uttered the unexpected words, leaving everyone astonished. He was certainly not a demon hunter. A singular thought echoed in the minds of the onlookers. Who, then, was he? They were keen to uncover the origins of one capable of slaying the Earth Dragon alone. Such prowess was undoubtedly extraordinary. If they could recruit him into their ranks. Lin Xiaofeng's face radiated with delight as he said, "Brother Yu, your generosity is truly commendable. We shall graciously accept your offer." He then instructed the burly men beside him, "Old Yu, you and the others, place the Earth Dragon into the spatial bracelet." "Very well, haha." The 5 robust men exerted their strength, lifting the Earth Dragon with ease. Meanwhile, another man clad in a golden elemental robe, a master of the light element, began to chant an incantation. A dazzling light emanated from the golden bracelet on his right hand, creating a spatial portal 10 zhang wide before the group. The muscular men hurled the Earth Dragon into the portal, which gradually closed, vanishing from sight. A flicker of astonishment finally crossed Su Chen's face. Lin Xiaofeng, feeling a surge of pride, remarked, "This spatial bracelet is an exceedingly precious item, crafted by cultivators of the Yuan Dan level and above. It can hold a multitude of items. Each team in our Songhai Demon Hunting Group is equipped with one to store our spoils." "Oh. So it is a magical artifact forged by cultivators. Truly remarkable," Su Chen exclaimed in admiration. He realized that this spatial bracelet was significantly larger than the purple space he had cultivated using his own primal true energy. He understood that cultivators possessed a unique talent for crafting magical artifacts, which held numerous advantages that martial artists could not match. Yet, he harbored no intentions of abandoning martial cultivation. He firmly believed that once a martial artist reached a certain level, they could unlock their own boundless treasures and achieve the functionalities that cultivators' artifacts could provide. "We have a task at hand and cannot linger for long. I wonder what plans Brother Yu has," Lin Xiaofeng remarked, harboring hopes of winning Su Chen over. Rushua energetically hopped about on Su Chen's shoulders, glancing around with curiosity. Su Chen smiled and said, "I am a wanderer at heart, intending to explore the nearby city of Yi. Wuyue City is not far from here. Our headquarters is located there. If you head south from here, you will reach it in less than 3 days," a burly man proclaimed loudly. Lin Xiaofeng furrowed his brow in annoyance, secretly resenting the man's indiscretion. Chapter 81. Extermination of the Demon Wolves. Su Chen quickly became familiar with the Songhai Demon Hunter Squad as he walked alongside them. This particular team, the 20th Division of the Songhai Demon Hunter Squad, was neither exceptionally strong nor weak. Among its 36 members, 10 were regarded as extraordinary masters in the eyes of mortals, known as cultivators. The weakest among them were at the early stage of the middle tier, while their captain, Lin Xiaofeng, had already reached the mid-stage of the high tier. Being a formidable swordsman with awakened spiritual perception, the remaining members were well-equipped, wielding the most powerful magical mist available to mortals on the continent. They were armed with magical guns, magical cannons, and magical swords, with the most formidable cannon possessing the power of 6 magical units, which could incapacitate even a 4th-tier magical beast with a direct hit. Magic is a unit of energy. 1 magical unit can obliterate a stone weighing 100 pounds, while 2 magical units can penetrate the tough armor of 1st or even 2nd-tier magical beasts. The energy of 5 magical units poses a significant threat to the heavily fortified 4th-tier magical beasts. Magical weapons are formidable tools, serving as the greatest reliance for mortals who cannot cultivate. With these weapons, even ordinary individuals can contend with magical beasts and practitioners. However, the cost of such magical weaponry is exorbitantly high, accessible only to organizations like demon hunting teams. It is noteworthy that their hunts yield beast orbs, which can fetch astronomical prices. Despite the inherent risks involved, a confrontation with a powerful beast could lead to total annihilation of the team, provided they meet the required quota of beast orbs for their missions. Any surplus or unexpected finds, such as rare spiritual herbs or other valuable items from the beasts, are retained by the demon hunting squad, fueling the enthusiasm of each member. As they traverse the dense jungles, team members diligently search for unexpected spiritual herbs when no beasts are nearby, but more often engage in lively conversation. The male members particularly enjoy discussing beast orbs. One burly man expressed his envy, stating, "The 3rd squad of the Sheeping Demon Hunting Team is exceedingly fortunate. They discovered a legendary herb worth hundreds of thousands of celestial coins in a secluded area just 2 months ago, and their entire team returned home adorned in riches. One cannot help but feel envious when comparing oneself to others." He chuckled. Such is life. Fate decides life and death, while fortune lies in the heavens. Old Zhang, spare me the repetition. I've heard it several times already. With a playful giggle, he added, I don't wish to dwell on it, but you know, I am already 31 and still a bachelor. Should fortune ever smile upon me and a divine herb descend from the heavens, I might find myself with wealth enough to court a beautiful wife. In such a scenario, look at your limited aspirations. Were I in your shoes? The camaraderie among the team members brought an inexplicable warmth to Su Chen. Since Yu Yu's departure, a persistent gloom had settled within him, often giving rise to feelings of sorrow. Yet, this small team offered a sanctuary for his weary soul. My team members are all like this. Please do not take offense, Lin Xiaofeng remarked, observing his comrades with a shake of his head. This is quite commendable. They appear at ease, and I find myself envious of their ability to live so freely. Su Chen mused with a hint of wistfulness. Perhaps so. However, our line of work is fraught with uncertainty and peril. Many here have families, and as their captain, the weight of responsibility bears heavily upon me. I strive to ensure that each mission concludes with my brother's safe return, sighed Captain Lin. Indeed, who wishes to witness their comrades suffer harm? Yet, we cannot entirely evade such occurrences, Su Chen replied, fully empathizing with Lin Xiaofeng's sentiments. He felt acutely aware of his own inadequacies, realizing he lacked the strength to protect those he cared for. Otherwise, the tragic fates of Zhue Yi and Lin Feng would not have occurred. Within the demon hunting brigade, 3 women stood out, not exceptionally striking, yet undeniably beautiful. Among them was a second-tier water elementalist, accompanied by 2 ordinary female warriors wielding silver magical rifles. They seemed to harbor a fondness for Su Chen, often approaching him for conversation, further enhancing his sense of belonging within this team. As they tread upon the carpet of withered branches and leaves in the dense forest, a putrid stench of decay envelopes the air. A colossal beast lies motionless beneath a row of towering, snow-white eucalyptus trees, having succumbed to death long ago. Its body is in a state of decomposition, with yellowish fluids seeping into the ground. On one side, only stark white bones remain, presenting a terrifying spectacle. Su Chen furrows his brow, sensing the tension alongside him. Captain Lin, acutely aware of the atmosphere, raises his voice. Everyone, be cautious. There are magical beasts nearby. Instantly, a wave of vigilance sweeps over the group, their magical weapons gripped tightly as they survey their surroundings. The ancient trees loom ominously, and a chilling wind howls, sending dry leaves swirling about. Suddenly, 2 enormous magical beasts crash through a line of white eucalyptus trees, surging forth from the depths of the forest. They are fearsome, standing 2 meters tall. Their bodies cloaked in green fur, with the body of a tiger and the head of a wolf. These are the second-tier magical beasts known as Gale Wolves. With a commanding order from Captain Lin, dozens of magical weapons ignite in unison, unleashing a barrage of violet beams that shoot forth like arrows, aimed at the colossal forms of the Gale Wolves. However, to their astonishment, the beasts exhibit astonishing speed, leaving a whirlwind in their wake as they appear 3 zhang away in an instant. The beams strike the ancient trees, producing a cacophony of crackling sounds as dark holes materialize in the tree trunks, billowing forth tendrils of black smoke. One Gale Wolf emits a piercing howl, causing its verdant fur to ripple wildly. A faint green glow emanates from its gaping maw, coalescing into a massive column of wind. The surrounding leaves rustle incessantly, spiraling into the air to form a colossal vortex. With a thunderous roar, a column of wind erupted from the maw of the Gale Wolf, scattering leaves and rushing forward with a fierce rotational force, akin to a drill aimed at the crowd. Humph, quite formidable indeed. Lin Xiaofeng scoffed lightly, gripping his black longsword in his right hand, as a golden aura coalesced upon the blade. With a gentle flick, the golden energy surged forth, cleaving through the wind column and striking the Gale Wolf. A burst of golden light illuminated the surroundings, piercing through the column and landing squarely on the beast, which let out a harrowing scream as a gaping wound appeared in its chest. It collapsed to the ground with a thud, its green fur stained crimson by its own blood. Hooray! The team members cheered, filled with exuberance, as they unleashed a barrage of magical energy projectiles towards another Gale Wolf. Though this magical beast was swift, the terrain offered no refuge, and the 20 or so concentrated beams of energy wove together into an impenetrable web of light, leaving it with no avenue for escape. The Gale Wolf, now panic-stricken, unleashed 2 spiraling torrents of green wind to intercept several of the magical beams. Yet it was a futile effort, akin to a mantis trying to stop a chariot. The blue beams relentlessly pierced through the creature's body, reducing it to a bloody pulp. with its crimson blood staining the nearby ancient trees, painting a gruesome scene. Chirp, chirp, Roshue softly called out, seemingly displeased by their clumsy slaughter. If it were Su Chen, a single strike would have inflicted pain without such a bloody spectacle. Su Chen was acutely aware of the terror instilled by the magical energy guns, quietly observing from the sidelines. The team members exercised utmost caution, ensuring that no perilous factors lurked nearby before extracting the beast pearl from the magical wolf and securing it within their task container. Subsequently, they collected the remaining wolf meat into their spatial bracelets. Chapter 82. The purple thunderhound in the forest, the roars of beasts echoed, ancient trees towered majestically. And many areas preserved the topography of primordial times. Exotic flowers and ancient ferns adorned the edges of the towering woods, shimmering with verdant hues, teeming with life, and exuding captivating fragrances. Occasionally, several demon hunters ventured through the dense foliage, for this place might conceal mystical herbs and flowers of extraordinary properties that could fetch a handsome price. The prospect of profitable endeavors always invigorated the demon hunters. Su Chen had been with this squad for 5 days, during which he witnessed the entire process of their hunts against magical beasts. Undoubtedly, they were seasoned veterans, well-versed in the origins, levels, and even the habits of various magical creatures. Armed with such knowledge, confronting an array of magical beasts became significantly more manageable, thereby reducing the associated risks. With their magical guns and skilled practitioners, their offensive capabilities were formidable. Even against 4th-tier magical beasts, they possessed the strength to engage. However, their mission did not include 4th-tier beast pearls, and they lacked the audacity to delve into the heart of the ferocious beast forest for hunting, choosing instead to linger at the periphery. Over the course of 5 days, they had successfully vanquished 4 3rd-tier magical beasts, 10 2nd-tier beasts, and a staggering 37 1st-tier beasts, thereby accomplishing more than half of their mission. Every day, the hunters engage in fierce battles against the monstrous beasts, which imbues them with a remarkable composure and resolve in the face of life and death. Their ranks remain untouched by the clutches of death. Although some have sustained grievous injuries, yet none are in mortal peril. Their achievements are indeed commendable. Throughout the encounters, Su Chen refrained from intervening, quietly admiring the impeccable team spirit exhibited by this cohesive unit. The 36 members operated in perfect synchrony, striking as one whenever adversaries emerged, demonstrating an exquisite balance of offense and defense, akin to a singular entity. Even the rare 4th-tier 3-eyed blue flame wolf, typically elusive, was sent fleeing in utter disarray, nearly losing its life. Regrettably, that 4th-tier beast managed to escape. Otherwise, we could have reaped substantial rewards. It possesses treasures beyond measure, lamented a robust swordsman wielding a crimson longsword. Indeed, we were just a breath away from delivering the final, fatal blow. How infuriating it is that the water magic cannon ran out of energy at such a critical moment. A towering warrior clad in azure armor exclaimed, patting the enormous magic cannon perched upon his shoulder. The cannon radiated a brilliant blue light, embodying formidable magical prowess with a water attribute capable of reaching for magical power, specifically designed to combat fire element beasts. As the 4th-tier 3-eyed blue flame wolf fell into their trap, besieged by their collective assault, and struck thrice by the water magic cannon, its life hung by a thread. Yet, in that crucial moment, the cannon faltered, allowing the wolf to make its escape. It seems our luck has run dry. The comparison to that fortunate team who acquired the divine herb only drives me to madness. It seems that the pursuit of a wife has once again fallen through, lamented a burly man with palpable disappointment. Come on, brothers, do not lose heart. Opportunities will surely come our way. Lin Xiaofeng offered a faint smile to Su Chen before beginning to comfort his subordinates. Opportunities, oh please, manifest swiftly. One person beseeched as if in prayer, eliciting a quiet chuckle from Su Chen. Indeed, when the opportunity arises, I shall seize it without hesitation. Once I accumulate wealth, I shall bestow upon my beloved a diamond necklace, a handsome warrior declared with hopeful laughter. Just wait and see. They resumed their light-hearted banter. Suddenly, a pang of sorrow surged within Su Chen as he envisioned purchasing a diamond necklace for the woman he cherished, toiling tirelessly for her sake. He couldn't help but recall Yu Yu's gentle words and sweet smile, which deepened his melancholic state. Oh, dear lively spirit, how wonderful it would be if you were still here, even if it meant slaying 6th-tier spirit beasts daily to present you with 6th-tier beast orbs. I would do so without a second thought. Yet, he quickly roused himself from the depths of despair. At this moment, what could sorrow change? He resolved to exert his utmost effort to seek out the legendary soul-calling banner. As Su Chen lingered among this group, his fondness for them grew ever stronger. Though they made their living through slaughter, he discerned that their natures were not inherently malevolent. Many had been compelled by circumstance to tread this path, with others striving merely to provide a better life for their families. A spark of inspiration ignited within Su Chen, leading to a burgeoning idea. Although he did not deliberately seek to acquire beast orbs in the beastly forest, due to the necessity of these orbs for Rushiwe's cultivation, he found himself slaying numerous ferocious magical beasts that sought to devour him, thereby collecting a considerable amount of beast orbs, including those from formidable fourth-tier magical beasts. He contemplated discreetly gifting some of these orbs to certain individuals when the need arose. On the 8th day, Su Chen took an unexpected turn of events. He finally began to extend his assistance. That noon, they entered an ancient eucalyptus grove, where the snow-white trunks of the trees stood tall and straight, piercing the heavens like colossal jade pillars. A potent aroma of eucalyptus permeated the entire forest, while the intermingled green and yellow leaves blanketed the ground, producing a rustling sound with each step. It was amidst this tranquil woodland that they encountered the Purple Thunder Hounds, the most formidable members of the lightning-affiliated canine family. Adult Purple Thunder Hounds possess strength at the 2nd or even 3rd tier, with razor-sharp teeth capable of effortlessly shattering stone. Their terrifying lightning elemental attacks could rival the power of a 3rd-tier magical cannon, incinerating an ordinary person upon contact. What was even more alarming was that there was not just one or two of these Purple Thunder Hounds, but an entire pack, 11 in total, leaving the demon hunting team in a state of disarray. How could this be? Purple Thunder Hounds should not appear here. Lin Xiaofeng furrowed his brow in confusion, simultaneously instructing his subordinates to prepare for battle. Among the 11 purple lightning hounds, one stood out with its colossal stature, towering at an impressive 2.5 meters, significantly larger than its companions. Its body was adorned with vibrant purple fur, with each strand standing on end, shimmering as if charged with electricity, resembling a multitude of lightning spikes sprouting from its form. This creature was undoubtedly a beast of the 3rd tier or above, the leader of the pack. Without any superfluous dialogue, the two teams clashed, igniting a fierce battle. The demon hunters unleashed a barrage of blue magical beams, which echoed with a resounding whoosh as they enveloped the lightning hounds like a luminous net. Several towering warriors bore immense magical cannons, unleashing beams of energy that were twice the thickness of ordinary magical projectiles. The first 3 purple lightning hounds, caught in the onslaught, let out anguished cries as they fell into a pool of their own blood. However, the remaining hounds moved with astonishing speed, deftly utilizing the cover of massive eucalyptus trees to evade the beams, while simultaneously unleashing arcs of purple lightning from their mouths. These bolts of electricity crackled with terrifying power, the air around them sizzling as they danced erratically. A colossal eucalyptus tree was struck, immediately igniting in a fierce blaze, its black smoke billowing through the forest. 10 cultivators sprang into action simultaneously. 3 elemental mages invoked their most potent defensive spells, conjuring a blue protective barrier, a green wind wall, and a yellow earthen rampart, which materialized before the assembly. Meanwhile, the remaining 7 cultivators, including Lin Xiaofeng, launched a relentless assault, their sword energies and true chi morphing into various forms, piercing through the violet lightning to strike again at the purple lightning hounds. The onslaught of the purple lightning hounds was thwarted. Yet the situation grew dire as the fierce sword aura and true energy mercilessly cleaved the 4 hounds at the forefront, rendering them a bloody mess. Despite their resilient hides, they could not escape their grim fate. A jubilant cheer erupted from the crowd, their spirits soaring as they pressed the attack, unleashing a second wave of magical beams to obliterate the remaining 4 hounds. However, to their astonishment, these 4 hounds were far from ordinary. Their fur was a deeper hue than that of typical lightning hounds, shimmering with a radiant purple that seemed to crackle with electricity. The tallest among them emanated a formidable presence, igniting the dry leaves and nearby ancient trees. Its blood-red eyes glinted with ferocity as it let out a haunting howl, unleashing a lightning bolt nearly 1/2 meter in diameter, dark as night. In that instant, the air felt as though it had solidified, the crackling sound echoing even a mile away. The invincible bolt of lightning shattered all magical beams, obliterating the defenses of the elemental mages, while the skin of the 2 foremost warriors began to scorch, their garments turning to ash. A flicker of despair danced in their eyes. Just then, amidst the collective despair, shock, wrath, and concern, a shadow materialized before the two warriors. The purple glow radiated like a divine light, crashing against the oncoming lightning. When the hand was raised, it captivated the heart and soul. Chapter 83, The Canine King. With a resounding crash, Su Chen's fist erupted in a brilliant display of purple light, akin to the most exquisite amethyst, breathtakingly beautiful and astonishingly powerful. At the moment when the fist collided with the lightning, a brilliant flash illuminated the surroundings, and a tempestuous wind surged forth. Countless tiny arcs of electricity darted chaotically within a yard, resembling a multitude of venomous serpents, dancing with a terrifying grace. However, the lightning was ultimately dispersed, revealing the imposing figure of Su Chen before the onlookers. The two warriors, who had narrowly escaped the strike, stood in stunned silence, momentarily unable to comprehend the scene before them. Su Chen fixed his cold gaze upon the leader of the Purple Thunderhounds. Having witnessed the helpless demise of his two companions at the hands of the Blue Shadow Leopard, he could not tolerate the prospect of losing two more warriors before his eyes. Thus, he resolved to take action. Captain Lin Xiaofeng, both astonished and elated, had initially intended to intervene and save the two men, but before he could even move, Su Chen had already leapt ahead of him, startling him profoundly. He was aware of Su Chen's exceptional prowess, yet he had not anticipated that he had reached the rank of yellow grade body refining. This was the mark of a true master. Among the stunned demon hunters, some began to regain their composure, their voices trembling with excitement as they exclaimed, "Our fortunes are turning. The prospects of marrying have just increased." Aha! Su Chen, feeling somewhat speechless, observed the scene. The leader of the Purple Thunderhounds, with eyes aflame and teeth clenched, emitted a fearsome roar before leading the remaining three hounds in a charge towards the crowd. These creatures, fearless in nature, were undaunted by the evident strength of their adversaries. The demon hunters braced themselves for battle, gripping their magical firearms tightly, ready to strike at a moment's notice. Unexpectedly, however, Su Chen charged directly at the Purple Thunderhounds, engaging them in fierce combat, which complicated the hunter's ability to attack for fear of inadvertently harming Su Chen. Several skilled archers. "You are tasked with covering Brother Yu," Lin Xiaofeng instructed the men beside him. However, the term cover was utterly unnecessary for Su Chen, as he plunged into the pack of canines. He immediately gained the upper hand. The Purple Thunderhounds were utterly incapable of posing any threat to him. Su Chen's figure danced nimbly between the four ferocious beasts, their sharp claws and menacing teeth proving ineffective against his agile form. With a furious roar, one of the hounds flared its violet fur, crackling with arcs of electricity. It lunged at Su Chen with astonishing speed.